Amidst a battlefield littered with bodies, blood and rainwater mixed together, this young man was the only survivor. He sighed, looking at the scene before him. Ronan let out a breath. So many of them died, and in the end, he was the only one left to witness this sight. "Atu, you were too careless." A voice rang out, causing Ronan to whip his head around in shock. He gritted his teeth. Who would have thought the giant bastard lying at his feet was still alive? And on top of that, he still had the strength to run his mouth and taunt him. He belonged to the A2 giant race. 20 days ago, he and 2 of his comrades had come to the human empire to wreak havoc, but now, he was the only one left standing. Furious, Ronan stomped his foot right between the giant's eyes. Because of this bastard, half the empire had been turned into a graveyard, and yet here he was, still breathing? "Don't worry, it won't be long now. Atu will be by your side soon enough," the giant replied, suppressing his pain. Ronan reminded him that his 2 best buddies were already waiting for him in the afterlife. One of them was turned into a giant grilled sausage by a red dragon's fire breath, and the other was put into eternal hibernation thanks to a lullaby from the soul-lulling geezer. "You get it now, you idiot?" Ronan smirked victoriously at the defeated foe. But the giant A2 didn't seem to care in the slightest about his 2 companions. He knew full well that they had died along with those 2 powerful humans, which meant that all the other powerhouses, aside from Ronan, had already kicked the bucket. It was a harsh reality that Ronan didn't want to accept, but he still talked big since he was the one standing over the giant. "Don't speak too soon," the giant lectured him. He could tell just by looking that Ronan didn't have much time left. If you had realized your own skills sooner and focused on training, you would have become a major obstacle to our ambitions. As if his words had hit a nerve, Ronan grit his teeth in frustration. He knew his life was pathetic, but he didn't want to hear it from this foul-mouthed bastard. "If you're going to die, then just shut the hell up and die already. You are a great human. You have the right to be proud. But in the end, your world will soon be engulfed by the starlight and vanish." Those were the giant's final, nonsensical words before Ronan chopped his head clean off. Ronan's eyes were vacant as he stared at the pools of blood soaking the ground. After everything, what was he supposed to do now? He dragged himself towards his comrades, the ones who had given him so many good memories. And now, those very people were right in front of him. But when did they stop breathing? "You stupid bastards," Ronan cursed in anguish. Why were they all so proud that they had to fight to the death? Did they think that just because I was strong, they were all strong too? They should have known when to run and save their own damn lives. Ronan gently closed his comrade's staring eyes, letting him rest in peace. He wondered how the giants could withstand even the Empire's strongest aura swords. But they were only wounded by his sword? If he had known this sooner, a lowly personnel soldier like him would have gladly gone to the front lines. If he had, his comrades wouldn't have died like this. Guilt washed over Ronan. He truly hadn't known he possessed that power. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. As he was drowning in these dark thoughts, a faint voice called out, "Is anyone there?" The familiar voice snapped Ronan back to reality. He mustered all his strength, using his sword as a crutch, to search for the source. The owner of that voice was still alive. He saw the figure in front of a giant boulder. Ronan clung to a sliver of hope. Their commander, Adessan, was still alive. But his relief was short-lived. Their commander was also covered in wounds. He gritted his teeth helplessly as he approached. To think their brilliant leader would end up crippled like this. Adessan couldn't hide her surprise at the strength of a mere soldier like him, but more importantly, she was concerned about the A2 giants. Ronan understood and replied, "I killed him." Those were the words Adessan wanted to hear most. As if a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders, tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you so much, Corporal Ronan." Ronan quietly watched as the leader, who was usually as cold as ice, broke down in tears. Since she was thanking him anyway, he wanted to ask her for a small favor. Normally, according to regulations, the bodies of fallen soldiers were to be burned or discarded, but he couldn't bear to see his comrades treated that way. Ronan hoped Adessan would issue an order to handle the bodies with a bit more dignity, but Adessan wasn't so sure. "I'm in even worse shape than you are right now. Wouldn't it be better if you went to look after them yourself?" The moment Addison finished speaking, Ronan broke into a violent coughing fit. His hand was covered in blood he'd just coughed up. He too could die at any moment, but strangely, Ronan didn't seem to feel any despair. He only regretted that he had spent his life slacking off and doing nothing before his time was up. Adessan was speechless. Is this really how someone on the brink of death is supposed to talk? She asked him curiously if there was anything he wanted to do if he survived. Of course there was. Ronan desperately wanted to live, but the one thing he was most curious about was what it would feel like to attend the academy. Adessan was surprised by his answer. The giant's last words from earlier must have made him think, but more importantly, it was the final wish of his cherished older sister. It was a shame, though. In just a few more minutes, he'd probably be reunited with his family anyway. Adessan still had faith in the rescue team, but he told her to just list him as missing. It was all pointless anyway. The rain began to lighten, and a light appeared from above. Both of them flinched instinctively. Suddenly, the storm stopped. It was followed by an earth-shattering tremor. Ronan was annoyed. What the hell is going on? An earthquake at the end of my life? But the light before him made Ronan's heart stop. An 8-winged giant known as Bat-Duk appeared before them, and with it, hundreds of thousands of other giants descended. Where in the world did they all crawl out from? Adessan despaired at the sight. 3 giants had given them this much trouble, and now there were 3,000 more. Adessan's eyes went blank as she murmured, "In the end, I still couldn't save the world 3 times? There's only one last chance. I can't think of anything else." "Commander!" Ronan's shout echoed, snapping Adessan out of her stupor. He was shouting himself hoarse, trying to get her attention. He wondered what the hell was wrong with her. Now was the time for her to use her telekinesis or whatever to throw him up there. From the ground, his sword couldn't even reach them. Adessan was completely baffled. How could Ronan still have the will to fight in a situation like this? "What else am I supposed to do?" Ronan replied impatiently. "I'd rather fight than just sit here and wait to die. And even if I do die, I'm gonna pluck every last feather from their wings before I go down." Adessan admired his spirit, but she wasn't surprised. That's just the kind of person Ronan was. If he wasn't, how could they have made it this far? "Corporal Ronan," Addison said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ronan snapped impatiently. "What the hell is it now?" "I'm busy, so stop yapping." But Adessan's next move left him completely stunned. In front of thousands of eyes, Adessan pressed her lips against his, especially when they were both on the brink of death. But from Adessan's lips, a green gem was passed into his mouth. Ronan pushed her away, suspicious. "What the hell did you just put in my mouth?" Adessan mustered all her strength to whisper into Ronan's ear. He strained to hear what she was saying. But the words Adessan uttered made him think she was delusional, spouting such nonsense because she was about to die. "Corporal Ronan," Adessan whispered, "if we ever get to meet again, could you please tell me to stop trying to do stupid things and just be content as a seamstress?" Adessan's words astonished Ronan. "There, I've done so many things in my life, but I've never tried that before." Adessan smiled with satisfaction, as if she had accepted her impending death. Bat-Duk was summoned, and he aimed straight for the last 2 people in front of him. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing everything around them. Adessan's gem glowed brightly before vanishing into thin air. Time passed until Ronan suddenly jolted awake, gasping for air and screaming Adessan's name. But the familiar, peaceful scenery before him made his breath catch in his throat. A vast, green field, a gentle and idyllic blue river, and beneath his hand was vibrant, living grass, not blood-soaked ground. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. This was his hometown of Nimbuten, which meant he had truly returned to the past. Ronan sat under a tree and sighed. He thought the commander-in-chief's words were just delusions of grandeur. Back then, Adessan had said the thing she put in his mouth was a gem that could turn back time. It was what she had used to climb from being a mere seamstress to the commander-in-chief of the army. The gem allowed time to be reversed 4 times, but she had already used it 3 times. And this was the last and final chance. Adessan decided to give it to Ronan. He had the power to kill the giants. He would surely be the key to preventing the destruction of this world. In the end, Adessan hoped he wouldn't waste this final chance, that he would diligently train his skills, and most importantly, go to the academy. Ronan was taken aback. He was just spouting nonsense at the time. Adessan acted as if she hadn't heard him. She advised him to go to the Phillion Academy, where excellent people would teach him, and her final words were her own wish. She hoped he could convince her to just live a quiet life as a seamstress, and not greedily climb the ranks to become commander-in-chief or anything else. Right now, Ronan was pulling his hair out and cursing. "This is unbelievable. If this is a dream, then let me wake up now. And even if I really did return to the past, what can I possibly do on my own? Wait, the past." Ronan's eyes shot open. He picked up his fake wooden sword. If this was the past, then he could see that person again. Ronan ran down a familiar path, his heart pounding with anticipation. Just a little further, and he would see them. A scene caught his eye, forcing him to stop. Those bastards were hanging a kid upside down, and he was all too familiar with these young thugs. Right now, he just wanted to go home. Wait. Hold on. That kid isn't tied up with a rope. Ronan was about to leave, but the fact that the child's feet were suspended by magic caught his attention. A magic user was incredibly valuable, yet rarely seen on the battlefield. But here one was, in this remote countryside. It was only now that Ronan fully accepted that he had returned to the past. He suddenly remembered, they were probably here too. At that moment, a red-haired young man was using his magic to hang the kid from a tree, but he was trembling, afraid something would happen to him. "Please, stop. I really don't have any money." The poor kid cried and begged, explaining he needed the money to buy medicine for his mother. "So, what do you want me to do about it?" The leader taunted, slapping the boy's face with a cunning smirk. He said he couldn't care less about the boy's mother's health. Then he raised his hand and repeatedly slapped the boy across the face, acting all high and mighty as he did so. If you were such a good son, you should have earned more money, shouldn't you? When he got tired of hitting him, he turned to the red-haired youth and ordered him to pull the boy up to the treetop. The boy trembled, too scared to do it. If he slipped, it would be a disaster. The leader sneered. Isn't he already hanging? Shut up and pull him up, Asel, before you're hanging up there with him. Asel was cornered. How did things end up like this? Was it a mistake for him to learn magic? He just wanted to show everyone that he was good at something. Asel's hands trembled. He absolutely couldn't do what the bully wanted, but he was also terrified. With his eyes welling up with tears, his sense of justice wouldn't let him give in. Please, stop. Asel mustered all his courage and shouted, but suddenly a wooden staff smacked him on the head, making the young man cry out in pain. Ronan had appeared just in time to stop him before he used too much magic and killed the boy. Losing control, the magic binding the boy's feet vanished, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The leader was visibly annoyed and turned around to demand an explanation. Did I tell you to stop? You think I was kidding or something? Asel backed away in fear. Ronan turned to him and said, Don't mind that Han guy. You can just talk to me. The leader was still shouting in the background, but Ronan didn't give a damn what he was barking about. He asked, Where did you learn telekinesis? Asel answered honestly that he had learned it from a magic spellbook he bought at a street stall. He got that good just from a cheap book, without even knowing if it was a fake or the real deal. This kid was a real talent. Ronan told himself he'd observe a bit more before deciding if telekinesis would have any effect on those hulking A2S. The sound of a sword being drawn cut through Ronan's thoughts. The leader had pulled out his sword with a furious look. You dare ignore me? It seems you've gotten cocky ever since I let you win last time. But today, I'm going to put you back in your place. With that, he charged towards Ronan. Ronan wasn't fazed, just curious where this poor punk got a real longsword. Although his stance was pathetic, his strength was enough for him to lord it over everyone around here. Of course, that was before he showed up. Ronan effortlessly dodged his strike. The bully's eyes widened in shock. Ronan dodging his sword was not part of the plan. In contrast, even though Ronan had returned to the past, his skills were just as sharp as ever. His discipline was an inseparable part of him. It could never fade, no matter where he went. Moreover, he possessed a combat intuition that had helped him defeat the A2 giant. The bleach-blonde punk laughed awkwardly to save face. Ha, a lucky shot? I was planning to make it so you couldn't even lift a spoon for the rest of your life. Ronan admitted that he was indeed lucky today, even though his whole life had been unlucky. The deluded bully thought he had only dodged his sword by luck, and told him if he wanted to make peace, he should get on his knees. He said he'd spare his life, but he'd have to leave an arm behind. Pfft, I'm so scared. Ronan scratched his neck, completely ignoring the guy's bullshit. After I kill you, I'll be sure to take real good care of your sister. The moment his sister was mentioned, Ronan's expression turned serious. The guy smirked smugly as he talked about Ronan's sister, shameless enough to recount how he had filthy thoughts every time he saw her. Swish! Ronan furiously swung his wooden stick. Flesh and blood went flying as one of the tan, blonde-haired guy's ears was lopped off. He dropped his sword, clutching his agonizingly painful ear, his face pale and tear-streaked. His underlings, watching from a distance, winced for him. What did he expect, picking a fight like an idiot? Hey, you bastard. Ronan stepped closer, his face filled with unconcealed rage. You want to die? The air was suffocatingly tense. The three youths trembled in disbelief, having just seen Ronan slice off an ear with a flimsy wooden stick. Hey, you dogs. Having fun just standing there and watching? Ronan's words made all three of them recoil. He told them to get back in their kennels if they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives hearing with only one ear. Ronan didn't forget to give the guy on the ground a few more kicks, making him groan in pain. Of course, before they left, they had to leave behind some money as compensation for his emotional distress. Money to wash the blood off his beautiful stick. They didn't dare utter a single word of protest, and so, a heavy pouch of money fell into the hands of the astonished, upside-down boy. He never expected Ronan to give him all the money. It had to be 4 or 5 times the amount that had been stolen from him. Ronan only took a few coins for himself, and told the boy to live his life without worry. Those cowards won't dare to come back. The boy cried tears of joy, thanking Ronan. He waved his hand, telling the boy to hurry home. A strange noise from somewhere made them both wonder. They turned their heads to see Elle, hesitantly trying to say something. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. After speaking, Elle bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. He knew he shouldn't have helped those bad guys. Even though that bastard Han had threatened him, he was so scared he couldn't do anything. He took all the blame upon himself, but the freckled boy just smiled gently. Asel, you're being a crybaby again. When that one-eared hand brought him here, he had recognized his fellow victims, the ones who were always getting bullied. He placed a hand on his shoulder encouragingly. Don't blame yourself like that. To him, Aesel had always been kind and talented, but he still accepted his heartfelt apology. After saying that, the boy left with the bag of money, leaving just the two of them. Ronan then glanced over, sizing him up. He realized the kid wasn't that bad, just someone who got bullied. He nudged his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. The two had said earlier that they needed to talk. El had almost forgotten that Ronan told him to meet here again in 4 days. Aesel stammered in confusion. Ronan ignored him and just left, not forgetting to set the meeting for moonrise. Of course, if he didn't show up, the consequence wouldn't be losing one ear, but both of his arms. El was too scared to object. Only after Ronan had left did he manage to process the information. Ronan had left in such a hurry because he was heading home. He stood nervously in front of the door with a bouquet in his hand, wondering if he was overdoing it. He remembered his sister liked flowers, but he wasn't sure which kind. Doing something like this for the first time made Ronan feel shy. He turned to throw the bouquet away to save himself the embarrassment. Suddenly, the door opened, and his sister wondered who was outside. "Oh, it's you, Ronan. You're back?" The familiar voice he hadn't heard in so long made his heart skip a beat. In his past life, when he was a soldier, he always wondered what he would say when he saw her again. Should he apologize for leaving without a word, or tell her how much he missed her? Ronan had always thought about the moment he'd get to see her again. But now, standing in front of the person he had always wanted to see, the bridge of his nose tingled. Ronan lowered his head. After all the ups and downs he'd been through, the only thing he could say was, "I'm home." Inside the two siblings' warm home, his sister, Irene, was happily holding the bouquet and exclaiming, "Oh my, I can't believe I've lived to see the day my cold little brother gives me flowers." Irene was so happy she couldn't stop laughing. Ronan's ears turned red as he coughed dryly. "As long as you like it." Irene asked if he was full. Did he want more stew? But Ronan was already stuffed after eating 3 heaping bowls of rice. If he crammed any more in, he'd die before the giants even showed up. More importantly, what Ronan was curious about was the time in the past. He asked Irene how old she was this year. The silly question confused Irene. She was 22 this year, yet her little brother had forgotten her age. Irene wondered if her brother had hit his head somewhere, which would explain why he was giving her flowers and asking for her age today. But right then, Ronan was calculating that in 10 years, those giant bastards would invade the Empire. A warm hand was placed on his forehead. Irene was genuinely worried about his health. As for Ronan, he felt this moment was so peaceful. His sister had always been like this, cheerful, kind, and warm. After experiencing so much pain, Ronan wished this moment could last forever. But to protect this happiness, in the next 10 years, he would protect the world. And Irene. Ronan hesitated, then decided to talk to Irene. "You're planning to join an academy?" "An academy?" Irene was stunned for a moment, then her expression immediately changed to one of excitement, like a child receiving a present. Needless to say, she was moved to tears. Irene kept asking Ronan again and again. Every time she had brought up school before, he wouldn't even listen. So when Ronan brought it up himself, Irene was visibly overjoyed. Unable to wait, Irene ran to a corner of the kitchen, confusing Ronan. Irene hurriedly rummaged through a pile of stuff, even tossing aside a sleeping mouse. Then, she placed a large jar on the floor, startling Ronan. Irene had always believed this day would come, so she had prepared a surprise gift for him. Ronan was stunned. It was a jar filled with glittering gold coins. Irene proudly showed off the fruits of her savings. Irene had been waiting for this day. If Ronan decided to go to school now, she would pay his tuition right away. Irene had truly taken Ronan by surprise. He had no idea how long she'd been preparing for this. Even so, Ronan wanted Irene to spend the money on herself. Because for him, it wasn't enough. Irene was taken aback that her little brother was complaining that the money was too little. She wondered where Ronan wanted to study that required so much money. The Royal School, Phillion Academy. The name left Irene speechless. Phillion Academy was the best and most pioneering educational institution in the entire empire. It was home to the most renowned professors on the continent. It also had abundant funding from the great families of the empire. In short, it was the place that gave its students the best educational opportunities. Phillion Academy had earned the right to be called the Cradle of Heroes. Its reputation was immense. From Grand General Adessan and Swordmaster Schlieffen to the worst criminal, the Frost Witch, and so on and so forth. The people from Phillion were so useful in the war against the 3 giants that Ronan could understand why General Adessan wanted him to study there. Now, Ronan was on his way to the meeting point. Of course, with such a renowned reputation, Phillion's admission standards were incredibly high, not to mention the exorbitant tuition fees, especially for a poor kid from the countryside like him. However, Ronan was a bit sad about Irene's reaction. Perhaps she couldn't believe that her good-for-nothing little brother, who used to just wander around aimlessly, actually dreamed of studying at Phillion. But whatever, who cares? I'll get the best results and make Irene proud. But first, Ronan was quite surprised to see that El was already here. Of course, El wouldn't dare stand Ronan up, not after Ronan scared the color right out of his face. Ronan told him to forget about it and just hold a pristine image of him in his mind instead. As for the main event tonight, it was a test Ronan had for El. He threw the heavy backpack from his shoulder onto the ground, right in front of El's astonished, wide eyes, who had no idea what the hell he was planning. "Oh, it's nothing much. Use your psychic powers on me, Asel," Ronan said with excitement. "I want to see how high you can lift me." Naturally, Asel couldn't freaking believe what he was hearing. Being a total chicken, he didn't want to try a stunt that could be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But in Ronan's eyes, it wasn't nearly enough to kill him. Just try it first. El hesitated, but then agreed. He shouted, "Invisible hand," and a stream of mana shot like lightning toward Ronan. Then, his body gradually grew lighter and began to float. Everything stabilized, and it was even better than he'd imagined. Although it was still lacking in terms of height and balance, the feeling was the same as back then. In the battle against A2, this psychic power had allowed him to fight on equal footing with that hulking brute. This was called psychic power, one of the rarest abilities in existence. This meant that Asel would become one of the most crucial assets in the fight against A2. Ronan grinned triumphantly. Not a bad start, huh? Whether it was bad or not, they'd find out in 10 years. For now, El was struggling to control Ronan. He wanted to let him down immediately, but Ronan still wanted to mess around a bit more. "You don't have to put me down. I'll get down myself." El was startled and confused. He didn't know there was a way for the person being controlled to get down on their own. "If you don't know, then open your eyes and watch." Ronan swung his longsword, severing El's mana stream to his utter amazement, then landed gently from several meters in the air. Asel couldn't help but ask Ronan out of curiosity. Ronan thought he was asking about his soft landing and said he'd gotten used to it from practicing acrobatics like Spider-Man at home all the time. But what El really wanted to ask about was how he could cut the mana stream. His answer was, "Beats me. I don't know either." This came with a knock on the head that left him with a headache. Ronan's homework for today was to figure out what his mana slashing skill was, and why his sword could affect that giant brute, A2. After organizing his thoughts, Ronan now had something he needed to do. He tossed the backpack to El and announced that he had just been recruited as his new lackey. Now, he was to follow him to get some stuff done before sunrise. El worried, saying he'd never stayed out all night with another guy before. But Ronan ignored him. Today would very likely become the first page in the autobiography of Ronan, the greatest man in the entire empire, no less. On the way, Ronan told El about Phillion Academy. But El wondered if his ears were broken. Were they really on their way to the prestigious Phillion Academy? A place filled with only the Empire's elite? Ronan got annoyed. "You heard me right, so stop asking." "What? You don't want to go?" he shot back at him. Asel stammered, denying it. He figured Ronan would be fine with his martial arts talent, but him? He had absolutely no talent, no knowledge, and was just a cowardly, withdrawn person. "Hey, El, do you want to keep living like this?" Ronan cut him off. He was trying to give this kid, who had an amazing talent but was wasting it by being a laughingstock, a wake-up call. "Do you want to live your life as a total clown?" The words hit a nerve with El. Ronan continued to criticize his shallow way of thinking, cowardly and withdrawn. A crybaby who weeps for any reason. To be more precise, you're the type of person who's afraid of failure. All of this shone a light right into the darkest corners of El's heart, leaving him unable to refute any of it. To Ronan, however, that was fine. Because people can change, it's only lost time that can never be recovered. And one day, Asel would definitely regret it. Just like how he had his own regrets on the battlefield in his past life, he didn't want to make the same unnecessary mistakes in his second life. After his little lecture, Ronan patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. El blushed, deluding himself into thinking Ronan had been worried about him this whole time. Ronan was still rambling on. Anyway, El's life was his to decide. It just meant Ronan would lose out on a great errand boy. Seeing him just standing there looking dazed, Ronan helplessly turned to leave. El frantically waved his hands. "Wait, Ronan, I want to change. I'll go to Phillion with you, so please teach me what I need to do." Ronan smirked. The first chicken was in the coop. He turned back with a cold expression and said to him, "All right, this will be the first time you get to show your manliness." Asel was completely confused but still followed him, full of fighting spirit. The man with an increasingly inhuman smile was proud of his successful manipulation. A fire was being lit in the middle of a forest. Asel's heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. He hesitantly asked Ronan again, just to be sure. Was this really the first time he had to experience? "Of course," he replied casually. "I scoured this entire forest and found the only opponent worthy of revealing your full talent, that lonely moon goblin sitting over there. He might look like that, but he's the leader of this pack of sleeping moon goblins. What do you think? Isn't it great?" "Great, my ass." Asel had no idea why he was following this lunatic. "Well then, shall we begin?" Looking at that face, who would believe he's the main character? Moon goblins are a species of goblin common in this area. Most people can easily distinguish them from regular goblins by their sallow yellow skin and deformed bodies. They are obsessed with gold and all kinds of treasure. That's why they ambush merchants, rob them blind, and then gather all the stolen goods in one place to throw all-night parties, especially on full moon nights like tonight. Aesel trembled, praying that wasn't what they were here to do today. But Ronan said, "Not a chance," a sinister look spreading across his face. "It's been a while since I've done some stealing. Today, they were going to clean out that entire pile of gold and jewels." Elle had never heard of moon goblins gathering treasure in one spot for a party. More importantly, how did Ronan know all this? Ronan just mumbled evasively. How could he possibly tell him that? In his past life, he just wandered in and asked them for some food. Suddenly, Ronan draped an arm around Aesel with a dangerous look on his face. "All I need is for you to use your telekinesis to move all the treasure into this bag. We'll do it while they're still dead drunk. Easy, right?" Of course, it was anything but easy. What if you accidentally dropped some treasure on one of their heads, and the whole lot of them woke up? Then they'd both be beaten to a pulp. That was what Aesel was thinking, so he panicked and quickly tried to back out. This half-hearted revolution annoyed Ronan, so he continued his lecture. To get into Phillion Academy, they needed two important things. First, you obviously need money for tuition, and the tuition at Phillion is insanely expensive. Second is real combat experience. Money is important, but experience is even more so. Phillion is full of nobles who have been professionally trained since they were in the womb. So, if they wanted to compete, there was only one way: risk their lives and go for it. To be honest, I'm actually more scared of Ronan than all of the goblins. In Ronan's assessment, the moon goblins were the perfect opponents. They had both money and experience, a better deal than any sale. Am I wrong? Or do you have a better idea? Ronan's rapid-fire questions left Aesel speechless. Finally, Ronan slapped Aesel on the back, sealing the deal. With a clear moon and a cool breeze, the lovely scenery was perfect for a heist. Gold coins, jewels, and precious gems were silently moving from the moon goblin's chest into Ronan's bottomless backpack. Aesel was holding his breath, carrying out the task as slowly and surely as possible under Ronan's direction. Watching the pile of glittering treasure grow, Ronan's smile became increasingly inhuman. All the bags they brought were now full. That was enough to meet today's quota. Ronan turned and patted Aesel's head encouragingly. "The experience is for you, and I'll hold on to the money." Aesel started to feel more energized too. The feeling of a successful heist was amazing. Ronan looked proudly at his #1 recruit. He hadn't been confident that he would adapt so quickly, but the kid was better than he thought. He has a lot of potential for thievery. Magical potential. But most importantly, he had found a good subordinate. His first attempt at recruiting was more successful than he could have ever expected. Ronan rearranged the bags and said they should get going. Aesel's relief was written all over his face. Was that really all it took to complete the mission? Ronan replied calmly. "The job went smoother than expected, so we can leave early. If we stay any longer, trouble might find us." And speak of the devil, 2 hunters came running, cursing as they went. They yelled, "Hey, you two brats, stop right there." The 2 thieves were startled. Ronan wondered what kind of lunatics were running around screaming in the middle of the night. More importantly, one of the moon goblins had been woken up. It wondered who the hell set such a loud alarm in the middle of the night. Its eyes fell upon the empty chest, and it shrieked. Some disrespectful son of a bitch took all its shiny treasure. The alarm bell was its own deafening scream, which woke up the entire clan of moon goblins. They scrambled into a frenzy. It was the first time in their lives as goblins that they'd ever been robbed. One of them pointed, and the whole crowd looked, their gazes falling on the 2 figures who were trying to sneak away. Oh crap, it's all over. Aesel felt like his life was ending as the moon goblins charged furiously toward them. He screamed in panic, his words becoming a jumbled mess. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Ronan threw the bags down. He knew something like this was bound to happen. Things had gone way too smoothly, which felt wrong. Aesel stammered, asking if they should just drop the bags and run for their lives. Of course not. Without this money, they could work as corporate slaves their entire lives and still not have enough for Phillion's tuition. But that didn't matter right now. Aesel felt the most important thing at the moment was the mob of freaks right in front of them that wanted to tear them limb from limb. "Ah, they're charging Ronan!" Aesel screamed, himself hoarse. Meanwhile, Ronan was calmly examining the longsword in his hand, which was forged from cheap metal. With this weight and hardness, he predicted it would last for 15 swings, while there were about 30 moon goblins. Just as they leaped towards them with their freshly manicured claws, Aesel could only cry out Ronan's name. By now, Ronan had finished his calculations. 15 swings for 30 goblins was more than enough. With a single swing, he sent the heads of the first 3 goblins flying. 3 bald heads flew past Aesel's eyes, leaving him completely stunned. Now, there were 14 swings left. Ronan's expression at that moment was enough to make even the moon goblins shudder. Under the moonlight, Crows cawed ominously, signaling a bad omen. Bad for the moon goblins, for they had run into their doom. Ronan. Taking the last skull was supposed to be hard, but it was ridiculously easy. Thud. Aesel was still sitting dumbfounded on the ground, wondering what he had just witnessed. Ronan had decapitated 3 goblins with a single sword stroke. The rest of the goblins charged from behind, but Ronan vanished, then reappeared in an instant, and all you could see were their heads dropping to the ground one by one. Aesel swallowed hard. He was glad he'd agreed to follow Ronan earlier. Otherwise, he'd probably be joining the goblins in heaven right about now. After dealing with the moon goblins, Ronan turned and asked Aesel what the hell he was doing. Planning to sit there till morning and leave the money behind? Aesel snapped out of it and apologized. Ronan habitually rested the blade on his shoulder, looking cool as hell as he told him, "Let's go home." Those were the exact words Aesel wanted to hear most. Under the bright moonlight, the two struggled under the weight of the treasure on their shoulders. Ronan felt an ache in his shoulders. He thought they'd be able to travel comfortably, but who knew it would be this difficult? But the reason Ronan's shoulders ached wasn't because of the battle with the goblins. Could it be that his body was still growing and couldn't handle it? Ronan gritted his teeth, cursing his lazy past self. He had to step up his physical training starting now. Aesel suddenly remembered hearing a terrible scream earlier. Ronan had no idea what kind of lunatics were running into the forest in the middle of the night like a bunch of wild bulls, forcing him to deal with 30 moon goblins. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards them from behind. Aesel sensed something behind him and turned around. Just as it was about to hit him, Ronan's hand shot out and snatched it from the air. Damn it! Speak of the devil, and they appear. Only then did Aesel notice the arrow. He felt as if he had just taken a round trip through the gates of hell. Ronan didn't know where the arrow came from. Could it be from that cursed forest? Since when were there so many crazies over there? Suddenly, the 2 men from before appeared. The one holding the bow spoke with a phony sweetness. "Well, what do we have here? They're human. And just a couple of kids, at that." Ronan angrily snapped the arrow in 2. He was old enough to be their uncle, yet they called him a kid. The man said, "Sorry about that, kids." The archer approached, patting his own head. He claimed they heard some rustling in the distance and thought it was a monster. His eyes fell on Ronan's glittering backpack. Then, he glanced at his companion. "Oh my, we almost killed someone, didn't we? Are you 2 hurt anywhere? Why can't you 2 even bother to hide the look in your eyes?" Ronan said coldly, causing the 2 men to freeze for a moment. With a look that couldn't be more villainous, Ronan told them to stop their pointless actions and state their identities before he got angry. The 2 youths froze in front of Ronan's terrifying face. The bow wielder slyly stepped closer. "Ha ha, that's our bad. We forgot to introduce ourselves. Sorry about that, kiddo." As he spoke, he secretly pulled a dagger from his belt. "We're Caliboro." With that, he brought the dagger down on Ronan's head. Ronan remained calm. "Caliboro, you say?" His left hand blocked the man's arm, while his other hand delivered an uppercut to his chin, making him spit blood in shock. "Is Caliboro another name for shit?" Ronan asked coldly. The blonde guy charged from behind with a dagger in his hand. The moment the dagger grazed El's face, he trembled and used his magic, shouting, "Ronan, it's dangerous." The blonde guy gritted his teeth, unable to move a muscle. Ronan's eyes lit up as he called out in delight. This little errand boy actually knows how to protect his master. The next second, Ronan took his dagger and began a frenzied dance with it. The blonde guy was confused, wondering who on earth Ronan was, when his entire body was sliced into pieces. Chunks of his flesh fell at El's feet, making his skin crawl. "Ronan, is he dead?" El stammered. Ronan wiped a splatter of blood from his face. "Of course he's dead. Why would I spare my enemies? What I care about is the name Caliboro. Those bastards specialize in poaching, kidnapping, and human trafficking. That group commits every crime imaginable. They're the most vicious criminal organization in the Empire." While explaining, Ronan finished off the two-faced bow wielder, not forgetting to mention how lucky he was to die by his hand. Otherwise, your organs would be on their way to Cambodia by now. So, you see, I'm doing a good deed for the Empire. It would be evil to know they're criminals and let them run free. Now, the 2 of them could finally head home. Suddenly, the bag behind them jumped, startling Ronan. How the hell is this bag moving? El recognized it as the bag the 2 criminals had brought with them. He guessed it was a poached animal. Ronan thought the same. He untied the rope to free the creature inside. A pair of bright green eyes appeared. Then, it let out a caw and flew out of the bag. Ronan was baffled. What the hell is wrong with this chicken? The blue bird flapped its wings, flying up and chirping. "Chirp, chirp," which meant, "Damn it, black-haired dude, who are you calling a chicken?" Although El was a bit timid, he was sharp. His eyes sparkled as he got to see. A blue bird in real life, not just on some recently rebranded app. Ronan's face fell. So it's a damn bird, not a chicken? No wonder it can fly. His eyes landed on the shackle on the bird's leg. It was a Caliboro hunting shackle, designed to disrupt mana and restrict a target's movement. According to his knowledge from his past life, they only used these shackles on mystical creatures, which meant this blue bird was probably quite the prize. A golden magic circle appeared behind the bird. A voice came through. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally connected. Elle panicked, grabbing Ronan's collar and shouting, "Did the bird just talk?" Ronan, annoyed, pushed his face away. It's communication magic. What damn bird knows how to talk? The connection went through as soon as it flew out. That means the bag must have been blocking its mana. You must be this bird's owner, right? Ronan probed. The person on the other end was named Varan Fanasi, a researcher of mystical creatures who called himself the guardian of Mapet the dream bird. He had tried to make contact many times without success. He was just about to file a report when the connection came through. The person on the other end wondered who he was talking to. Ronan said he was just a passerby who had just fought the poachers that caught the bird. The rest of the story is too bloody to describe, so I'm not sure what to say. The bottom line is, I saved the blue bird. The voice on the other end was alarmed to hear the bird had been captured by poachers. He had considered the possibility, but never thought it would actually happen. Therefore, he was very grateful to Ronan and wanted to reward him. Of course, Ronan wasn't one to take advantage of the situation. He just wanted to know how to get the bird home. It's pretty tired after being tied up and thrown around for a while. He hesitated for a moment. Maybe after I take this shackle off, it can fly. Its owner agreed. The dream bird has an excellent sense of direction, so you don't have to worry about it getting lost. All right then. Ronan drew his sword and struck once, startling the bird into a chirp. Chirp. The control shackle shattered into pieces. Ronan sheathed his sword. Go back to your master, blue bird. Don't make him worry. His dashingly handsome face, combined with the scene of a hero saving a blue bird, made it fall for Ronan. The blue bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Ronan. He had no clue why it was sticking its butt in his face and shaking it like that. It turned out, it wanted him to pluck a feather before it flew away. This was a sign that the bird wanted to see him again. After plucking a feather from the dream bird, its owner could be led to him as if by a compass. After Ronan plucked the feather, the dream bird's owner expressed his hope that Ronan would visit the research center to see Mapet, the blue bird, and himself. The dream bird's owner would definitely repay him. Mapet took off at a breakneck speed that even impressed Ronan. Suddenly, Elle wondered what Ronan was holding. He glanced down at his palm, only now noticing what the hell was in his hand. A few days later, in a bustling market district, a man was inspecting a sapphire gem, continuously marveling at its intricate craftsmanship. The pawnbroker paid Ronan 20 gold coins. He was Juan Carabel, the head of the Carabel Merchant Guild. He felt lucky to have met a big spender like Ronan today, who brought in all sorts of top-quality items. Ronan crossed his arms confidently. Finally, someone who understood the value of this bracelet. He had been to all the other merchant guilds, but they were all run by a bunch of scammers who infuriated him by offering only 5 gold coins. But it wasn't a waste of time wandering around. He'd finally met his soulmate. A sharp-eyed merchant like Juan. Great minds think alike. Only Elle breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to stop Ronan every time he wanted to smash a merchant guild to pieces. Juan asked if Ronan needed anything else appraised, so he pulled a lump with the color of the cosmos from his bag. He had no intention of selling it, he just wanted to know what the hell it was. The reason he had this lump was because the dream bird left it behind that night. At first, Ronan thought the bird had dropped some poop on his hand, but it wasn't. In a moment of disgusted panic, he had flung the poop away, but it was so hard it shattered a boulder. The only thing he knew about it so far was that it was extremely hard. Ronan had no damn idea if it was an egg or poop, but it came from a very rare mystical creature. There was a chance it could be a priceless treasure. Juan seriously observed the hard lump in his hand. This color, this texture, don't tell me it's... His hesitant voice made Ronan excitedly await the result. It had to be a priceless treasure. Don't tell me this is horse crap. Duan's conclusion shattered Ronan's heart. Of course, there's no way it's from a horse. Duan scratched his head and laughed. He had no idea what this lump was either, but judging by its impressive appearance, it had to be a rare item. He advised Ronan to take it to a professional for appraisal. He held the galaxy lump in his hand, looking it over for a moment before sighing and putting it in his bag. Assel, standing to the side, sized him up, certain that this was the hardened bezoar of a dream bird, which explained its hardness. Putting the galaxy lump aside for now, Ronan asked Mr. Duan if he sold any books about Phillion. He explained that they wanted to learn about the Royal Academy's entrance exam. Duan was quite surprised because he also had a daughter preparing to take the entrance exam. He was sure the girl could help. Just then, a voice rang out. "What is it, Dad? Who are they?" Duan smiled and introduced his only daughter, Maria, to the two of them. The name Maria startled Ronan. That, combined with her hair and eye color, gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Duan introduced the two of them as important people he was doing business with. Maria was surprised. "Really? These little pipsqueaks? What's with the way this kid talks?" Duan scolded Maria in front of the two, then turned to apologize on his daughter's behalf. Maria grew up in a merchant caravan, so she could be a bit blunt. Aesel didn't mind, but he wasn't sure about Ronan. Just as he glanced over, he saw that Ronan had already appeared right in front of Maria. He asked if her middle name was Sen. Maria confirmed it, but wondered how he guessed so accurately. He mumbled, "Strange, the girl in front of me looks so much like that person." But the person I knew was the opposite gender. And so, Ronan called Maria closer to ask a few delicate questions. Maria had no idea why this guy was asking so many questions when they had just met, but she still leaned in to listen. Ronan whispered, "So, down there, do you have it? You know, the family jewels." Maria froze. She wondered what information her ears had just processed. The family jewels. The family jewels. These two words repeated in her head until Maria understood, and she gritted her teeth in fury. Ronan was still standing to the side, pondering. No matter how he looked at her, he couldn't see her having that. Could it be that old man Duan has another child? "Shut up, you psycho." A thunderous slap from Maria sent Ronan's head spinning. But he didn't feel any pain. He only felt a sense of familiarity, a feeling that only that person could deliver with a slap. Count Maria. To talk about Maria, we have to go back to the previous life, when Ronan was a disciplinary soldier in a place called Amalen. Maria was the one in charge of military equipment. They were someone with a fantastic work ethic and an extroverted personality, able to strike up a conversation with anyone without hesitation. Maria was an admirable person, but when the topic of the family jewels came up among the guys, Maria would become unusually angry and slap him right across the face. He had always been curious about the reason why. He thought he would ask Maria after the war ended, but that day never came. Maria died in battle before he had the chance to ask. Who would have thought he'd find the answer here? To think Count Maria was actually a girl? This hilarious situation made Ronan unable to suppress his joy, and it was also the joy of meeting an old comrade. The only problem was, the sight of his smile made Maria even more furious. She immediately charged at Ronan, wanting to land another blow. Ronan tapped her on the head, signaling her to stop. Maria clutched her head, gritting her teeth as she sat on the ground. "You think you can push your luck just because I let you slap me once? I let you hit me because I was in the wrong just now. But I won't." Before he could finish, Maria slammed her head into Ronan's chin, making him bite his tongue. The two grabbed each other's hair and wrestled, neither one willing to back down. The action scene unfolding before them made Aesel and Duan gape in astonishment. Both of them shouted in unison, "Stop fighting." A while later, inside the Caribal merchant caravan's tent, Aesel was staring in wide-eyed disbelief. Just a moment ago, these two were fighting like cats and dogs, but now they were getting along perfectly. Maria and Ronan were discussing their weapons. 3 swords and 1 magic wand were all Ronan had managed to trade for. Maria wondered why they gave him 3 swords. Carrying all 3 would be a hassle. He answered nonchalantly, "I carry 3 in case the others break. I'm pretty rough with my swords." First, Maria inspected the 3 swords. All 3 were decent, but the black steel sword in her hand was the best. The steel was quite sturdy, making it a sought-after item among famous knights. She handed the sword back to him. She didn't know how rough he was, but this sword should last him quite a while. Ronan carefully took the black steel sword, a weapon he had longed for in his previous life. Only now did he get to use it. Maria continued to examine the wand. It had a very good magic stone embedded in it, but since Ronan used a sword, Maria guessed that Aesel was a mage. Aesel was happy to be called a mage, but then he spoke hesitantly about his telekinesis magic. Maria was surprised by his talent. If he did well, he could even get a Phillion scholarship. This recognition made Aesel overjoyed. Turning back to Ronan, Maria was curious about what kind of technique he would demonstrate in the practical exam. Of course, Ronan didn't know a damn thing about techniques or practical exams. Maria had to break it down for the two of them. To get into Phillion, they needed to impress the professors and show off their skills in the practical exam. There was also a written exam that was incredibly difficult, but the practical exam was still more important, so if they did well in that, they would pass. In other words, they had to prove their own worth to be accepted. After listening to the whole spiel, Ronan sighed. Why make things so complicated? A swordsman just needs to be good with a sword. He wondered what people usually showed off to get in. Maria quickly explained. Most nobles demonstrate their family's secret techniques. The majority of martial artists and other candidates show off their personal mana combat techniques. Wait, hold on a second. Ronan had no idea what mana was. Could it be that young swordsmen at this age could use mana even if they weren't mages? The off-the-wall question left Maria stunned. Phillion students have to be able to use mana. Ronan should also be able to sense mana to use it in actual combat. That's the most basic of basics. Ronan's clueless expression confused Maria. Then, trembling, she pointed a finger at him. Don't tell me you don't know how to sense mana. What? Isn't it similar to using aura? The answer struck Maria like a bolt of lightning. She collapsed into her chair and sighed. She couldn't believe she was talking to a guy who didn't even know how to use mana but was planning to enter Phillion. And on top of that, he thought aura and mana were the same thing? Ronan scratched his head. He felt like he'd heard the word mana somewhere before. She was really overreacting. Suddenly, Maria stood up and told him to follow her outside. Then, she asked to borrow his 2 short swords because hers were at the blacksmith's. Ronan shot to his feet, annoyed. He didn't want his 2 new swords to get damaged. Maria said, "Don't worry, the match will be over before the sword breaks. And if it does, I'll pay you back triple." Ronan sighed. Being a slave to capitalism was tiring enough. Now Maria had to come up with this special training nonsense. Mana is the source of natural power, just like the air, because it's a natural energy that exists everywhere in the world. However, that doesn't mean anyone can use it. In order to use mana, one must be able to see and feel the mana within themselves. To reach the stage of sensing mana, one needs practice, talent, and a natural gift. Countless personal factors can affect it, but it usually takes about a year of practice to even begin to feel it. All prospective Phillion students have already passed this stage. After honing their own unique mana techniques, they apply to Phillion. "Do you get it now?" Maria asked Ronan. Someone who can't even tell the difference between aura and mana trying to get into Phillion. To her, it was just meaningless. From Ronan's perspective, aura was also a type of mana, but the difference between them was like night and day. Even renowned geniuses have to train arduously for a minimum of 10 years, shedding endless blood, just to awaken that innate power known as aura. After a long explanation, Maria ended with a single question. "Did you understand any of that?" "Not really," Ronan answered casually. He'd encountered them on the battlefield before, the braggarts who claimed they could use aura and possessed extraordinary power. They were a real nuisance, but in the end, they weren't all that scary, because anyone who gets their head chopped off dies. Maria sighed. The explanation could wait. Right now, she wanted to start the training immediately. She thought he would learn better through practice. Ronan didn't expect anything from this training. To him, she was just a naive young girl. But just watch how that naive young girl shot towards him at lightning speed, startling Ronan. He used his black steel sword to block Maria's dual swords. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The two exchanged a few blows, sizing each other up. Ronan was surprised that someone as young as Maria was already so strong. Dual swords. And is she using some kind of mana combat technique? Maria, on the other hand, was just as shocked. She had intended to finish him in a single blow. She wanted to show him the power of mana and make him give up on the test. That would be better than him suffering humiliation during the actual exam. But how the hell was she the one being pushed back by someone who couldn't even use mana? "What are you thinking about?" Ronan's voice snapped Maria out of her thoughts. He threw off the dual swords that were pressing against his black steel sword, then immediately closed the distance and slashed straight down at Maria's arm. Startled, she leaped back in a heart-stopping moment. If she had been even a split second slower, she probably wouldn't have been able to take the entrance exam. Maria remarked to herself that Ronan was truly no ordinary person. He also had a compliment for her. Aside from mana, Maria also had talent in swordsmanship, but her center of gravity was unstable. If she could fix that, she would improve a lot. With that said, Ronan sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Maria quickly called out to him. She stood up, annoyed. "Don't think you've won just because you pushed me back. Whatever. Just remember your promise. You did say it, didn't you? 3 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Maria's hand shattered into pieces before her astonished eyes. Maria still didn't understand what 3 times meant, so Ronan reminded her to get the money ready to pay for the sword. "You promised to pay triple, remember?" While Maria was still dazed, a hand poked her. Aesel looked at Maria with sparkling eyes full of admiration. "You did great. Only heaven knew how Maria was feeling right now. Hurry up, I'm tired." Ronan's annoyed voice rang out, making Aesel hurry away, leaving Maria standing there frozen, wondering who these 2 game-hacking freaks in front of her were. The next morning, in the market district, Ronan went to meet Maria to collect the money for the sword as promised. But what he saw surprised him. A pile of supplies and books had been meticulously prepared for them by Maria. It was everything they needed to study for Phillion's written exam, which she had compiled. Aesel's eyes widened in gratitude, while Ronan looked at Maria with suspicion. If she was plotting something sinister, this black steel sword would do its job. Maria waved her hands dismissively, saying she just really liked them and wanted them to get into Phillion so they could all study together. And of course, it was all free. Hearing the word free, Ronan immediately sheathed his sword. Maria also wanted to teach them personally, but she had to leave now. Before leaving, she didn't forget to encourage the 2 to study hard. "If you 2 fail, I won't let you off the hook," Ronan chuckled. He said goodbye and that he'd see her in the capital on exam day. After going through a few things, Ronan realized his current physical condition was too weak. He also had to study hard because there was no way he could get by on luck. But this feeling wasn't so bad. Ronan eagerly looked forward to the busy days ahead. From then on, Ronan's life at home was similar to his past, but small changes began to appear. He ate meals with Iran, eating so much that his sister was surprised to see her little brother, who used to always skip meals, clean off the entire table. After loading up on calories, Ronan went to hunt monsters on the outskirts of the village, beginning to train his stamina and adaptability. He trained so ferociously that no monster dared to come near the village anymore. Besides practical training, Ronan also studied diligently, something unthinkable for a disciplined soldier. While studying, he wondered why the hell he had to memorize the dining etiquette of the northern folks. Even so, he tried his best to memorize everything and put in his full effort. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. And finally, we, the readers, have reached the main part of the story. In Valong, the capital city, where the central district is home to the Empire's most prestigious educational institution, the small city of the White Tower, Aesel marveled at the architecture and scale of Phillion. He couldn't stop praising the place. "What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Stop acting like a country bumpkin. We're going to be late for the test," Ronan chided. Aesel immediately averted his gaze, but when he looked over at Ronan, he was even more surprised. After just 1 month, Ronan looked significantly bigger, as if he'd just been injected with a mutation serum. Ronan habitually tapped Aesel on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense and get inside. He walked on, thinking to himself that this was Phillion, which meant he would most likely meet that person. Sword Saint Schlieffen, a descendant of Grania, a renowned family of swordsmanship. He was considered the strongest genius in the Empire. Schlieffen was around the same age as Ronan, so they would probably run into each other at the exam. But that didn't really matter. Aesel peeked out from behind Ronan. "Hey Ronan, do you have that thing?" "What the hell is that thing?" he asked back. Aesel was referring to the blue bird's feather from before. It was supposed to lead them to its owner. Ronan had thought he was asking about something else. He had brought the feather with him, because he remembered that person lived in the capital. Model. He planned to visit the man after finishing the inspection. Suddenly, the feather stood straight up, pointing toward the top floor where the blue bird's master was. In a neat and tidy room, a voice spoke out. "This really isn't easy. I'm still not used to this professor gig. Should I just go back to doing research? Are you trying to cheer me up, ma pet? Of course, I have to keep trying, to repay the hero who saved you." The blue bird, ma pet's owner, was Phillion's zoology professor, Varin Fanasi. He was a lion man. Varin Fanasi wanted to open the window to get some fresh air. It would be a huge problem if their hero decided to drop by today. Just as he opened it, he was met with the horrifying sight of Ronan's face, sporting a grin that stretched from ear to ear. "I haven't even knocked yet. How did it open on its own?" Ronan recognized the blue bird from before and realized its owner was a beast man, but he didn't realize that the lion and the bird in front of him were scared out of their wits by him. And so, from the highest floor of Phillion, the roar of a lion echoed out, accompanied by the desperate chirps of a blue bird. Professor Varin Fanasi backed away, holding a trembling ma pet in his arms. "Who are you? How did you get in here? And more importantly, why did you come through the window? This is the tallest tower in Phillion." Ronan scratched his ear, which was still ringing from the professor's deafening roar. Behind him, Aesel fumbled his way inside. He had told him they should take the stairs, but he wouldn't listen. Varin Fanasi was 70% wary and 30% certain that the two of them had followed his beautiful blue bird, especially since Ronan was holding one of Mapet's feathers in his hand. After a pause of about 2 seconds, the professor finally realized these were the two saviors who had freed his precious baby. And so, the two of them were given a much more proper welcome on a plush sofa. Professor Varin Fanasi was apologizing profusely for his actions. Ronan didn't really care about that. He said, "If we're going to point fingers, it's his fault. He's the one who climbed out the window, right? Whose fault? You're the one who told me to use the remote control trick because taking the stairs was a pain." Ronan immediately covered his mouth to preserve his noble image as a benefactor. He quickly changed the subject. A lion man, an extremely rare type of demi-human, was the owner of the Bluebird Mapet and a professor at Phillion. The professor was also surprised that their hero was a candidate for his academy's entrance exam. If he had known sooner, he would have written him a letter of recommendation. He hoped that he wouldn't fail the exam. Otherwise, he would regret it terribly. Damn it, I haven't even taken the test, and he's already talking about me failing and going home. Ronan didn't want to talk about the exam anymore. There was one more thing he wanted to confirm with him, the lump that looked like a han that Mapet had popped out into his hand. Professor Varin Fanasi looked bewildered. His blue bird could lay eggs? He was astonished to see the Galaxy Dream Bird egg in Ronan's hand. Ronan was confused by the professor's shocked expression. What the hell was so surprising about a bird laying an egg? Was his bird infertile or something? The professor was still examining it carefully. A bird's egg was normal, but Mapei was a dream bird. More importantly, he had no damn idea what was inside the egg. What the hell are you talking about? Ronan was at a loss for words. A bird's egg hatches a bird. Not a dragon, right? Varen shook his head. Dream birds are different, my boy. Depending on its surroundings, a dream bird will absorb unique mana and then lay an egg. For example, if it's surrounded by lava, the egg will hatch a fire phoenix. Or if it's in a monster's nest, the creature inside the egg will take the form of that monster. See? There are also cases where the thing that hatches from the egg bears no resemblance to a bird at all. The professor could analyze the mana radiating from the egg to predict the form of the dream bird inside. But the galaxy lump in front of him contained a mix of many different types of mana, as if they had been smelted, melted, and fused together. In short, they'd have to wait until it hatched to find out. Ronan was amazed. Was he really putting this much thought into an egg that looked just like a chicken egg? He wondered where that delinquent bird had wandered off to pop out an egg like this. Moppet tilted its head and chirped. Ronan was speechless. He had never met a bird with a thicker hide than its feathers. Professor Varen Fanasi rubbed his hands together hesitantly, then he stammered, asking if Ronan could take care of Moppet's egg. Of course, Ronan had no problem with that. The egg was as hard as a rock anyway. He couldn't crack it open to eat it even if he wanted to. What he cared about was whether the egg was worth any money. The professor assured him it was something incredibly precious, because a dream bird only ever lays one egg in its entire life. Furthermore, for Moppet to lay its egg in front of its benefactor like this, it must have sensed something special. The professor also wanted to respect his longtime companion, so Ronan would be the one to care for the egg. Of course, no problem. He was just curious what the hell was inside the egg. It felt like some kind of prize-guessing game. Time was short, so Ronan and Aesel stood up to get going. The professor told them to wait a moment and rushed off to get a gift he had prepared. He hadn't known what to give him, but now he did. Something that would make it easier for Ronan to incubate the egg. As for what that is, we'll find out in the next chapter. A while later, at the practical exam hall, the Galilean Palace representative was there. This was the waiting room for the candidates, and everyone was nervous and anxious. Some were even taking the time to pray for their ancestors' blessings. The proctor announced that examinee number 111 had finished, and called for examinee number 112, who was trembling with nervousness, to enter. In contrast to number 112, examinee number 113 was completely bored out of his mind from the long wait. It was none other than Ronan, the egg incubator. Sitting next to him was Maria, in a brand new white outfit she'd bought for good luck on the exam. Ronan wondered if she felt uncomfortable in that tight-fitting outfit that made it hard to go to the bathroom. Of course, Maria wasn't uncomfortable. She even wore it on purpose to look like a pyramid scheme promoter. Phillion was a private academy for nobles, who would all be high-rolling clients in the future, and she would bring them all to her family's merchant guild. Ronan was speechless. He thought he was the ultimate slave to capitalism, but then there was Maria. She was currently depressed because she couldn't see Aesel. Since the magic exam hall was in a different location, he was just glad she didn't collapse on the floor crying. Soon enough, examinee number 112 was finished. It looked like he had aged several decades. Ronan stood up to get ready for his turn. Maria didn't forget to remind him not to overthink it, just follow the formula. If he failed, she wouldn't let him live in peace. Ronan waved and walked in. With that kind of enthusiastic send-off, who would dare to fail? Stepping inside, he looked at the 5 Power Ranger-like figures of Phillion before him. Everyone's face was as tense as a drum. All Phillion professors were exceptional, but the old man in the center was the important one, the headmaster of Phillion Academy, Archmage Grava Kratos. The woman next to him exuded such an overwhelming aura that even Ronan felt the pressure. The swordsmanship instructor, Grandmaster Nibi Rose. Ronan bowed his head to all 5 proctors as the headmaster began to explain the test. He would be fighting a magic dummy to demonstrate his technique. The headmaster was curious to see what kind of move he would use against it. Ronan calmly drew his sword. He didn't need any flashy nonsense. A single lightning-fast strike would be enough. The headmaster and the other professor were impressed a simple slash without even using mana. What a strange case. But there are always a few loudmouths who judge the magic dummy by its appearance and run their mouths like that. And as expected, the magic dummy wasn't so simple. It had a defensive ability to counteract aura and a rapid regeneration capability, a truly exquisite product of magic. The plump, cow-licked professor was mocking Ronan. If even the sword of that so-called genius Ronan couldn't do a thing, what could this country bumpkin Ronan possibly show them? The professor with the white hair and beard chimed in with his own taunts. The headmaster, sitting in the middle, was annoyed. I can hear every damn thing you're saying. To say such offensive things in front of a candidate. It was a disgrace to Phillion. But the headmaster was also curious if he could prove those 2 old geezers wrong. Just then, he was startled when he saw Ronan standing before the dummy. The deadly aura radiating from him was astonishing. Ronan executed a textbook horizontal slash across the dummy's head, then calmly sheathed his sword and announced that he was finished. All 5 of them were stunned. The 2 old-timers just laughed to hide their embarrassment, because what the hell else could they do? One of them glanced at the headmaster for his opinion, but the headmaster hadn't even managed to close his mouth after Ronan's display. Bam! Suddenly, Professor Nibi Rose slammed her foot on the table. She drew her sword and shot like an arrow toward Ronan. The blade stopped just before his neck, not even touching him. He gave her a cold look. That trick only works on cowards. It won't work on me. Who taught you that swordsmanship? Nibi Rose interrogated Ronan, her face fiercer than a lioness. Ronan had no idea what she was talking about. Professor Nibi Rose changed her question. Could you see my sword path? Oh, of course. Your swordsmanship is superb. He had been able to see her 3 strikes after she drew her sword so suddenly. Even he would find it difficult to land 3 slashes like that. Nibi Rose confirmed she had struck 3 times, but she hated his arrogant slash. In her eyes, Ronan's swordsmanship was just amateur hour. He had deliberately slowed his final slash in case they couldn't see it clearly, pretending as if he was being very deliberate, but nothing got past her. The headmaster and the other professors were completely lost, having no idea what the two were talking about. Only Ronan knew that Nibi Rose was misunderstanding him. He had only adjusted the force of his blow because he thought the sword couldn't handle that final slash. But seeing the look on her face, like she wanted to eat him alive, he knew nothing he said would get through to her. Nibi Rose sheathed her sword and left. Ronan was quite surprised that was all there was to it. But yeah, right. With a face that couldn't look more terrifying, Nibi Rose declared she would personally re-educate him, then stormed back to her seat. The headmaster silently understood what Nibi Rose meant. She wanted to take Ronan as her disciple. He sighed, pitying the boy's fate. Well done, Ronan. The headmaster praised him and ended the exam with one question. What was his purpose for coming to Phillion Academy? Ronan grew pensive. He didn't know how to answer that question. The scene from his past life, where he stood helpless before the piled-up corpses of his comrades, was the one thing he wanted to change. So, in the name of a disciplined soldier, Ronan answered loud and clear, I want to learn how to live without regrets. The answer stunned the headmaster. After Ronan left, he chuckled at the boy's wish. In my 70 years, I've never encountered a case like this. How the hell am I supposed to teach him that? The #1 suck-up professor next to him wasn't catching on. He didn't get why both Nibi Rose and the headmaster were so interested in Ronan. Could it be some kind of high-level trick? Trick or not, one look at this magic dummy tells you everything. The headmaster could only call him a prodigy. Huh? The 2 old men who had been mocking Ronan earlier could only gape in astonishment as they saw the magic dummy's head rolling on the ground. The one who caused this, Ronan, was standing there, contemplating the test. Nibi Rose's sword was truly top tier. Even his past self wouldn't have been guaranteed a victory against her. She was a worthy opponent, perhaps even more than that. His first step into Phillion had been fruitful, and Ronan was extremely satisfied. He was sure he would learn many more things here. Now, it was time for the written exam. He had practically devoured those books for the past month. Ronan was confident that nothing could trip him up. And this was him. After the test, I look like contestant 112 after the practical exam. Ronan lamented gloomily. This is a complete disaster. Maria was also confused. Ronan hadn't even managed to score 5 points. All the exam questions were in the stack of books she gave him. Turns out, he had only taken out 1 book to study, and because he was so focused, he forgot about the dozen other books inside. Maria's blood boiled. Oh my god, how can someone so stupid even exist? Ronan had been moping by himself ever since the test ended. Maria tried to cheer him up. Anyway, the practical exam is more important. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. The list of successful candidates was immediately announced. A girl topped the written exam and also ranked 12th in the practical. Maria tied for 9th in both the written and practical exams. The two looked at each other, stunned. Maria's eyes welled up with tears, unable to contain her happiness as they hugged each other. We passed. More importantly, you were first in theory. Even if you tied, you're still #1. That's my girl. The two of them were relieved about their spots. Now, there was only Ronan. His face looked withered and gaunt. His name wasn't on that board. Maria was startled. She pried Ronan's eyes open and forced him to look carefully for his name. Ronan whispered hoarsely, I've already read every single name. How could someone like me get into the academy? Suddenly, a fireball shot down, followed by a loud explosion. It was the fireworks display marking the end of the entrance exam, reserved for the top student. A fire phoenix spread its wings arrogantly, then spat a fireball towards Ronan, much to his astonishment. Another explosion roared, followed by the announcement that the top student of the practical arts department was Ronan. He may be dumb, but he's strong first place in practical arts, but dead last in theory. The whole group was stunned. Then the two of them hugged Ronan in celebration. To think the guy who was moping all day turned out to be the top student of the practical arts department. Ronan was also happy with this result, but that joy lasted for about 2 seconds. If he was #1, that means that Sword Saint Guy lost to him, right? With that guy's competitive nature, there's no way he'd be left in peace. Speak of the devil, a surging killing intent rolled in from behind Ronan. So it was you? The one who got first place in the practical exam. The hair on Ronan's neck stood up. He knew this psycho would come looking for him. The sword saint, Schlieffen. The crowd of extras started buzzing when they saw the Empire's new rising star here in person. Maria and Assel flinched at his overwhelming killing intent. Ronan gritted his teeth. The most annoying thing about this guy was his inability to tolerate anyone better at swordsmanship than him. It was best to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Ronan's lip twitched. I'm ranked first? That's news to me. Schlieffen's brows furrowed. Why are you lying? Ronan tried to use all his acting experience to talk his way out of it. I told you. I have no idea. You want proof? Just drop it and let's go. Proof? I'll show you. As soon as he finished speaking, Schlieffen drew his sword and slashed at Ronan. But he managed to block the attack. The other two watched with their hearts in their throats, worried for him. They were just talking, so why'd he have to pull out a weapon? Is this enough for you? Schlieffen spoke. If Ronan wasn't number one, he couldn't have blocked that blow. They're fighting. Yeah, like we couldn't see that, you background character pigs. The narrator gritted his teeth. He wanted to see the skill that let Ronan surpass him. Ronan was getting pissed. What a psycho. Fine, he'd help Schlieffen shut his mouth. Ronan unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Schlieffen was momentarily startled, then blocked all 3 strikes with a single move. There, you happy now, you freak? Ronan sheathed his sword, looking at his arm which was trembling after blocking Schlieffen's attack. He acknowledged that Ronan's score was higher than his. But things weren't over yet. He charged forward again, wanting to continue the duel, confidently declaring that it wasn't enough to defeat him. Wait, are you out of your mind? Calm down. Ronan was horrified, seeing the thoughts clearly written all over Schlieffen's face. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? The two clashed again. This was exactly why Ronan didn't want to run into this lunatic. Schlieffen would never stop until one of them was dead. At this rate, he'd probably even drag Ara out for a duel. Schlieffen could create a cyclone from a single sword stroke. A powerful stream of aura known as the Sword Storm. Something Ronan couldn't possibly defend against. In that case, there was only one way out. Ronan turned his back and started to walk away, which infuriated Schlieffen. What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you turn your back on an opponent during a duel? Ronan's hand came to rest on Maria's shoulder. Aesel was horrified, wondering why his friend would bring that maniac over here. You coward! Using a lady as a shield and you still call yourself a knight? Maria yelled. I'm a lady with some serious assets. Aesel shouted too. Meanwhile, Ronan, who was looking for an opening from behind, lunged forward and punched Schlieffen right in the face, nearly flattening it. A leopard can't change its spots. From his past life to this one, Schlieffen always upheld the honor of a knight. Seeing Schlieffen stunned on the ground, clutching his face, Ronan immediately signaled to Maria and Aesel. Now. Let's run. Before the narrator could even figure out what was happening, the 3 of them had bolted and disappeared. The security chief finally ran over to stop the commotion. He gasped out, Sir Schlieffen, when he saw him looking wrecked on the ground. He wanted to get information on Ronan's group for the Academy's security team to pursue, but Schlieffen refused. He stated that right now, he was just another applicant, with the status of a commoner, not the son of a ducal family. He stood up and dusted himself off, but Schlieffen's eyes widened in shock when he saw a crack on his sword, which was made of the highest grade mithril, so that's how it was. Schlieffen had thought Ronan was just swinging his sword around normally. Who would have guessed his own blade would crack? Schlieffen let out a laugh. What an interesting young man. You will be mine. The next day, on the outskirts of the capital, the young man who had caught Schlieffen's eye was on a date in the forest with another guy. So, from now on, I'd like to confirm for everyone that L is what you'd call a trap. He was worried about what happened yesterday, with Ronan punching the precious son of the Rania ducal family. He even broke his nose. What if Schlieffen brought his entire family for revenge? Ronan told him not to worry. He might look crazy. But Schlieffen was a good person, just a little obsessed with swords. Schlieffen always maintained his principles and faith. He was the ideal image of a hero that everyone looked up to. You could say he was the very picture of a perfect nobleman. If Ronan wasn't around, everyone would probably think Schlieffen was the main character. Based on this personality, Ronan guessed that yesterday, Schlieffen had declared it a fair duel. If not, they'd all be eating prison food right now, not out here on a date. Elle figured that made sense. Besides, what they were looking for was right in front of them. The ley line, Professor Varen mentioned. A soft, clear blue stream, the Fernando Spring. For some reason, mana flowed throughout the world and gathered in certain places, creating pools known as ley lines. Due to its existence, mana would permeate the surrounding area. An ordinary stone could become a high-grade mana stone. A simple weed could transform into a magical herb. Ley lines were famous for these miraculous properties. The value of a ley line was immeasurable, so most people tried to claim them for themselves. Professor Varen Fanasi was truly generous for letting them come to a place like this just to hatch an egg. Assel could also feel the immense difference, experiencing such a dense concentration of mana for the first time. Here, he could cast magic that was much stronger than usual. El's gaze fell on the galaxy egg in Ronan's bag. It was absorbing the magical energy at an astonishing rate. Looks like it likes the mana here. Ronan didn't really know much about this mana stuff. If Maria had come along, she would have loved this place too. Suddenly, he remembered something. This place was strangely quiet. Even though it was rich with mana, fantasy creatures should have been flocking here to make their nests. Ronan was startled. The two of them hadn't heard a single animal sound this whole time. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Damn it, the life of a main character. Trouble follows you everywhere. Ronan told him to get ready, because he could smell the scent of blood nearby. El didn't understand Ronan's metaphor. His eyes lit up. We've had guests here before us. Of course, by guests, I mean the uninvited kind. As soon as he finished speaking, arrows glowing with red mana shot out from the bushes toward them, without waiting for the arrows to reach their target. Ronan rushed towards them, drew his sword, and shattered all 5 arrows in an instant. The sight of the 4-sided arrowheads jogged his memory. He'd seen them somewhere before. It was an evening at the disciplinary team's barracks. His best buddy was holding one of those 4-sided arrowheads, bragging about its power. This special arrow could blow an orc's head clean off. It was definitely a top-tier item, but not a cheap one. Ronan rested his chin on his hand, tired of his friend's constant bragging. He knew perfectly well that Red Hair had secretly used the arrows to go poaching, and got caught. And he still had the nerve to stand there and boast. The red-haired young man wasn't one to be outdone, though. He had already looked up information on who used these arrows. Using them hundreds of times, and successfully poaching, was a high-ranking member of their organization. A hound from the Calaboro branch. It was those damn idiots from Calaboro again, much to Ronan's annoyance. He suddenly remembered their ranks were similar to the hierarchy of hunting dogs. An excellent, but equally despicable, idea popped into Ronan's head. He told him to hide somewhere, and try not to become a pincushion. As for him, he had to go carry out his own dirty little plan. Ronan shot forward at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Calaboro's hunting party was on high alert after Ronan deflected all of their mana-infused arrows with a single slash. Their leader wondered, what kind of monster is this guy? A monster, indeed. Ronan weaved through the tree branches as if he were equipped with some kind of 3D maneuver gear from a reconnaissance squad. Scarface sensed the danger and yelled out. He told his comrades to spread out and surround Ronan for an attack. Ronan noted that this Scarface guy was surprisingly decisive, unlike the new recruits he'd just butchered back in the dark forest. If they were going to spread out, all he had to do was gather them back in one place. Ronan stopped and shouted, "Hold it! Don't you recognize a comrade?" Scarface froze. A comrade? What the hell was he talking about? Ronan smirked and began his act. "I'm the youngest hound from the Damas, a 2-branch. The whole group gathered around Ronan, questioning him suspiciously. Ronan kept a straight face. Believe it or not, it's the truth. Of course, Scarface wasn't buying it for a second. With Ronan's baby face and city boy clothes, how could he possibly be a hound? A mad dog, maybe. Ronan shrugged. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask the wolf of your own branch? But let me give you some friendly advice. Judging others by your own low standards is a bad habit, my stray dog friend. Ronan's sarcastic remark and provocative expression made Scarface's blood boil. He grabbed Ronan by the collar and cursed. Damn you, you dare to insult me? You want me to chop off your limbs? Even with a dagger at his throat, Ronan maintained his insolent expression, advising the man not to curse. A foul mouth will get your tongue cut out. Scarface was scowling, at a loss for words, when one of his comrades from behind told him to calm down. He said they shouldn't doubt Ronan just because he looked like a punk, since he knew about the Calaboro hierarchy, something that was only passed down internally among them. Ronan smirked triumphantly. The prey had taken the bait. They decided to wait for their captain to sort things out. Fighting now might just cause a conflict with the other branch. Damas, I told you to stay quiet and be on alert. What is going on here? A resonant voice echoed, causing all the wild dogs to fall silent. They called this bald, scarred man captain, hailing from the Mia Wolf branch under Vorm. Scarface immediately let go of Ronan's collar, his attitude doing a complete 180. Standing before Vorm, he cowered and began to explain the situation with Ronan. Meanwhile, Ronan was formulating a plan. If the wolf was here, it meant the whole den had gathered. That saved him the trouble of hunting them down. Vorm called to Ronan for confirmation. He wondered why someone from the Damas branch was here, when it had already been decided that this mountain range belonged to Dia. Ronan gave a foolish smile. He didn't know or give a damn who it was given to, because he wasn't A2 root in the first place. The answer pissed Vorm off. The men standing near Ronan couldn't dodge his lightning-fast sword strike and were sliced in half, their bodies flying through the air. Scarface turned pale at the sight. As Vorm was drawing his knife, Ronan appeared before him with a smile that couldn't be any less sincere. And just like that, a clean slice went across Vorm's neck. A second later, his bald, scarred head flew into the air as fresh blood erupted like a volcano. Scarface stared numbly as Vorm's head rolled across the ground. "Hey, my friend, didn't I tell you? The fate of those with a foul mouth is a terrible one." It was only then that he realized all 5 fingers on his right hand had been severed. His face twisted in agony. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his trembling hand. Ronan told him to calm down and threw him a piece of paper. He was both in pain and furious. Who could possibly be calm after having their hand chopped up? Ronan ordered him to write down the locations of all the branches he knew. "What?" the man protested vehemently. Ronan caressed the blade of his sword with a terrifying expression on his face. "Either you write, or you die." He cried out that he would do anything, but he didn't have a pen. Ronan got annoyed. "Stop with the bullshit excuses. I already made you a pen right there on your right hand. If you're left-handed, I can make you 5 more. The man looked in agony at his 5 fingers, which were gushing blood. He had never met a bastard as sadistic as Ronan in his entire life. A moment later, Ronan held up the paper, now drawn on with the man's own blood, and praised it. "See? It looks much better when drawn with a whole hand." The man cowered, clutching his arm. "Thank you. So, as you promised, you'll spare me, right?" Ronan put the paper away. "When the hell did I promise that?" In a flash, he sliced Scarface vertically down the middle. He wasn't stupid enough to spare his enemies. Wretch. El was busy retching by a tree. Ronan gave him a judgmental look. He told the boy to prepare himself, yet he was still overreacting like this. El stammered an apology, but the scene before him was just too gruesome. Piles of animal carcasses were strewn across sticky pools of blood, and the metallic stench made his stomach churn. This was all the work of the Caliboro. That was why Ronan couldn't let a single one of them escape. They were all wanted criminals who were bound to end up dead sooner or later. In any case, if Professor Varen saw this, he would surely be heartbroken. Ronan suppressed his sadness and prepared to leave. But suddenly, the Dreambird egg began to move. He opened his bag to see what the hell it was doing. El called out to him, pointing ahead with a trembling finger. The sight before them made even Ronan's eyes widen in astonishment. Fresh blood was rising and gathering in one spot, roaring toward them like a flood. Sensing danger, Ronan immediately stood in front, drawing his sword. Why was it that every single time they were about to leave, they ran into danger? The Dreambird egg glowed brightly and flew towards the stream of blood. It absorbed it powerfully, like a black hole. El frantically asked Ronan, "What the hell is happening?" Ronan replied, "How should I know? This is my first time hatching an egg." But regardless, Ronan held on to his belief. The thing inside this egg was no ordinary creature. It was able to absorb that massive amount of blood in such a terrifying way. Aesel peeked out to watch as the egg suddenly cracked, the fissure spreading rapidly. Both of them knew the egg was about to hatch. Ronan's face lit up with joy, succeeding on his first try. Surely, his child inside had to be something precious. Just as Ronan's face was filled with excitement, he took a full-force punch that shot out from inside the egg. He clutched his aching nose. "Son of a bitch, who dares damage this handsome face of mine?" The culprit was none other than this beautiful, mutated galaxy Dreambird. No matter how Ronan looked at it, he couldn't see how this strange creature in front of him resembled a bird at all. El, on the other hand, thought it looked more like a dragon, because the textbook said so. He had no idea where its mother had flown off to lay this thing that was not quite a dragon and not quite a bird. But since it was cute, all was forgiven. Ronan gently reached out and stroked its soft, smooth feathers. Still, he was annoyed by its welcome. My perfectly high nose bridge was almost broken in two. The galaxy dragon bird chirped once and summoned a magic circle that transferred to Ronan. In an instant, he felt his injury vanish. El's eyes sparkled as he looked at it. Healing magic, and high quality at that. Besides, from the way it was acting, it was clear that it had already taken a liking to Ronan. Just a moment ago, Ronan was grumpy, but now, seeing his firstborn, being this talented, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Now it was time to pick a name, the biggest headache of all. Suddenly, Galaxy noticed a presence. Its face suddenly took on a dangerous expression, just like Ronan's, before it shot off like a lightning bolt. Ronan, curious, realized his little darling was incredibly sharp. It had already sensed the presence of that little rat. The rat was sprinting for his life to deliver a report. He was Banru, from the Daredomia division, an ordinary messenger who had just witnessed the dismembered corpses of his comrades. After that, he saw a galaxy egg sucking blood. It was a day full of shocks, but the most terrifying part was just beginning. Ronan's pet, Galaxy, was hot on his heels, making him jump as if he'd seen a ghost. In a panic, he tripped over a branch and fell flat on his face. Ronan's pet immediately attacked, using magic to drain the blood from his body, causing him to cry out in pain. "Stop," a voice called out. Ronan calmly followed his pet and appeared before the man. That's enough, Ceda. Any more and he'll die. Ceda was the name that had just popped into Ronan's head, and it seemed to like the name too. Banru, the messenger, sat on the ground, regaining his senses. He couldn't believe some punk kid was the master of this blood-sucking monster. Before he could escape, Ronan glanced over and called out to him. Are you okay, Banru? The man dropped to his knees to thank him, but then he suddenly realized Ronan had just called him by his name. Swish! A sword swung out and stopped right at his neck. Fancy meeting you here. How's the poaching business going? The talkative Mr. Bloodhound Calaboro. Banru flinched when Ronan called him a bloodhound, but right now, he was just a simple messenger. Ronan chuckled. So, Banru had started out with such a low rank. Anyway, he just needed the man to do one thing. Of course, this wasn't a request. Do it and you live. Don't do it, and you die. That night, Ronan excitedly watched as gold coins fell into his hands. This was the unbelievable result of his even spring water turns to gold gambit. At first, Aesel thought he brought it back to drink. Who would have thought that when Father Maria saw the vial of spring water, he'd offer such a high price for it? Thanks to Ronan, the two of them no longer had to worry about money. They were already deep in debt to Professor Varan Fanasi. He had planned to introduce Ceda to him, but the professor was away on a business trip. As for the task Ronan gave Banru, the map he got from that hound wasn't for a simple job. He had put on his best villain face, making Banru beg him for the work. He was sure that Bloodhound wouldn't dare try anything shady. Aesel was curious about what Ronan would do with all the money he had now. As the top student, his tuition was waived, and he even received a stipend, so Ronan was basically newly rich. Ronan thought to himself that he'd never had this much money in his pocket before, so he had no idea what to do with it. Then he remembered the welcoming festival was coming up. Well, might as well go do some shopping for deals. A few days later, at the carriage station in the city of Valen, a well-dressed coachman respectfully opened the door. We've arrived, my lady. The person in the carriage stammered her thanks, her eyes sparkling, as it was her first time in the city. That person was none other than Ronan's older sister, Erin. She couldn't help but gasp at the magnificent beauty of Valon. Ronan was already waiting for her, with Ceda peeking out from behind him. He asked his sister how she'd been while he was away. Erin pouted and questioned him back. She never expected that a magnificent carriage would one day appear at her gate. Erin thought some handsome prince was coming to whisk her away to be his queen. More importantly, after not seeing him for half a month, Erin noticed her little brother had been skipping meals to the point his face was gaunt. Only after Ronan insisted he'd been eating well did Erin let it go. Her gaze immediately fell upon Ceda, who was wiggling on Ronan's back. Who's this? It's so cute. Ceda friendly flapped its wings to greet Erin. Of course, Ronan couldn't tell Erin the full story about how he'd hatched an egg. He hurriedly pulled Erin's hand and led her away. There wasn't much time, as he was about to start at the academy. Before he got buried in deadlines, there was something he had to do first, something he had never once managed to do in his past life. Inside a fashion boutique, Erin was hesitant. She knew her little brother had been making a lot of money lately, and with the scholarship, he was living more comfortably. But she had never worn such an expensive dress before, so she felt a little awkward. Ronan watched for a moment and thought, my sister really does look good in anything. He immediately told the staff to wrap everything up for him. Erin looked in shock at the pile of clothes Ronan had chosen for her, while the employee was secretly celebrating, having landed a big spender. Erin, you worked so hard to raise me. Now it's my turn to repay you. Hearing these words from her seemingly good-for-nothing little brother moved Erin, and her eyes welled up with tears. When did my little brother get so grown up? Unable to contain her joy, she started jumping up and down, telling everyone that her little brother knew how to make money. This made Ronan so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Ronan quickly ushered Erin out of there. His sword had been damaged the other day, so he needed to go to the forge to get it repaired. It was all because of that sword-obsessed maniac, and that very maniac was waiting right at the door for Ronan to come out. Seeing Schlieffen's face loom before him made Ronan's heart nearly jump out of his chest. Was this psycho so obsessed with him that he was stalking his every move? But in Schlieffen's eyes, this was just a fateful encounter. He was on his way to pick up his new sword and just happened to run into Ronan. It must be destiny. Which meant he had to test his new sword against him right away. Ronan didn't buy Schlieffen's coincidence for a second. Speaking of swords, his own sword was chipped because of this guy's abuse. Ronan drew his sword, gritting his teeth. You want me to show you what damaged really looks like? Schlieffen was no less eager, having just picked up his new sword. Just as the two were facing off in a tense standoff, Erin ran out to stop them. Ronan, I told you not to use foul language. Ronan awkwardly tried to explain that the guy standing behind her was a complete psycho. But Erin cut him off with a single sentence. Are you talking back to me? Schlieffen was stunned to learn that Ronan had a sister. Erin tucked her hair back, turned around, and in her softest voice said, I'm sorry, Schlieffen. You must have been very shocked, weren't you? At that moment, Schlieffen, descendant of the prestigious Grancia family and a rising star of the empire, finally understood what it meant to be a simp. It's because I didn't raise him properly. Please forgive my little brother. Iron bowed respectfully, leaving Schlieffen so flustered he didn't know what to do. Even his voice trembled. He took a deep breath to compose himself, then replied in his deepest, manliest tone of voice, "It was all my fault for being inconsiderate. It is not the lady's fault." Pleased by Schlieffen's conciliatory attitude, Iron was overjoyed. Out of habit, she grabbed Schlieffen's hands. "I'm so glad Ronan has such a kind friend like you." Little did she know, her actions were making Schlieffen's heart flutter. In the distance, Ronan stood completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. Even a hero is no match for a beautiful woman. All of Schlieffen's hostility suddenly vanished. He even offered to compensate Ronan for his sword. Since he wasn't carrying any gold, Schlieffen gave Irin the Grancia family crest as proof of his identity. This thing can be used anywhere in the Empire. Seeing the precious gold card in Irin's hand, Ronan was even more stunned. Schlieffen had said that if he wanted to buy a sword, he should just go to the forge in the west of the city. Yet, Schlieffen couldn't take his eyes off Irin, as if he were discussing getting a sword with her instead. Thanks to his goddess-like sister, Ronan got a recommendation to a 500-year-old forge, a place commoners could only dream of entering. But, with Schlieffen's special pass, they could come and go as they pleased. "Well then, I hope you find a good sword." Schlieffen coolly departed, leaving Ronan and his sister standing there, dumbfounded. Ceda nudged Ronan, snapping him out of his daze. He was still in shock from Schlieffen's whiplash-inducing change in attitude. The token that guy gave him could buy an entire village, never mind his little sword. Watching Schlieffen leave like a robot made Ronan wonder if that was really the psycho sword Saint Schlieffen he knew. The next day, at the Phillion Academy's welcome ceremony, Headmaster Grava Kratos was delighted to welcome the new students of the Academy's 787th class, who had all passed the theoretical and practical exams with flying colors. The headmaster's speech dragged on for a full half hour, making Ronan yawn sleepily, but the thought of his sister, Irin, proudly attending her little brother's opening ceremony, gave him the motivation to keep standing. After his speech, the headmaster suddenly snapped his fingers. A wave of mana spread among the students. Suddenly, they panicked, as the sky began to shatter into pieces. By the time they realized what was happening, they had been transported to another dimension. Ronan was amazed that the headmaster could teleport an entire courtyard with a simple snap of his fingers. The man announced that the main event to welcome Phillion's new students, the inter-year gathering, would now begin. The gathering was held between the first years and the second years. The venue was the place where they first met. The proceedings were quite intense, and were a special event at Phillion. This was a battle between the two students with the highest entrance exam scores, representing the first years, and the top 4 students from the second year. These were students who already had their own distinct fighting styles. The match would be a series of one-on-one duels. According to Headmaster Grava Kratos, this event was closely tied to the instructors at Phillion. It fostered relationships between the upperclassmen and the first years, allowing them to learn about each other's strengths and weaknesses. It was an educational battle. Through it, the representatives of each year would take their first steps at the academy. To give the first years an advantage, the headmaster granted them the right to choose their opponents. Meanwhile, the second years were not allowed to refuse once they had been chosen. Finally, the headmaster advised them not to feel too much pressure, as this was just a battle for learning. Ronan was annoyed by the headmaster's way of speaking. His roundabout phrasing only served to confuse the first years even more. On the second year side, the number 1 student was Nardo, a martial arts major. Second was Brahm. Karun was tied for second, and Irina was ranked third. Brahm was thrilled at the chance to fight Ronan, the Empire's rising star who had already defeated him. Ronan's eye twitched. He had a really bad feeling about this. But to prove his abilities to his sister Irin, Ronan had to do this properly. He was considering how he could possibly fight alongside that psycho, Schlieffen. Just as the headmaster announced that the first years could choose their opponents freely, Ronan suddenly made a proposal. Since the first years could choose as they wished, he wanted to fight all 4 of them solo. Of course, this suggestion left the headmaster in disbelief. Not only that, but Ronan calmly added that all 4 second years should come at him at once. The headmaster immediately called for an emergency meeting. He asked for Nibi Rose's opinion. Professor Nibi Rose agreed with Ronan's proposal. Phillion Academy's motto was that if you have the talent, you can do whatever you want. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be deeply meaningful and provide a valuable lesson for the other students. If things got out of hand, she would intervene immediately. Hearing this, the headmaster understood her intentions and immediately permitted the 1 versus 4 match to proceed. The second-year students were naturally not pleased with Ronan. They thought he was looking down on them just because he ranked first in the entrance exam. Nardo told them to use this opportunity to teach him a lesson, reminding them all to stay calm and react accordingly. Based on his observations, Schlieffen was indeed arrogant, but also talented, an opponent not to be underestimated. Therefore, they would launch an all-out attack from the very beginning to crush Ronan and break Schlieffen's spirit. Erin sat in the stands, worried about her little brother, who only knew how to kick people in the head with his sword. She yelled out, "If it gets dangerous, you get out of there right away." Ronan just smiled and waved at Erin. She should have been saying that to the other four. The headmaster took his position. The moment he declared the battle had begun, Nardo lunged forward to close the distance with Ronan. He immediately bent backward, dodging the sword's direct thrust. As expected from the best of the second years, his speed and reflexes were far superior to Maria's when he fought her. They were on a different level. Though lost in thought, Ronan noticed Irina appearing on his left with a dagger. He used his newly forged sword to parry her attack. Irina ducked, and Karun instantly rushed in from behind. The spear tip was just centimeters from Ronan's eye. He instantly flipped his sword to block the blow, but the force still pushed him back. Ronan marveled at their coordinated teamwork, especially since Brahm was already behind him, waiting. He looked down at Ronan and said, "Kiddo, you're underestimating us a bit." He brought his blade down like an executioner. From the very beginning, Brahm had wanted an intense fight with Ronan, but it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Ronan smoothly sidestepped Brahm's blade, a fast and powerful blow, combined with the relentless attacks from the other three. All four highly skilled students were surrounding and attacking Ronan, but in an instant, he flash-stepped out of there, and Brahm's blade only hit the ground. The other three were startled to see Ronan's silhouette appear behind them. Less than a second later, all three were struck by Ronan's attack, while still in mid-air. All that was heard was a cracking sound, and the clatter of scattered metal fragments. Ronan landed lightly, but he was surprised to see that Brahm was just as fast as him. But so what? Ronan stood with his hands on his hips, waiting for Brahm to charge. "You've fought your hardest, so I'll be polite until the very end." He turned sideways, using his right leg as a pivot, and used his left leg to block Brahm's. The familiar stance shocked Brahm. That was Professor Neeby Rose's stance. Ronan's eyes narrowed with a mischievous grin before he executed Neeby Rose's 3 slashes perfectly, as if straight from a textbook. The sound of cracking echoed once more. Even though Brahm knew he would lose, he was fascinated by Ronan's talent. After the match, Ronan was incredibly satisfied. He had learned a lot from this fight. Phillion Academy really was something else. The entire stadium fell silent after witnessing Ronan's swordsmanship, then immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. "Who is that guy? He's incredible." He looked weaker at the start, but he finished them all in an instant. The 4 second years stared blankly at their shattered weapons. Nardo was speechless. He knew he couldn't compare to Ronan, so he didn't complain. All 4 of them had the same question. Just where in the world did that monster come from? Ronan was thoughtfully watching Erin. She was crying tears of joy, grabbing the person next to her. "Did you see that? That's my little brother." It seemed Erin was no longer worried about him getting hurt, so now it was time for his next performance. "You've all worked hard, seniors." Ronan walked up to the second-year students and bowed politely. "I've learned a great deal today." He claimed he was just so excited about joining Phillion that he went a little overboard. He said the seniors' strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Finally, Ronan expressed his sincerest thanks to the seniors for accepting his challenge, and this performance from Ronan couldn't have been more fake. It left Maria and Asel completely dumbfounded in the audience. They wondered what the hell Ronan ate this morning to be talking so smoothly. Faced with Ronan's attitude, all 4 second-year students were bewildered. They exchanged awkward glances at his bow. "I thought you were some kind of bad guy, but not only are you strong, you're a polite junior too." Brahm was the one who broke the awkward silence. He took Ronan's hand and raised it, as if declaring him the winner. He had completely accepted his loss to Ronan, and even gave him a wink, praising his skills. Ronan replied with a charmingly fake smile. "You fought as bravely as you are skilled." Ronan put on a show so Erin wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Needless to say, his sister Iron was so overjoyed she was crying, to the point where she'd torn the shirt of the poor guy sitting next to her. That evening, an overnight party was being held in the main hall. Elle was still wondering what kind of orientation party the academy was throwing, but it turned out to just be a free-for-all buffet. Maria was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, as expected from the most prestigious academy in the capital. The food's not just good, it's free. His sister Erin had gone back home today, but not without reminding her little brother not to pick fights with his classmates. As a precaution, Ronan had sent his bodyguard, Ceda, to escort her. After all, his dear Ceda had a rather chilling hobby of sucking blood. Elle was quite surprised that Ronan cared so much about his sister. He just replied, "Of course I do." And now, it was time for the moment Ronan had been waiting for. Time to enjoy Phillion's free food. "Are you actually going to eat?" The voice, like a lingering ghost from 1,000 years ago, belonged to Schlieffen, and it sent chills down Ronan's spine. Ronan slammed his fist on the table and shot up, annoyed. "Damn it, didn't the Grancia family ever teach you not to bother someone while they're eating?" Schlieffen calmly stood with his arms crossed. He was only here today to gather some important information. Ronan wondered what the hell kind of important information he could possibly have that would make this guy come and collect it himself. Schlieffen pulled out a notebook and began to interrogate Ronan relentlessly. Where does Lady Irene live? Is it far from the capital? What are the roads like? Is security good? There aren't frequent bandit attacks, are there? A barrage of questions shot out of Schlieffen's mouth, and Ronan couldn't even begin to process them. Schlieffen's expression grew even more serious when he asked about Irene's escort home. He suggested that Ronan should hire some mercenaries to take on the responsibility. If he didn't, he'd be worse than the prisoner, Rodelin. I already did, you bastard. I already took care of it, Ronan yelled in frustration. I even sent someone more trustworthy. Unless a ween or something like that shows up, nothing bad will happen. Upon hearing this, Schlieffen's expression changed dramatically. What the hell did you just say? Are you saying that if a ween appears, the lady will be attacked? Seeing the pen in his hand snap in two, Ronan had to scream. That's enough, you psycho. He had no idea why this psycho was making such a huge deal about his sister. More importantly, Schlieffen had no right to act this way. He wasn't even a friend of Ronan's. Schlieffen suddenly froze. He claimed he was just worried something might happen to Irene on her way home. It's just what a knight is supposed to do. As the two were arguing, a purple aura of mana radiated from a girl gliding through the crowd. She spoke up. Now, this is interesting. Since when was the Wolf of Grania so chatty? Schlieffen's cold expression returned. What do you want, Akalosia? This long-haired girl, radiating purple mana, was Akalosia, the #1 entrant in the magic department this year. With a sickly sweet smile, she told Schlieffen not to get the wrong idea, then immediately shifted her gaze to Ronan, the one she was truly interested in. Ronan was so stunned he couldn't believe it, a girl was actually coming on to him. Schlieffen watched silently and sighed. He knew all too well that she was plotting something sinister. This was a familiar pattern, so he decided to leave first. After taking just a few steps, Schlieffen still wasn't satisfied. He turned back to warn Ronan, I think you should at least send my family's guards with her. Annoyed, Ronan told him to get lost. What a simp. Elle's trembling hand tugged on Ronan's sleeve. He was terrified of Akalosia, the one from the exhibition match. With her overwhelming magical talent, she had relentlessly shown off, completely destroying Phillion's battle arena. Perhaps I went a little overboard, Akalosia said, with an expression that couldn't possibly be more fake. She thought it was necessary to teach a lesson to those who just bare their fangs and claws. You understand what I mean, right? Ronan had no damn clue what she was talking about. He replied coldly that the only thing he cared about was why this witch was coming to him. Akalosia stepped closer to Ronan. She said she was impressed with his talent, so she had come to make him an offer. She pulled out a distinctive purple necklace, something a lowly criminal could never even dream of obtaining. Ronan froze when he saw the purple necklace before him. This was an invitation from the Akalosia. The Akalosia clan was a special family because they valued talent over bloodline, producing countless gifted individuals, which allowed them to maintain their position as one of the 2 pillars of the empire. The family offers a chance for those who show potential to become one of them. The symbol of that opportunity is this very necklace. An invitation from Akalosia. Ronan wondered how she could be the one to offer this to someone, but didn't answer, knowing that Ronan already understood the pendant's significance. Ronan thoughtfully said he'd only heard rumors about it, but the rumor he was referring to came directly from his commander, Adessan Akalosia. Back then, she had offered him the exact same thing, as the commander herself was from the Akalosia clan. Of course, before he could join, he would have to pass the clan head's test. But naturally, a talented person would pass. Adessan had told him back then to remember that if he atoned for his sins through his achievements in a war, he might finally receive that invitation. She was the first person to ever acknowledge Ronan's talent, which gave him the confidence to believe in himself. Back in the present, he was seeing this necklace once again. Akalosia didn't explain further. She simply left, leaving Ronan with a piece of advice. Even if you were born a beast, if you mingle with the sheep for too long, you'll eventually become one yourself. Once Akalosia was completely out of sight, Elle finally dared to take a deep breath. Meanwhile, Ronan was left wondering, do all geniuses just do whatever the hell they please? But regardless, it was good to have a means of contact. The Akalosia clan would be useful to him. Now, speaking of Phillion Academy's program, they always put student abilities first. Depending on one's grades, the living environment could change drastically. A prime example of this was the dormitory system. The Nedia building is for the average-ranked students. Each person gets a clean room, a high-end cafe, and other amenities. It's a beautiful, fully equipped dorm. In contrast, students in the bottom 30% are placed in the creative building. The first day in creative usually starts with the students' screams. They can't accept living in a place more run down than their family's horse stables. The staff just repeats one line. If you suck at studying, no one's gonna wait on you. Deal with it. 4 people to a room, with communal bathrooms and toilets. It's an academy rule, so if you don't like it, you can sleep here again next term. And that's how the first shock of their lives began for these small-brained nobles. Finally, the top 10% of students, including the #1 ranked Ronan, get to live in the Nobzer building. Ronan could only describe his impression of this building with one phrase: absolutely insane. He couldn't believe this entire presidential suite was for just one student. A pile of documents on the desk caught his attention. It was a class registration form. He wondered if he just needed to write the classes he wanted into the schedule. As an overthinker, Ronan figured he should focus on adapting during his first year and not pick too many classes. But damn, the names of these classes all sounded interesting. Obviously, this was a disastrous misunderstanding common among first-year students who've never experienced the hell of deadlines. After weighing his options for a while, Ronan completed his schedule. It was a bit much, but he was confident that as a Phillion student, he had to study hard. The next day, on his first day of school, Ronan was kicked out of class by the professor. Ronan was bewildered. Why? The class had just started, but it wasn't because he was incompetent. It was because Ronan had already perfectly mastered all the basic royal swordsmanship techniques. The Academy's regulations allow students to leave class once they've mastered the entire curriculum. Besides, watching Ronan show off his talent would only discourage the other students. So now, Ronan was sitting sullenly by the lake after being kicked out of his swordsmanship and monster hunting classes. The reason was that he had brilliantly completed the courses, but this wasn't what Ronan wanted, and it was driving him crazy. You look familiar. Aren't classes in session right now? Hearing the voice, Ronan turned to see Professor Naby Rose wandering around, carrying a sword. Upon recognizing him, Naby Rose immediately understood why he was sitting here alone while classes were happening. Ronan propped himself up with his sword and stood. I thought Phillion was supposed to be better than this. Turns out, I've already learned every subject. Naby Rose wasn't offended. After all, Ronan was only a first year, but completing the course on the very first day was astonishing. Moreover, he could imitate a technique after seeing it just once. He was truly a rare talent, so Naby Rose couldn't just ignore him. She told Ronan to lend her his sword. Today, I'll personally teach you an important lesson. Ronan was wondering why the hell the professor took his sword when an explosion from behind startled him. Even from a distance, Naby Rose was able to make the water's surface tremble, stunning him. After just one strike, Ronan's newly repaired sword was even more severely damaged. In Naby Rose's eyes, this was just a lump of iron that diminished the user's power, unworthy of being called a weapon. Watch closely. She reached for her sword, her movement so fast Ronan had to strain his eyes to see. One decisive slash. The force it generated blew Ronan's hair back, but the more terrifying thing was that the lake's surface was split in two by that single sword strike. After the shockwave from Naby Rose's sword, the water crashed back down like a heavy rain. Seeing Ronan's stunned face, Naby Rose smirked. Do you see what you're lacking now? Until now, Ronan's definition of a weapon was a block of iron, forged to be sturdy and sharp for combat. The best thing about it was that it wouldn't break when you used it, because if it broke, you'd have to find a new one. But now, that way of thinking had been completely shattered after witnessing Naby Rose's demonstration. Ronan didn't understand. Could a mere difference in swords create such a massive gap in power? Naby Rose explained, even a slight difference in breadth or force can create a different outcome. On the battlefield, those tiny differences can decide life and death. She advised him to choose a weapon that suited him if he used mana. Of course, just by watching him swing his sword, Naby Rose knew full well that Ronan didn't know how to use mana. However, while your skill makes up for your lack of mana, one day you'll definitely have to fight using it. Ronan fell into deep thought, which made Naby Rose laugh. She immediately suggested he join her class. Although only a few second-year students and above were allowed to participate, Naby Rose personally giving him permission astonished Ronan. However, Naby Rose still reminded him to find a proper weapon instead of carrying that lump of iron around. This was the minimum requirement to join her class. So, on the first day off, Ronan dragged his two best friends to a blacksmith's forge recommended by Schlieffen, carrying, of course, the guy's immunity pass. But the three of them were hesitating in front of the dilapidated wooden house. It felt like a strong gust of wind would make the whole damn thing collapse. Ronan prayed that Schlieffen hadn't tricked him, and Iren, figuring the only way to know was to just go inside and see. They opened the door as gently as possible. The first thing that hit them was a massive spiderweb on the ceiling, startling the whole group. How the hell is it even more run down on the inside? This is weird. That famous knight isn't known for lying. From a wooden door, a gray hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by a gruff voice. So noisy. I was having a nice sleep. A huge foot stomped on the ground, and a figure appeared before the three of them. The light's off, so why are you brats barging in and bothering me? The creature's appearance made one of their friends turn pale with fear, but Ronan was unfazed, even surprised to meet a werewolf in a blacksmith's forge for the first time. Are you deaf, you little brat? The werewolf was about to question them further, but fell silent when he saw Schlieffen's immunity pass. Ronan explained that Schlieffen had sent him here to buy a weapon. The werewolf recognized the crest of the Grania family. He sized up the three of them. Two were radiating mana, while Ronan wasn't radiating a damn thing. But the werewolf didn't agree right away. Even with the crest, it didn't guarantee they were from the Grania family. He yawned widely, refusing to deal with a bunch of brats, but that didn't mean there wasn't a way. The werewolf's face grew more inhuman. He pointed at one of Ronan's friends. "If you let me tear off one arm of this scrawny kid, I'll consider it. It just so happens I'm hungry, so I'm feeling generous." Needless to say, this display scared the crap out of his friend, especially when he saw the sharp, drooling fangs of the werewolf. "Hey, you bastard werewolf." Ronan signaled coldly, his face filled with killing intent as the werewolf crossed the line. He immediately drew his sword and thrust it into the werewolf's stomach, who had no idea what was happening. The werewolf clutched his stomach and staggered back in pain. But Ronan realized that the strange, stinging sensation he'd been feeling was coming from the invisible armor the old man was wearing. "Well, it doesn't really matter. I'll just destroy everything while I'm at it." The werewolf frantically explained that everything was just a test. It was the first step in the Forge's procedure for meeting new clients. He had just finished making a suit of invisible armor and wanted to test it out. That's why he intentionally attacked them. In short, the old man had no intention of eating people. Ronan couldn't understand how he could cook up such a smooth excuse, which just proved the old man didn't trust them. The werewolf quickly explained that this was the forge trusted by the Grancia family, so their screening process wasn't unusual. If they were still worried, they could just go back and ask young Master S. Ronan pondered for a moment, then sheathed his sword. This stupid process had nearly made him kill someone. The werewolf stood up and apologized sincerely. Even though he was a wolf, he didn't like eating people, so they had nothing to worry about. Aesel also managed a weak smile in return, but his face was still pale. The werewolf then introduced himself as Didi Khan. He was just an apprentice at the forge but worked part-time as security. After asking for Ronan's name, he motioned for the group to follow him inside, to the place that truly held valuable items. The group entered a completely sealed-off space. Didi Khan pressed a hidden switch on the wall, not forgetting to tell them to brace themselves before witnessing something amazing. Gears began to turn, and the ceiling gradually moved away, leaving the group in awe. The three country bumpkins, experiencing an elevator for the first time, listened intently to Didi Khan's explanation. It was made from magic stones and pulleys. This path would lead them to the best and largest forge in the Grand Cappadocia Empire. Ronan marveled at the sight before him. Didi Khan smiled and motioned for them to follow him. Since they had passed his test, he would take responsibility for leading them to the greatest artisan in the kingdom. The deafening sound of metal striking metal, along with the scorching heat radiating from the forges, filled the air. The sheer bustle of the place made the three of them unable to believe their eyes. Didi Khan explained that this place only forged items for royalty and nobility, but they didn't discriminate. As long as you were a skilled master, you were an artisan of this forge. However, among them were some who were exceptionally outstanding, namely, the dwarven artisan who lived in this castle, with 400 years of blacksmithing experience. That old dwarf was very stubborn, but Didi Khan deeply respected him for his top-tier skills. And so, the werewolf kicked the door and barged in. In a room cluttered with weapons, a scruffy bearded old man was focused on hammering a blade. Only Didi Khan would be loud enough to come looking for him like this. The old dwarf grumbled that Didi Khan could never stay quiet while he was working. "Ah, what can I do? The doorway was blocked with weapons, so I couldn't open it. I had to clear a path, old man Doran." The dwarf, Doran, stopped his work. He guessed that any guests Didi Khan personally brought must be no ordinary people. Didi Khan proudly showed off Ronan, the one who had passed his test. He believed that Ronan's swordsmanship would astonish Doran. Doran was surprised that Ronan had received Didi Khan's praise. Besides, he looked like some punk kid who only knew how to pose for street-style photos. Doran then demanded that Ronan let him see his sword. Ronan immediately pulled out his chipped piece of iron for the old man to see. Doran frowned, then gave it a light tap, causing the black iron sword that Ronan was so proud of to shatter into pieces, not forgetting to add a one-word critique. Garbage. Ronan was furious that old Doran had broken his prized weapon. The old man immediately pointed to the swords he had forged and told him to grab any one and display his swordsmanship. Furthermore, he promised to gift him a sword as compensation, so he shouldn't worry, because any sword he chose would be 100 times better than that lump of iron he was carrying. Really? Ronan was half believing, half doubting. Seeing Didi Khan nod, Ronan felt reassured. He grabbed a random sword but immediately felt a completely different sensation than when he held that piece of iron. Even so, he still didn't believe it would be that different. Before swinging, Ronan asked old Doran again just to be sure. If he broke something of his, he wasn't going to pay for it. Doran nodded, telling him to put all his strength into the swing. "I'm rich, after all." Ronan fell silent. If that was the case, he would try the technique Nibi Rose had used. Ronan gently pulled the sword back behind him to gather momentum. The preparatory stance looked vaguely familiar to Doron. He recognized this technique. Swish! Ronan unleashed a decisive slash. A massive explosion erupted, startling the other blacksmiths. Seeing the explosion come from Old Man Doran's workshop made them wonder why the smelting furnace had blown up in the middle of the day. The artist behind that masterpiece, Ronan, was standing there completely stunned. Old Doran, standing beside him, also couldn't believe that this kid had actually wrecked his house. What in the world just happened? Ronan mumbled, despite being the one who had just created the long crack in the ground. Old Doran had remembered it was Nibi Rose's technique. He guessed Ronan was her disciple. The reason Doran knew Nibi Rose was because he was the one who forged the sword she carried. The very long sword that Ronan thought looked incredibly stupid. Its name was the secret sword Urusa, one of Doran's lifetime masterpieces. Although the sword in Ronan's hand couldn't compare to Urusa, looking at this pile of rubble, it was clear he needed to choose a different weapon. Doran thought he was just a novice learning the sword, but it had been a long time since he'd met a talent like Ronan. That realization made him unable to contain his excitement, and he slapped Ronan hard on the back, making both him and his son choke on their spit. However, because Ronan was so skilled, it would be difficult to forge a sword that suited him. The sword had to be able to withstand the force of Ronan's blows. According to Doran's calculations, ordinary materials wouldn't be able to handle Ronan's power, so he would need to use high-grade metal smelted with a special fuel, at least a byproduct from a wyvern. Speaking of byproducts, Ronan remembered he had brought something interesting with him, Ceda's galaxy eggshell. The sound of a heavy hammer echoed throughout Doran's forge. The old man had to exclaim that he couldn't believe it, when the eggshell remained completely intact after being struck repeatedly by his forge hammer. In his hundreds of years of life, he had never encountered such a precious material. His eyes lit up when Ronan told him he could use as much as he wanted. That amount alone was enough to forge a sword. His fighting spirit flared up. Doran told him to come back in 2 weeks. He promised he would undoubtedly give him the best sword in the Empire. Ronan grinned with satisfaction. He was about to get a new toy. Maria and Aesel also got in on the deal. Doran couldn't let the friends of his esteemed guest leave empty-handed. Although he wanted to help them out, right now, his mind was completely focused on this galaxy eggshell. Aha! What a beautiful sound. Old Doran's joyous laughter as he hammered the eggshell made the three of them simultaneously think, this old man is completely nuts. Deep underground, someone was grinding their teeth in frustration at the commotion the people above were making. He desperately wanted to burn them all to a crisp. Another person told him to be patient. Soon enough, from the foolish blacksmiths to everything else in this kingdom, all would be buried by the light. After having his sword personally forged by the Empire's greatest blacksmith, Ronan returned to the academy with peace of mind. Maria and Aesel also placed orders with other blacksmiths. This shopping trip was definitely going to cost the three of them a fortune, but he wasn't the one paying. He just had to flash a gold plate so shiny it outshone the futures of all three of them, and everything would be taken care of. If nothing went wrong, then Ronan's gear would be delivered right to him in half a month. What was he supposed to do for 2 long weeks without a weapon? As for Ao and Maria, they had to go to school. Taking a stroll, Ronan suddenly realized this place seemed familiar. It turned out to be Galilean Hall, the training area reserved for the upper-level classes. Professor Navi Rose probably taught here too. He hadn't wanted to come before because the professor required a real weapon, but now that Ronan had this thing to try out, should he go in? Just then, a stone-cold face suddenly appeared, making Ronan's hair stand on end. Professor Navi Rose materialized instantly, as if she'd been waiting for him all afternoon. She grabbed Ronan's ear in greeting. "Long time no see. I told you to come to class as soon as you got a weapon. Why are you only showing up now? Daring to skip class, are you?" Ronan didn't get a chance to explain, and was dragged inside by his ear, the pain so bad he had to scream. His mountain-shattering scream went unanswered, only reaching the ears of some certain girl. Just then, a guy walked by and bumped into her, causing the documents in her hands to fall to the ground. He even had the nerve to grumble, "Damn it, get out of the way. What kind of slow-as-hell teaching assistant are you?" The girl didn't say a word in response, cheerfully picking up the stack of documents and continuing on her way. At Combat Zone Number 1, which was also Navi Rose's lecture hall, she introduced Ronan to the students in the class. After all, thanks to the match on the first day of school, his fame had surely spread throughout the southern continent, but the professor still gave a formal introduction. "This is Ronan. Starting today, he'll be in your class." Ronan politely greeted his seniors, and everyone immediately started whispering about him. Everyone knew Ronan was the second-ranked first year who had skipped a grade, but looking at him, he seemed pretty ordinary. They thought he'd be giving off some kind of main character aura or something. Ronan heard every single word but said nothing. There were a few people here he wanted to meet, and also some idiot he didn't want to run into. Just then, the teaching assistant opened the door and entered. I'm sorry for being late. I had something urgent to finish. Ronan suddenly found her voice quite familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. Navi Rose gave the girl a moment to catch her breath, then pointed towards Ronan to introduce the new student. The teaching assistant spoke first, with a friendly greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ronan. I'm a second year in the martial arts department and the class's teaching assistant. My name is Adessan. Ronan froze. Wasn't this his commander-in-chief? Adessan Akalosia, a woman of outstanding leadership, who became the first female commander-in-chief to lead the battlefield with her composure and brilliant command, earning her the nickname the Iron Lady. The people under Adessan's command had a saying, "What flows in Adessan's veins isn't blood, it's molten iron." But who would have thought that the infamous Iron Lady would have a face like this? Adessan surely had no memories of him, but was that really the commander's true face? But back then, Adessan had asked him to stop her from becoming the commander-in-chief so she could live as a normal person. What should I do? What should I do? But, pushing that aside for a moment, he'd noticed Adessan had been incredibly busy, mostly doing menial tasks like a servant. Is that what a teaching assistant does? Hey, first year, you look bored. Want to have a match with me for fun? A guy stepped forward to talk to him. Ronan didn't know who he was, or why he suddenly wanted to fight. The guy scratched his head and said, "Whoops, was I too sudden? My bad, little guy. I'm Khan Ogan, rank 53. Khan had heard the rumors about Ronan's match on the first day and wanted to challenge him. Ronan was currently preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he refused. Unexpectedly, Khan persisted. I forgot. How could I ask for a match with you without bringing a weapon?" Then his attitude completely changed when he spoke to Adessan. "Hey, you idiot, bring me my practice spear." Adessan cheerfully complied. Meanwhile, Ronan was already starting to find Khan irritating. How dare this bastard call his respected commander an idiot? Adessan brought a long spear to Khan. He got cranky again. "Damn it, you really are stupid. Why'd you bring a long spear? I switched to a short spear a long time ago." Adessan quickly apologized to him. "But in the last class, you were clearly still using the long spear for practice." When Khan heard her say that, he tapped Adessan on the head with the spear like he was striking a gong. "How dare you talk back to me? What kind of teaching assistant are you if you don't even know that? You weren't qualified to be in this class a long time ago. If you got in by begging the professor, you should at least know your place." Even though it hurt, Adessan didn't dare fight back and kept apologizing to Khan. The scene made Ronan's blood boil even more. He grabbed Khan's spear, leaving him confused as to why he was interfering. But Ronan didn't care. Didn't he want to fight him? Well, now's the time. Time to teach him a lesson. Khan let out a dumb laugh. "Huh? What's this? You're suddenly getting all fired up. Is it because of that bitch? Do you two know each other? Or are you just like those other filthy cowards, doing something behind my back?" Ronan threw the spear back at him. "Shut your mouth and focus on blocking. Unless you want to die, then keep talking." Ronan thrusted the wooden sword directly at Khan's spear. He struggled to keep his footing to avoid being thrown back. How could he be so strong without using any mana? In the end, despite all his efforts, Khan was still pushed back 8 meters. Seeing as he didn't want to use a long spear, Ronan personally changed it into a short spear for him. But in a way, only he could. Humiliated, Khan flew into a rage and charged forward using his mana. "You're not leaving here in one piece today." Ronan remained calm, not shouting for show, but in a split second, he had sliced the spear into multiple pieces. "You can't even take care of yourself, yet you're worried about others." Ronan unleashed a flurry of punches, not even giving Khan time to gasp. "Let's see who's the one not crawling out of here today." He should feel lucky this was an academy. If they were outside, he would have already sent him to meet his ancestors. Khan's instant defeat sent a stir through the classroom. He was in the top 53, yet he got completely wrecked. Ronan wasn't done yet. On his first day of class, he was going to get justice for his commander. "All you spoiled brats who made her bring you handkerchiefs, step forward. If it stinks, wash it your damn self. You have hands, so use them. Is the commander, the teaching assistant, your personal servant, or something?" Ronan looked like a tattooed debt collector, which scared the guys who had been ordering Addison around shitless. But Adessan stopped him. Although she didn't know why he was trying to be a hero and save her, she felt it wasn't a big deal. Ronan told her to step aside and let him handle it. No one was allowed to treat his respected commander like that. At least in this kingdom, she shouldn't be treated this way. "Stop it, Ronan." Professor Navi Rose strode forward with a stern look. "I won't hold you responsible for what happened to Khan, because accidents like that aren't uncommon in the real world. But if you cause any more trouble, I can't turn a blind eye." Ronan tried to move, but his body was trembling. The aura radiating from her was terrifying, like a giant serpent baring its fangs, ready to swallow him whole. So this was the professor's aura, the aura of the peerless sword saint. Navi Rose was in charge of the class, and she wouldn't tolerate any more disruptions. Although Ronan was being overwhelmed, he still wanted to demand justice for Adessan. The professor surely knew her teaching assistant was being bullied, yet she stood by and did nothing. That's a matter between me and the TA. It has nothing to do with you. So, this is my final warning. Stop it now, Navi Rose retorted firmly. But whether she was a sword saint or his own father, Ronan refused to back down. My answer is, get lost. Navi Rose sighed. There's no other way. I'll just have to show you who's stronger. She gave an order to Vantir. It lunged forward as if to devour Ronan whole. As a result, he got to go to bed earlier than usual. Ronan dreamed of the past. Back then, he had wondered why Adessan volunteered for the commander position that everyone else refused. Adessan had replied that one day, he would understand. There are some things you can't force upon others. They are destiny. Ronan, of course, didn't understand, nor did he know what burden she always carried on her shoulders. Later, before she disappeared, Adessan apologized to him, even hoping he would never forgive her. The image of Adessan slowly walking away made Ronan scream. No! He opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. It had all just been a dream. But why was the Grand Marshal sitting by his bed right now? Wait, the Grand Marshal? Ronan blurted out, confusing Addison. He quickly laughed it off to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Haha, it's nothing. I was just talking in my sleep. Ronan then wondered why he was in the infirmary. It turned out he had fainted, and the professor had told her to take him there. And she had a message for you. I will address your behavior from class today in the supplementary session. Well, I'm screwed. Ronan felt more afraid of the professor than his own mother. Should he just pretend to be unconscious until the professor kicks the bucket? Just then, Adessan finally dared to ask why he got so angry when everyone treated her that way. Ronan tried to cook up a reasonable excuse. Well, I just value proper conduct, that's all. I'm a true gentleman, you see. Adessan chuckled, then told him, don't hate Khan and the others. I understand why they feel the way they do when they treat me like that. Ronan flared up. How could she say that when she knew she was being bullied, yet still tried to be such a diligent TA? He was puzzled before, but now he was completely lost. Girls are so complicated. On top of that, the professor knew about it but just ignored everything. It was so hard to understand. Was this academy protecting the nobles or something? Adessan immediately cleared Navi Rose's name because she was the one who had asked the professor to do it. It was because Adessan liked enjoying privileges she didn't deserve. Originally, anyone who wanted to take that class had to reach the expert level in swordsmanship, but even after a year, Adessan could only control basic mana. These words startled Ronan. He couldn't believe it. The Grand Marshal was someone who could emit an enormous amount of aura. Was there really a time when she was struggling like this? Adessan had spoken privately with Navi Rose, not wanting to be a burden to her for taking her on as a TA. In exchange for that privilege, she had to pay the price by enduring this kind of treatment. In any case, she could still handle it. But no matter what, thank you for what you did today, Adessan said sincerely. She thought she had grown used to such trivial matters. But what Ronan did today had moved her. Ronan fell silent, then decided to ask her, is the reason you endure so much because you want to become the Grand Marshal of the Legion? Addison covered her mouth in surprise. Huh? How did you know? Was it that obvious? Well, yes, that's right, but I'm not entirely sure yet. My dream is to become the Grand Marshal of this empire. Ronan didn't know what to say. Adessan explained awkwardly that for someone who hadn't even reached the expert level like her, it must sound ridiculous. But no matter what, she didn't want to give up. He might not believe it, but she was quite confident in her knowledge of military technology and tactics. To achieve her dream, Adessan was trying her best every single day. Just then, the bell for the next class rang. Adessan had to leave for her TA duties, not forgetting to tell him to rest up before heading back to class. After Adessan left, Ronan's mind was in turmoil. Back then, she had asked him to stop her from pursuing her crazy dream. So what was he supposed to do now? Days passed as he mulled it over. Then one sunny day, Ronan, Maria, and Aesel went to the forge at the dwarf's summons. But when they arrived, there was no one there to greet them. A messenger pigeon had tapped on his window in the middle of the night. Even though the dwarf had called it the masterpiece of his life, Ronan thought it would take much longer to complete. But more importantly, now that they were here, no one was around. What a sloppy way to do business. Just then, Ronan bumped into a helmet. He kicked it away in frustration. Damn it, why is there so much junk in the way? Can't they clean up? Is this how you treat your guests? The two girls looked at each other, wondering why Ronan had been so sensitive lately. Do guys get periods or something? Ronan lost all patience and decided to head inside on his own. Besides, the dwarf was the one who summoned them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He felt along the wall. Ronan remembered the stone that opened the door from last time. The memory of youth is a wonderful thing. On the way down to the forge, Maria and Aesel hoped someone would stop this kid who was clearly on his man period. Ronan was determined to rush in and see if the old man was eating or sleeping. But the scene before them left all three of them stunned. The forge was engulfed in flames, with bodies scattered across the ground. It was a scene of utter ruin and devastation. A stone giant was chasing after the blacksmiths. Although they didn't know why, they couldn't just stand by and watch the blacksmiths get bullied. Ronan didn't waste words. He grabbed the closest person and told Maria to stay back and find help. Then he and Asil jumped down, ordering her to use magic to dampen their fall and cast an invisibility spell. Asil was scared, but she didn't want to die, so she did her best to cast Invisible Hand. 2 blacksmiths were running, exhausted. 1 step from the giant was equal to 10 of theirs. Was today the day their lives came to an end? Swish. A sword slash cut vertically through the stone giant's body. Ronan landed in a badass pose. He'd been bottling up too much stress these past few days, and today, he was going to unleash it all on these walking rocks. A stone giant threw a punch at him. Ronan nimbly climbed up its massive arm and lopped off the giant's head. The stone head crashed to the ground, forcing the 2 blacksmiths to shield their eyes. They recognized him as Doran's young guest. More than that, he had defeated the stone giants in a single blow. After clearing the mess, Ronan sat down and listened as the 2 blacksmiths explained what happened. Dozens of stone giants had suddenly attacked their forge. They emerged from the ground and destroyed everything in sight, hunting down the blacksmiths, even capturing Doran before making their escape. Didi Khan tried to stop them, but he wasn't much of a fighter, so he got captured too. Ronan understood the urgency of the situation. At this rate, his sword would vanish into thin air. There was no one left at the forge, so Ronan couldn't just sit around any longer. He signaled for Asil and Maria to check for survivors. If they found anyone, they were to treat them. With Ceda along, first aid would be much faster. As for him, Ronan had to go find the sword he had never even seen before. Meanwhile, Doran was clutching the sword tightly, with Didi Khan shielding him as he faced off against 2 stone men. Doran kept telling him to run, but Didi Khan couldn't just abandon him. If you've got the energy to babble, then pick up that sword and do something. Is that sword in your hand just for show? Didi Khan was furious, but Doran couldn't. This sword was the masterpiece of his entire life, a grand beginning, and he couldn't bear to stain his beloved creation. Are you serious, you crazy old man? Didi Khan was at his wit's end. Even with a weapon, he couldn't just trade his life for a sword. Just then, the 2 stone men burst inside, and a devastating punch came crashing down. Doran thought he was a goner, but Didi Khan had taken the blow for him. Even so, he didn't have much strength left. The defensive enchantments on his armor had all been shattered. Didi Khan cursed. If he'd known death would come like this, he would have created all the things he'd ever imagined. Now, all he felt was regret for his long days of partying. In the moment Didi Khan gave up on life, a god appeared out of nowhere and slashed the giant stone man to pieces. That god was Ronan, whose perfectly timed appearance was enough to make anyone scream. Didi Khan couldn't understand how he got there. There should have been dozens of giant stone men blocking the path. Ronan smirked. He hated it when people blocked his path, so he'd already taken care of all of them. More importantly, he needed to find that old man Doran and get his sword. After all that fighting, the sword in his hand was completely chipped. Doran handed it to Ronan. He was a bit disappointed that the scabbard wasn't finished, but he told Ronan it was ready to be used right away. Ronan thanked the old man, then unsheathed the blade to check out his new toy. The 2 stone giants raced each other, competing to see who could reach Ronan first. But today, there would be no winner, because neither of them would ever reach him. Ronan swung the sword lightly, and the slash cut through the entire cave, stunning all 3 of them. What the hell was that? Ronan himself was surprised he could pull off such a ridiculously cool slash. Doran was ecstatic. So, what do you think? Do you like La Mancha? He said he was inspired to name it that from his stargazing. Above all, he was overjoyed to have created a sword that was so light, yet harder than mithril, capable of withstanding any kind of swordsmanship. Doran hadn't added any enchantments to it, but it had a blood-absorbing property, giving La Mancha a unique self-regeneration ability. Ronan guessed this ability was thanks to using Ceda's eggshell, but he had to admit, Doran's skills were on another level. Didi Khan didn't understand how they had time to stand around and chat. They needed to get out of there. He was sure they were the last ones trapped inside. Hearing this, Ronan nodded. If there was no one else to save, then he had time to check a few things out. According to the sixth sense of someone who's died and come back to life, Ronan could feel a few little rats hiding nearby, and among them was one super-sized giant. Ronan was familiar with the behavior of stone giants. They didn't move in herds and would lie dormant unless provoked. Moreover, he'd never seen suspicious markings like these on the backs of their heads before. Doran recognized it as a magic circle, but it was hard to identify since this wasn't his area of expertise. But the amount of residual mana was overwhelming. This was definitely some cunning magic. It was controlling the stone giants, making them go berserk. Who on earth would do something so cruel to us lovable blacksmiths? Ronan didn't know either. That's why he had to go investigate and find the answer now. He had a feeling that everything would be explained if he went deeper into this cave. Ronan dashed through the cave like he was flying. He wasn't sure at first, but the more he followed the stone giant's tracks, the more human footprints he found. The mana-sensing stone he carried also began to react. Someone up ahead was definitely behind this incident. Just then, Ronan heard voices and saw a light coming from around a corner. He moved closer to see who they were, but what Ronan saw made him gasp. Those two hooded figures are definitely the culprits. But what the hell is that thing? At that colossal size, the stone men from before looked like 3-year-old kids. It seemed to be sealed, but if that seal were to break, what would happen to intruders in here? The two figures in white cloaks were talking. Based on the traces of brainwashing on the severed stone giants, they concluded it must have been the work of a third party. The man, Adessan, was annoyed at being discovered. What's more, they didn't have any stones to awaken the giant thing in front of them. If that's the case, should I just kill them all? Adessan smiled creepily. The girl, Serilla, shook her head, stopping him. Ever since most of their facilities were destroyed, the Empire's weapon crafting technology had declined significantly. If their identities were revealed, that person wouldn't let it slide. The safest option was to retreat. Adessan agreed, but before leaving, he wanted to deal with the eavesdropping little rat. This smell of sulfur has been itching my nose for a while now. Ronan sensed the imminent danger. Turns out, Adessan had detected him some time ago. He launched a fireball at Ronan, who had no time to react. An explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, but Ronan's clothes remained completely spotless. Seeing that he dodged that blaze attack, Adessan figured he must be pretty strong. So, I'll bind you first, then slit your throat. Their ability to cast spells instantly made Ronan realize they were no ordinary grunts. How did you get in here? This place isn't somewhere you can just waltz into. Adessan spoke. But Ronan thought he should be the one asking that question. Who were these people to dare invade the Empire? But no matter who they were, the outcome would be the same. Well now, this is an attitude worth playing with. Adessan was thrilled, but Serilla was not. He continued his little act. Just enjoy yourself while you can. It's not like you have much time left either, Serilla. The day this kingdom is buried beneath the stars is drawing near. Ronan's face darkened. That giant had also said their kingdom would be buried beneath the stars and disappear. What did you just say? Do you have any idea what you're saying when you spew those words? You filthy rats. Ronan gritted his teeth. His aura suddenly shifted, taking on a dangerous edge that made Adessan feel like something was terribly wrong. Ronan wasn't going to kill them. He was going to drag them back to the station. Because tonight, he had a lot of questions to ask these two. What the hell? Is this kid insane? You think you can capture us? Adessan smirked contemptuously, preparing to raise his hand and shoot another blast of fire. Piece of cake, Ronan said as he severed his arm, followed by his legs, slicing the man in half and sending him crashing to the ground. Serilla's face went pale. He hadn't even finished his line before he was butchered. Ronan's hand gripped her neck tightly. Lady, from this moment on, you'd be wise to answer me, unless you want to be chopped into pieces like him. Serilla gritted her teeth and screamed. A magic shield erupted, pushing Ronan away from her, a clear sign that Serilla refused to submit. Ronan's arm trembled slightly. That shield was sturdy, but his aura was brighter. Ronan shattered her magic shield. This time, he didn't grab her by the neck. He thrust his sword straight down. The hood of her cloak revealed Serilla's ears. A demi-human, working with a human mage. What were they plotting? Explosion. A sudden vortex of fire surged toward him. Ronan sliced the flames in two with his sword. Strange. He had already cut off one of Adessan's arms, but what was with his disgusting appearance now? Get away from her, you perverted bastard. Adessan screamed upon seeing Serilla at Ronan's feet. It seemed there was some misunderstanding. My mistake, Ronan said, then stabbed his sword through Serilla's leg. He ignored her piercing screams of agony. They had crossed the line, and now, they all had to go. Ronan gave Adessan an order. 1. Follow him to the police station. 2. He would perform a magic trick for Serilla, dividing her body into pieces. Adessan gritted his teeth and finally agreed to follow Ronan. He didn't want to play the villain anymore, so he withdrew his sword. But for some reason, the woman started laughing like a maniac. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, making Ronan's hair fly. It wasn't that wind had suddenly appeared in the cave, but a giant arm, swinging and sending Ronan flying. Adessan walked over to Serilla to check on her. She was in a lot of pain, but luckily, she was alive. Thanks to Adessan pretending to attack and drawing Ronan's attention, she'd had time to cast her spell, to blur his perception and activate the giant's trap. Although only one arm had been activated, Ronan was surely severely injured. Adessan signaled for her to go to the church and report the situation first, while he finished Ronan off here to prevent future trouble. Be careful. It was the first time Serilla had ever needed to warn him. She could feel a bloodthirsty beast dwelling inside Ronan. Adessan also knew he couldn't let his guard down anymore. Ronan wasn't just any ordinary monster, he also had combat experience. If he didn't deal with him right now, he would surely become a formidable enemy. From behind the cloud of dust, Ronan's silhouette slowly appeared. Edjuan told himself not to lose track of him, but a second later, his 2 arms all 4 of his limbs were severed. Next came his head, then his torso. Where do you think you're going? Ronan slowly advanced after dismembering Edjuan. I told you. I have a lot of questions for you. Ronan's words were like a death sentence. Serilla hastily put up a shield, unable to understand how he was still alive after being so heavily injured. Ronan would never let them escape. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. He couldn't control himself anymore. Serilla didn't understand why the situation had suddenly turned so dire. She had lost too much blood and stood no chance of winning this fight. So, the priority was to report to her superiors. Get ready. I will find everything that belongs to you and take it all away forever. Your family, your lover, and your friends. The lives of every single one of them. Before fleeing, Serilla didn't forget to threaten Ronan. Ronan was helpless and confused. He had found a small clue, but now he couldn't capture her. Was everything going to end up just like that time? No, she couldn't get away. Ronan shouted helplessly. I told you to stop. That's right. Stop right there. Navi Rose's voice rang out, and her aura froze Serilla in place. I have plenty of questions for you, too. First, let me confirm something. You're the one who dared to mess with my disciple, right? Ronan had never been so happy to see his professor. It's great to see you again, ma'am. I never expected to see you here. Navi Rose saw he was still talking as much as ever, so he was clearly fine. Now, it was time for the main event, dealing with the person who dared to bully her disciple. Serilla's entire body was paralyzed under a gaze like that of a python hunting its prey. The only person who could generate this kind of pressure was the peerless sword saint. Instinct told Serilla to run, but Navi Rose's hand was already on her neck, delivering the verdict. You've done many things you shouldn't have, but the thing that infuriates me the most is that you dared to touch my student. To Serilla, Navi Rose's face was more terrifying than facing her own boss. Before she had time to scream for help, the deep, dark throat of the python was right before her eyes. This was the wide-open future that awaited her. After dealing with Serilla, Navi Rose returned to Ronan to wrap things up. Ronan wondered if the future she mentioned for Serilla was Rodolan prison. Navi Rose nodded, though she didn't understand why he was asking. Ronan had thought of that place first. Rodolan, the Screaming Fortress, a prison in the middle of the sea where criminals who opposed the Empire were held. It was famous for its brutal interrogation methods, willing to use any means necessary to make prisoners confess. If that was the case, Ronan requested permission to participate in their interrogation. He begged his professor, explaining this was a matter of life and death for him. This is the very reason I came back to life. At that moment, back at the forge, the rescue operation was nearly complete. Ao, Maria, and even Ceda were exhausted. Ao was worried, wondering where Ronan had gone and why he hadn't returned. Had something bad happened? Just then, Ronan's voice called out, "Were you guys calling my name?" He returned, carrying a new weapon on his shoulder and looking as battered as he could possibly be. He heard that by the time Maria had arrived with reinforcements, Ao and Ceda had already rescued more than half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. More importantly, is anyone seriously hurt? We should be asking you that. Why do you look so beat up? You're injured all over, Maria exclaimed. Ceda saw that her father wasn't clean and pristine anymore, but she still wanted a comforting hug after being worked to exhaustion. Ronan didn't care about his wounds. All of his attention was now focused on those 2 invaders. A few hours later, at the rendezvous point for transferring the prisoners to Rodolan, a cliff in Greno Forest, the transport team from Rodolan arrived, flying on the backs of giant eagles. The escorts all wore black crow masks. Hello, Miss Navi Rose. We received the summons from the Empire to transport the prisoners. Navi Rose handed the 2 over to them. She didn't forget to mention that the man, Edjuan, had strange regenerative abilities, so they should keep that in mind during the interview. But it seemed that wasn't a problem. Rather, it was a big surprise that would be a fun new toy for their interrogator. After receiving the prisoners, the Rodolan team departed immediately. Navi Rose said it would usually take about a week for Rodolan to make them talk. She would let Ronan know when they contacted her again so he could prepare to leave when the time came. The time after that passed quickly, and the renovation process at the Cappadocia Forge went smoothly with the Empire's support. Meanwhile, Ronan returned to the academy, where he was well taken care of by Professor Naviros. Time passed just like that. But in a completely different place, a stark contrast to their peace, was Rodolan Fortress, where the screams never ceased. An interrogator was diligently pulling out a prisoner's teeth, one by one, enjoying himself so much that he forgot he had visitors today. By this time, Naviros and Ronan had arrived at Rodolan. A handsome old man stepped out and greeted them warmly. Welcome. You must have had a long journey. I am the interrogator in charge of this prisoner. My name is Karaka. After the introduction, he invited them to see the prisoner right away if they wished. This was exactly what Naviros wanted. Ronan found it strange. He never expected an interrogator from the infamous fortress to be such a polite and friendly gentleman. Naviros hadn't believed it at first either. Everyone says that the first time they meet Karaka, he said. But as the old saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. There's a reason he's called the most terrifying nightmare of Rhodolan. On the way, Karaka briefed them on the key points. First, just as he thought, the two of them were from the Gear Nebula and were members of that organization. This was the first time Naviros had ever heard that name. Karaka explained that they were like the Karabolo crime syndicate, but far more dangerous due to their mysterious identity. From the fire that swept through the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Etherman Technical Research Headquarters, they were the ones behind all the major incidents with unknown causes that occurred. Ronan thought to himself, damn, how evil can they be? He had never even heard of this organization in his past life. That was all the information Karaka had managed to extract. Ronan felt like something was missing, so he asked if they had confessed anything about starlight or the advent of the stars. Karaka looked blank. It was the first time he'd ever heard those words. Ronan scratched his ear. Well, I just happened to overhear it while I was hunting those bastards down. I figured it had something to do with their goal. Suddenly, Karaka picked up a black crow mask, his aura becoming so intense that even Ronan felt a chill. Karaka opened the cell door and stepped inside. How embarrassing. To have you see this on our first meeting. It seems my sincerity hasn't quite reached our friends here. I suppose I'll have to be a little more earnest. Ronan didn't quite understand the old man's metaphors, but what he cared about were Edjuan and Serilla. The two who had laughed in his face just the other day were now completely broken. Karaka was particularly fascinated with Edjuan, because he could continuously regenerate his body using the unique power of black magic. He was the perfect toy for an interrogator like him. Karaka's method for getting friendly with people like this was incredibly simple. Just keep poking and stabbing until they can't regenerate anymore. Edjuan trembled at the sight of Karaka's red-hot spear, as the old man meticulously carved off pieces of his flesh. Ronan and Naviros remained silent, not daring to comment on the old man's madness, which surpassed even Doron's obsession with weapons. Karaka was extremely disappointed that he couldn't get all the information. He grabbed Edjuan by the hair, making him scream. I told you everything. Really? Then why is it that I'm only hearing about the advent of the stars after your friend here mentioned it, huh? Karaka's question left Edjuan speechless. He then turned to Serilla. She didn't have regenerative powers, so interrogating her didn't take long. Any more force and she would have died instantly. Serilla trembled, begging for death to release her. Only now did Ronan realize how truly brutal the old man was. Despite all the battles he had fought, he had never seen anything like this. But if they were this terrified, what else could they possibly be hiding? Why would he do this when his identity was already exposed? Unless. Ronan boldly proposed a theory. It's not that they don't want to talk, it's that they can't. Naviros didn't understand. From what Ronan knew, this kind of thing happened to soldiers on the battlefield who held critical secrets. To prevent the enemy from extracting information, a sealing curse is placed on them. Karaka fell silent, then let go of Edjuan's head. My goodness, how embarrassing. I was so overwhelmed by the feeling of betrayal that I completely forgot about that possibility. After saying that, he turned to get something. It felt like he was retrieving his ultimate weapon. A moment later, Karaka returned with his secret weapon, a hideously ugly eye. It was called the Devouring Eye, and it could consume curses. It's very useful when interrogating prisoners who can't speak due to a curse. Well now, Edjuan has a new toy. Karaka placed a devouring eye on his head, and it immediately latched on, burrowing into his skin and flesh. A flash of light erupted, and the devouring eye's pupil slowly turned blue, signaling that the curse had been consumed. Karaka once again asked about the advent of the stars. Edjuan panted heavily, then began speaking in a long, programmed-like monologue. The stars are an eternal existence, the only blessing that can save the weak in this land. We have always awaited the day the stars appear. The stars transcend even this time and space. Our mission is to eliminate anything that stands in the way. Serilla screamed. No, shut your mouth, Edjuan. It seemed this was the real secret they were hiding. Karaka found his pre-written speech too long-winded. To put it simply, something is about to fall from the sky. What is it, exactly? The children of the stars, Edjuan replied. Immediately, the name A2 flashed in Ronan's mind, his sworn enemy. Ronan lost his composure and approached Edjuan, his face radiating pure killing intent. The children of the stars. Are you talking about A2? Ronan's question seemed to hit a nerve. Edjuan looked up, trembling. A 2? How? How can you speak that name? Suddenly, his face began to contort as if something inside his body was about to burst out. Karaka immediately pulled Ronan back and erected a defensive shield. Just then, Edjuan's body exploded, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Thankfully, Karaka's shield kept Ronan's clothes clean. Karaka was shocked that he had still exploded even after the curse was absorbed. Only now did Ronan learn of such a cruel ceiling curse. But for Karaka, it was a common sight. It seems they are forbidden from doing two things. First, they cannot reveal anything about the advent of the stars to non-members of the organization. Second, they cannot mention any words related to a certain someone. Otherwise, they'll be blown to bits. Now it was time for him to ask Ronan, who exactly is A2? If his theory was correct, this seemed to be classified information within the Gear Nebula. But how could Ronan have obtained information with such a high security level? As the interrogator for this case, Karaka had to get to the bottom of it. It felt as if he was about to torture Ronan just like the other two. Ronan remained perfectly calm and replied, "I just happened to overhear it." Perhaps Karaka already knew that he was the first person to discover what was happening at the Cappadocia Forge. At that moment, he had overheard what they were saying from a distance. At first, Ronan thought it wasn't anything important, so he just stayed put. But now, he had a hunch that this was a crucial clue. Ronan apologized for interrupting in his excitement. Above all, he wondered if the man would be satisfied with his explanation. Of course, Karaka couldn't believe him completely. He was sure the boy was hiding something within that story, but he also didn't sense any malice from Ronan towards the Empire. Perhaps it was because of Ronan's eyes. He could see the things simmering within them: will, guilt, determination, and anger towards those bastards. Before Karaka could investigate the truth, the tip of Navi Rose's sword was at his throat. "That's enough, Karaka. Don't tell me you're interrogating my disciple now. Right in front of me, no less." Karaka immediately retracted his killing intent. After all, he didn't want to pick a fight with the former sword saint. It's just the nature of his work that he can't afford to miss any clues. "My apologies. I was out of line." Karaka bowed his head and apologized to Ronan. Ronan let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he could think on his feet. It felt like that old man was about to torture him. Karaka was just disappointed to have lost a sight fiend, as they're harder to catch than most phantasms. Ronan was surprised. That tiny, hideous monster was a type of phantasm? Of course. If you look closely, they're quite cute. Do you want to try touching it? As Karaka spoke, he glanced at the sight fiend on his own shoulder and noticed it had changed. They only change when they absorb a curse. But from who? It wouldn't go near Serilla. Could it be from Ronan? He had placed it on the boy's shoulder while he was using mana, but such a short time wasn't nearly enough for it to absorb a curse. To confirm, Karaka placed the little sight fiend in his hand. The sensation of it clinging to his flesh made Ronan feel uncomfortably itchy. But after just a few short seconds, the sight fiend swelled up and exploded. Blood and guts splattered all over Ronan's face, disgusting him. What the hell? Why did it explode? Karaka examined Ronan's hand. He had never seen a reaction of this magnitude before. Then, Karaka delivered his final diagnosis. "You have terminal cancer." "Just kidding. The truth is, there's a curse on you, Ronan." He asked if Ronan had ever felt restricted when performing certain actions. For example, being unable to jump high or lift iron objects, things that other people could do. But he couldn't. Ronan froze. This reaction confirmed to Karaka that he was indeed cursed. If the boy wanted to hide it, he wouldn't press the matter, since he couldn't break it anyway. But he wanted him to know that the malice of the one who cursed him was immense, which meant the curse's power was also considerable. After their talk, it was time to leave. Karaka would pay attention to the seal during further investigations. Ronan was still lost in thought about the curse on his body. Karaka could easily see the boy's complicated feelings. To suddenly discover, after all this time, that your body carries a curse is even more shocking than a terminal cancer diagnosis. Karaka sympathized with him, but told him not to worry, because Ronan was a student at Phillion, home to the mage considered the continent's greatest expert on curses, Professor May Crit. On the way back, Ronan kept rubbing his eyes, which made Professor Navi Rose feel itchy just watching him. Ever since that sight fiend touched him, his eye had been tingling. From what Navi Rose knew, that was a sign of the curse weakening, so there was no need to worry. The real problem was that Ronan had no idea who had placed the curse on him. From his past life to this one, he had always lived an honest life, and he was sure he hadn't made any enemies. Navi Rose recalled his recent brawls and was left speechless, not even wanting to claim this kid as her disciple anymore. Ronan suddenly remembered he needed to thank the professor for protecting him from Karaka. Remembering the old man's vicious glare still gave him goosebumps. "If you hadn't stepped in, that old geezer would have interrogated me to death." Navi Rose laughed. "I was just fulfilling my duty as a professor. You don't need to thank me." The more Ronan looked at her, the more he believed Navi Rose was a good and capable person. But why had he never once encountered someone so talented on the battlefield? Could she be connected to the Gear Nebula? The next day, in a private practice area for the Department of Magic in Siri Forest, Ronan arranged to meet Adessan at Iron Pillar Park. Addison greeted him with a smile as bright as the sun. But Ronan wasn't nearly as enthusiastic, because for the past few days, he had completely forgotten about his promise to the commander. Ronan's mind was racing, and he had no idea what to do. In situations like this, All you can do is flash a confident, toothy smile. Hey, Commander, Senior, have you been well? Since the day of the brawl, Adessan had made new friends, all of whom were people afraid of Khan Ogon. Every time he saw her face, he'd be terrified. It sounded a bit mean, but it probably wasn't so bad. Afterwards, she led him into Iron Pillar Park. Adessan mentioned that she'd heard about his curse, which was the reason Ronan was looking for Professor Crit. But then again, he never expected he'd have to come to such a bizarre place. The professor's tastes sure are strange, Adessan agreed. This place has a very unique design. If you're not a magic student, you'd never be able to find your way. That's why I asked a magic student I'm close with to guide us. But there was still no sign of them. Just as she said that, someone ran up and threw their arms around Adessan in delight. Adessan, I missed you so much. Looking at the person in front of him, Ronan felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the snooty Akalosia who was spouting nonsense about beasts and sheep before? But right now, she looked like a puppy, reuniting with its owner after days apart, unable to even hide the adoration in her eyes. Anything Adessan asks is Akalosh's command. Akalosia was curious why Adessan was looking for Professor Crit when she sensed Ronan's presence. He was sweating bullets, and Akalosia froze for a good 5 seconds. Ronan spoke first. I was the one who asked her for help. Hello, Akalosia. Akalosia shrieked in embarrassment. Why are you here? The cold, arrogant image she had built up at the school had just been exposed by Ronan. Putting that aside, Akalosia obeyed Adessan and led Ronan to Professor Crit. The place they arrived at was a dilapidated, one-story wooden cabin. He felt a little suspicious. She wasn't going to bury him in a shallow grave for discovering her secret, was she? Akalosia bristled when he mentioned the nickname Super Cute E, which only Adessan was allowed to use. This annoyed expression seemed to be her true face. Ronan was also surprised by how close Akalosia was to Adessan. Since she was an Akalosia, could there be some connection between the two of them? Akalosia opened the creaky wooden door. Inside, an old woman was chilling in a chair. Ronan thought that must be Professor Crit, but Akalosia said not yet. They still had one more trial to pass. The two of them approached the old woman and cast some kind of spell. The cool and arrogant persona she had built up at this school had already been discovered by Ronan. Like in Alibaba, it's open sesame. Akalosia recited the incantation and cast the spell on the old woman. A second passed, and nothing happened. Ronan was getting suspicious. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to be happening now? Just then, the old woman's mouth opened wide, so wide it could have swallowed them both whole. What the hell is that? Ronan was horrified by what he saw. Akalosia told him not to worry, saying that if they jumped into the old woman's mouth, they would arrive at Professor Crit Sferracio's real office. Ronan was amazed by the office. It was completely different from what he'd imagined the professor's taste to be, especially after that bizarre entrance. So, you're the student Kanabir sent. A voice echoed from behind Ronan. Professor Chris was floating in midair as she touched his eye. She sensed something incredibly sinister. What an interesting young man. Ronan was startled. Could this insolent little brat in front of him really be Professor Chris? No need to be so surprised. The professor said, I may look like this, but I'm 83 years old this year. Ronan was stunned. 83, not 8. Maintaining a youthful appearance like that would require a massive amount of magic. Professor Chris put that topic aside for later. With a snap of her fingers, Ronan's entire body was enveloped in ribbons of text, his own curses. The professor was surprised to see his body so riddled with curses. There was even an ancient curse, nearly in its original form. The danger level was absolutely critical. With his amateur skills, Ronan couldn't even touch it. But that didn't mean she couldn't break it. The number of curses was indeed greater than she'd thought. But Chris was already prepared. A magic circle appeared beneath Ronan's feet. She would turn the curses into physical objects within an imaginary world inside his consciousness. The only thing you need to do is find the root of the curse that's restraining you and destroy it. Ronan didn't quite understand. What exactly was he supposed to do? You'll know when you see it, the professor said. For now, take care. Ronan was suddenly pushed and fell into a strange space. It was the imaginary world created from the curses within him. He had expected the place to be dark and gloomy, but what appeared before Ronan was his own home. Ronan still didn't understand what was happening. Then, a child ran past him. Mom, I'm home. The voice was slightly different, but it was definitely his older sister, Iren. Iren looked at the peacefully sleeping baby Ronan and couldn't help but wonder. My little brother is so cute, but why is Ronan always sleeping? Is he sick, Mom? Babies have to sleep a lot to grow up big like you. His mother told Iren that if her little brother got sick in the future, she had to take good care of him. Ronan was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, this was the scene at his home right after he was born. So, that little bundle of fat was him? No way. Ronan couldn't believe he had once been such an adorable baby. He always thought he'd been born looking like he does now. So, was this his past? But Ronan couldn't remember any of it. Just then, the door opened, and an overwhelming presence filled the room, paralyzing him. Who was this bastard walking past him? Aaron ran out, happily greeting the man, but the words describing his name and status were completely absent from Ronan's memory. The man said something, but Ronan couldn't make it out. His mother said the baby was in the cradle, adding, "You must be curious to see Ronan's face, right? Go on, look, he looks just like you." The man said something else that Ronan couldn't hear. Then, he waved his hand in front of his mother's face, and she fainted. Ronan's face darkened, but his body was still frozen. Next was Iron. His sister collapsed right before his eyes, and a furious rage erupted within him. "You bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ronan screamed. Just then, he saw the curses that had appeared on his own body earlier now emanating from the man's hand. When they touched his infant body, a bright light flared. Ronan was certain that this was the root of the curse. He had to sever that arm. Outside, Chris was maintaining her mana. Despite her thorough preparations, her mana was already hitting rock bottom. What a freakish curse. Akalosia wondered just how many curses were on Ronan. Sit didn't know for sure, but it seemed like there were 10 of them. If she tried to neutralize them all at once, the professor would be toast. Sit wasn't surprised that there were 10 curses, but that the one she was dealing with was only one of them. Back in the world within the curse, the man said something to him, and then left. After the man walked out the door, the paralysis was lifted. Ronan rushed over to check on his sister and mother. Thankfully, they had only fainted. Ronan clutched his head and took a deep breath. He had to stay calm. Right now, the only thing he could do in here was tear that bastard to shreds. Ronan summoned La Mancha, slashed the door to pieces, and chased after the man. The scenery around him suddenly changed, and the man was already standing there, waiting for him. Ronan gritted his teeth. Anyone who dared to touch his family right in front of him would pay the price. He shot forward like a flash of lightning, filled with vengeful fury. The man summoned a sword of his own to counter. Ronan couldn't understand how the curse could control a sword and completely overwhelm him. In just a few exchanges, his body was already covered in cuts. The man attacked without even breaking a sweat. Ronan collapsed, covered in wounds. His sword couldn't even touch the man, and now he was just leaving because there was nothing more he could do? It can't end like this. Ronan clenched his fists. He had so many questions he needed to ask that man. "I'm not done yet," Ronan shouted. "Why did you do it?" They never showed that kind of affection or acted that way with anyone else. I felt that loving gaze. It was exactly the same as when she looked at me. Thinking about it, it could only be you. You're him, aren't you? Why would you do something like this? The shadowy figure remained silent. It seemed this was the man's way of answering Ronan's questions. He gripped his sword tightly. After doing that to his sister and mother, and placing a curse on him, there wasn't even a single word of explanation. Ronan lunged forward, using his mana to slash at the man's neck. "If you won't talk, fine. I'll find out everything myself. But right now, you need to get the hell out of my body." After a while, Ronan's eyes shot open. The space around him was definitely Sephirothio. "You're finally awake. How are you feeling, Ronan?" A voice called out. When Ronan turned his head, he couldn't recognize the person in front of him. "Holy, Professor Chris?" he guessed hesitantly. She let out a laugh. "Ho ho, you can still recognize me? Your senses are truly sharp." Ronan couldn't understand why her time seemed to have passed so quickly. Could it be because she had spent so much mana on him? Chris denied it and asked about his condition, specifically if he felt anything different. Ronan answered honestly that he'd felt she was an unusual professor from the moment they first met. But looking at her now, the professor was even more incredible than he had imagined. The flow of mana radiating from her was immense. So, it had really worked. The professor said, satisfied. Afterward, the two discussed what Ronan had seen in his vision, discovering that the curse within him unexpectedly originated from a memory he wasn't even aware of. What's more, it seemed the one who cast the curse was Ronan's father, but she didn't understand how he came to that conclusion, since he couldn't see the person's appearance or hear their voice at the time. It was all based on Ronan's analysis of things his mother and sister had said. Furthermore, when that person acted against his family, Ronan felt something so alien he couldn't recognize it as his own emotion, an unfamiliar anguish. Perhaps that was why Ronan couldn't contain himself and grew even more furious. Was that the emotion the man himself was feeling at that moment? He didn't know how to explain it. On top of that, neither Ronan nor his sister had ever thought about their family or the reason for what happened. It was as if those memories had been wiped clean from their minds. Ceda took a thoughtful sip of tea. This meant that not only was Ronan's ability to sense mana sealed, but his very awareness of his own existence had also been affected. It seemed his father had cast a curse while simultaneously tampering with Ronan's memories. In the process, some of the caster's memories had been transferred to him. Memory-related spells sometimes have side effects like that. Based on this, she believed that the imaginary world he saw was also formed from his father's memories. The fact that he could use mana even before breaking the curse was likely because he could briefly sense mana during those moments. It was a reaction to his interrupted perception being restored. Just then, Ronan noticed sparkling threads radiating from his hands in all directions. This was mana, right? Ceda confirmed it. But for now, he could only see them like other students. He would be able to control them easily enough soon. That is, if Ronan could break 2 more of the 9 curses on his body. Of course, breaking them would take a significant amount of time. All the curses on him were of unknown origin and were incredibly powerful. She would send for him when she was ready for the next session, but he was free to go for today. Ceda smiled, her bratty 8-year-old face returning, which made Ronan suspicious. Could it be that her appearance changes depending on the time of day? The professor advised him to stay strong, as he might be heartbroken by this sad truth. His future was precious, so he shouldn't let himself be bound by the past. Ronan nodded. They would have to meet many more times, at least until he broke all the curses. At the same time, beneath the Cappadocia forge, a nobleman was examining the stone giant. Unbelievable. A student blocked this thing. Not Professor Navarros. You're here, my lord? Dolan approached to report on the restoration mission. After 1 week, everything would be back to normal. Furthermore, his team had also investigated the culprit, but they couldn't find any more information here. Instead, through Phil, they had identified a student who was active in the area beforehand. Would you like to meet him yourself, Your Grace? This man was the head of the Grangxia family, Joseph Sinivan Grangxia. While Joseph Sinivan Grangxia was still pondering, the stone giant behind him swung its activated arm. Dolan signaled for him to step aside so they could handle it, but the Duke raised a hand to refuse. No need. They must be busy on their way here, aren't they? He said, then swung the sword at his side, slicing off its arm, followed by the rest of the stone body, as easily as cutting tofu. Now, they would leave this place and go find Phil's young hero. The next morning, in the Novato Hall dormitory, Ronan grumbled as he went to open the door. What kind of bastard knocks on someone's door at the crack of dawn? Dolan stood before him, stern and expressionless. Ronan looked at the well-built man and said, Hey, mister, wrong room? Peddlers aren't allowed in here, you know. A vein pulsed on Dolan's temple, annoyed by the smell coming from Ronan's mouth, and even more so by his rude behavior in front of a member of the Grangxia household. Ronan noted that he was dressed like a guard from some noble family, but the mana he sensed from him was excessively dark. There was something mixed in with his mana, and for some reason, it felt familiar. That's enough, Dolan. A calm voice spoke as a hand rested on his shoulder. When Ronan heard Dolan say the word Duke, his face froze. If this was a Duke of the Empire, it could only be one person, Joseph Sinivan Grangxia. When the elegant man appeared, the scene seemed to light up even more than when the main character himself made an entrance. The two came inside for some pastries and tea. The Duke had come today to bring the sheath that Doran had made for his sword, La Mancha. It was all because Doran had specifically begged him, leaving the Duke with no choice. Additionally, he wanted to express his gratitude to Ronan. The Grangxia family and the Cappadocia Forge had been allies for a long time. His favorite sword, the Overlord, was also made by Doran. Therefore, Ronan was a hero and a benefactor to both Cappadocia and Grangxia. Besides the visit, the Duke had also prepared a special gift for him. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. It was the Grangxia family's proof of patronage, and it even bore the seal of the head of the family. With this, he could buy 3 whole villages. But the Duke felt this was a worthy reward for his contribution and would uphold the honor of the Grangxia family. By now, the gifts from the blacksmith and the proofs of patronage had probably reached Maria and Aesel as well. Ronan could already imagine the two of them singing the Duke's praises. With the greetings out of the way, it was time for the main event. The Duke seriously wanted to hear everything that had happened, especially what the shameless culprits had done to cause this incident. Ronan chuckled. This was the monstrous aura emanating from the head of the Grangxia family. He really couldn't be underestimated. I don't know how much you've already found out, but you must know that those scuttling bastards are far crazier than we thought, right? Ronan got into his story, but he could feel a flow of mana coming from the guard, Dolan. The man hadn't moved a single step the entire time, but when the bastards were mentioned, he had a strong reaction. Ronan then remembered that this aura was very similar to the filth he had sensed when facing those guys. Could this guy be involved too? Lost in thought, Ronan trailed off, making the Duke wonder if he was still half asleep. Ronan was confused. What's wrong with the Duke? His subordinate is radiating such dense mana. You're practically the strongest person on the continent, yet you can't see that change? It seemed only he could see the mana spreading from that Dolan guy. All right then, I'll try to mess with him a bit. Your Grace, do you know anything about the appearance of a constellation? The moment Ronan finished speaking, the guard, Dolan, his face darkened, his aura growing even more intense. He mentioned the Gracier organization, but it seemed the Duke knew nothing about it. Ronan deliberately recounted how he'd cut off their arms and legs one by one to gather information, a devious look on his face, as if he were the one who had personally interrogated them. Ronan was about to go into more detail, but the Duke signaled him to stop before he had to call for backup. But that little bit was all the confirmation Ronan needed. From the start, the guard had been unable to control his aura. To think they had infiltrated Grancia of all places, he would need to take emergency measures. Before the Duke left, Ronan didn't forget to mention that he would be sending him a letter, specifically on a topic related to A2. This was more than enough to lure Dolan out that night, and sure enough, while Ronan was sound asleep, a visitor came calling, carrying a ridiculously long sword. Dolan's powerful slash didn't draw a single drop of blood, startling him. "I knew you'd show up today. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, you miserable little rat. Number 3. Ronan's voice echoed down from the ceiling. Before Dolan could even process what was happening, he saw Schlieffen on the other side, sitting there and giving him a look that was anything but friendly. A few hours earlier, Ronan had gone to Schlieffen's room. Schlieffen thought he was being invited to dinner, but it turned out to be a plan to ambush Dolan. "That's absurd. What proof do you possibly have?" Schlieffen had said. "In Grancia, he's one of the strongest and most loyal knights, chosen to be the Duke's personal guard after only 4 years in the Knight Order." Ronan clicked his tongue. If it had been 4 years, Grancia was likely infiltrated in multiple places already, but long story short, Schlieffen had to come to his room tonight. No matter which side Dolan was on, Schlieffen had nothing to lose. The fact was, a damn rat was hiding within the Grancia family, and now, that rat was face to face with the young master of the house. Schlieffen pointed his sword at Dolan, his voice dripping with killing intent. "I told you to explain to me what is going on." At this, Ronan burst out laughing. If he answered just because Schlieffen asked, wouldn't that make him a traitor? It was a real mystery how someone so naive could survive in this harsh world. Dolan stomped his foot, and his aura surged outward, making their bodies feel heavy. He struck at Ronan first, giving him a painful thrashing. "Dolan, why?" Schlieffen roared in anger. By then, Dolan had already lunged toward him, and the two clashed. He felt lucky that Schlieffen was still too inexperienced to control the range of his aura. It meant he couldn't use his most devastating techniques here without getting others caught in the blast. "But for this, I must apologize, young master. Our relationship would have remained perfect if Ronan hadn't interfered and ruined everything." Schlieffen sensed that Dolan's power was different from what he knew. Had he been hiding his true strength all this time, planning to betray them? "It's not a betrayal. I was never a knight of Grancia to begin with," Dolan declared before rushing at Schlieffen, his face a complete blank. "Is that so? I've confirmed it. You can do whatever you want." That was all the signal he needed. Ronan jumped into the fray, putting on a show that stunned Dolan. Ronan mocked Schlieffen. "You always do things the hard way. Why did you have to be so stubborn and wait to hear those gut-wrenching words?" Schlieffen had only wanted definitive proof, because after today, a bloodbath was about to unfold in Grancia. Schlieffen attacked Dolan directly, a complete change from before. Dolan couldn't understand how he was able to swing that massive sword while being enveloped by his aura. Could it be that Schlieffen was also hiding his power, just like him, or had he really gotten this much stronger in such a short amount of time? Lost in thought, Dolan completely forgot about the other monster standing behind him. Ronan returned the favor for the earlier beatdown. Getting distracted in the middle of a hype battle, that's just disrespectful to the audience. Dolan gritted his teeth. Why did another monster have to show up? He focused all his strength, jumped to dodge Ronan's attack, and quickly kicked him away. "Son of a bitch," Dolan cursed. Ronan's yell and all the commotion must have attracted attention by now. He had to retreat. Dolan leaped out the window, looking for an escape route. Who could have imagined things would get this complicated just from trying to capture Ronan? It was foolish to think he could beat those two monsters on luck alone. "You're right about that, Dolan." Schlieffen's voice made him freeze. It was true that Schlieffen was too inexperienced to fully wield his storm sword, but for Dolan to know that and still run toward this deserted area was just plain idiotic. He was practically asking for a trip to the grave. Schlieffen unleashed his storm sword, and a tornado crashed down, giving Dolan no time to defend. Before passing out, he once again called out the names of the stars. Schlieffen sheathed his sword and declared, "From this day forward, no one in the family will remember you, but it doesn't matter, because you were never a member of the Grancia family to begin with." A bit of a flashy finish, don't you think? Ronan teased. If it were him, he would have just chopped the guy into pieces. More importantly, with him injured this badly, how are they supposed to get him to Rodelin? The guy might just die from shock the moment he lays eyes on Karaka. "Don't worry, I only cut his tendons, nothing major. At least, that was the theory," Schlieffen said, though it wasn't very convincing. In any case, he needed to report back to his family immediately. Schlieffen's #1 priority was no longer Ronan, but dealing with the traitors. "So, you handle things here." With that, Schlieffen took off for home, leaving Ronan all by himself. Ronan exploded in frustration, yelling at the top of his lungs, "You're the one who trashed the place and caused this whole mess, and now you're just dumping it on me? Where's your conscience? Have you no humanity? What's going on, Ronan?" Just then, the headmaster and Professor Navi Rose teleported in, Everything would have gone smoothly if he hadn't noticed the ridiculous pattern on the professor's pajamas. "Wow, Professor, I absolutely love your PJs," the professor fumed. The headmaster also found her fashion choice questionable, but the more pressing issue was the body lying on the ground. Ronan said he'd explain in a few minutes. First, he had to tell them something far more important about A2. Ronan tried to act all serious and dramatic. The headmaster just stared back, completely confused. Professor Navi Rose, however, was all too familiar with these strange antics. If only she could disown this disciple of hers. The next morning, the headmaster summoned Ronan to his office. The matter of a rat inside Grancia was more serious than he'd imagined, but above all, Ronan had performed a great service this time. Ronan decided to keep it a secret, that he could sense their unique mana. He wasn't 100% certain, but if that information leaked, everyone around him would be in danger. The headmaster decided he had to reward him again. First the blacksmith incident, and now this. If he didn't give him a reward, Phil would probably get called out. Ronan was absolutely ecstatic. There was something he'd always wanted to do at school, but it required the principal's permission. The next day, in the main square, Ronan was out preaching. Promoting. "Everyone, don't you all feel tired and suffocated having to do all your club activities on school grounds? That's why I've created this for all of you. It's called the Special Adventure Club." Before one guy could even finish his question, Ronan cut him off. "Excellent question, my friend. The Adventure Club is a club created for extracurricular activities focused on real combat experience, designed to train us into talents who can serve the Empire. Best of all, with the principal's backing, this is the only club allowed to go off campus. Finally, anyone who wants to join, meet me in 3 days at the first arena of the Galarian estate." In the following days, Ronan wasn't as enthusiastic as he was on the first day. He had made the announcement in the main square, but no one showed up except for the familiar faces who had stuck around until the final challenge. Maria smirked. "Let me break it down for you. Based on what Ronan called an interview, which was really just a test of everyone's abilities, you beat every single applicant to a pulp, and for those who actually passed, you handed them a waiver, stating they had to be willing to sacrifice their lives for missions. Thanks to that, a rumor spread throughout the academy that you need at least 10 lives to survive in Ronan's club. Tch, that's what real combat is like. They have no determination at all," Ronan grumbled. Although the club's future seemed bleak, it didn't matter. What he needed were people with potential, like this guy, right here. "Are you feeling better? I told you I didn't need to test your abilities anymore, but you insisted on fighting. Anyway, it's clear that you've passed." "Brahm," Ronan announced, not forgetting to warn him that their club activities would be incredibly draining. Brahm needed to be prepared both physically and mentally before joining. So, the newly opened club currently had 4 members, but there was still plenty of time, so he decided to wait a little longer. Who knew? Maybe someone else would come to sign up. Time passed and the moon rose, but not a single person came to apply. "Looks like we should wrap up the interviews here." Ronan thanked Addison for staying to help advise him, even though she was swamped with teaching assistant work. She also felt it was a bit of a shame. If she weren't busy with her TA duties, she would have wanted to try out for the club too. Whenever he was with Adessan, Ronan grew restless because he didn't know if he should bring up what the Adessan from his past life had mentioned. Even if she wanted to try, he didn't dare let Adessan risk her life again. Adessan needed to decide for herself whether or not to give up her dream of becoming a Grand Marshal. That was a critical issue she needed to seriously consider. Just in time, a faint voice cut through his thoughts. Ronan was overjoyed. "You're here to sign up for our club, right?" The person said something too quietly for Ronan to hear clearly. She then pulled down her hood and said, "If I join the club, can I touch it?" "The thing. That's yours." Ronan blanked out for a second before quickly getting defensive. "Are all girls this bold nowadays?" "Not you, the creature on your shoulder." The girl's words made Ronan feel a little embarrassed. "You should have just said that from the start. I'm so handsome that girls are always hitting on me." Ronan told the girl that if she wanted to touch his precious little guy, she'd have to join the club. If she were a normal person, he would have just allowed it. But this girl was very strange. Ronan couldn't sense her presence until she was right up close. This girl was definitely not an ordinary person, but a potential talent. Ronan pointed towards the magic dummy and gave her the test. First, the applicant needs to fill out this form. The girl didn't hesitate to introduce herself as a third year from the magic department named Ophelia Denai. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast her magic. Both Ronan and Addison felt a powerful and dense wave of dark magic. Incredible. She can perfectly control something as difficult to use as dark mana. Adessan marveled at Ophelia's talent. But what surprised Ronan even more was the crimson, blood-like energy radiating from the core of her mana. It was somehow similar to Ceda's dark claws. Ophelia Denai called out the name of her skill. 3 magical claws aimed precisely at the dummy. A huge explosion sent dust and smoke everywhere. After the dust settled, Ronan felt there was no need to test her any further. This is more than enough to pass. So you saw it, didn't you? The telepathic magic cast by Ophelia startled Ronan. She signaled for him to go somewhere else where they could talk in private. On the way, Ophelia heard about Ceda's origin, a dream bird born from compressing ambient mana. How interesting. No, you're even more interesting, Ronan said. But this wasn't him trying to flirt. It was because Ophelia was a vampire, a species known to have left the Empire a very long time ago. Ophelia explained that not all vampires had left, a small number still existed throughout the Empire. But they chose to live in seclusion to avoid trouble. As for why Ophelia Denai was drawn to his ridiculous club, it was because she sensed the blood magic energy radiating from Ceda, which is the innate magic of the vampire race. It was only then that Ronan learned the name for Ceda's magic. That's because the first thing the little guy did after being born was drink blood, so it'd be strange if it wasn't related to vampires. Ophelia found it hard to believe that it could use vampire magic right after being born. She immediately fired off a series of questions. How long has it been since it was born? 3 years? No, wait, it must be at least 5 years, right? But the truth was, Ceda had only been born about 2 months ago. Yet, the amount of blood mana it radiated was so dense that Ophelia couldn't contain her desire. And so, she wanted to ask him and Ceda for a favor. Actually, Ophelia had planned to just dip right after touching Ceda, but if he fulfilled her request, Ophelia Denai promised she would work for him like a dog. Of course, I have to start my research immediately, so it'll be a little difficult during this period, but after that, I promise. Ophelia blurted out a whole stream of words, leaving Ronan unsure of where to even begin listening. The important thing was, what research? The next morning, at the Phillion Club building area, in a place known as the Nest. This was the room for the Special Adventure Club. Ronan was quite satisfied with the principal's generosity, giving him an entire house for their base. Putting that aside, today Maria and Assel brought their new weapons to show off a little. Maria switched from a double-edged sword to a greatsword made by the Grand Marshal to better suit her strength. As for Assel, he received a magic bracelet made using methods from the city of Delbium, which allowed for better mana control, doubling both his speed and power. Ronan was pleased that his two teammates had some good gear to use. As for today, they had something rather important to discuss. In the student council room, with 4 of the club's 5 members present, Ronan explained that their main goal was to develop their potential of each individual member through real combat experience. Most importantly, it was all to prepare for the coming apocalypse. The first place they went was one of the Empire's unexplored mountain ranges, known as Vian. A massive, sprawling mountain range that no one had ever set foot in was Brahm's dream. But for Maria and Assel, it was a nightmare. Ronan had specifically chosen a place that was both unusual and treacherous for their first expedition. Besides, he had his own business to take care of there. But for now, Ronan needed to sort something out with Maria and Assel. Sort what out? Maria wondered. Ronan didn't explain in detail. All they needed to know right now was that they had to get their butts out there and fight. Ronan then told Maria and Assel that the problem he needed to solve was finishing their coursework ahead of schedule. This left both girls completely stunned. The trip will take at least a week, but we have classes. Senior Brahm often finishes his courses early, so it should be fine. Juggling club activities and all that at the same time is tough, and the headmaster would never approve. The solution is to finish early, just like me, and then we'll be free, Ronan declared with confidence. And so, their training began on the 2nd floor of the club room in the training hall. Ronan kicked off a skill assessment for Maria and Assel. His intimidating posture as he provoked Assel, telling her to just aim for him, was enough to make the 2 girls break out in a cold sweat. They weren't sure if Ronan would bite their heads off if they messed with him right now. Maria quietly suggested to Assel that they use that to show Ronan just how much they'd improved. You got it. Assel, deciding to go all in, immediately channeled her power, combining it with Maria's sword strike to unleash a massive blast at Ronan. After a deafening explosion and the sound of crumbling rock, Ronan emerged from the thick cloud of dust, a smirk playing on his lips as he praised them both. Suddenly, he was taken aback, realizing that Assel could now wield a psionic art filled with a blue aura. She had started firing at him continuously, like a machine gun, going pew, pew, pew. Nimbly dodging, Ronan prepared to launch a counterattack against Assel, but he was suddenly met by Maria, who had cleverly swung her sword for a direct attack. Don't try to block it, dodge, Maria yelled, rushing forward and slamming her sword down with an earth-shattering crash. Ronan nearly peed his pants, feeling that if he'd been even a split second slower, it would have been game over for him. Having missed her target, an annoyed Maria turned and started swinging her sword wildly, determined to finish Ronan off. After getting tired of dodging, Ronan suddenly launched a direct blow against Maria's sword, leaving her slightly stunned. While the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Assel saw that Maria was in danger and once again focused all of her psionic art into an attack on Ronan. Under an aura so intense that even the ceiling began to crumble, Ronan gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and began slashing relentlessly, filling the entire space with dust and debris. Once everything had settled down, Ronan smirked and praised Maria and Aesel, telling them they'd gotten much stronger. Turns out you two weren't slacking off while I was away, huh? Both of you, especially Aesel, have become like completely different people. I have to say, I'm impressed. Maria and Aesel were still in their fighting stances, brimming with killing intent. Hearing Ronan's praise made the two of them practically melt with joy. With Ronan's permission, the two girls finally let down their guard, panting heavily, completely exhausted. But who would have thought that before they could even catch their breath from the battle? Ronan would announce that it was time to begin their special training. This made Maria and Aesel want to collapse on the spot. Not caring whether they agreed or not, a battle-hungry Ronan began swinging his sword, chasing them down and slashing wildly, forcing Maria and Aesel to run for their lives. They were beyond tears. From that day on, the two girls had to devote all their energy to training, even if it meant sleeping less. Thanks to that, half a month later, the entire group had completed their coursework ahead of schedule, leaving the teachers with no choice but to approve their adventure. And so, the very next day, the first official activity of the Special Adventure Club began at Mount Vian. The abundant and pure mana that filled the air left Maria utterly astonished. Ronan acted mysterious, saying he would reveal what the group needed to do and what they needed to find once they reached the central region. Carried on the rushing wind, a mysterious white-haired elf faintly heard the commotion, finding it quite interesting that this place had visitors after so long. After walking for a long time, Ronan and his group finally reached their destination at the foot of a cliff. It was an orc village, home to countless aggressive orcs. In border regions like this, where there are few patrol guards, you can sometimes see sights like this. For now, it's just a village, but they breed like rabbits, so it won't be long before their numbers are large enough to span this entire mountain range. Then they'll start raiding and pillaging the nearby settlements. So, before that happens, we need to cull them, Ronan explained forcefully. This is supposed to be our first battle, and it's on this scale? How is this simple? Aesel was so scared she nearly fainted on the spot. She thought it would be just one orc, but who knew it'd be the entire clan? This was bad. Ronan gently reassured them that they could definitely handle it, but he also didn't forget to mention a potential variable, the dominant species of this mountain range. Oh, these monsters were far too difficult for Ronan's group to capture, especially their two-headed leader, Oxer. He was so powerful that even Ronan felt he had no chance of defeating him, just as he was optimistically telling himself to worry about that later. A deep, gruff voice echoed from behind the group. I know you have good intentions, but I advise against it. Now is not the right time, young adventurers. The voice made Ronan jump, because he hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. It seemed this elf was no ordinary being. There's no need to be so wary. I am merely a monk of this mountain, the man continued with a chuckle. He introduced himself as a servant of an ancient spirit whose holy name was Senen. Citing safety concerns, the man, named Saranti, invited the group to talk elsewhere, but he was suddenly met with Ronan's sword pointed directly at his face. This disrespectful act left the entire group frozen in bewilderment, completely speechless. I apologize, but there have been a lot of crazies around lately, so please, listen and repeat exactly what I say. You damn bastard, Ronan yelled as if he'd short-circuited, leaving Sarante completely baffled. A moment later, though slightly embarrassed, Sarante successfully uttered the strange phrase. He then calmly led Ronan's group along with him. Learning that Sarante was over 1,000 years old this year shocked Ronan and his companions to their very core. That meant he had been alive even before the Empire was founded, even for an elf, who lived long lives. Thinking about this, Ronan suddenly remembered Sarante's earlier words. He wanted to know what the man meant by not the right time. That. Well, recently, the monsters have been acting very strangely. Squirrels aren't nocturnal creatures, but they've been seen roaming the mountain range every night. They don't normally leave their territory, but people have spotted them outside the mountains. There have been a lot of strange phenomena recently. Since we haven't found the cause yet, it's best for all of you to be careful. So, why don't you all rest here for a bit, Sarante explained, as he raised his hand, creating a swirling vortex. In an instant, a magnificent and splendid temple materialized before them, also known as the Temple of Sarante. Everyone was left speechless by the sheer quality of Sarante's hidden protection magic, especially Ronan, since he couldn't even sense that a temple was actually here. That man was definitely no ordinary elf. Ronan thought about how after following Sarante into the temple, the group was once again stunned to see that the spirit, Sar, whom he served, was nothing more than a large rock. Sarante said he would explain that later, since it was a long story, and invited the group to store their luggage and rest. Maria then remembered what they were searching for, and told him to ask Sarante about it right away. Upon hearing that Ronan was searching for that damned cursed eye, he immediately guessed it was because of the curse placed on Ronan, whose body went stiff as the guess hit a little too close to home. I had a vague suspicion of it, thanks to the strange and dangerous aura surrounding you. Ronan, could you spare me a moment of your time? I'd like to have a word with you, Sarante said softly, stroking his chin. As he poured tea for Ronan, Sarante added that he knew from their very first meeting that Ronan was no ordinary student. Ronan forced an awkward smile on the outside, but inwardly, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. What is this? I'm getting drawn into his narrative without even realizing it. Am I being too paranoid? Is it really possible this man has nothing to do with those bastards? I can't sense their presence on him, and he didn't react at all, even when I mentioned Atu. As he was lost in thought, the soft clink of a cup being set down suddenly broke Ronan's train of thought. Sarante gently invited Ronan to drink the tea, saying it would help clear his head. Ronan hesitated for a moment, worried that the old man might have put some kind of spell or potion in it. Carried by the steam, a rich aroma wafted from the teacup straight to Ronan's nose. In that instant, Ronan's eyes widened as he suddenly saw the flow of mana before him with perfect clarity. Seeing Ronan's bewildered expression, Sarante just smiled gently. With a mysterious look in his eyes, he asked Ronan how he found the tea. Do you like it? Do I like it? It's like I have a new pair of eyes. What was that just now? How did you? Ronan was so astonished he stammered, unable to form a sentence. This is a tea made from an extremely rare herb from Lelai. It has the ability to heal and enhance one's senses by releasing an abundant source of energy. You shouldn't have been able to experience all of this tea's effects at once like that. But perhaps because the energy that was sealed by your curse was partially released, you were able to experience so much of its wonder. Sarante explained quietly. Before giving Ronan the recipe, Sarante also made sure to warn him not to use a cursed eye to suppress and break another curse within him. Removing a curse while simultaneously taking another life source. Doing it once or twice might be fine, but if you abuse it too many times, your own life will be in danger. Don't tell me you already knew about this method and were planning to use it. Sarante's words made Ronan break out in a cold sweat, because he had simply wanted to use that method to get rid of his curse as quickly as possible. Sarante gently advised Ronan to avoid doing so from now on, because if anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come to think of it, Professor Secret had said something similar. Even the professor couldn't remove my curses. That's why he prepared so many things to help me break them. But he was ultimately helpless because the curses inside me are too powerful. I know people are trying to help me, but have I grown impatient ever since I confronted that entity? If I'm careless, I'll die before I can even catch those bastards. And my whole reason for regressing will have been for nothing. Anyway, just who is this old man? I don't think I ever met him in my previous life, Ronan thought, but somehow, he looked so familiar. He then went on to tell Sarante about the insane fanatics. Their constant rambling about the return of the stars briefly surprised Sarante, and his eyes quickly became wary. That night, Sarante couldn't sleep. As he thought about the fanatics Ronan had mentioned that afternoon, he feared that if they were plotting something like before, thousands of lives would be painfully lost to a disaster. Sarante was torn, wondering if he should just stand by and watch it happen, or if Ronan was the answer he had been searching for. Countless questions spun in his mind, making Sarante feel like his head would burst. Suddenly, Ronan's voice from behind him cut through his thoughts. He had been on his way to get some water when he found Sarante standing there, lost in thought. Hearing Ronan ask about the meaning behind the sacred stone that Sarante worshipped, he smiled and began to explain. Once every millennium, our church moves the stones to a sacred place far from royal territory. It's a place where powerful storms constantly rage. Most stones don't last 200 years before being blown away or shattered, but even under such conditions, some stones have stood firm for 1,000 years. They show an indomitable will against time. Noble souls are then placed into such stones, becoming the sacred statues of Sinen. Sarante still remembered the day he moved this stone with his brothers, but now, he was all alone. Everyone has their own complex circumstances that are impossible to fully explain. You can devote your entire life to God, only to never receive an answer, no matter how long you wait. I, too, have lost my faith many times. Many times, I wanted to turn my back on this place and just leave. But every time, I would get a premonition. That premonition is what kept me here, a feeling that the will of Sinan still existed in this place, that one day, this stone would become a catalyst that helps save our beautiful world. To me, that feeling was like destiny. It has always compelled me to protect this place, waiting for the day I can fulfill that duty. And I believe that time is drawing near, Sarante said, then clapped Ronan firmly on the shoulder, his heart filled with resolve. The next day, leaving Sarante's words behind them, the group prepared themselves early in the morning. That miraculous tea proved to be quite effective for everyone, with the energy of Lelai flowing through their every cell. It sharpened everyone's senses. Ronan also followed Sarante to search for more of the herb, traveling across mountain ranges he had never set foot on before, showing kindness to people he'd just met, with subtle gestures in every action. The more Ronan watched, the stranger Sarante seemed. And just like that, 2 peaceful weeks went by. But as always, the calm comes before the storm, which would then leave only pain for everyone. Eventually, the inevitable came to pass. On that day, a blood-soaked Ronan finished Sarante off with his sword, silhouetted against a blazing red sunset. Returning to the present, on the day of the Orc village subjugation, the group was ready to set out. Despite Sarante's worries, seeing Ronan awkwardly explain that they had to act quickly to get back to the academy, Sarante could only reluctantly see them off. He cast a spell on the group, explaining that it would allow them to enter and leave the temple freely. So if anything happens, don't hesitate to run back here, and never let your guard down. You may be very strong, but the forest is vicious and dangerous, Sarante warned in a low voice. Deep within the pitch-black forest at that very moment, countless bloody, dismembered orc corpses were piled high on the ground. Nearby, the sound of footsteps echoed, along with the steady drip, drip, drip of blood from a sword. The one responsible for all this was a female elf with skin as white as snow, but her expression was filled with resentment. She sneered, her eyes glaring as she vowed to find Sarante herself. Looking down at the orcs, laughing boisterously, as they divided up a pile of treasure, Ronan guessed they had likely plundered it from the surrounding villages. Seeing that his entire group was poised for action, Ronan gave the signal to prepare for battle. He wanted to show those orcs a real party. While the monsters were cheerfully chatting, Maria and Brahm silently dropped down right behind them. Backed by Asuna's mind magic, Maria swiftly swung her sword again and again, mincing the creatures like she was chopping vegetables. The remaining orcs, seeing their comrades in danger, switched into attack mode, roaring as they swarmed forward. But unfortunately for them, they were all sent to the afterlife by Asuna's mind magic. Ronan stood to the side, gleefully clapping and cheering for Asuna's pinpoint accuracy. It looked like she'd completely mastered that mind magic now. Overwhelmed by Ronan's cheering, Asuna was so scared she couldn't even cry out. Pushed to her limit, she desperately swung her arm with all her might, unleashing a mind magic attack that wiped out the remaining monsters in the blink of an eye. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a bloody scene of carnage greeted the group. Asuna trembled, afraid she would be severely punished for what she had done. Luckily, Ronan and the others were there to encourage her. Everyone was showing off their skills in real combat. It was definitely worth the long journey to this mountain range. I can probably raise the difficulty for the next stage quite a bit. As he was thinking, Ceda suddenly poked Ronan in the face and began screeching non-stop, forcing him to stop. He hurriedly looked to see what was wrong. Following the direction of Ceda's cries, the group was horrified to discover a blood-covered elf tied tightly to the base of a tree. Thanks to Ceda's healing magic, the female elf slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at everyone, and then she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ronan was completely baffled as to why Ceda's healing magic wasn't working. The female elf asked, "The mana that's covering all of you, did it come from that temple? If that's the case, then please, take me to him. They're coming. If we're even a moment too late, Sarante's life will be in danger." The female elf shouted, trembling, before abruptly passing out, leaving the group bewildered and stunned. At that moment, Sarante was at the temple, busy cleaning a stone slab, when he suddenly saw Ronan burst in, out of breath. This made him jump. Ronan was carrying the female elf on his back, asking Sarante to help save her. Sarante glanced over, and his eyes widened in shock when he realized it was Bria. His expression darkened at the sight of her terrible condition. While Ronan had taken Bria to see Sarante, the remaining members had been tasked with checking the surroundings. They didn't find anything suspicious. Only Asa was completely puzzled when he saw the orc corpses scattered everywhere. Strange magic circles had appeared above all of their heads. After giving Bria first aid, Sarante thanked Ronan for helping to save his older sister. "She is one of the few remaining followers of Zen left in this world," he explained. "She was once a faithful believer whose devotion was deeper than anyone else's. I don't know how I can ever repay you. You saved her life." Sarante thanked Ronan profusely, causing him to scratch his head in embarrassment. Speaking of which, Ronan, now curious, quietly asked Sarante just who the people threatening Bria were that had made her so anxious, to the point of even warning him. Sarante remained silent, simply looking toward the stone slab in front of him before calmly replying, "To be honest, I don't understand what they're saying either. I only know that they are a cult that worships a mysterious, godlike being and commits many evil deeds. They keep their identities hidden but operate out of the Nebula Church." Ronan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He never expected that the ones targeting Sarante were from the Nebula. Seeing Ronan's strong reaction, Sarante just chuckled and mentioned that they had visited him before, but after a long period of silence, they were suddenly active again. Sarante's casual demeanor, as if it were all a joke, made Ronan extremely anxious. He vehemently urged Sarante to seek refuge with the organization immediately. I cannot abandon this place where so many souls reside. Besides, wherever I go, the people there will get caught in the crossfire. I don't want that to happen, so you and your companions should leave this place quickly. I also hope you won't get caught up in this danger. Please, try to understand. Sarante's firm assertion left Ronan at a loss for words. As it was time to part ways, Ronan promised he would definitely bring the strongest senior he knew to help Sarante hide properly, telling him not to do anything reckless. Sarante grinned and gently pressed a ring into Ronan's hand, calling it a gift for saving the female elf, Bria. He said it served as an entrance ticket to the magic tower. If you go to the Dawn Magic Tower, give this to the librarian there. That place will surely help you find a clue about your curse. So, I wish you a safe journey, Ronan. These past few days we've spent together have truly been a gift to me. Sarante wistfully held Ronan's hand to bid him farewell, causing Ronan to get flustered and disappear in a flash. That evening, Sarante stood before Bria, his gaze sharp and cold, a complete contrast to how he was that morning, as he stared intently at the woman in front of him, or, as she was also known, the church's assassin, Bria. She no longer put on her usual frail act, her body overflowing with killing intent. She turned to flash Sarante a terrifying smile. They just chose you as their assassin and sent you here. How vicious, Sarante spoke coldly. Says the man who gives his own patients paralyzing poison? You're looking for an antidote? Don't make me laugh, Bria retorted with a loud cackle. She revealed that she had originally wanted to model. She tried to draw Sarante's attention with a horde of monsters, but it was useless. However, she then ran into Ronan's group, their bodies reeking of Sarante's presence. Out of respect for their shared past, Bria chose to pretend she was kidnapped by the ogres, instead of slaughtering Ronan's entire group. Hearing this, Sarante glared furiously, firmly declaring that he would not let her do such a thing. Bria burst out laughing arrogantly. Oh, how terrifying. I'm so scared I'll stop playing around. Anyway, that's enough talk. I'll deliver the church's orders to you. Persuade Sarante Lim Mason. If he refuses, kill him without mercy. The moment she finished speaking, waves of power from both Sarante and Bria crashed into each other, creating an earth-shattering explosion. After leaving Sarante's house, Ronan felt a strange, inexplicable feeling welling up inside him. Maria's group ran up, panting, to tell Ronan that Aesel had found a bunch of highly suspicious magic formations. Ronan and his friends were so confused they were practically frozen in thought. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Realizing the sound came from the direction of the temple, Ronan's face went pale in shock. Thinking of Sarante, Ronan feared that the old man might have already kicked the bucket. A massive tremor shook the ground, and following it was a two-headed ogre. It was furiously and aggressively barreling towards the group. Inside the dusty, ruined temple, Bria and Sarante were locked in an intense battle, using all sorts of their impressive dark arts. Basking in the flow of Sarante's magic, Bria showed no fear, tilting her head back and sneering at him. This was what she wanted. With the blood-soaked sword in her hand, she charged forward maniacally, creating a shockwave that collapsed everything around them. In this desolate, ruined landscape, the battle-hungry Bria lunged with her sword again, but Sarante's shield was one step ahead. Instantly, another aftershock erupted, throwing them both back. Bria annoyedly wiped the blood from her face and gave a faint smile. Damn it, you really are an old fox. It'd be a waste to kill you. Why don't you come with me? Someone like you could definitely hold a high position. Just like me. I refuse. I am a devout man and cannot worship a heretical cult. Besides, it seems you've gotten weaker. I didn't expect the shadow of Rome Hem to be this slow. Don't the teachings of that cult suit you? Sarante replied with a smirk. Of course not. I was just a little bored. It's just that you were too busy stalling for time to help those kids escape to pay any attention to me. You're putting on that pathetic act so that kid won't get dragged into this, aren't you? So he could leave here with peace of mind? That's why I'm so curious why someone like you, who has no interest in this world, would go to such lengths to protect him. Bria grinned widely, her every word hitting a nerve with Sarante. He flinched, his face turning deathly pale. He furiously threatened her that if she dared to touch Ronan's group, she wouldn't escape him. Oh my, how frightening. But what can you do? I've already messed with them. Bria burst out laughing in amusement. A few screams suddenly reached Sarante's ears, and he realized with horror where the sound was coming from. It was where Ronan's group had been. Taking advantage of Sarante's momentary lapse in concentration, Bria the Phantom swung her sword in a direct strike against him. Caught by the surprise attack, Sarante was taken out in a single blow, his blood splattering all over the cold blade. Ronan's group turned pale as ghosts at the sight of the bloodthirsty, aggressive, two-headed ogre. Ronan yelled for everyone to get behind him, but it seemed he was too late. Brahm was careless, and got hit by the ferocious ogre's swinging arm. That one light physical blow was enough to send his soul leaving his body in an instant. This made everyone so scared they nearly pissed their pants on the spot. After dealing with Brahm, the monster swung its arm to land the next blow on Maria. But luckily, Ronan managed to rush in and block it with his sword. He had saved her life in a critical moment. Take Ceda and take care of Brahm. This one is mine, Ronan said, his eyes wide and teeth clenched. His hand gripping the sword hilt was shaking uncontrollably. At Ronan's urgent command, Maria had no choice but to suppress her fear and quickly flee. As Ronan strained to withstand the ogre's monstrous strength, he was sweating bullets, thinking, I'm sure of it. The magic circle in its eyes is the same as the one that controlled the giant back in the cave. They must be from the Nebula Guild. Unable to hold on any longer, the moment Ronan's grip loosened, he was immediately sent flying like hell by the ogre's immense force. Incredibly resilient, Ronan once again charged in, slashing wildly at the monster's body. But unbelievably, his attacks didn't even scratch it. Gaining momentum, the ogre became even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Ronan's sword strikes were basically just tickling it. It swung its fist and sent Ronan, along with the menacing sword in his hand, flying like a ragdoll. Filled with rage at seeing his comrade attacked right before his eyes while he could do nothing, Ronan trembled, gripping his sword tightly. His sharp eyes narrowed as he growled, trying to regain his focus once more. He took a deep breath, his determined figure brimming with fighting spirit as he built up momentum and charged straight at the raging ogre. The reason I couldn't defeat this monster, the first time I met it in my past life, was because I couldn't pierce its thick hide to land a critical blow and make it falter. But things are different now. With this sword and the techniques he had learned, Ronan poured all of his strength into the blade in his hand. Using the Navios fighting style, he, filled with determination, unleashed a spinning slash, cutting horizontally and vertically into the ogre. A moment of silence passed. The monster that had been so ferocious just a second ago was now sliced into multiple pieces by Ronan's attack. With it finally defeated, Maria and Acel rushed over, carrying Brahm. They told him that, thanks to Ceda, Brahm had received first aid but would still need a professional healer. Hearing this, Ronan was somewhat relieved. He quietly instructed the group to return to the academy first, while he went to check on Sarante. As soon as he reached the gate, the desolate, ruined scene of the temple shocked him to his core. In his alarm, he caught sight of Sarante, now with only one arm, looking battered and miserable, which made Ronan extremely agitated. He ran to support him, demanding to know who was responsible. It's all right. Calm down. You need to leave this place first. Somehow, we managed to get through this, but there's no telling when they'll attack again. He hadn't even finished his sentence when a beam of magic pierced straight through Sarante's chest, killing him instantly. Fresh blood from his chest and mouth gushed all over Ronan's face, which was frozen in absolute shock. Sarante collapsed at Ronan's feet, his breathing growing weaker until it finally stopped. As Ronan was reeling in utter confusion, he thought, what the hell is happening? Model. Following the aura, Bria suddenly descended like a goddess. She cooed, playfully teasing Sarante. That was a close one. How could you do that to your old comrade? Using such a dangerous skill on me, just like how one of your own arms was blown off. I could have died from that, you know? That is, if I didn't have the star's blessing. She scoffed, then arrogantly turned to Ronan, whispering in his ear, praising him for surviving the two-front battle, which made Ronan grind his teeth in fury. Who are you? He growled. Bria smirked, brushing her hair back to reveal the sweet, lovely face of the poor elf from yesterday. Thank you for saving me, you adventurer. I'm truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the temple's border. In return, I'll send you to your grave, Bria shrieked. Ronan, still reeling from the trick, was now relentlessly bombarded by Bria's magical weapon, which scared the hell out of him. With a loud boom, Bria, seeing that Ronan had actually managed to dodge her magic, smirked and offered him a compliment. Ronan quietly stood next to Sarante. After entrusting Sarante's care to Ceda, he bravely raised his sword to face Bria one-on-one. You bitch! Not only did you destroy someone's forge, you even had your people follow the Duke, and you still have the gall to crawl all the way here? Nebula Sierre, Ronan roared, his eyes wide with fury. Bria realized he was the one who had dealt with her disciples on their mission, and found it rather amusing. To be this skilled at his age, it's no wonder my children were dealt with. Bria nimbly dodged every one of Ronan's strikes while taunting him, completely pissing him off. Having successfully piqued Bria's curiosity, she took the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks on Ronan, making him tremble before her immense power. She's too strong. She can read all of my movements. I need to end this in a single blow while she's off guard, Ronan told himself, trembling. The force of their attacks clashed and then erupted with a deafening roar. Watching Ronan struggle, Bria was delighted and wanted to invite him to join her. As she made her offer, she swung her hand to attack Sarante, arrogantly threatening that if Ronan refused, she would skewer Sarante in the most painful way possible. Trembling, Sarante whispered for Ronan to run away. Ronan fell silent, gripping his sword hilt tightly as Bria's soft whispers urged him to decide quickly, making him extremely tense. My choice is to rip you to shreds, you filthy bitch. Ronan suddenly lunged forward, unleashing his full power to fiercely attack Bria. This only made her more amused and desirous of him. While the two were engaged in a brutal, earth-shattering battle, Serante sat nearby, exhausted and trembling, whispering Ronan's name. It had been a long time since Bria had met an opponent as skilled as Ronan, and she was absolutely thrilled. She fought like she'd never been allowed to fight before. The final, violent blow pierced straight through Ronan's chest, catching him completely off guard. When you open your eyes, the starlight will welcome you. Bria grinned from ear to ear, cackling as she pointed the sharp tip of her sword right at Ronan's face. In this life-or-death moment, Serante luckily managed to conjure a mana shield just in time to block Bria's blade. Missing her mark, Bria became furious, turning to curse Serante for interfering. "I thought I already told you, Bria, that if you touch him, I won't let it slide," Serante said. Even though he was on the brink of death, he still struggled to muster his strength to create a shield to protect Ronan. Ronan, worried about Serante's strength, yelled for him to stop, but Serante only pushed himself even harder. "You've done very well, Ronan. You've bought me enough time to prepare, so please, leave the rest to me and step back." As soon as he finished speaking, Serante instantly cast a spell, pulling Ronan far away, leaving behind intense, dazzling waves of killing intent in the air. Gritting her teeth, Bria charged again, vowing not to let this go, but suddenly, the sky filled with countless flashes of lightning. She froze for a moment, her face turning deathly pale as she stammered, "You were injured that badly? But how is that possible? Bria, the bond between us ends here. Goodbye. You who were once my sister," Serante said, then decisively held out his hand. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down on Bria's body, making her scream in agony. Ronan watched in horror as pure white lightning rained down upon her. Beside him, Serante was using every ounce of his strength to control the power. "I have to end this, no matter what. Even if I have to burn through all my mana and life force," Serante thought, gritting his teeth. Blood was now overflowing from his mouth. Bria was filled with both pain and hatred. All her pent-up resentment and hatred erupted into a sinister aura that enveloped her body. "We are the apostles chosen by the stars. As long as the blessing bestowed upon us by the stars remains, no one can stop us. In other words, I no longer need to show any mercy to the likes of you. So you can die now." Bria walked step by step towards Serante, her eyes burning with a hatred that scorched the memories of their past. Ceda immediately flew to block Serante, trying to help him convey his final words to Ronan. "Can you hear me, Ronan? We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. It seems she can nullify my attacks with a skill called the Star's Blessing. Right now, Bria's movements are very restricted because she's severely injured, so get out of here and prepare for a future battle. Let this old man handle this mess." Bria, seething with rage, was about to swing her sword at Serante, but was suddenly stopped by Ronan. "Don't even think about giving up. Serante isn't finished yet. Besides, there's one thing she doesn't know. From the very beginning until now, I have never run away. So please, just trust me this one time." Ronan screamed. Bria had already let Ronan escape, but his stubborn return to interfere was really starting to piss her off. Just as the sinister energy shot towards Ronan, the lightning storm created by Serante fiercely intercepted Bria's terrifying attack for him. Engulfed by lightning, Bria frowned, and once again used the star's blessing. "Humph. This time, I'll finish off both Serante and Ronan with this next strike." The scene suddenly shifted to Bria, slowly falling, her entire body sliced into bloody chunks, looking like a block of frozen pork. Her pale face was cracked, her eyes were lifeless, and her lips trembled with blood, her expression filled with regret for being so close to getting an answer from Serante. "No one but me could lay a finger on the giants. Could Nebula's assassins use that power as a blessing?" Ronan wondered dazedly. Hearing Serante's faint cry from the other side, Ronan rushed over, yelling frantically, "Use healing magic, now!" Covered in wounds, a trembling Serante reached out and gripped Ronan's hand, whispering faintly, "I'm all right, I'm sorry, but could you help me one last time?" At Serante's request, Ronan pulled him up against a large rock. Seeing Serante coughing up so much blood terrified Ronan, who felt it was all his fault. "Don't say that. It was only a matter of time. It's no one's fault. Ronan, this is going to be an incredibly arduous and long fight. You will be hurt countless times and lose so many things. It may be shameless of me to ask, but even so, please, see this through to the very end. I believe that you, of all people, can do it." Serante offered a faint smile. A brilliant green light suddenly radiated from his body. Serante gradually turned into a stone statue just before losing consciousness completely. He managed to reach out and touch Ronan's tear-streaked face, saying gently, "Thank you, Ronan, for becoming our answer. Along with Senan, I will accompany you to the very end." As soon as he finished speaking, the light flared up before gradually converging into a small sphere that floated in the air. After their farewells, Ronan's group left the mountain range and returned to the academy. And so, the group's first expedition came to an end, along with the many things Saranti had left behind. The headmaster knew Ronan had been through a lot, and wondered if he would be able to handle the death of someone he was so close to. I'd be lying if I said I was fine, but I think he'd be sad if I just sat around blaming myself. So please don't worry. Thank you for your concern. Ronan replied with a smile. After promising the headmaster he wouldn't do anything else to carelessly risk his life, Ronan shot out of the room like a bat out of hell. Come to think of it, doesn't he have no classes because he's already completed them all? He probably hasn't heard that it's about to start. The headmaster stroked his beard, talking to himself. A short while later, at the Special Adventure Club building, Ronan was stunned to see Schlieffen standing there, already waiting for him. The two quickly sat down to discuss Nebula and the family. Schlieffen revealed that he had launched a large-scale investigation within the family to root out the rats. Over the past 15 days, we've identified 19 traitors, 5 of whom I've taken care of myself. The rest will be thrown into Rotterdam prison for a more thorough investigation. But a problem has come up. I suspect the lie detection command may have been disabled on them. Schlieffen suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, which made Ronan tense up as well. What do you mean? The lie detection command isn't working? Ronan immediately asked. After a preliminary investigation of all 19 of them, it was just like with lie. None of the commands worked. We couldn't get a single piece of information out of them. Given this situation, it means someone has found a way to counteract our command, Schlieffen said, holding his head as his voice droned on. Ronan could feel a headache coming on just listening to him. He secretly felt there was no other way, apart from using his own magic and letting the prison guards use their cruel interrogation methods. After finishing their discussion, Schlieffen abruptly stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind Ronan that they would see each other again at the upcoming midterm exam. Oh, holy crap. If Schlieffen hadn't mentioned it, Ronan would have completely forgotten about the midterm. 2 days passed, and it was the day of the combat exam. The midterm exam, held on Phillion's desert isle, had officially begun. Once all the students had arrived, they gathered and formed neat lines. The new female instructor began to explain the rules and procedures for the exam. Instead of testing you on all sorts of terrain and battlefields with various challenges, the Academy is having you all land on this island to participate in a no-holds-barred survival battle. You don't need to worry about injury or death. I've prepared safety devices. As soon as the wearer of these bracelets loses their ability to fight, the teleportation magic within will activate, sending you back to Phillion. Furthermore, professional priests and healers have been assigned to wait there. No matter how severe the injury, it won't be a problem. In other words, every single one of you must give it your all in this battle. Any method or scheme is acceptable. Kill and be killed. Etch that into your minds, at least for today. The instructor's bloodthirsty excitement made all the students below break out in a cold sweat. Now, line up to receive a bracelet when your name is called. The bracelet will send each of you to a predetermined coordinate as soon as you put it on. The first name called was, unexpectedly, Adessan. It was just as Ronan had expected, seeing the commander participating like this. The students behind them began to whisper amongst themselves. They figured Adessan was just a weak and shameless student who was repeating the year. Ronan remained silent, quietly thinking, is she planning some kind of surprise here? But all of that was the most objective assessment of the commander's current abilities. There was nothing he expected from her here. If she joins this battle with her current skill set, the only thing waiting for her is death. What will the commander's choice be now? After a while of waiting, it was finally Ronan's turn to get his bracelet, and in a flash, he was teleported to some coordinates in a dense forest. He suddenly smirked and urged the hiding senior to come out. Come on out from behind that tree over there. His words made the guy jump out of his skin. At that very moment, another guy from behind tried to ambush Ronan with an axe. But unfortunately for him, Ronan turned the tables in an instant. Pressing his blade against the man's neck, Ronan glared and guessed that countless others were also allied together here. That's to be expected, since this is a dense forest full of traps. So having people set up an ambush here is a pretty good plan. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ronan suddenly spun around and threw a projectile with enough force to knock an ambushing archer out of a tree, who fell to the ground with a thud. Realizing their plan had been exposed, the group of upperclassmen decided to risk it all and swarm Ronan at once. Using their superior numbers, they charged in, attacking him chaotically. It took a fair amount of time, but Ronan eventually finished sending all of them back to the starting line. These annoying people really wasted a lot of his time. Suddenly, Ronan thought of Adessan, wondering if she was okay. At that very moment, Addison was not okay at all. Having been surrounded and ganged up on by countless other students, her body was completely worn out, covered in sticky blood, but they showed no signs of stopping. Addison was completely drained, but the pack of hungry tigers in front of her were still growling, ready to pounce. She knew An and his goons had let their guard down, confident they would never lose. Adessan seized this opportunity, aiming straight for their opening and unleashing a furious assault. Caught off guard, her shockingly powerful attack quickly separated his lackeys' souls from their bodies. Limbs were torn from their bodies, and her own body was riddled with wounds, but Addison wouldn't let herself stop, because that bastard An was still alive. But just as she was about to gather her strength to strike him, An suddenly landed a fatal blow right to her chest, sending a pain-racked Addison flying a good 10 meters away, a mouthful of blood spewing from her lips. The sight of Adessan trembling and gasping on the ground like a helpless puppy was immensely satisfying to An. I was curious what you were planning, but it turns out it was all just cheap tricks. How pathetic. Adessan, you're a smart one, aren't you? You should have realized by now. No matter how much you resist, you can't possibly stand against me. An's eyes widened as he burst into a mocking laugh, completely unaware that Ronan had been casually perched behind him, watching this whole time. Everything was unfolding just as Ronan had predicted. Overall, she had given it her all in that fight. After harassing the enemy by using the advantageous terrain and their overconfidence, she did an excellent job of seizing the opportunity to take down those two guys. Her progress, built on that solid foundation, was truly commendable. It's just that right now, there's a skill gap she hasn't been able to overcome yet. Once this test is over, she'll definitely need more training, Ronan thought to himself. But just as he was about to leave quietly, Ronan was surprised to see Adessan actually trying to struggle back to her feet. In a flash, she blocked Anne's attack path. Anne was a little stunned, not expecting that she still had the strength to fight back. The test isn't over, and I haven't given up yet. With that, Adessan ferociously swung her sword and charged at An. A slash instantly zipped across his face. It wasn't a deep cut, but it was enough to leave a scar on his cheek for the rest of his life. Absolutely livid, An screamed and charged, pouring all his strength into relentlessly beating Adessan. Only when she finally collapsed did he stop, wondering why she was trying so damn hard. I've always been curious. You lack foundation, skill, and you don't even have the talent of the other new students. So why do you struggle so hard without giving up? Everyone says you're a hopeless case, that you can't improve. To be honest, you know that better than anyone, don't you? So why go to such lengths? Because I have to become a commander, Adessan whispered, tears streaming down her face as memories of the past flooded her mind. Hearing this, An looked at her with contempt. Commander? What the hell? That's unbelievable. It's not about giving up or not. It's because I believe that nothing can stop me from achieving my dream. My destiny is for me to decide. An was done listening to her bullshit. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to deliver the final blow, intending to bury Adessan along with her delusional dreams. But, at that very moment, Ronan suddenly cut in. Without a second word, he plunged his sword straight into An's stomach, finishing him off in an instant. Adessan was completely shocked to see Ronan appear, her eyes wide with confusion. Coming back to her senses, Adessan quietly thanked Ronan and asked what he was doing here. Ronan didn't answer her question. He just gently helped her up, saying there was something he needed to hear from her. The two quickly made their way to a cliffside. Addison was bewildered when Ronan asked her why she wanted to become a commander. Seeing his insistence, she fell silent, guessing that Ronan must have heard about the Night of Kanai. Adessan was referring to the raid carried out by the Beastmen 10 years ago. It was the first battle between the Empire, which wanted to expand its territory to the north, and the Beastman Federation, which sought to stop them. That night, I lost my family, Adessan said sadly. That evening, her mother and brothers had said goodbye to her and left, and that was Addison's last conversation with her family. Later, she heard that the village knights had been summoned for an operation to prevent the castle wall from being destroyed. It was nothing short of sending the knights to their deaths. They were overwhelmed by the Beastmen's power. It was an absolute tragedy. You probably know that not long ago, negotiations took place between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. In exchange for territorial integrity, the Beastmen had to be integrated into the Empire's army. In that process, the sacrifice of our village was exchanged for nothing more than useless memorial stones in a cemetery. Some people call it a noble sacrifice, but I disagree, because they could have lived, Adessan cried out, sobbing uncontrollably. She felt that they could have survived, but in the end, they died needlessly due to the incompetence of their leaders. Unable to accept that truth, Adessan resolved to become a perfect commander so that such wasteful sacrifices would never happen again. A tense silence hung in the air for a moment before Adessan, startled, gave a small laugh and apologized to Ronan for talking too much. But after today, he understood a lot more. Just as I thought. Making her give up is impossible. Even so, I can't just stand by and let her die for nothing, because I don't want to go through that awful feeling again. Ronan sorrowfully recalled the past. Suddenly, a massive surge of mana washed over them, leaving Adessan completely astonished. Standing beside her, Ronan just sighed quietly and quickly asked Adessan if she knew what black magic was. The conditions to awaken it are difficult, but if you can use it, you'll become much stronger. Someone I once knew became famous because of it, And that person was just like you. So, I'm sure you can do it too. Let's take a look first, Ronan said, then hurriedly pulled the utterly clueless Adessan towards him. Don't worry, all you need to know is that I want to help you. I'm going to help you. So let's do everything we possibly can, together. Commander. Ronan let out a chuckle and then suddenly shoved Addison straight off the cliff. Startled, she went into a freefall, staring at Ronan with a look of existential disbelief before gradually fading out of the system. That's enough for today. Now, only Ronan and Fen remained. He had defeated everyone else before arriving here. Both were burning with fighting spirit, giving each other a loving look before immediately drawing their swords and clashing violently. The two of them truly wanted to find out who was the craziest bastard in this academy. Adessan jolted awake, dazedly realizing she was at Philly as she saw a huge crowd of students lined up before her. My body's been healed, so I was eliminated and sent back to the academy? Now that I think about it, Ronan said I came in third. So the last ones standing in this test were those two. On the screen right now was the scene of Ronan and Freefan in an intense one-on-one duel, with all the students watching. The two were now clashing fiercely, trading heavy blows. Ronan was forced to split his swordstorm to attack, and he was struggling a bit. He could tell this guy was no pushover, but now, his power was scattered. Ronan thought to himself and charged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of meteor sword strikes. The force of the sword strikes caused the surrounding earth, rocks, and trees to topple and collapse. Amidst the dusty ruins, Ronan finally stopped, breathing a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to stop Schlieffen. If that had been his full power, I'd be dead. What in the world is happening? This is far beyond anything I predicted. Compared to when he fought that rat Dolan, his control over the swordstorm has improved by leaps and bounds. His speed, which used to be slower than mine, is now on par with it. Could it be? Is this guy even stronger now than he was in my past life? Ronan assessed his opponent, breaking out in a cold sweat at Schlieffen's terrifying power. Even though he's suppressing the power of his sword storm, is he trying to use that to compensate for his lack of raw strength? Can he really devour mana to boost his power? On top of that, he's using the instructor's swordsmanship so perfectly. I've always been confident that I was superior in swordsmanship technique, but that gap has narrowed. Accelerating with mana has reached its limit. Now, it's time to take a risk. If I let him adapt to my movements any further, I'll have no chance of winning. I can't hesitate any longer. I have to end this in one move. Trying to regain his composure, Ronan suppressed the overwhelming pressure from his opponent, tightened his grip on his sword, and charged at Schlieffen. As it happened, Schlieffen had the exact same idea to strike Ronan. The two rushed forward, their eyes locking as their energy erupted like a storm. A bright flash erupted into a devastating explosion, leaving nothing behind. Schlieffen's entire body was covered in bloody wounds from Ronan's slashes, but his will to fight was still incredibly strong. As Ronan's blade came down, Schlieffen was a step faster, dodging and counterattacking simultaneously, drawing blood from Ronan. Both of them were battered and covered in wounds, but they stubbornly continued to hammer away at each other, neither giving an inch. The sight left the students watching from outside completely stunned, their jaws on the floor. They couldn't freaking believe that first-year students could fight at such an insane level. The sheer destruction they were causing could put a full-scale war to shame. Addison was both scared and worried for Ronan, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she watched the fight. The female instructor, however, just smiled faintly and praised them, saying, "They've both grown so much since they first enrolled." However, like it or not, this match will end with the next clash, she mused to herself. Right now, it's a stalemate. Both of them are injured. Ronan felt that coming to Phillion was the best decision he'd ever made, because he'd finally met a worthy rival in Schlieffen, just as he'd hoped. Schlieffen wanted to end the fight, and Ronan felt the same way. If they kept fighting at this level, it almost felt like they'd become best friends. Schlieffen's gaze turned ice cold. He swung his sword toward Ronan and said, "I'm going to leave everything on the table in this fight. You better show me everything you've got, too." With that, Schlieffen unleashed his full power. Seeing this, Ronan also got into a battle-ready stance, a dangerous expression crossing his face. He wanted Schlieffen on his side for the battles to come, but first, he had to beat him to establish the pecking order between them. Ronan switched into attack mode. He shot toward Schlieffen like a flash of lightning, launching a sword strike that startled his opponent. His speed was like a blur of light, too fast for Schlieffen to keep up with. Schlieffen thought Ronan must be insane. To use that kind of speed, the price must be enormous. "Looks like I've learned something new from you again." As Schlieffen spoke, he plunged his sword straight into the ground, releasing a wave of energy in front of him to defend. Ronan couldn't help but think that he was the crazy one here. With those kinds of wounds, controlling his magic precisely should be impossible, and it would only injure him further. Does he really want to win that badly? But Ronan wasn't about to back down either. He attacked Schlieffen's defense with all his might. However, this move was exactly what Schlieffen had been waiting for. Schlieffen poured all of his remaining strength and mana into this technique. A massive surge of power erupted, creating his shield storm. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky. A terrifying whirlwind erupted, completely shattering everything in the vicinity. And at the eye of that storm, two young men, covered in wounds, still stood their ground. Ronan was furious, cursing this bastard under his breath. If you want to die, die alone. Who in their right mind would unleash a sword storm with enough power to consume its own user? Truly a reckless madman, a psychopath with a sword. A cold, sharp smile appeared on Ronan's face. He was determined to end this battle right here and now. Ronan raised his sword, and a red energy emanated from the blade. Outside, the students watching the fight held their breath as they stared at him. Adessan clasped her hands together, watching him nervously. Canaviros, on the other hand, was quite excited that the battle was reaching its climax. Back in the fight, Ronan and Schlieffen unleashed their final strikes. The two swords clashed, setting off a massive explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. It was an amazing battle, the kind of incredible fight you rarely get to see. Both Ronan and Schlieffen collapsed at the same time. Though he was out of strength, Ronan managed to gasp out to Schlieffen, "You're good, but I won." After saying that, he finally collapsed completely. They fell beside each other, their bodies covered in wounds, blood splattered everywhere. Outside, in the stands, the spectators were utterly stunned by their power. And then everyone erupted into cheers. The midterm exam for improving practical swordsmanship was officially over. In the recovery room, Ronan slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake, Ronan." Hearing the voice, Ronan turned to see it was Adessan. Next to her was Canavirose. "I'm with both of you? Does that mean..." Before Ronan could finish, Canavirose cut him off. "That's right. The exam is over. Although the result was hard to call because you were both so severely injured, it was a fantastic battle. You and Schlieffen made this fight incredibly worthwhile to watch, especially for the other students. But since you woke up first, you've been certified as having better stamina than Schlieffen." Hearing that, Ronan smirked triumphantly, thinking he had beaten Schlieffen. But his joy was short-lived, as Canavirose then announced that since they both lost consciousness at the same time, the match was officially a draw. You both tied for first place. After hearing the announcement, Ronan was very calm, his face completely expressionless. Both Canavirose and Adessan were surprised to see him so calm and accepting of the result. In her mind, she had imagined Ronan would scream and shout, saying, "I can't accept a ridiculous result like that." She even had her sword ready, waiting for him to scream so she could strike him. Ronan scratched his head, completely speechless at the two of them. He was just going by how the match played out, so he thought the result was perfectly reasonable. Free Fan is strong, stronger than I ever imagined. That's why I'm going to train even harder, and that's why I'll win next time. Hearing this, Canavirose smirked. She felt that he hadn't just grown in skill, but his way of thinking had matured a lot too. That's right. There's no reason to be angry. It was certainly a good experience for both of you, especially you, Ronan, because you were able to use mana, the very thing you've wanted for so long. Ronan was stunned when he heard the word mana. He excitedly pointed to himself and asked Canavirose again, just to be sure. Seeing him so agitated, Canavirose was a little suspicious. "Didn't you already use it in the final match? Sword Key is actually powered by mana." Hearing his teacher say that, Ronan finally remembered. He looked at his hands, recalling that when he used that technique, he definitely felt something strange in his body. So he had been able to use mana. Canavirose closed her eyes and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. That was Sword Key, which you were able to use once you could control your mana. Based on the internal energy you've accumulated so far, the intensity of your Sword Key seems quite powerful. You'll need to practice a lot to master it from now on." Ronan clenched his fist. He stared intently at his hand, his expression incredibly tense as if deep in thought. Adessan was also astonished by Canavirose's analysis. Ronan still hadn't achieved the keen senses needed to wield mana as he wished. Canavirose sighed, because Ronan wasn't like the other students. Since there was no telling when Ronan's body would unlock its next seal, he had to take action now. Canavirose ordered Adessan to take Ronan to see that useless bastard this afternoon. Adessan wondered if the useless bastard she was talking about was Professor Jaredin. She was a bit surprised to hear Professor Canavirose call Professor Jaredin a useless bastard, since he seemed pretty mysterious. The next day, Adessan took Ronan to see Professor Jaredin, just as Canavirose had instructed. It had been a while since she had seen this professor. Ronan was also curious. This professor must be very skilled if someone as demanding as Canavirose was recommending him. Adessan cheerfully turned and told him that the professor was the best at optimizing mana. That's why other professors often asked for his help. Adessan explained that sometimes during applied mana classes, a student's heart would harden if their mana flow got blocked. When that happened, they would need Professor Jaredin's help. He resolves the issue so quickly and cleanly. So he seems to be the real deal, Adessan explained as they walked. Ronan put both hands on his head. He gently ran his fingers through his hair, a habit of his when he was thinking about something. He wondered why Canaveros would dislike a person like that. Adessan leaned her face toward Ronan. Although she appeared calm, her hidden tension was visible in her eyes. Adessan told Ronan she didn't know the full story between the two professors. She thought it was just because they didn't get along. You'll understand when you meet Professor Jaredin. He's a little bit special. Ronan smirked lightly. In any case, that wasn't very important. What mattered was that he could finally use mana. If that professor was as mysterious as they said, he might also know about the Commander-in-Chief's mana. Dark mana was an unknown type of mana in his previous life, so he didn't understand much about it. But if both he and Adessan were going to learn together, that was a good thing. As they were walking, Addison suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and asked Ronan, "I heard you went to see Freyfan before you left. Did he agree with the result?" Ronan put a hand on his chin and smiled confidently. Of course, it was a deal that guy couldn't refuse. He recalled the scene from that day, sitting in the classroom with his chin resting on his hand. Freyfan stood before him and asked, "You came to see me right after getting out of the infirmary. I think we're on the same wavelength." As soon as Ronan finished his sentence, his expression did a complete 180. Freyfan thought Ronan was just like him, dissatisfied with their draw in the fight. Freyfan grew furious, his entire body radiating killing intent. He drew his sword and told Ronan to head to the training grounds to finish the match from the midterm exam. Ronan looked at him calmly and said, "Don't glare at me like that. While it's true I don't like that result either, that's not why I came to see you today." Freyfan calmed down. He was confused. It's not about the draw, but something else? Suddenly, Ronan called his name and threw a fist toward his face, making him jump. After a closer look, he saw it was a piece of paper. Ronan was holding the paper right in front of his face. The paper was an invitation to join a club. Ronan smiled charmingly, trying to get him to join his club. Hearing this, Freyfan was completely dumbfounded, with an expression that said, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" Ronan enthusiastically promoted his club. "You can leave the club and get real combat experience. You definitely won't be bored in my club." Freyfan angrily turned his head away. "Do you think I'm that free?" He had been curious why Ronan wanted to see him, but he had no desire to befriend someone he planned to defeat in the future. Freyfan didn't want to hear any more of Ronan's nonsense and angrily started to leave. Ronan watched him walk away, then suddenly spoke in a strangely creepy voice. "Ah, what a shame. The club members were planning to have a party on my sister's island, and she was going to be there too. My sister, Io." Freyfan imagined the beautiful girl smiling at him, and his eyes darkened. He clenched his fists, spun around, and shouted angrily, "Going to that island with you guys?" He stormed toward Ronan, demanding, "Give me more details. Where is it? Is the area secure? Have you prepared bodyguards for the day she goes?" Ronan knew it. He just had to mention Io, and this guy would react like this. Just as he predicted, Ronan stuck his tongue out, taunting Freyfan. "Nope, I'm not telling you. Why should I tell someone who isn't even a club member? Who knows? If you join, maybe I'll tell you." Before he could even finish his sentence, Freyfan grabbed a pen and signed with a single stroke. The pen's ink trail flew past Ronan's face and onto the paper in his hand. He signed his name with the decisive posture of someone swinging a sword, causing ink to fly everywhere, even getting into Ronan's eye. Freyfan capped the pen, his face dark, his voice cold as he enunciated every word. "Now, tell me everything." Ending the memory, Ronan remembered that the bastard Freyfan would become the Lord of Grancia in the future, which made him feel pretty nervous. Just then, Adessan announced that they had arrived. Ronan looked up at the gloomy tower in front of them. Tower 41. A shiver went down his spine. This place was terrifying. Professor Crit was bad enough before. This person seemed even worse. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. "What do you two want? Did she send you here?" "Yes, that's right." The person speaking is Professor Jaredin. He's a cold-looking man in a black robe, with his hair covering one of his eyes. Following him is someone carrying a massive pile of backpacks. Adessan held out his hand to introduce Ronan. "Hello, Professor. Ronan here has trouble controlling his mana, so another professor advised us to seek you out." Jaredin gave them a cold look. "She sent you here just for mana control? You must be quite the promising student." Then he walked right up to Ronan. "Ronan, what do you think?" Standing before Professor Jaredin, Ronan was a little intimidated. He tried to greet the professor, but the man shot him down, telling him to skip the pleasantries and asking how much he'd prepared. Ronan had no idea what this professor was talking about. Professor Jaredin held out his hand and said to Ronan, completely emotionless, "I don't do charity. There's a fee, since I'm working overtime. So, I'm sure you've prepared." "How much, exactly?" That's right, he was demanding money for after-hours tutoring. Ronan was in disbelief. Addison was just as shocked. You're really asking for money?" Jaredin, seeing that he finally understood, elaborated for Ronan. "At least 10 gold coins per hour, per person. Both Ronan and Adessan were frozen, completely stunned. Was he joking? No. He was dead serious. You could tell just by looking at Jaredon's face. He'd been completely indifferent up until now, but the moment money was mentioned, his eyes lit up. Ronan awkwardly explained that he was dirt poor and asked if there was another way. The second he heard there was no money, Professor Jaredon's attitude changed instantly, his face twisting with disgust. Shh. Yes, there is. You can go home. On your way out, maybe you can get 10 gold coins from those Navios bastards. Hearing that, Ronan knew there must be another way. Then Professor Jaredon turned back and said, "Follow me." He offered a deal, and it had to do with the Ring of Serante. While answering questions about the Ring of Serante, Ronan and Adessan were instantly transported to a room. Looking around, he had no idea where they were. The place was not only clean but also desolate, not like a prison. From the moment they arrived, he couldn't hear anything from the outside. The professor must have cast a soundproofing spell on the tower. All the locks were reinforced with magic. This made Ronan even more curious about what could be in here, that Professor Jaredon guarded so heavily. Jaredon sat at the table, face to face with Ronan and Adessan. "Before we officially begin, may I see it?" Ronan immediately understood. He took out the ring and handed it to Professor Jaredon, constantly reminding him that it was very expensive and to be careful. Jaredon took the ring and told him not to worry, as he treasured it as well. Jaredon brought the ring close to his eye for a better look. He let out a quiet, "Ooh." Seeing it with my own eyes, I can feel its pure mana flow. This means the dragon must have spent at least 2,000 years gathering almost every magical element. Truly a work of the elves. Ronan took the ring back and asked, "Professor Jaredon, you know about this ring?" Jaredon tapped the table. "If I'm to be a professor at Phillion, I should at least know that much." Then he laid out his condition for the two students. Let him extract a small amount of magic from the ring. He explained that he'd been conducting an experiment for a long time, one that required the mana of creatures that have lived and used magic for an extended period. Of course, there were high-level creatures at Phillion, but none of them could compare to this ring. Jaredon guessed that the owner of the ring had a very good relationship with Ronan. That's right. Ronan closed his eyes, clutching the ring tightly as beautiful memories with Senan flooded his mind. He agreed to Professor Jaredon's request. Professor Jaredon promised to support him with all his might if Ronan allowed it. Ronan figured it wasn't a bad deal, but he had one more condition. Professor Jaredon had to help Addison too. Hearing this, Adessan was taken aback. He pointed to himself and stammered, "Me?" At this, Jaredon's expression soured. His face darkened as he asked, "I only need a tiny amount of magic, and you dare to make demands?" Ronan stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "If you don't want to, then forget it. We're leaving." Professor Jaredon quickly said that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to renegotiate. But Ronan was resolute, telling Adessan it was time to go. Professor Jaredon felt a headache coming on. He was dealing with someone who wasn't a pushover. He reluctantly accepted Ronan's condition. Jaredon complimented him, saying Ronan's negotiation skills were quite good. Hearing that, Ronan stopped leaving. He sat back down with a smug grin and said, "Professor, you flatter me." Jaredon didn't want to waste any more time. He stood and slapped the table. "All right then, let's look at your problem first. If she went so far as to send you to me, it must be urgent." With that, he cast a magic circle and told Ronan to stand inside it. Ronan stepped into the magic circle. Professor Jaredon stood behind him and placed a hand on Ronan's back. He closed his eyes and said, "It's been a long time since your senses have been opened, hasn't it? There are also no traces of mana usage in your body. This means you've never used mana before." Ronan told him the truth. He could only see it, but he had never been able to use it. "Because some bastard cursed me." Jaredon told him this was no ordinary curse, because as soon as the mana flow was opened, it would try to seal itself shut again. "Wait, I'll channel my mana into you and try to force it open. However, you will feel a pain like a knife carving into your spine. But you can handle that, can't you?" Ronan was stunned. "Huh? You mean?" Before he could finish, a wave of agony hit him, making him scream, "Air!" What the hell? Adessan was extremely worried about him. Jaredon used his spiritual magic to enter Ronan's mana stream. Getting in was surprisingly simple, so he thought breaking the seal would be quick. But his relief was short-lived, as he collided with some kind of powerful force. Jaredon stared, stunned, at what was before him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Inside, Ronan's body was a skeleton. It was CC. He then gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push back, but it was useless. Professor Jaredon was sent flying. Both Ronan and Adessan were startled by this. They rushed over to Professor Jaredon. "Professor, are you okay?" Jaredon coughed up a lot of blood, but he didn't stop. He continued trying to cast a spell, Caso Lunager Delphirum, open. Seeing this spell, Ronan instantly remembered the one Lee had mentioned before, Separaxios. At that moment, in the library, Professor Crit suddenly sensed a surge of energy. Why has Jaredon Stone's door suddenly opened? What's going on? She immediately headed to Tower 41. Seeing Ronan, Adessan, and Professor Jaredon Stone vomiting blood, she was shocked by the scene. She told Ronan and Adessan to step back and rush to heal Jaredon Stone. Jaredon Stone's mouth wouldn't stop muttering, "The curse, the curse." Hearing this, Professor Secret turned and asked if Professor Jaredon had infused mana into Ronan's body. Ronan answered honestly, "Yes, he said he was going to expand the mana flow in my body." Upon hearing that, Professor Secret's doubts vanished. She told Ronan that the curse in his body had likely suppressed his mana. It then transferred it to Jaredon, and that thing isn't something anyone can stop easily. It's a great demon's curse. At this rate, Professor Jaredon will die. Ronan stood there, stunned. The professor is going to die? Because of me? Secret supported the heavily injured Jaredon, who would surely die without immediate treatment. Fortunately, the curse hadn't taken deep root yet, so he could still be saved. Professor Secret then cast a spell. A hideous, eye-covered demon crawled out from Professor Jaredon's mouth. Secret caught it and threw it towards Ronan. "Now, Ronan, strike." Ronan reacted instantly, immediately drawing his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slashed relentlessly at the monster, cutting it into tiny pieces. Adessan also ran over to Professor Jaredon. By now, he seemed to be doing better. He sat up, wiping blood from his mouth as he thanked Professor Secret. Thanks to her, he had kept his life. Secret said it wasn't entirely her doing, but rather Jaredon's quick reaction. If the curse had taken deeper root, even I would have been helpless. I told you, didn't I? I recently saw the most terrible curse I've ever seen on a student. Hearing that, Jaredon guessed it was Ronan. Just then, after dealing with the monster, Ronan ran over to check on Professor Jaredon. He got to his feet with Adessan's help and replied to Ronan, "Thanks to you, I had quite an interesting experience. It's unbelievable that such a terrible curse exists in this world. Your life must have been full of hardships. In any case, I've kept my promise." After saying that, he turned to Professor Secret and asked if she could examine Ronan's condition. Hearing this, Secret's eyes widened, and she looked at Ronan in utter astonishment. Ronan's body has a mana flow? She then rushed over and pulled up Ronan's shirt, causing him to freeze for 5 seconds. Unbelievable. It's true. The mana circuit is faint, but it's definitely been opened. She repeatedly asked Ronan if he had recently come into contact with any curses related to mana circuits. For example, falling into a pit full of cursed eyes. Ronan replied that he'd never experienced anything like that. Secret kept staring at him, her face still filled with disbelief. It's because the curse sealing your mana circuit has weakened. Right now, some kind of mysterious energy is eroding that curse, just like a storm eroding a rock. Of course, the curse is still trying to seal the circuit because it's very difficult to deal with. But thanks to that mysterious energy, coupled with the fact that Jaredon expanded the mana circuit, this mana flow won't be easily sealed again. Hearing Professor Secret's analysis, Ronan was overjoyed. He eagerly confirmed once more. "So, does this mean I can use mana now?" But Professor Secret's next words were like a bucket of cold water dumped on him. "Theoretically, yes. But because the curse is constantly attacking the circuit, it'll take some time before you can use mana freely. But if you work hard every day, it should take about 20 years. The number 20 years made Ronan want to explode. He angrily asked Professor Secret, "What are you talking about? 20 years? How am I supposed to wait that long?" Professor Secret crossed her arms and shook her head. "The fact that you can use mana at all is already a miracle. You don't have to risk your life to break the curse. You just have to train diligently to be able to use mana." Suddenly, footsteps approached. "There is a way to shorten the time." It was the voice of Professor Jaredon. He was walking over with Adessan's help. Professor Jaredon continued, "Depending on your own aptitude, the time can be significantly shortened if you use the mana cultivation method that I created." The scene changes to the library, where Jaredon is preparing to further open Ronan's mana gate. He instructed Ronan, "The amount of mana you can control right now is just a tiny speck. The newly opened mana circuit is also much narrower than that of other students. However, if you learn this method and persevere in your training to expand the circuit, the amount of mana you can control will increase. It all depends on your talent. But perhaps, in another 5 years, you'll be able to control an amount of mana comparable to others." With that, he infused mana into Ronan to guide him through the circuit's path. Although it would consume some of Professor Jaredon's own energy, this was the only way to do it while the curse was weakened. Ronan was incredibly grateful to Professor Jaredon for helping him so much. And then, just like before, another wave of pain hit him. Professor Jaredon continued to explain, "The difference between this method and others is that you must control the speed and direction of your mana to an extreme degree. At every single point it passes through." Ronan was in so much pain that his entire body was drenched in sweat. Professor Jaredon advised him not to be hasty under any circumstances, but to guide the mana carefully, moment by moment. Use the mana to repair the paths that were damaged from being suppressed for so long. Then, follow the mana flow. slowly feeling it out, and eventually, that mana will become your own. Ronan took a deep breath. He followed Professor Jaredin's words, guiding the flow on his own. Professor Jaredin was astonished because he had only guided him once, and Ronan was already doing it. Moreover, he was circulating it perfectly. Seeing this, he laughed heartily, realizing he hadn't misjudged the boy. Professor Jaredin instructed him to work even harder from now on and to practice every single day. Ronan slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hand. He could now wield mana. He clenched his fist, recalling the days of endless slaughter in his past. Mana was something he never dared to dream of in the past. Now, things were so much better. Thank you so much, Professor. What was the reason for your strict requirements? As he turned his head, he was horrified to see that Professor Jaredin had collapsed. Despite this, the professor was still trying to reach for Ronan, trembling as he called his name, as if trying to say something. He told him not to worry about his body, that there was something far more important. It was in the laboratory, a place filled with the body parts and corpses of elves, and also, his most important treasure. It was a girl, preserved inside a glass case. Professor Jaredin used the last of his strength to force out the words to Ronan. Right now. Give me the ring. Professor Jaredin clutched Ronan's shoulder, demanding he give him the ring. Ronan was shocked to see the lifeless look in Professor Jaredin's eyes. Seeing this, Professor Secret explained, it must be a temporary emotional disorder. It seems that ring is very important for Professor Jaredin's research. Secret looked at Jaredin with eyes full of pity. Oh, Jaredin, my dear friend, how long are you going to keep burying yourself in the past? Ronan carried Professor Jaredin on his back, alongside Adessan. The three of them stepped into the circle. She used magic to take Professor Jaredin's stone to the nearest infirmary in the Legend building. At a full sprint, it would take about 5 minutes to get there. But right now, the door to Building 41 was still locked, and its protective barrier seemed to have grown stronger. Professor Jaredin Stone mumbled some kind of spell, then said, I'm going now. I'll be right back by your side, my love. Then, the protective barrier of another door opened. Ronan said the professor had opened the wrong way. This isn't the right way, but Jaredin Stone ignored Ronan's words. He continued to speak those cryptic words, I have to go down. For you, before the rose withers. Ronan had no choice but to carry Professor Jaredin Stone on his back and enter the portal. Adessan followed him as well. They walked slowly down a long corridor. The moment they entered the room at the end of the hall, Adessan covered her mouth in horror. Ronan was just as surprised as Adessan. It seemed they had stumbled upon something they weren't supposed to see. It was the body of a beautiful woman, preserved in a glass case. The glass case was surrounded by countless roses. This woman was undoubtedly the reason for Professor Jaredin Stone's actions. Ronan placed Professor Jaredin Stone down next to the woman and asked Adessan to look after the professor. He then walked around to get a better look at the place. The room was filled with suspicious materials, eyes, hearts, and even traces of experiments on monster bodies. One look was enough to tell this was no ordinary laboratory. Ronan walked over to a book on the table. He couldn't believe Professor Jaredin Stone had gone this far. Ronan glanced at Professor Jaredin Stone. He thought to himself, what the hell is this old man doing? Jaredin Stone had lost consciousness by now, but his mouth wouldn't stop muttering incomprehensible phrases, almost. Almost there. Wait a moment. Just a little longer. The scene shifts to a journal entry from an unknown date in the imperial calendar. In a laboratory, a young man stared sorrowfully at the body of a young woman. That's right. The young man was a younger Professor Jaredin Stone. He was the one who had managed to preserve the young woman's body before it could decompose. He believed that the body was a vessel for the soul. Therefore, as long as he kept the body intact, he could resurrect his wife. It turned out the mysterious body belonged to Professor Jaredin Stone's wife, Sunia. Everyone said that no one had ever successfully used resurrection magic, but he didn't care. He would never give up. These were his notes on his research to save Sunia. 54th resurrection attempt. The orc heart, bought from the northern black market, was useless. Scheduling work at the magic tower to conduct experiments is reaching its limit. 76th resurrection attempt. The magic tower has stripped me of my position due to violating work time regulations. Now, I'm heading out to earn money to continue my experiments. With the help of Headmaster Teeter, I became a professor at the academy. Then I moved Sunia to the basement of Phillion's magic tower. Jaredin Stone stood before Sunia's body, gazing at her. Although he hated teaching foolish students, it was the only way to make money. The 81st resurrection attempt, the 96th, the 101st, then the 115th, the 120th, the 127th, and the 134th resurrection attempt still yielded no new progress. Ronan read the words in the book and understood everything. So this was the reason Professor Jaredin Stone was so obsessed with money. That's right, the materials in this lab weren't easy to come by. In short, everything Professor Jaredin Stone did was for love. Ronan looked back at Professor Jaredin Stone from a distance. He remembered seeing people in his past life who had lost everything for love. Suddenly, the image of that foolish sword saint meeting Io for the first time flashed in his mind. Getting back to the matter at hand, he placed his hand on the table and looked closely at the book. He thought deeply, and discovered a problem. The endings for people like that were usually not good, especially when someone approached them in their moment of weakness to take advantage of them. Suddenly, he saw a line in the book about illicit research. It read, "Perhaps I have no other choice but to accept their deal." Ronan sensed something suspicious. A deal with them? He picked up a letter tucked inside the book. Ronan couldn't believe this letter was from them. Just then, Professor Jaredon Stone woke up. Adessan helped him sit up. Seeing Ronan doing something shady, he yelled, "Hey, what are you doing, kid?" An angry expression crossed his face. "Are you touching my things?" Ronan quickly closed the book, explaining defensively, "Of course not. I was just looking to see if there was anything that could help you recover faster. Besides, I can't even control my mana yet, so how would I know what's what?" He tried to find an excuse while hiding their letter in his pocket. The scene changes to another place, a dark and gloomy location with a crow perched outside. A voice echoed from within the cave. "Everything is proceeding according to plan. I have made contact with him." This was likely their hideout, the people mentioned in the letter. The subordinate continued. "Although he's a bit hesitant, it's only a matter of time before he gives in. He needs something that only you, Master, can grant him, because he is in desperate need of bloodline essence." In this place, many people were bound and hooded. Sitting before them was a mysterious figure with golden hair. He had sharp nails and was savoring a glass of red liquid, which was probably fresh blood. He pushed the glass away and wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. How ridiculous. To think that even Jaredon Stone would ultimately be ruined by a woman. Humans are truly foolish. After everything was over, Professor Jaredon Stone returned the ring to Ronan. Ronan took the ring and looked it over. He wondered why it didn't look any different than before. Professor Jaredon Stone emphasized once again, "I told you I only extracted a small amount. Besides, the amount of mana stored in this ring was already enormous. Anyway, thanks to you, one of the difficulties for my next experiment has been easily resolved. I should be thanking you." Ronan put the ring in his pocket. If it weren't for Professor Jaredon Stone, he'd probably be running all over the place trying to find someone to break the curse. So lending the ring to Professor Jaredon Stone was nothing. Professor Jaredon Stone also thought about how Ronan and Addison had seen his wife in the basement. He figured Ronan had probably guessed some of it. "I'm sorry for having to rely on you, but please, keep this a secret." Ronan waved his hand and scratched his head, saying, Yeah, I get it. I don't want to get involved in other people's business anyway." Jaredon Stone thanked him once more. Then he turned to Adessan. "As for you, I'll take a look at your situation when I have time. Though it's not as complex as Ronan's case. It's clear that you also possess a rather unpleasant aura." Professor Jaredon Stone's words startled Adessan a little. Leaving Building 41, Adessan had to go prepare a lecture for the professor, so she said goodbye to Ronan. Ronan told her to go on ahead, saying she had worked hard enough for the day, and with that, they went their separate ways. Ronan took out the paper he'd stolen from Professor Jaredon. He wondered if this paper contained proof of their connection to the cult. If Professor Jaredon was working with them, he had only one option. He opened the purple paper to find there were no words inside, only blood. He was confused. What was this? Could it be a secret message created with magic? If so, this was going to be a huge pain. He decided to take it to someone to have a look. But suddenly, a large amount of blood flew out of the paper, hovering over Ronan's head. All at once, a distant voice rang out, startling him. That's a letter written with vampire magic. The voice belonged to Ophelia. She had come because she sensed a surge of blood magic, but she never expected to find Ronan here. "It's been a while, Ronan." The scene changes to a special grade adventure tower, inside a guild room where Ronan and Ophelia are sitting across from each other, talking. "You scared me. A few days ago, you took Ceda with you, saying you needed her help with some research. After that, you just vanished. I thought you were swamped with work." Ophelia rested her chin on one hand while playing with B with the other, yet she still answered Ronan. "Yes, thanks to you and Ceda, my research has made significant progress. As a thank you, I taught Ceda some blood magic. Her talent is truly beyond expectations. The next time you see her, I'm sure you'll be surprised." She then asked Ronan why he had a blood letter. Ronan didn't know what a blood letter was. He asked Ophelia if she was talking about the letter from before. Ophelia explained that a blood letter is a basic form of blood magic that can compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood. It's typically used by vampires to send secret messages. After explaining, she demonstrated for Ronan. Ophelia channeled her mana into Ronan's blood letter. The blood flew out and formed into lines of text. "If you wish to obtain the bloodline essence, come meet us at this location." It was signed, the Blood Claw. Seeing the message, Ronan was stunned. He thought, could it be that they aren't part of Nebula? If so, what a relief. But he also wondered who the Bloodclaw were. Ophelia knew a little about the Bloodclaw, so she explained it to Ronan. The Bloodclaw was founded by vampires less than 200 years old. It's a young organization, but they specialize in evil deeds. Their goal is to restore the golden age of vampires, but they're just a bunch of arrogant kids. Ophelia was also curious as to how they got their hands on a bloodline essence. It was an extremely rare item, hard to find even in the vampire world. The more she thought about it, the shadier it seemed. Ophelia stood up and asked Ronan, "Can you tell me who the owner of this letter is?" Before Ronan could figure out how to explain, Ophelia continued her warning. If that person rashly accepts this offer, they could lose something more precious than their own life. Hearing how serious the situation was, Ronan told Ophelia the truth, that he had found the letter in Professor Jaredon's laboratory. Ophelia was shocked, never imagining the letter belonged to an academy professor. She wanted to confirm one more time. "You mean Jaredon Stone, a former tower mage from the Moonwatch Tower?" This was the first Ronan had heard of Professor Jaredon being a tower mage. "He's that skilled?" Ophelia slammed her hand on the table. "Of course. His magic is famous even among vampires. His rank is among the top on the entire continent." Hearing how powerful the professor was, Ronan figured he probably wouldn't be in any real danger, right? He could just go there, deal with those punks, and take what he wanted. But Ophelia didn't think so. Of course, with Professor Jaredon's power, he could easily annihilate those kids with just a few moves. But if what he wants is the bloodline essence, that's a different story. That's because it's a special form of vampire magic that forms inside the bodies of those who have used blood magic for a long time. It contains an immense source of energy, and depending on how it's used, it can unleash extraordinary power. More importantly, without the cooperation of the vampire who possesses it to release its power with magic, the item is useless. In other words, if they don't cooperate, Professor Jaredon can't obtain the complete bloodline essence. After listening to Ophelia's explanation, Ronan clenched his fists, his face filled with worry. "Are you saying the professor has no choice but to accept their offer?" Ophelia nodded in response to Ronan's words. "The fact that they're targeting Jaredon gives us a good idea of what their proposal will be." Ophelia's expression turned serious. Whatever the Bloodclaw wants, it's definitely not going to be simple. The scene shifts to Professor Jaredon's meeting point for the transaction. 4 people were waiting there. From a distance, they saw a figure in a heavy cloak approaching. The white-haired man quickly confirmed that Jaredon had arrived. He even mentioned to his comrade next to him that the tower mage, Jaredon Stone, was the candidate their master had spoken of for a new subordinate. The cloaked figure with the hood drawn was getting closer. The white-haired man turned to the black-haired one and asked, "Why can't I sense any special mana from him? Isn't this guy supposed to be incredibly powerful?" The black-haired man told him not to let his guard down. "He may not look like much, but remember, he's the one who fought the Sword Saint, Navi Rose, in her prime." Seeing the man arrive, one of the soldiers stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, are you Jaredon Stone?" The cloaked figure confirmed that he was indeed Professor Jaredon. He then asked them where their master was. The man replied that the master was waiting inside. But first, he requested that the professor remove his hood. They needed to confirm if it was really Professor Jaredon, just in case. Jaredon complied, pulling back the hood of his cloak while taunting them. "The Bloodclaw. Sounds impressive, but it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards." The hood came down, revealing Professor Jaredon's face. "Is this good enough?" The men expressed their thanks for Jaredon's cooperation and invited him inside. But suddenly, one of them noticed something suspicious. "Isn't Jaredon a mage? Then why is he carrying a sword?" Seeing that he'd been found out, Jaredon instantly closed the distance and drew his sword, startling the man. Before he could even process what was happening, he was sliced in 2. His comrades were also cut into pieces without ever understanding what had just occurred. Isn't it obvious? This person wasn't Professor Jaredon, but Ronan in disguise. A few days earlier, after their talk about the blood letter, Ronan had asked Ophelia to create a shape-shifting potion for him. Now, she had finished brewing it and brought it to Ronan. She warned him that it would only last for 30 minutes, just long enough to transform into Professor Jaredon. The potion's effect wouldn't last long, but it would be enough to fool the organization. Ronan took the vial. He was incredibly grateful to Ophelia for creating this potion to help him. That must be hard to create, huh? Ophelia was very worried about him. "Are you sure you'll be okay going alone? They might not be fully grown, but they're still vampires who've lived for at least 100 years. Ophelia offered to go with Ronan, but he immediately waved his hand, refusing. He was afraid it would be awkward if this caused a conflict between Ophelia and her own kind. Ronan declared confidently, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Of course, for them, maybe not so much. After speaking, he put the potion vial into his jacket pocket. Back in the present, after Ronan had hacked the vampire soldiers to pieces, he kept one of them alive. The vampire was terrified, seeing his comrades' bodies scattered everywhere. "Impossible. You're not Jaredon?" Ronan rushed forward and grabbed him by the throat, telling him to shut up. then pointed the tip of his sword at the vampire's mouth and threatened him. From now on, you will only answer the questions I ask. Unless you want to become a meat skewer. After getting the information, Ronan entered the cave. There really weren't any traps here at all. Ronan lamented that if he'd known the guy was so honest, he would have spared his life. But oh well. I feel bad for him. But whatever. Going deeper inside, he caught sight of a temple. This temple gave him a very strange feeling. It was probably because of the patterns on it. He had a feeling he'd seen them somewhere before, but it seemed there were more important matters at hand. He was now standing before a mysterious gate, from which emanated waves of dark energy thick with the foul stench of blood. He wondered what they were doing inside, that he could still smell the acrid scent of blood from outside the gate. Suddenly, the gate opened. Ronan was startled, his jaw dropping, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. One vampire was drinking blood from a severed arm, another was sucking blood from a woman's neck, and many others were enjoying their meal. But the most notable person was the blonde-haired man holding a wine glass and sitting at a table. He was savoring the blood like fine wine while waiting for Jaredin to arrive. So, you've arrived? It must have been an arduous journey, I imagine. Welcome, Jaredin Stone. I am the head of the Blood Claws, Duel von Ansufen. He placed the glass on the table and apologized to Jaredin for letting him witness such a chaotic scene. He then chided that Jaredin was a bit late. Because they'd been waiting so long, they decided to have a little meal. He then invited Jaredin to join them if he hadn't eaten yet. Ronan, still in Jaredin's form, was completely frozen. He told himself to calm down. It was too late to save those people. It seemed no one was left alive. For now, he just had to focus on his original objective. Ronan approached Ansufen. Thank you, but I won't be eating. I'm feeling a bit nauseous. Besides, you've gathered quite a crowd for a single pact. Hearing Ronan's words, the vampires stopped feeding, their vicious eyes turning towards Jarodin, who was currently Ronan in disguise. Ansufen told him not to be shy, because what was all this compared to welcoming a great talent like him? It had been a long time since the whole clan had gathered. This proved how seriously they were taking his arrival. Ronan told him to just state his conditions, as he only wanted the bloodline essence and didn't care about anything else. He didn't care. Ansufen got straight to the point. It's very simple. All we need is a blood pact tied to your life, that's all. After speaking, he gave a wicked smile. Just like that, he would become a puppet for him to control. Jaredin said he was being foolish for demanding such a thing. You want me to become your slave? Ansufen shook his head. Oh dear, what a shame. Why would you think that? This is something far more valuable than such a lowly proposition. Instead, this is an opportunity to cast off your pitiful human flesh and achieve honors beyond your wildest imagination. Using his magic, he flashed past Jaredin in an instant, then spread his arms wide and declared, You will bring new life to our clan. To do that, we must eliminate the old, pacifist generation. Ansufen leaned back, laughing as he continued. I am offering you the chance to be the pioneer in that historic moment, a proud warrior of the holy war for the revival of our species. What do you think? Isn't this an unimaginable honor for a mere human? Jaredin looked down on him. Honor? I don't know anything about that, but I honestly think you're insane. Despite hearing such harsh words, Ansufen still smiled cheerfully. It was only natural for a human not to understand his profound ideas. He condensed the essence that Jaredin desired in his hand, his voice deepening significantly. This is your one and only chance to obtain the bloodline essence. I assure you, if this deal is broken, there will be no other way to acquire this, as it is extremely rare, even for us. With that, he returned to his original spot. Jaredin clenched his fists. Looking around, he said, It seems you won't let me leave if I refuse, will you? Ansufen praised Jaredin for his good intuition, just like other mages. He snapped his fingers, and a group of vampires instantly appeared, surrounding Jaredin. So, have you made your decision yet? Ansufen jumped onto the table, sat down, and looked towards Jaredin, his voice laced with menace. Don't even think about refusing. You must have realized that the flow of your mana veins feels abnormal, right? That's because the magical apparatus around this place is all top of the line. No matter how skilled you are, Jaredin, as long as you're human, using magic will be incredibly difficult. Even if you use your mana core, it will quickly shatter, and you'll never be able to use mana again. Ansufen advised that, since things had come to this, he should just try to think positively. He picked up his glass and continued to enjoy his drink, his face twisted in a malicious grin. He continued to threaten Jaredin. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become a delicious blood bag like those corpses over there, would you? Two other large vampires grabbed Jaredin's shoulders, telling him to just accept the pact and get it over with. Having listened quietly to the vampires' rambling, Ronan was about to lose his patience. He took off his hood, just as the appearance-changing potion wore off, revealing his handsome face and stunning Ansufen. You bastards really prepared thoroughly, didn't you? Well, I have no other choice. It's a good thing I came here instead of Professor Jaredin, Ansufen asked him. Who are you? How could a human get in here? Ronan quickly drew his sword as he had done before. In the blink of an eye, the minions were cut to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The scene left Ansufin dumbstruck with shock. Ronan propped the sword on his shoulder, his stance imposing. Does that even matter? Shut up and sit still, you blood-sucking bastards. Today is the day you all die. It's a beautiful day to exterminate some vermin. Seeing his fearless demeanor, Ronan's sheer audacity made Ansufin scream. Who are you? How dare you not know who I am, you lowly human? Ronan tossed his cloak aside. He lunged straight at Ansufin with such incredible speed that the man couldn't react. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack, Ronan swiftly slashed off his arm, followed by several more strikes that severed both his arms and legs. Ansufin roared, trying to threaten Ronan. Do you think you can get out of this in one piece? But he was immediately met with the pommel of a sword to the face, sending him flying into a wall. Ronan coldly replied to Ansufin, You just stay put and wait. I promise I'll give you a fate worse than death. Seeing this, a group of other Bloodclaw members panicked. They never imagined that Ansufin couldn't even withstand a single one of Ronan's attacks. The men warned each other that he was no ordinary person, then swarmed around Ronan. Ronan looked down on them with contempt. He remembered Ophelia saying these flies use blood as a weapon, and now, seeing it, he knew she was right. They formed their blood into weapons and charged at Ronan, using a bloodworm technique to create a pool of blood at his feet, binding him in place. They all rushed to attack Ronan at once. But who is Ronan? His swordsmanship was nothing to scoff at. Any who dared approach him were cut down, but there were too many of them, like a swarm of worthless mosquitoes. Their regeneration was so fast that even he was starting to find it difficult. One of them used a blood bullet technique from a distance, firing at Ronan. The bullet grazed past him, just millimeters away. Luckily, Ronan dodged in time, as this was the magic of an intermediate-level mage. But Ronan quickly realized that this was likely the full extent of the Bloodclaw's power. Another vampire lunged forward, attacking Ronan head-on, but a second later, her head and body were swiftly parted. Ronan slashed to pieces all who charged at him. Only one remained, terrified by Ronan's power. He couldn't believe his eyes, especially in a place where a human's mana should be suppressed. Moreover, Ronan's feet were still bound by his magic. Ronan turned to the last survivor. What are you standing there frozen for? Aren't you going to fight me? You're the only one left. Ronan stabbed his sword into the bloodworms and casually told him, I only pretended to fall into your trap to make you all let your guard down a little. I feel terrible for coming here. But now, I can finally do what I wanted to do. Ronan told him to take a good look at his sword, to show him just how special it was. The man backed away in fear, wanting to flee, but he was too naive. Did he really think he could escape from Ronan? He dashed forward and swung his sword down, and the vampire was slashed in two. Ronan turned his head back to look at him. Running away is not the answer. You bastard. Now that I've dealt with these small fry, it's time to get back to our chat. You bastard, Ansufin. Ansufin slowly opened his eyes, his body racked with a pain that felt like being stabbed by needles. It seemed he wasn't fully conscious yet. Ronan walked up to him, drove his sword straight into Ansufin's thigh, and leaned in close, his face a mask of viciousness. Awake now? I was so worried about you. I thought you were a goner. Only then did Ansufin truly come to his senses. He looked at the chaotic scene around him. In such a short time, all of his subordinates had been taken down by a single human brat. Seeing Ansufin's stunned silence, Ronan smiled cheerfully as if nothing had happened. My apologies. It seems your comrades are badly injured. I tried to help them regenerate their bodies, but they couldn't quite heal up like before. So, if you don't want to share their fate, obediently hand over the bloodline essence. Ansufin gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it, and let out a scream. Damn it! How on earth did it come to this? You're the one who can save everyone. Why? Hearing this, Ronan was puzzled, thinking the man had finally gone mad and was talking to himself. But then, Ronan sensed that something was wrong. He spun around, and what he saw startled him. A man had been standing behind him this whole time, yet Ronan hadn't sensed his presence at all. The man warned Ronan, I won't repeat myself, human. Ronan was sent flying. He touched his neck. Luckily, the man had no intention of killing him. If he had been serious, Ronan would have been logged out for good. The mysterious figure approached Ansufin and looked down on him. How disappointing. When you proposed the deal, you swore you would make Jaredin Stone your subordinate. He criticized Ansufin for being all talk, not only blinded by delusional ideals, but also having lost his reason. Ansufin trembled as he looked at the man, trying to deny it and begging for another chance. But it was too late. The mysterious figure finished him off in an instant. At that moment, Ronan's reckless side flared up. He was furious that this man had dared to openly steal what was his. If you are the true master of the bloodline essence, then cooperate with me, if you wish to return alive. Ronan pointed his sword at him. The mysterious figure began to take an interest in Ronan. You're just as arrogant as he was. An interesting offer, but what if I refuse? Hearing the refusal, Ronan moved to attack him. He unleashed a fatal blow, but the man blocked it with just one hand. In the end, Ronan's sword only left a small cut on his hand. Your fangs are quite sharp. You managed to wound me, even though my body is fortified by the mana of the Blood Clan. It seems you have some skill, daring to risk an attack on me. The mysterious figure's face was revealed. He was a very handsome vampire. He wore a patterned vest with a noble-looking red pin on his collar. The man was powerful. Looking at the wound on his hand, he grew eager to see what other talents Ronan possessed. His gaze turned sharp as he launched a blood slash at Ronan, startling him. Ronan used his sword to block the blood slash. Just as he shattered the attack, the man followed up with a blood bullet. Ronan recalled the technique used by that small fry earlier. This was probably the same type of magic. Ronan continued to use his sword to slice at the blood bullet. A large explosion occurred. It was the first time the vampire had seen such swordsmanship. Not only did you neutralize my magic, but you can even slice through mana itself. I wasn't expecting much, but you're every bit as interesting as he was. Hearing him talk like that, Ronan felt like he was just the boss of these mosquitoes, buzzing and making a racket. Ronan told him to shut up and angrily charged forward. Hand over the bloodline essence. Seeing Ronan's audacity, the vampire laughed. He began to unleash a very powerful technique. Such fighting spirit. To reward your performance, I shall show you my respect. Before either of them could launch their attack, a voice from the distance made them both halt the fight. The newcomer shouted, "Stop!" The vampire seemed to recognize the voice. She was standing in front of Ronan, as if shielding him. That's right. The one who had blocked the attack was none other than Ophelia Dite. Upon her arrival, Ophelia immediately revealed the mysterious man's identity. It's been a long time, Bannock, though I can't say I'm happy to see you. Before she could finish, Ronan cut her off, his voice tinged with anger. What is this, Ophelia? I told you not to come here. Why did you? Actually, more importantly, you know the leader of these mosquitoes. Ophelia looked toward Bannock and spoke in a rather cold tone. It's impossible not to. He's Bannock von Wasawa, a pureblood who rules the vampire world, and the most capable right-hand man of the vampire duke. Bannock frowned at Ophelia Denai, but his expression softened. I never expected to see you here, to think we'd meet again, in a place like this. I've wanted to see you so much, Ophelia Denai. Bannock's face was now filled with gentleness. Have you been well? He began to walk toward Ophelia, talking constantly as he moved closer. It had been 83 years since he had last seen Ophelia. He wondered why she was helping that kid, Ronan. But never mind, that wasn't important. Bannock said affectionately to Ophelia, What's important is that I'm with you now. Ophelia told him to stop, as she had no desire to hear such nonsense, and warned him not to come any closer. Ophelia's mention of that day left Bannock speechless. He closed his eyes, remembering the events of that unforgettable nightmare. On that day, amidst a heavy downpour and constant lightning, Ophelia cradled her sister, who was lying in a pool of blood. She was sobbing uncontrollably before looking up at Bannock with eyes filled with pure hatred. It appeared that Bannock had killed her sister. As the memory faded, Bannock said that Ophelia Denai still needed more time to forgive him. Ophelia's expression turned grim. She knew it wasn't entirely his fault. I know it was unavoidable. You were only trying to stop my sister from harming the Grand Duke. You had no other choice. Besides, my sister had completely lost control at that time. Looking back, her actions were anything but normal, as if she were being controlled by someone. But you know as well as I do that we can't change the past. Bannock clenched his fists, understanding Ophelia's feelings and filled with immense regret. Standing behind them, Ronan watched the two converse. He didn't understand what was happening, but it seemed the situation had been resolved. Ophelia went on to ask Bannock why he was cooperating with the Blood Claws, because as far as she knew, Bannock would never associate with riffraff like them, let alone lend them the essence of the bloodline. Don't tell me you need something from Jaredin Stone as well? Bannock's expression grew serious. He covered half his face with one hand and replied to Ophelia in a cold voice. Someone like you has probably already figured it out, right? He and I have an unfinished fight. Bannock then recounted the day he chanced upon Jaredin Stone in the far west of the continent. The two of them had dueled as warriors. Bannock explained that, while he had fought many powerful opponents in his time, the number of truly worthy rivals could be counted on one hand. If the sun hadn't set so early that day, it would have been the fight of a lifetime. Bannock gazed at his fist as he continued his story. He had tried searching for Jaredin Stone after that battle, but the man had vanished without a trace. Even someone like Bannock couldn't find him. For many years, he had to suppress his burning desire for a rematch. Then, one day, the children of Schlieffen came to his palace to propose a deal. Schlieffen knelt before Bannock, fawningly telling him they knew Jaredin Stone's whereabouts. If Bannock would just give them the essence of the bloodline, they promised not only to bring Jaredin Stone right to him, but also to make Jaredin Stone his loyal subordinate. This would allow Banach to enjoy endless battles. At the time, Banach was sitting on his throne, looking down on Schlieffen. He let out a soft chuckle. Although he was fully aware of their intentions, he didn't care. To him, they were just a bunch of insignificant brats. And as for the result, well, everyone saw what happened. Everything was ruined because of a single human kid named Ronan. Hearing this, Ronan stood with his arms crossed, looking thoroughly displeased. After all, Banach was clearly the one who picked the fight in the first place. Banach watched Ronan, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Banach mused to himself that even though he had limited his own power, that kid Ronan had still managed to hold his ground. This meant that in just 10, or perhaps even 5 years, Ronan would undoubtedly become a formidable opponent. What's more, Ronan possessed a strange aura that was difficult to sense. How very interesting. Banach prepared to make a move, intending to eliminate this future threat before it could grow, but then, he suddenly stopped himself. Now wasn't the right time. Ophelia was still here. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake a second time. He refused to hurt Ophelia ever again. Banach then handed the essence of the bloodline to Ronan. This left Ronan stunned, as he knew it was an incredibly precious treasure to vampires. Banach turned his back to them and started to walk away. He waved a hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary, and then added, "Most vampires could never obtain this, even if they offered their very lives for it. I think this is a worthy price. Consider it a gift, for my future prey. The first new friend I've made in 80 years. Banach glanced back at Ronan, feeling that giving the essence of the bloodline to him was no waste at all. Ophelia was taken aback by Banach's actions, watching him in silence. Suddenly, Banach unleashed a spell toward the opposite wall and told Ronan and Ophelia to look in that direction, because this whole time, there's been a strange aura behind that wall, one that's identical to Ronan's. After saying this, he vanished, but not before leaving them with one last message. The next time we meet, I hope you've grown stronger. It'll be more fun for me. Ronan then turned to Ophelia Denai and asked, "Is he always that dramatic?" Ophelia didn't quite know how to answer. Ronan gazed at the wall. A strange aura? Don't tell me. As the thought occurred to him, Ronan's expression turned cold once more. Back at Tower 41, Jared Stone couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the essence of the bloodline. Ronan cheerfully handed it over to Professor Jared Stone. He made sure to boast about all the trouble he went through to obtain it. Jared Stone grabbed Ronan's hands and fell to his knees to thank him. The thought of his wife filled him with even more gratitude for the young man. Tears streamed endlessly down Jared Stone's face. Ronan was at a loss, unsure how to react to the professor's behavior. He sighed and tried to comfort Jared Stone, saying, "Hey, you haven't even heard the end of my story yet." At that moment, Banach was standing outside the tower, observing them. He suddenly spoke, "There's nothing more boring than fighting someone who's lost their will to battle. I only came today because I wanted to see how my old rival was doing. I'm just a curious man, after all. So, don't worry, Ophelia Denai." As it turned out, he had already sensed Ophelia standing behind him. Banach assured her that he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Ophelia knew Banach wasn't a despicable person. She had come to find him today to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Banach, for helping my friend." Banach stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He just turned to look at Ophelia Denai, and hearing her suddenly say, "I'm being sincere," made him smile. Has there really been this much progress after just 83 years? Perhaps he should thank that kid, Ronan. He turned back to face Ophelia. As much as he wanted to stay here forever, it was a shame he couldn't. Before leaving, Banjak warned Ophelia Denai that an evil force had recently appeared in the vampire world, stirring up trouble. It seems they are the ones pulling the strings behind the Blood Claw. If you need my help, just contact me. With that, Banjak vanished. This time even more theatrically than before. His voice still echoed in the air. "I will always be waiting for your invitation, Ophelia Denai, my immortal rose." After obtaining the bloodline essence, Professor Jared Stone immediately used his magical power, along with Saran's and the bloodline essence, to begin his 144th experiment. Ronan and Professor Jared Stone were standing in front of the glass tank containing Sunia's body. Due to the nature of the experiment, it would take a long time to see results, but seeing Jared Stone so overjoyed, Ronan knew that this was the very hope the professor needed to keep on living. Suddenly, Jared Stone turned and said that something about Ronan had been very strange lately. The mysterious energy that was eroding the curse inside of him had grown much stronger than before. Jared Stone asked Ronan, "Did you perhaps have some kind of fateful encounter while fighting the Blood Claw?" Ronan didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say that he got lucky. He recalled his time at the Blood Claw's hideout. When he went behind the wall that Banjak had shattered, Ronan saw a statue of the god Zen inside. He walked closer to the statue, unable to believe this place was hiding such a thing. Perhaps even the Blood Claw themselves didn't know. Ronan guessed it must be the ruins of some ancient temple. Suddenly, the statue began to glow, and the energy from the god Zen flowed into Ronan's body. He stared at his hands, completely bewildered by the situation. Back in the present, Professor Jaredin Stone took Ronan's hand. Even though he didn't know what kind of fateful encounter it was, he was certain it was a great blessing. Thanks to this energy, your magical pathways have expanded. They still need to stabilize, but in your current state, you should be able to control magic to a certain degree. Hearing Professor Jaredin Stone's words, Ronan looked down at his hands in amazement. It felt completely different from before. It seemed he was starting to understand. Ronan gently slid his sword from its sheath with his finger. He thought to himself that he could now use real sword ki, not just a pale imitation. A dangerous glint appeared in Ronan's eyes, caught in the reflection of his blade. 4 days later, under a beautiful sunny sky in Mavas, citizens were hastily evacuating. The Empire's army had also been mobilized. Ronan, Philip, Finn, and Az were all there, arriving on horseback. Looking at the scene before them, it seemed the wyverns had indeed appeared, just as Philip had said. The reason their group was here in the Romera Mountains, Ronan's homeland, was because of the news Philip had sent 4 days prior, right before his sister, Erin, was scheduled to move. Flashing back 4 days, Philip had unexpectedly received news that the monsters surrounding the Romera Mountains were entering a frenzied state and attacking the outskirts. They met in a room, where Philip reported that thankfully, Enbitan had not yet been affected. The Grania family had also dispatched a portion of their knights, but they couldn't afford to let their guard down. That very morning, wyverns had been spotted flying over the mountains. Hearing this, Ronan broke out in a cold sweat. Wyverns were monsters that possessed exceptional flight capabilities. Their fangs and talons were filled with a venom that even seasoned mercenaries were wary of. Philip added grimly, "If they attack in large numbers, we can't 100% guarantee your sister's safety." For that reason, they decided to prepare for the move earlier than scheduled. Back in the present, the mere thought of Irene was enough to drive Philip mad. He gritted his teeth in anger. Because of those things, Lady Irene's perfect relocation plan had been ruined. It was unforgivable. Philip furiously clenched his horse's reins, grinding his teeth. "As long as I can get Lady Irene to safety, I will annihilate every last monster in these mountains." His outrage left Ronan speechless. Ronan told Philip to stop muttering. Since they were almost there, he told Philip to ride ahead and command the knights that had been dispatched, while he and Az would follow. Philip asked doubtfully, "Why do we need to do that?" Ronan replied that he had a bad feeling and wanted to scout the surrounding area for a bit. He then angrily pointed a finger right in Philip's face, warning, "And don't you dare use my absence as an opportunity to try any funny business with my beloved sister. Not unless you want an early grave." Philip got angry too, yelling back at Ronan, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a knight of Grania?" Then, he reined in his emotions. But if there is something you need to verify, then I suppose it can't be helped. The longer we delay, the more danger Lady Irene is in. As a knight, I will not allow that to happen." With that, he spurred his horse and galloped off. Ronan watched him go, shaking his head in disbelief. Az moved closer and asked Ronan, "What did you mean by a bad feeling?" Ronan explained, "Normally docile monsters suddenly turn aggressive, and then giant monsters begin to appear. This pattern is all too familiar, isn't it? Gazan Cappadocia in the Vadian Mountains was destroyed the exact same way, all because of their scheme." Az let out a gasp of realization. "So, does that mean the Nebula class is behind this incident?" Ronan said that was just his hunch for now. First, they needed to go investigate the area where the monsters were appearing. He remembered them well. When their sealing barrier was broken, he was the only one who could track their unique magical signature. The scene shifts to an area swarming with monsters. A man with long, red hair sat on the shoulder of a giant monster. He rested his chin on his hand, lamenting that he'd already subjugated all the monsters in this area, but couldn't go punish the heretics here. He didn't have orders from the Baron, but, oh well, he had to follow his superior's command. Suddenly, the monsters roared, making the red-haired man feel that something was off. Logically, since the monsters were under his control, they shouldn't be able to feel that. From deep within the distant forest, a giant black tiger wielding a greatsword approached, striking fear into the red-haired man and the monsters. The man couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be happening? The black tiger looked at the man before him and spoke in a cold voice. "So, you were hiding here? Why are you here?" After speaking, the black tiger lunged forward, grabbed the Nebula-class underling's head, and swung his blade. The man's head and neck parted ways. Seeing their controller's head in the black tiger's hand, the other monsters grew even more terrified. They charged forward to attack the black tiger, but the entire group was annihilated. After wiping out the monsters, the black tiger left them with a final message. "You cowards who refuse to show yourselves. The hunt has only just begun." This tiger was none other than the sword saint, Gaetan. Meanwhile, Ronan and Az spotted the soldiers guarding the gate and felt this was going to be a pain. Dealing with these guards is doubly annoying since they're part of the Knight Order. A knight guarding the gate orders everyone trying to enter the city to halt. Today, this gate is only for those on official business. Take another route, or wait here. He added that this was an order from Lord Jepitan, the captain of the Empire's elite forces, who was currently leading the monster subjugation campaign. Ronan and Assel were a bit taken aback. He knew this captain was the leader of the Empire's most elite unit, the man who defeated Professor Navi Rose, and is currently the strongest swordsman in the Empire. When Assel heard that the Sword Saint Jepa was also here, he guessed the situation must be serious. Ronan also felt something was off. It was suspicious to deploy the Empire's entire elite force just because of some rampaging monsters. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Those bastards from the Nebula class had to be involved. Ronan turned his horse around and told Assel to get ready to use telepathy. They needed to get over the wall and search the nearby forest. They'd definitely find a trace there. The scene shifts to the sky, where a female member of the Nebula class is using magic to ride a wyvern. She's flustered because she's lost contact with her red-haired comrade on the ground. Something must have happened. The blue-haired girl was about to put her plan into action immediately, but she reconsidered. After all, their targets were the wyverns. She couldn't afford to waste energy on trivial matters. If the plan was delayed, the Lord of the Nebula class would not forgive her. The blue-haired girl ordered the flying wyverns to continue on their route, warning them that there could be no more mistakes. Ronan and Assel spotted the wyverns in the sky. His eyes lit up. Finally found them. All right, Assel, let's begin. A flying wyvern was suddenly struck by a massive boulder hurtling through the air. The surprise attack stunned the entire Nebula class group. Assel used his manipulation magic, causing the surrounding rocks to explode and fly up, ramming into the wyverns and severely injuring them. The blue-haired girl watched in astonishment. Isn't that the head mage of the magic tower? How is that possible? Just then, from a distance, Ronan flew up and slashed at the black wyvern with his sword. He smugly remarked that this wyvern was the perfect test subject for his true sword aura. A single slash from Ronan severed the wyvern's head. Ronan was very pleased with the power of his sword aura. It was stronger than he'd thought. Both its range and power far surpassed what it was like without infusing mana. Seeing another wyvern eliminated, the blue-haired girl was frozen in fear. Ronan, appearing behind her, explained that from this area, it's impossible to see those rocks. He smirked and taunted, "That's because I'm a local here, you stupid little rats." Enraged, the blue-haired Nebula-class subordinate immediately attacked Ronan with magic. "Who do you think you are, daring to stand in my way?" Before she could finish casting her spell, Ronan sliced her arm clean off. Ronan even offered a polite apology, saying he was a bit clumsy. He only meant to take her hand, but whoops, the whole arm came off. She began to cry out in agony. Ronan walked closer to her. He mocked her for being defeated so quickly, calling her a small fry. "With your pathetic skills, there's no way you could have pulled off something this big on your own. Where are your comrades?" Lying on the dragon's back, she just kept moaning about the pain. Ronan stepped on her, his sword pointed directly at her face. "You bastards have destroyed countless villages, and you're already crying over a little scratch like this?" Ronan told her to cut the act and spit out the Nebula class's real plan. Ronan stabbed his sword into the ground right next to her face. She cried, but her eyes still flashed with malice. Despite being beaten to a pulp, she remained defiant. "Ha, ridiculous. I am a torch chosen by the light. You think a lowly creature like you can make me compromise this great mission?" With that, a massive amount of magic erupted from her body. Ronan wondered what kind of trick she was about to pull. It turned out she was summoning a giant wyvern. Ronan stared at the colossal wyvern before him. He never expected she'd be hiding a giant wyvern like that so high up, where he couldn't sense its mana. She burst into maniacal laughter, smugly declaring that this was the strongest wyvern. It was too late for Ronan to have any regrets. The giant wyvern opened its mouth, about to swallow him whole, but suddenly, the creature was sliced in two. Of course, the one who cut it wasn't Ronan, but the Sword Saint Jepa. Ronan had never met Jepa before, but hearing the girls scream, he was just as surprised to see him. Jepa raised his hand, swiping his claws towards Ronan. Ronan froze as he watched the attack, but the move wasn't aimed at him, but at the wyvern he was standing on. Ronan was terrified by that power. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy be so unbelievably strong? The other beasts were torn to shreds, and Ronan was grabbed by the neck by Jepa. "Who are you? You don't look like one of those blind fanatics." He gritted his teeth. "You damn cat, are you siding with those filthy rats? You got a death wish?" Ronan was on edge. He swung his sword at him, forcing Jepa to let go. This slash was light, a probing attack to test Jepa's strength, but he never expected Jepa to just stand there and take it without blocking. Ronan was horrified, as expected of the man who defeated Professor Navi Rose. Of course, he knew he was no match without even fighting, but just standing there wasn't an option. He couldn't just wait to die. As Ronan looked for a moment of carelessness to make his escape, Jepa suddenly spoke to him. "You are a warrior." Ronan didn't understand what he was trying to do. Jepa told him to offer a proper greeting, draw his sword, point it straight ahead, and bring it down in a vertical slash. As Jeppa brought his own blade down, he told Ronan to block it. Ronan managed to parry Jeppa's blade. The man praised Ronan. Your strength may be lacking, but your defensive technique is perfect. However, he recognized Ronan's attack. Are you a student of Navi Rose? Ronan frankly admitted it. I am Ronan, a student at Phillion Academy. Ronan said arrogantly. What of it? You want to be his student, too? Sorry. You're not qualified. Jeppa looked at Ronan, finding him incredibly insolent. Like teacher, like student, I see. Jeppa then apologized for his somewhat excessive greeting. A duel is more meaningful than 1,000 words. As a warrior, surely you understand what I mean? Hearing that, Ronan gave a cold smile. I get it. Ronan charged forward, ready to attack with all his might while shouting, Then accept my greeting, you damn cat. Jeppa calmly watched Ronan approach. But before Ronan's sword could even reach Jeppa, it was stopped by two of Jeppa's subordinates. One of them grabbed him by the neck, while the other blocked his sword. The black beastman who blocked Ronan's sword was named Bia, captain of the 3rd squad of the Hyena Beastman classification in Jeppa's forces. The orange beastman choking Ronan was named Betty, captain of the 2nd squad of the Bear Beastman classification in Jeppa's forces. Model Bia wondered who this kid was, daring to attack them. Betty felt that Bia was asking a ridiculously stupid question. The only ones who would attack Lord Jeppeton were obviously those cult fanatics. You could tell just by the way he drew his sword, yet she still had to ask. Betty threw Ronan aside, telling his comrades to stay out of it and let him handle this. Ronan was sent flying, but he flipped once and landed perfectly. Betty lunged at Ronan with his claws, but was then shocked that Ronan could keep up with his movements. Ronan was now behind him, and he was starting to get a little heated himself. Betty realized Ronan was no pushover. Just as they were both about to unleash a finishing blow, someone suddenly stopped them. The stranger's 2 sword tips were pointed right at Ronan's and Betty's necks. This was Nemia, the vice-captain of the Lion Beastman squad from the Zeppa force. Just then, Jeppa and Bia also approached. He told Betty to stand down. Ronan wasn't an enemy, he was just accepting the boy's greeting. Betty's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe a kid like Ronan could block a strike from the sword St. Lord Jeppaton, something only a handful of people in their own squad could do. Then, what shocked Betty even more was that Ronan was a student of Navi Rose, the former sword saint, who had wiped the floor with his squad many times in the past. Betty trembled just thinking about Navi Rose. He believed she was a dragon in human skin. Betty ran over and grabbed Ronan's hands, smiling obsequiously as he said, My apologies, kid. I have a bit of a short fuse, so I sometimes act rashly. Could you keep this a secret? Seeing him like this, Ronan guessed this guy must be one of Professor Navi Rose's victims. He had probably been on the receiving end of her sword many, many times. Jeppa approached the lioness. Vice Captain Nemia. Is everything resolved? Nemia reported in detail that they had eliminated all the rampaging monsters and captured the suspects alive. They were members of the cult, just as Jeppa had instructed. At that moment, Ronan suddenly saw a group of beastmen appear in the sky. They were Jeppa's subordinates. Jeppa approached Ronan and gave a formal introduction. I am Jeppa 10, captain of the Empire's most elite beastmen army, entrusted by the Emperor with the solemn duty of annihilating the Nebula class, the ones hiding within the Empire. I am the captain leading the force that hunts the cult. At the same time, elsewhere, in the Romera mountain range, in the village of Mimbiatan, an army suddenly appeared, causing confusion among the villagers, as this was a remote, mountainous region. The appearance of a troop of knights like this was extremely rare. Sister Io didn't understand what was going on. She looked at the young man in front of her. Can someone please explain this to me? Are you a friend of Ronan's? The man was indeed Schlieffen fan. He apologized to Io for startling her. He explained that, because he had assembled the knights in such a rush, he hadn't had time to give her advance notice. Schlieffen fan knelt on one knee before Iron. Please forgive my oversight. I am the knight, Schlieffen fan. On the honor of the Grancia family, we are here to escort Lady Iron. Schlieffen fan looked up, his face turning red as he gazed at Iron. Let's begin moving your belongings. Ronan was surprised to hear Jeppa introduce his unit as the cult purging force, because in his past life, no such force had ever existed. Perhaps it was something the royal palace created after he captured those Nebula class members. But what surprised Ronan even more was that the Emperor had appointed the sword saint, Jeppa, to lead it. Ronan wondered how they managed to find those rats hiding everywhere. As far as he knew, the interrogation method using a ceiling barrier was no longer effective. So he asked Jeppa about it, who praised him for his extensive knowledge. He guessed that Navi Rose must have told Ronan. Ronan was about to speak when he heard Ao's voice calling for him. Ronan turned his head and saw Ao dangling in the air, held up by the collar of her shirt by one of Jeppa's subordinates. Ao was crying pitifully. She cried out to Ronan for help. The wolf-like subordinate reported that he'd caught someone snooping around. He asked Jeppa if he should deal with the little girl, since her constant wailing was giving him a headache. Hearing that, Ao cried even louder. She sobbed that she was just looking for her friend and wasn't doing anything wrong. Through her tears, she begged them not to eat her. Seeing the scene, Jeppa asked Ronan if she was his friend. Ronan covered his face in embarrassment and reluctantly admitted that she was. The scene shifts to that evening, where Nemia has captured several cult members. She was reporting the situation to Jeppa. This is my report on what we've gathered after eliminating the monsters in the area. They used mind-controlled monsters to create chaos all over. But that was just a diversion. Their true target is the center of the mountain range. Hearing the center of the mountain range, Jeppa instantly deduced their real objective, the Romera Mountain Trail. It was one of the Empire's vital supply routes, a route through which 1/3 of the entire Empire's cargo passes. If this place were destroyed, it would be as if the Empire had lost a main artery. Listening to Jeppa's analysis, Ronan understood everything as well, so it was no wonder those rats were targeting this place. Ronan approached the cultists and drew his sword, their terrified faces reflecting on the blade. Ronan interrogated them, stating that the trail was too important and heavily guarded, so it was impossible to destroy it just by controlling a few dozen monsters. Ronan pressed his sword to their necks. If you want to live, start talking. What are you people hiding? The blue-haired woman from the Nebula-class cult closed her eyes. Even at death's door, she maintained a high and mighty attitude. You think we fear death? You filthy heretic. With those words, their bodies began to glow, gathering their mana into a single point. Then, they uttered their final words, "Oh, stars. Though our power is limited and we could not complete our mission, we offer our very souls to incinerate these filthy heretics. May all who oppose the descent of the stars burn to ash." A beam of light shot up into the sky, serving as a signal to the others. The other members of the Nebula-class cult took notice. The old man, Baron, another member of the Nebula class, bid a silent farewell to his comrades. "Oh, it seems our brothers and sisters have chosen such a noble path. It appears our ordinary followers are no match for Jeppa's forces. What a pity for their noble sacrifice." Though the old man spoke those words, no one knew how much sincerity was behind them. His other subordinates approached him to ask what their next move should be. One of them suggested, "Sir, if we can't hold Jeppa back any longer, perhaps we should retreat and reconsider our plan." The old man immediately shot down the idea. "If we retreat now, we'd just be giving them more time to prepare. For the sake of our great mission, we absolutely cannot hesitate." With that, he took out an object that looked like an eye and placed it on the ground. "It may not be the center, but we will begin here, on the slopes of Mount Romera." He let out a dangerous laugh. "Punish the heretics." Then, a yellow magic circle appeared. It turned out the eye-like object was the detonation device. It was a masterpiece created by a great inventor, engraved with 30 layers of magic. After absorbing magical energy from the ley lines, the 30 amplified layers of magic would become an explosive, leveling everything in the vicinity. He ordered his two subordinates to protect the device until it absorbed enough mana. And to avoid being detected by the enemy, they both shouted in unison, "As you command." Baron's two subordinates were Ivan, the bearded man on the left, a former captain of the Knights, and the man on the right, Brewer, the former head mage of the Six Towers. Ivan asked Baron, "Sir, I heard that after this mission, you will succeed Sir Bria as commander. Have you received the grace yet?" Baron stroked his beard, smugly admitting that he had indeed received the grace. What made him so smug was that the grace is usually bestowed only after taking office, but the pontiff had made a special exception and granted it to him beforehand. This was because the mission required the power to protect himself from the explosion. He added that while his power couldn't compare to Bria's, with this grace, he could easily handle any unforeseen crisis. Just as he finished speaking, the old man Baron sensed an attack. He quickly conjured a shield to block the strikes, keeping the bomb safe as well. The slashes tore through the ground but couldn't break Baron's circular shield. Despite the surprise attack, he remained calm. Baron asked calmly, "Impressive. While it's possible to track the ley lines to pinpoint our location, it's nearly impossible once it starts absorbing mana. How did you find us, Sword St. Jeppa?" Baron asked. "Do you really think you can escape? From the moment I arrived in Romera, I've known your exact locations. I was just waiting to see what kind of scheme you'd try to pull." Jeppa pointed toward the cult members. "You rotten, blind fools, filled with delusion and arrogance. Go ahead and struggle with all your might." Back to 10 minutes earlier, when the 3 cult members were preparing to self-destruct, Jip Kemia shouted, "Everyone get back, he's going to stop them." But before anyone could move, Ronan had already leaped up to intercept the beam of light they were creating. Ronan's actions caught Jeppa, Nemia, and Aesel by surprise. They had no idea what he was planning. Ronan used his sword to slash apart the beam of light the cultists generated. She was terrified by Ronan's power, but she had to believe what she was seeing, because those sword strikes didn't just extinguish their final flame, they also sliced clean off their heads. Before she lost consciousness, her eyes remained wide open, staring at Ronan. Seeing that the deceitful bunch was up to no good, Ronan decided to strike first and send them to the afterlife. He didn't allow them to succeed with their final plan. Jeppa, once again, stared at Ronan in astonishment. It wasn't just a clash of power to nullify a spell. Ronan had cut right through their personal internal energy. Sheathing his sword, Ronan turned and asked the sword saint, Jeppa, you already knew about this, didn't you? After all, you've fought them many times. He walked closer to Jeppa's group. Ronan was certain that these people still had other plans. Moreover, it was a major plot being orchestrated from the shadows by the cult's high-level leaders. Ronan looked Jeppa straight in the eye, his voice firm. I don't know who you are, but if you're the vanguard of the cult hunting unit, you must have a way to track them, right? Then work with me. I'll help you win the Emperor's favor. Back in the present, Baron looked at the marks left by Jeppa's attack and fell deep into thought. He hadn't sensed Jeppa's aura at all until the attack struck. In other words, Jeppa's attack contained no internal energy. It was purely a wave of wind pressure generated by sheer, absolute power. As expected of Sword Saint Jeppa, a true monster. Baron asked his two comrades if they could handle such an important guest. Yvonne and Brewer replied gravely, for the mission of the star, we are prepared to endure. After speaking, they began to cast their spells. Jeppa felt a flicker of interest as he looked at their formation of just one knight and two high-level mages. If I had brought my army, these guys would have been good training dummies for my subordinates. Yvonne charged toward Jeppa, believing this to be the guidance of the stars. He thought this would be the battle to earn him the highest title a swordsman could achieve. He was eager to see just how powerful the Empire's sword saint truly was. If he won and attained that position, he could stand among them as an equal. But before his delusion could fully form, reality came crashing down. Jeppa threw a single punch. Yvonne's sword shattered. Hearing him call this a battle of honor enraged Jeppa. He not only shattered the sword but also punched his head clean off. Someone like you dares speak of honor? Don't tarnish the honor of a true warrior. Seeing his comrade get instantly deleted, Brewer began to tremble in fear, but he didn't have to wait long. Jeppa immediately unleashed an attack that made him log out right alongside his friend. Jeppa leaped up, attacking the old man Baron with a kick, but it was blocked by his shield. The shield was incredibly solid, like a sphere with no openings. Jeppa thought he looked vaguely familiar and asked if he'd been hiding within the fanatical cult all this time. It seemed he recognized him, the wanted criminal who had massacred thousands of people, from the western village of Athen, in an experiment decades ago, before vanishing without a trace. Baron, the butcher of Athen. Baron was delighted to be known by the sword saint, but now, he was simply a disciple of the star. He had cast that past aside long ago. Jeppa didn't care what side Baron was on now. No matter where he was, the old man was a target that Jeppa had to eliminate. Baron's sturdy shield was officially shattered by Jeppa's kick, but Baron didn't seem panicked at all. In fact, he smiled. He called upon the power of the stars, and shimmering purple streams of energy, mixed with a hint of darkness, enveloped him. He claimed that ever since the saints he had meticulously selected were all annihilated by Jeppa, he knew just how powerful the sword saint was. However, he was certain that not even the sword saint could break the great power bestowed upon him by the star. Baron laughed like a madman. You are nothing but a mere mortal flickering beneath the stars. Jeppa was speechless at this lunatic's display. Not only that, Baron raised his hands and asked Jeppa, what does it feel like to witness the greatness of the star for the very first time? Tell me, quickly. Jeppa looked at him, finding the whole thing ridiculous. To think he could live in such a delusion, failing to grasp the reality that his life was still in danger. Jeppa drew his sword. That is why I'm going to kill you. The prey was blinded by delusion. After declaring his intent to destroy the prey before him, Lord Jeppeton raised his blade high. It emitted a faint blue aura, then he swung it down with incredible force toward where Baron stood. The old man raised his hand, using the energy he called stellar power to defend himself. A massive pillar of light struck Baron. It was extraordinary. This was the power of the Empire's #1 Sword King. The terrifying force made him struggle with all his might to block it. Lord Jeppeton's strike carved a long gash through the ground, as if trying to split the forest in two. A moment later, as the dust and smoke settled, the Sword King's blade came into view. Lord Jeppeton remained in his stance after finishing the attack. In the distance, a protective circle appeared, enveloping Baron. The old man looked astonished, even for a sword saint. To display such terrifying power with just sword aura alone was unbelievable. In front of and behind him was a scene of immense destruction, with a long gash torn into the earth. The old man felt a little worried. Indeed, this martial art could rival them. But what a pity. He opened his mouth, a smug look on his face, then spread his arms wide, looked to the sky, and said, even the ultimate sword aura of the sword saint is nothing but a cheap magic trick before my divine stellar power. He controlled the yellow orb above him and issued a challenge. Now, what are you going to do, Lord Jeppeton? Even now, The magic orb continued to drain all the mana around it, and arcs of lightning crackled from its surface. Baron laughed sinisterly and warned, "If you retreat now, you might live to fight another day. You alone might be able to escape the blast radius. Who knows?" Hearing this, Lord Jepitan shot a furious glare at him. His pride would not allow itself to be trampled on. The old man continued to laugh menacingly. "Of course, all the weaklings besides you will be turned to ash along with this mountain range." Lord Jepitan looked toward him and thought, "So he completely neutralized my attack? What an irritating power. It's just as the kid said. If I'm not careful, this will become a massive threat later on." He stared intently, his focus sharpening as he made a decision. "Then I'll just have to end this right here and now." Lord Jepitan stepped forward, and with each step, blue energy radiated from his feet. Soon, that same energy enveloped his entire body. His stance was ready as he declared, "Let's see just how much this divine stellar power can handle." The pressure radiating from the Sword Saint made Baron uneasy. He raised a hand to shield himself, realizing the pressure was far greater than the last attack. "Is this what they call ki?" Lord Jepitan charged forward, his blade raised. Hiding behind his protective barrier, Baron laughed and taunted, struggling against fate like a cornered animal. How impressive. "Lord Jepitan, I give you my respect." The ground began to tremble, sending rocks flying. Even though the fight had just started, Baron retracted his hand, channeling more energy into his shield in defiance. "So, show me everything you've got. Let's see just how much destruction the strongest man in the world can cause." Without another word, Lord Jepitan swung his blade, charged with immense ki, his eyes burning with the determination to settle the score. Suddenly, Ronan's voice shouted, "Are you insane?" He yelled from a distance. "Stop. If you keep this up, you'll flatten the entire mountain range before we can even detonate the bomb." Baron was startled by the boy's sudden appearance. Ronan's voice continued, "Have you forgotten what we're suffering for?" Lord Jepitan paused and turned his head toward the boy, saying, "You're finally here. You're later than I expected." Ronan walked up behind Lord Jepitan, slightly out of breath from rushing over. He raised a hand and said, "Seriously, that's a first. No one's ever told me I was slow before. Don't you think maybe you're just absurdly fast? Enough of this. Now that we know what this divine stellar power is, we should retreat." He offered his earnest advice. "No matter how powerful you are, you can't deal with that thing right now." Baron stood there stunned, as if his entire plan was being thrown into chaos by this young man. Ronan asked the Sword Saint, "The situation is critical. You're not going to insist on doing something useless, are you?" He replied, "A sound judgment. Right now, you're better suited for this, Ronan." Baron stood listening to the two of them speak as equals, wondering, what? How dare he speak so arrogantly to the Sword Saint? Who is that brat? Ronan called out to Baron, "Hey old man, I guess I should thank you?" He then gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it as he continued. "Thanks to you shouting everything, I've got a pretty good handle on the situation now. In the end, all I have to do is deal with you, and then disable that magic bomb behind you, and this whole mess is over, right?" As he spoke, he drew his sword and aimed it at the old man. Ronan smiled. Now it was his turn to be arrogant. "Hey old man, are you really a high-ranking disciple? Judging by that ridiculous blessing of yours, it seems likely. But still, you're not even half as impressive as that lunatic Briggia I killed. Are you?" Hearing that familiar name, Baron trembled slightly and asked, "What? How do you know Lord Briggia's name?" The old man turned purple with rage, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his face as he roared, "You're telling me Lord Briggia wasn't killed by Serrante, but by a little punk like you?" He was furious. As his body began to transform, he cursed, "How dare you use your filthy tongue to defile the honor of Lord Briggia?" Something then burst forth from his body. Countless tentacles erupted from Baron's body. He screamed, "You must be begging to be torn to pieces." The tentacles stretched out, each one covered in large, grotesque eyes. He continued, "Lord Briggia was one of the foremost disciples of our order. He rose to the rank of branch chief through his own true power. He was a distinguished apostle. For such a noble man to be felled by a lowlife like you, with your pathetic amount of mana." The massive tentacles descended towards Ronan. Ronan looked up at them. Lined with sharp teeth, the tentacles looked like giant serpents. Baron's voice remained at a high-pitched scream. "How could you possibly have defeated him?" He roared in a fury. "Enough of your blasphemy. For a godless heathen, a non-believer like you, to even know his name, you must have simply witnessed his death. Tell me the truth of what happened that day," he demanded. And the tentacles lunged forward to attack. The massive maws and their sharp teeth closed in on Ronan, but he just smiled calmly. "The truth? If you're that desperate to know, then I'll tell you myself." With those words, Ronan and his sword shot forward from his original position, dashing in a straight line toward Baran, completely ignoring the entangling tentacles. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of him. The old man glanced at him and said, "So you're not just all talk, I'll give you that much." Baron raised a hand mockingly. "But this isn't nearly enough to defeat Lord Breja. Even if you caught him off guard, he wouldn't have let you lay a single finger on him." But before the old man could even finish his sentence, Ronan's slashes had already diced him into pieces. It all happened so fast that Baron's mouth was still moving as his head flew from his neck. Ronan struck the old man down, flashing past and leaving shimmering fragments in his wake. The old man's body fell with a thud right in front of the sphere. As Ronan's voice rang out, "That's right, that crazy bitch babbled just like you did. And she died in the same state." He walked over and plunged his sword straight into the sphere. This caused the sphere to gradually lose its power. Cracks appeared, and the surrounding magic circle began to fade. Ronan stood there, right in front of the cultist's head. He raised a hand to wipe his face. "So? Have you satisfied your curiosity yet?" Baron died with his eyes wide open. Even after being decapitated, Baron couldn't believe what had just happened to him. His head rolled to a stop, wondering, how could a child's sword pierce the incantation of the stars and cut me? His eyes widened as blood vessels popped. This power that transcended the rules, it seemed to belong to a higher tier, a supreme position that he could never have reached, even in his wildest dreams. Looking at Ronan's silhouette, he wondered, "Who in the world are you?" Just then, another sword slash cut across his face. Ronan coldly walked past and split his head in two. Jabba approached and asked, "You killed him?" Ronan replied, "I figured it would be easier that way." Recalling the cultists who were willing to self-destruct, he knew that if this was the fate of the regular followers, they would surely face something far worse. He continued, "Since they've decided to take an extreme approach, we'll have to be careful for a while." Jabba noted, "That's a wise decision. We can't let ourselves be blinded by our goal." The Sword Saint continued, "It's a shame I wasn't able to completely counter the incantation of the stars. If I could fight him one more time, I think I'd have a clue." Ronan grumbled, "You're casually talking about wanting to blow up my hometown. You turned the forest into this, with just your sword energy. Have you even tried to imagine what would happen if you used your aura?" Unable to argue, Jabba sheathed his greatsword behind his back. "Thanks to you, things ended easily. So I'll save that curiosity for next time." When Jabba told him to just ask if he needed anything, Ronan was a little surprised. Why was the Sword Saint suddenly acting like this? Jabba crossed his arms in front of him and continued, "The Emperor said I should reward those who help punish the cultists. Tell me what you want, within my limits and the Empire's budget." Hearing this, Ronan's face lit up. "Really? That's great. I'm in need of someone as strong as you." Elsewhere, the escort party continued to move through the night. Schlieffen led the group, his expression completely focused. Inside the carriage was the most important person to Ronan, his older sister, Iron. She was heading to the imperial capital under Schlieffen's protection. The convoy moved silently and relentlessly through the dark night. The atmosphere was a bit quieter than usual, making everyone a little wary. Earlier, their young master Schlieffen had told them to prepare thoroughly, as they might have to fight a monster army. But it would be a relief if the group could proceed safely. They curiously asked each other about the woman in the carriage. They didn't yet know she was the young master's fiancée. One soldier wondered just how noble she was for Knight Grania to be protecting her personally. Seeing Schlieffen's nervousness and how tense he was, it was clear she was someone very important to their young master. He cleared his throat to start a conversation and then asked Irin, "Have you felt any discomfort during the journey? If the trip is uncomfortable, please don't hesitate to tell me." She smiled and waved her hand. "Of course not. Lord Schlieffen's carriage is more comfortable than my own home." Irin suddenly realized something, clapping her hands together. "Aren't you the one who must be tired from riding a horse all day? If you don't mind," she proposed, "you could ride with me in the carriage." Hearing this, he shyly scratched his head and smiled, then politely declined, "I can't do that. I'm carrying out a very important mission. In any case, I'm glad you're comfortable on this journey. If you need to rest, please just say so, and I will find a place for us to stop." Suddenly, the horses grew agitated. Something was approaching and spooking them. Schlieffen gripped the reins tightly, and the escorts also struggled to calm their mounts. Young Master Grania sensed something was wrong. Something was drawing near. The horses kept neighing in fear. Schlieffen felt a terrifying presence approaching. He leaped from his horse, moving forward and ordering, "All forces, prepare for battle." Schlieffen stood at the head of the army, not forgetting to tell them to protect her at all costs. He gripped his sword tightly for the honor of Grania. The soldiers of House Grania drew their swords in unison, shouting, "For the honor of Grania." Schlieffen thought to himself, "This is unbelievable." This wasn't a threat on a normal level. It possessed such overwhelming power just from its approach. A pair of eyes with immense pressure. He wondered, what in the world this could be? A somewhat familiar foot appeared, and Schlieffen didn't hesitate to charge forward with his sword. His eyes flew wide open when he saw that his attacker, the one attacking me, was the Sword Saint, Jabba, swinging his greatsword down. Schlieffen raised his sword to block, and the impact sent rocks flying, lighting up the entire area. A voice rang out. "I've been surprised a few times today. I'd heard the rumors, but they even underestimated you." That voice belonged to Jabba. He continued, "That was an excellent defense, the rising star of the Empire. If the next generation's Sword Saint were a human, it would surely have to be one of you two." It seemed the current Sword Saint held Schlieffen's abilities in high regard. He looked at the massive figure before him and shouted, "Why did you point your blade at the flag of Grania?" Jabba calmly replied, "It was just a simple greeting, nothing to worry about." Then he tightened his grip on his greatsword and continued, "A warrior like yourself should know full well that a clash of blades is worth more than 100 words." Behind Jabba, a voice roared, "You damn bastard! I told you to use the greetings from the north where you live." Schlieffen recognized that familiar voice. It was none other than Ronan. He leaped down gracefully, then waved with a smile. "Good job, Schlieffen. We're here to help." He gestured behind him and added, "Don't be too upset about what just happened, because we've brought a special group of porters." The army of beastmen was rushing toward their leader. The Grania escort party was in an uproar. "Those are porters? They're definitely Lord Jabba's beastmen army." Schlieffen was utterly stunned by this. As the ferocious beastmen army gathered, Ronan's voice asked Schlieffen, "Anyway, have you been escorting my sister well?" The next day, on a beautiful morning in the capital city of Valen, a large and bustling metropolis with unique architecture, they arrived at a stunningly beautiful white mansion. Inside, the decorations were quite lavish. Irene was completely amazed and asked, "Is this for real? Ronan, is this really where we're going to live?" Before her stood the most luxurious living room she had ever seen. Everything sparkled and shone. Ronan said smugly, "Geez, how many times have you asked? You just have to live here from now on. It's right in front of Phillion. We can see each other often, security is great, and it'll be super convenient." Fawn placed a hand on his chest in a sincere gesture. "I had my family's craftsmen help with the interior decoration and installation. I told them not to worry about the materials, so I hope you like it." Io took his hand, smiling happily. "Of course, I love it. This place feels like it's straight out of a fairy tale." She was thrilled with her new home, and didn't forget to thank Lord Fawn and Ronan profusely. Io turned to say to them both, "I can't just let you two leave on such a special day. If you have time, please stay for a meal." She was extremely confident in her cooking skills. Ronan was delighted. This would be his first home-cooked meal in a long time. As for Fan, his chest felt like it would explode at the thought of dining with CR. The clatter of hooves approached the mansion. From outside, Instructor Navi Rose's voice boomed, "What are you doing here?" The two young men waiting for dinner quickly turned when they heard that familiar voice. That was definitely Instructor Navi Rose's voice. The two stood face to face, their auras clashing. One was the current Sword Saint, Jeppa. The other was the former Sword Saint, Navios. Surrounding them were Jeppa's beastmen troops, who could only stand and watch, not daring to react. Jeppa greeted her. "Long time no see. Navios, still as impulsive as ever, huh?" he taunted. "How can you possibly teach students with a temper like that?" Navi Rose's eyes were razor sharp as she retorted, "What right do you have to interfere with my teaching methods?" She shooed him away. "This is no place for a lowlife like you. Don't cause trouble, just get lost. You two-legged beast." Jeppa was slightly annoyed but remained patient. He replied rather calmly, "Your tongue is as sharp as ever." Then he issued a challenge. "I'm curious to see if you have what it takes to back up the words you just said." The air between them grew heavy. Jeppa brought up the past. "Have you properly reflected on your failure?" Jeppa's eyes were filled with provocation. "The day you lost the title of Sword Saint, to me." Hearing this, Navi Rose flinched slightly. That defeat was a long time ago, after all. The atmosphere suddenly went silent after Jeppa's cutting remarks. Her pride wounded, Navi Rose quietly gripped her sword. Her entire body erupted with a fierce aura in response. "If you're so curious, I'll let you see for yourself." Her immense pressure spread over a wide area. Jeppa's soldiers were frozen in place, their bodies unable to move, paralyzed by her power. The beastmen were utterly terrified by this presence. She glared at Jeppa with murderous intent as a large, green serpent materialized behind Navios. It was called Masa. The serpent slithered upwards, its eyes wide open. Jeppa's hands trembled slightly, and he wondered, she's not even using her full power, and she's already made me freeze. Could she be stronger than she was back then? He gripped his blade tightly and slowly gathered his energy. "How interesting, you damn snake." From the tip of his blade, a familiar blue aura appeared. It gradually manifested in his eyes and throughout his body. He decided, "I'll play along." Jeppa stood his ground, and behind him, the imposing eyes of a tiger appeared. The Lord of the Mountain. The two auras collided, creating a massive explosion. Ronan immediately stepped out, startling them both as he shouted, "Are you guys insane?" Standing on the balcony, Ronan yelled down, "What the hell is going on in front of someone's house?" Io immediately rushed out to hold him back. stopping him from jumping down. Ronan, his face red with anger, yelled, "Do you have any idea who you're standing in front of? If she gets so much as a scratch, all of you are dead today." A moment later, he stood before the 2 generations of sword saints, stomping his foot and complaining. Ronan looked at the 2 of them and said, "You sword saints are nothing but a bunch of children. Do you have any idea what almost happened because of your little aura showdown? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?" He scolded them without a hint of fear. Strangely, neither of them resisted. Jeppa closed his eyes, admitting fault. "Indeed, I got a little carried away. But he couldn't resist one last jab. I let a damn snake provoke me into losing my temper. How ridiculous. I apologize for my rudeness." Navi Rose was furious, but could do nothing. He turned to leave and added, "It seems the escort mission is complete. My squad will now withdraw." He didn't forget to leave a message for the boy. "Ronan, the next time we meet, I expect you to be a much stronger warrior." Then, along with his attendants who were waiting nearby, he bid the boy farewell. They vanished almost instantly before Ronan's eyes. He let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can breathe. A sword saint isn't a sword saint if they don't cause a scene, huh?" Ronan turned and asked, "Come to think of it, Professor, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Navi Rose's murderous aura flared up again. "Ronan, explain, and don't leave out a single detail." As she finished speaking, Ronan felt a chill run down his spine. A while later, back in the new mansion, the teacher and student sat opposite each other in the living room. After a while, Ronan finished explaining everything that had happened. The professor spoke up. "I see. So, that's what happened." She asked, "So, as a reward for your achievements in Lo, that beast escorted you?" Ronan replied, "Yes, that's about right." This was a bit hard for Navi Rose to believe. That thing granting a favor to a human? It seems he's taken quite a liking to you. However, she still gave him a warning. "It's best if you stay away from him. That old beast is very dangerous." Ronan was a bit confused and asked, "Dangerous? What do you mean?" The professor began to recount the events of 10 years ago. The great beast invasion in the north, the Night of Fangs. The one who led that horde of beasts was Jeppa. Hearing this startled Ronan. Navi Rose gritted her teeth and continued. "Now, thanks to a truce, the beastmen have joined the Imperial Army, and he's become the sword of the Empire. But I still don't trust him. Back then, instead of confronting the Empire to the bitter end, Jeppa gambled on himself to negotiate. He proposed turning the beast warriors into a force for the Empire, on the condition that the northern lands would be left untouched. The Emperor, recognizing his strength, accepted the offer on the condition of establishing a blood pact. Most of the Empire rejoiced at having the strongest sword on their side, but in my eyes, he's only temporarily hiding his claws to protect his own kind. One day, when that blood pact is broken, he will become a threat even greater than the Order. That man is Viscount G." Hearing the word Viscount, Ronan grew a little anxious. He tapped his fingers on the chair, thinking to himself, "Come to think of it, J.A. didn't show up during the fight with Adlet either. He might have been eliminated by the Order, but we can't rule out other possibilities." The story about Lord Jeppeton made the room fall silent. Navi Jose bowed her head slightly. "I've been rambling. I got off topic." Then she looked at the student before her and continued. "In any case, was what you said earlier true, about being able to freely manifest your sword aura?" Ronan smiled. "Yes, that's right. But compared to your terrifying sword aura, Professor, mine is still severely lacking." The professor smiled. Jaredin Stone, that useless fool, at least managed to uphold his reputation. With that, she stood up to leave, and told Ronan, "Good. In that case, let's start your training immediately." Facing a row of training dummies, Professor Navi Jose's voice rang out, "Show me your progress." Ronan obeyed, raising the sword in his hand, ready to perform his technique. Meanwhile, Fryn was happily enjoying a delicious meal with Crash. Standing in the Academy's training grounds, Navi Jose said, "The way to check your progress is very simple. Just show me your sword aura." After she spoke, they both looked toward the dummies in front of them. She added, "What's important isn't a slash that relies on physical strength, but a sword aura that focuses on mana itself." Ronan gripped his sword tightly, his gaze highly focused as he replied, "I understand." A red aura appeared from the tip of his sword, and his entire body was soon enveloped by it. Ronan swung his arm, sending a straight, horizontal slash toward the dummies. The sword aura shot forward at a fairly high speed, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Suddenly, the wave of sword aura began to fade, then completely vanished before it could even touch the dummies. Ronan was stunned. "What the hell? Why did it disappear the moment I launched it?" He couldn't believe it. He stared at the sword in his hand doubtfully. Impossible. It was so strong just a few days ago. Ronan began channeling mana into the blade again. "Let me try again, Professor." Navi Jose stopped him. "Stop. It's just as I expected." Her eyes seemed to say she knew this would happen. "For you, Just being able to channel mana into a sword is a great achievement in itself, but you still haven't reached the stage where it can be called a sword aura. Ronan listened in disbelief as his professor continued. What you have is merely an extraordinary slash that's been slightly enhanced with mana. Of course, that alone is still a formidable power, especially for a first-year student. After all, you did decapitate a wyvern in a single strike. Still unable to accept it, he turned and asked Navi Jose, "I don't really understand. Is the difference really that significant?" The professor explained. Enhancing your strength with mana may not seem all that different. You might just see sword aura as a form of compressed mana capable of inflicting great damage, she continued. However, seeing mana as just a tool to boost your power is a very shallow perspective. The true power of mana is that it paves the way for you to advance to the next level. Navi Jose continued her lecture. That's why I wanted to test your sword aura first, to gauge your current understanding of mana and figure out what needs to be improved. Looking at the untouched dummies, Ronan might not have fully grasped his professor's words yet, but it was clear from her realistic gaze that luck wouldn't be on his side forever. This distinction would be the difference between life and death for him in the future. Hearing this, Ronan flinched. He recalled the opponents he had recently faced, Bria, Jared Stone, and even the Sword Saint, Lord Jepitan. With her experience, Navi Jose recognized the look of disappointment in Ronan's eyes. She walked over and patted his shoulder in encouragement. This is just the beginning. You can make up for your shortcomings over time. The professor stepped up beside him, asserting, "And I am here to help you with that." She then took the sword from Ronan's hand. Now is the time to reinforce the fundamentals. Then, she held it before her chest, pointed it toward the sky, and closed her eyes. And then, things like this will become possible. Ronan asked in confusion, "Professor, why is my Lamantia?" The sword in Navi Jose's hand began to glow. The red mana from the blade, combined with the professor's blue energy, creating a dual-colored aura. The intense pressure it radiated was so powerful that he had to raise his arm to resist, his body feeling like it was being pushed back. Navi Jose appeared calm and gentle, but the power she unleashed was immense. She told him to pay close attention, because this was the true form of the sword Lamantia. Stunned, Ronan asked again, "The true form of Lamantia? That crimson glow?" The professor leveled the sword's tip and replied, "Correct. It resonates with the mana I infuse into it and unleashes its hidden potential. Just like my Urusa or Duke Grania's Paleros, weapons forged by a master craftsman that earn the title of a named sword all conceal their true power." She swung the sword back, preparing to strike. Navi Jose performed a horizontal slash just as Ronan had, but her movement was much more fluid. When they reveal their true power, their might becomes many times greater than normal. An immensely powerful wave of sword aura erupted from Lamantia. The professor marveled. When Master Doran said he'd created a masterpiece, he wasn't exaggerating. Ronan was utterly speechless, witnessing the sheer destructive force of the attack. Everything in its path was almost completely obliterated. The arena floor was supposed to be covered in protective enchantments. And she did that with just one attack? He asked, confused, but when I channeled my mana into it, nothing happened. Handing the sword back to Ronan, Navi Jose explained, "That's because your mana is too weak for Lamantia to resonate with. The sword itself is the one that best understands its master's weakness." Ronan suddenly felt like he was being underestimated, and it ticked him off. His eyes lit up as he stared at the sword. Now, he had a clear goal right in front of him. Ronan stepped forward, full of determination, and glanced at her. "Where do we begin, Professor? I'm going to show this insolent blade who its real master is." Navi Jose looked at him, quite pleased, and smiled approvingly. "That's the spirit. Then let's start with training you to maintain your mana flow." The moment she finished speaking, Ronan was already in position. He began channeling mana into the sword. On the first day of training, his mana maintenance time was 48 seconds. The professor constantly reminded Ronan not to lose focus for even a moment. By the third day of training, his time had increased to 1 minute and 32 seconds. On the sixth day of training, his maintenance time reached 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Ronan remained intensely focused, sometimes even meditating to improve his efficiency. His time kept increasing bit by bit, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Then, over 3 minutes. Then, past the 5-minute mark. On the 14th day of training, the stopwatch in Professor Navi Jose's hand ticked on. This time, he hit 13 minutes. She told Ronan, "You passed the target maintenance time a long while ago." The professor thought to herself that this was an achievement that would take a normal person years to reach. The professor instructed, "Now, maintain that state and unleash your sword aura. I don't need to remind you what to focus on, do I?" Ronan focused, gripping Lamantia tightly with its tip pointed downward. Mana flowed into the blade. He slowly raised the sword and replied, "Of course not. I learned from the best, after all." With that, he swung his sword in a horizontal slash. The strike was much lighter and more fluid than it was 2 weeks ago. The area where they stood was quiet. a gentle breeze blowing as Ronan sheathed his sword. With a soft click, the entire blade was secured in its scabbard. Only then did the training dummies begin to show the effects of his recent slash. They trembled as the line of Ronan's mana-infused strike shot across the training floor. The blade's aura was thin but powerful, slicing right through the necks of the dummies. As he turned and sheathed his sword, the heads of the dummies detached from their bodies. Ronan smiled. "Who do you think my master is?" The heads fell and rolled to a stop in front of Navi Rose, who praised her student with a bright expression. "That was pretty good. Do you understand now why you have to do this kind of training?" Ronan looked at his hand and replied, "Ah, yes. With each training session, I can more clearly feel the mana radiating from my hand. Just focusing on maintaining that mana has helped me better understand all the senses in my body. And what's more, I can also feel the immense potential of the mana hidden within me. It's like a flame of mana is burning in my heart and through my veins." The professor seemed quite pleased. "It seems you've now grasped the basics of mana." Professor Jaredon Stone's voice rang out. His enthusiastic willingness to work overtime just to torture a student was truly admirable. He walked closer and continued. "Your unique passion for education is the same as ever," he said, calling Navi Rose an arrogant longsword. They were both a little surprised to see Jaredon Stone. He looked serious. "Sorry to interrupt you when you're busy, but could you spare a moment? I have something important to discuss regarding your beloved student." Seeing him, Ronan wondered to himself, Professor Jaredon Stone came all the way out here? Looking at the professor's expression, he had a question. Does he always look that energetic? Navi Rose stepped in front of Jaredon Stone and said, "If this is about my student, is it related to his mana?" He was blunt. As you know, Ronan has a very unique constitution, so he needs to be checked regularly. Hearing this, Navi Rose looked displeased and issued a warning. "You're not using that as an excuse to exploit him, are you?" Then, radiating killing intent, she reached for the sword on her back. The sight alone made Jaredon Stone flinch. He quickly explained, Don't think that. Calm down. This isn't a mercenary company, so take your hand off your sword. I'm only here to keep a promise." He continued, "Thanks to Ronan, after all these years, Suna is finally showing some progress. There's a glimmer of hope. It seems Suna has responded. Her eyes have opened." Hearing that, Navi Rose was stunned. "What? Suna?" Jaredon Stone went on. "There's still a long way to go, but it would be good if you could visit her sometime. Suna loves to hear about your adventures." The mention of this made Navi Rose fall silent for a moment. He added, "Also, the reason I came here right now actually concerns your teaching assistant, not Ronan." She asked, "You mean Adessan?" Jaredon Stone nodded. "Yes. At Ronan's request, I began investigating Adessan some time ago." Ronan also turned his attention to the story about Adessan. Jaredon Stone issued a warning. "Although I don't have enough evidence to be certain, if my hypothesis is correct, then that child is in danger." He was more serious than ever. "She has a power that even she can barely control. You must have realized it long ago, right? The danger of that power." Navi Rose was silent for a moment. She clenched her fist and asked, "Is that why you've kept her by your side? To keep an eye on her?" He explained that he did it so that if anything went wrong, the girl could. Navi Rose cut him off. "That's enough, Jaredon Stone. My TA is not as weak as you think," she said with a serious gaze, "so don't you dare decide her future for her." Jaredon Stone couldn't say anything more. He replied, "If you say so, I understand. I'll let the child make her own choice." At that moment, Ronan himself had to think about Adessan's current life and her past one. The two men could only watch Navi Rose's back from a distance. Ronan realized his professor seemed furious. He turned and asked, "Now that I think about it, you mentioned something about a mercenary company earlier. Were you two mercenaries?" Jaredon Stone answered, "That's right. About 10 years ago, we were pretty well known in the southern regions." He recounted, "Though it wasn't a pleasant encounter, that's when I first met Navi Rose. We were both hired to eliminate each other, and we clashed. The memory of that day is still crystal clear." Jaredon Stone was injured and kneeling there. Back then, Navi Rose was truly the embodiment of death itself. That was her. "I still can't put the feeling of terror from that day into words." He scratched his chin and nodded. "Compared to back then, you could say she's become more human now," Ronan stammered. That's what you call more human?" "He probably still found his professor to be far too fierce," Jaredon Stone continued. "Anyway, the result was that I was utterly defeated that day and was at death's door." He recalled, "If it hadn't been for Suna and the local villagers who saved me, I would have died for sure. Suna took great care of me back then, when I was like a lifeless husk, and from there, we naturally became husband and wife. After that, perhaps because we had fought together, Navi Rose and I became something like comrades. Of course, the only reason we maintained that relationship was because of Suna's innocence and purity, and the fact that Navi Rose hates me is entirely my fault." She's furious at my incompetence for not being able to protect Suna, and for my foolishness in still not being able to let her go. Even so, Navi Rose has kept the secret to the very end. Suna's treatment up to this point has only been possible thanks to her help. So, if Suna can recover, I believe Navi Rose will also gradually let go of her resentment. She may not look it, but she's a very sentimental person. The next day, in the Hall of Truth at the main building of the Magic Department, inside the Dark Magic Research Lab, there were large test tubes and various specimens. Ronan exclaimed, "I can't believe there's a place even gloomier than the professor's lab." He wondered, "Are we really allowed to be in here?" Jared Stone replied, "Deal with the darkness. This is the only place we can use it." He stood before a machine-like contraption, and on the floor, characters appeared, forming something like a magic circle. It's an expensive piece of equipment necessary for this procedure. He called it a human mana extractor, an ultimate magical tool that can extract the primordial mana hidden within a living body. Jared Stone added, "Adessan, people like you who can't understand their own mana would give their entire fortune just to try this device." He pointed to the circle in the middle and said, "Girl, step onto it. It's time to face the secret of the power hidden inside you." Adessan obeyed, stepping into the device and standing in the center of the circle. The professor asked her once more, "You did prepare yourself mentally on the way here, didn't you?" Then, Jared Stone placed his hand on a blue orb in front of him. "I'll begin now." An aura began to radiate from Adessan's body. She asked worriedly, "Professor, what is this? There's something black coming out of my body." The deathly aura grew stronger by the second, spreading throughout the room. It even seeped into the test tubes of the other creatures. The specimens seemed to be agitated by the deathly aura, beginning to react with snarls. Ronan thought to himself, she hasn't even activated her energy, yet it's already having an effect. He recalled his past life. This was the power that had helped the Grand General of his previous life command the battlefield like an Iron Queen. It was truly astonishing. This was the most powerful and terrifying force in the history of the Empire. Even its current master was stunned by it. She asked, trembling, "What is this? Why does my mana have this color?" Jared Stone was deep in thought. There was no doubt that this strange energy was the mana of darkness. Adessan stood there and repeated, "The mana of darkness? My entire body is now covered in this black mana," she said. "I heard Ronan mention it before. But what is it? I've never heard of a mana like this." Jared Stone replied, "That's to be expected. The mana of darkness is considered so top secret that it's hard to find anyone who even knows about it. Even here." He turned to look at Ronan and continued, "I also don't understand how that guy found out about it." Ronan scratched his head, avoiding the question. "Let's just ignore the minor details," Jared Stone continued. "Even if it weren't top secret, there isn't much information to find. The mana of darkness usually lies dormant in the body, sometimes for a few short years or even for centuries. And even when the power awakens, most can't withstand it and end up dying. You've only released a little bit, but you can already feel it, can't you?" Hearing this, worry was written all over Adessan's face. The professor continued to explain, "It's something completely different, unlike the mana we use. This kind of power can grant those who can't control mana a strength on par with a swordmaster, even making the seemingly impossible become reality. That is the power of dark mana, which transcends both reason and order. The problem is that this power erupts unexpectedly, not according to the owner's will, and the owner often can't control it, leading it to destroy the entire area, turning the place into a disaster zone. When the energy is depleted, the owner will ultimately burn themselves out." Jared Stone asked the girl, "So, do you really want this power?" "Adessan, if you want, I can place a seal on it." She froze, thinking, the risk this thing brought was too great. The professor added, "To prevent the mana from erupting, or to find a way to remove the dark mana completely. Think carefully. Throughout history, those who possessed dark mana, whether they could control it or not, never had a good end. They were either executed by beheading, or they self-destructed, leading to their own deaths." Jared Stone repeated, "Are you ready to accept the double-edged sword that is the mana of darkness?" Adessan fell silent, lost in thought and conflict. What would she decide? Adessan's eyes drooped as she recalled her childhood, remembering the losses she had endured. She remembered the image of the young man who had stood up to encourage her. "Don't worry, I'll help you with everything I've got." Grand General Adessan had her answer. "It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid." She glanced over at Ronan. He had once told her not to worry, to keep trying. Adessan smiled, full of faith. Ronan was also a bit taken aback that at a time like this, she was thinking about what he had said. She continued, "So I can't let myself be weak. Please, help me." Professor Jared Stone. Hearing this, he silently placed his hand on the orb, then smiled at her. "That's a good way of looking at it. That's right. Perhaps you should have courage like that." Jared Stone channeled energy into the orb, and it began to glow. He said, "Well then, since everything is clear, let's begin right away." He began to perform the mana purification for Adessan. Once again, the machine started up. This time, her body emitted a red aura, not the dark mana from before. It radiated out and gathered into a small orb above Addison's head. It shone as brightly as the sun. She turned and asked, "Professor, this familiar feeling, could it be?" Jared Stone answered, "I have extracted the mana you've accumulated until now." He continued, "To explain why, let me guess the situation you've faced. I'd guess that you've always thought you had no talent for mana at all. There were times when, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't keep up with your peers." Adessan was astonished. "How did you know that?" Jared Stone looked up at the two streams of magic above and replied, "It's only natural. As I said, dark mana is a power that transcends common sense. Such a power would never lie dormant. The dark mana constantly conflicted with the mana you accumulated and hindered your growth, Adessan." He also showed his surprise. "Even so, the fact that you managed to accumulate this much mana is truly incredible. Although you've worked very hard, perhaps you should give up on those results." Hearing this, Adessan asked with some concern, "What do you mean?" While the two streams of magic clashed, the professor continued to explain, "The solution is simple. If two power sources are constantly interfering with each other, we just need to remove the unnecessary one. I will make it so that only the dark mana remains in your body." At the same time, the dark mana from above completely devoured the red mana orb. He looked over at Ronan. "How interesting. These two are quite special. One can't accumulate mana, and the other can't get rid of her excess mana." Hearing this, Ronan grew a little anxious. "This situation is making me a bit uneasy. Don't tell me it's going to take 5 years again like last time." Jared Stone replied, "That's quite a prospect." "You guessed right." He continued, "Once mana is deeply rooted, it's not easy to remove. Thanks to the extraction tool, it's temporarily separated, but once the machine stops, it will return to her body immediately." Ronan asked, "If there were a way to eliminate the mana instantly, would it cause serious harm to her body?" The professor looked at him and answered, "No, it wouldn't. Her body would simply return to a state of having no mana. But why do you ask?" After hearing the answer, Ronan immediately drew his sword and slashed towards the stream of mana. Both Addison and the professor were completely stunned. They had no idea what he was doing. Jared Stone was quite surprised to see Adessan's mana had vanished. As for Ronan, he sheathed his sword. "Well then, this is too simple." He smiled. "Waiting 5 years is too long. I have too much to do." Addison stood there as her dark mana erupted once more, radiating even more powerfully than before. She was unleashing a seemingly infinite source of mana from her body. In an instant, it nearly enveloped the entire laboratory. Sometime later, Adessan slowly opened her eyes. Before her was the blurry image of Ronan. He asked, "You're awake?" Behind him was Professor Jared Stone. Ronan was relieved. "Thank goodness, Adessan." She asked him, a little embarrassed, "Ronan, why is my head resting on your lap?" While she was trying to figure out why she had fainted, the monsters in the test tubes began to react. It seemed they had been agitated by the mana, their faces filled with rage, and their sharp fangs bared. The beasts roared in unison, as if the rage within their bodies had been unleashed. Adessan wondered why the dormant test subjects were suddenly rampaging. "This is clearly your doing," the professor explained. "Listen, when your original mana disappeared, the suppressed dark magic temporarily flared up, causing all of this." He turned to look down at her. "Congratulations. Regardless, you've succeeded. The foreign energy mass in her heart's core. It is the nucleus of pure dark magic. This is the power Adessan must now cultivate." She could truly feel something cold and heavy, distinct from regular mana. Jared Stone said that it was currently overactive due to the side effects of her original mana being purged, but it will eventually settle down to the size of a handful of sand. "You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?" Her gaze was fixed on the test tubes. The professor followed her line of sight and continued, "The ability you've gained from awakening your dark magic. You can explore that later. First, we need to calm things down." Seeing the professor raise his hand to deal with the rampaging beasts, Ronan quickly stopped him. "Wait, Professor, could you let Addison handle it?" Then he turned to the girl. "Tell those experiments to be quiet, will you? In your current state, you should be able to do it." Addison began to part her lips, speaking to the beasts. "Be quiet." And just like that, the noise died down. The beasts fell silent and returned to their deep slumber. "Don't tell me. Is that a mind control ability?" Jared Stone said, scratching his head. "Mind manipulation usually requires a huge amount of mana and magical artifacts. And yet, you did it with a single sentence. It seems this is a far more dangerous power than I thought." Worry was clearly written on both Ronan's and Adessan's faces. Ronan thought to himself, the new power the Grand General obtained is mind control. This ability allows one to impose their will on living subjects. Absolutely. Just like manipulating the minds of an entire army. If you have enough mana. If it's just about perception, it's merely an effective control tool. But if used on the scale of a military unit, it can create puppets who have no fear of death. They would charge forward without a shred of fear. And the Grand General did not hesitate to use this ability against our wicked enemies. In the war of our past life, an army like that, who forgot themselves and defied everything to fight the Ahut. At that time, Adessan used this skill on the Empire's army. Ronan was there too, standing right behind her. He had once asked, "Is this really the only way, Grand General?" And the answer he received was, "Yes, this is the only way to achieve victory. So, you should focus on preparing for the final battle." This had made Ronan think a great deal back then. She once said it was the only reason he and she were still alive. Returning to the present, he looked at the girl before him. In the past, she had been forced to live like a woman of iron. Ronan clenched his fists, thinking, if I were to face a similar situation one day, what could I do? He wondered what the Grand General would choose then. The three of them stood in the middle of the magic laboratory, where everything had returned to its usual silence and gloom. The next morning, on the academy grounds, Ronan said to her, "Adessan, today's a really lucky day, isn't it?" He looked quite cheerful. "Not only did you awaken a new power, but the professor also promised to train you personally." Ronan turned back to Adessan. "So, how does it feel to be one step closer to the title of general?" He seemed excited, but then he froze. Adessan was lost in a tangle of thoughts about the fearsome power of dark magic in her hands. Adessan asked Ronan, "If this power grows, one day, it might even be able to affect people." She looked at the palm of her hand, worried. Is it really okay to use such a dangerous power? At first, I was so excited to get this new power, because I felt like I was getting closer to my dream. But after facing the true nature of this power, when those beasts went wild, now, Adessan felt more and more uneasy about the power she held. "I'm afraid that one day, I'll get swept up in the name of the greater good and turn innocent people into puppets to be sacrificed for that cause. And I'll start thinking it's normal. I'm scared I'll become a monster who'll stop at nothing." The things she had just said were exactly what had happened in their past life. This stunned Ronan. He thought, so she's already realized both sides of the power she possesses. In our past life, the Grand General's strategies were always nearly perfect. Her brilliant judgment saved countless lives and became the guiding light that led them toward tomorrow. But behind it all were the soldiers controlled by her power, and their sacrifices were undeniable. However, I have no right to say the Grand General's path was a mistake. Adessan cut through his thoughts. "Hey, Ronan, if that really happens, when that time comes, you'll stop me, won't you?" The sudden question left him too flustered to answer. Adessan smiled brightly. "Because I feel like if you're by my side in that moment, I'll have the strength to overcome it." Just like right now, she had managed to overcome the negative thoughts that had just surfaced. Ronan was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. "Don't you regret saying that when you've become successful later on?" Ronan turned and started to walk away, not forgetting to add a warning, "And when that happens, there will be a lot of things I can't foresee." Hearing this, Adessan was flustered. "What was that? Are you for real?" From that day on, a few rare, peaceful days passed at Phillion. Adessan began her dark magic training with Professor Jaredin Stone. At first, she struggled to control even a single sparrow, but now she could simultaneously control 5 of them and was about to test her skills on larger beasts. Brahm was training hard on his own as usual, while Ophelia, who was rarely seen during the day, seemed to be completely absorbed in teaching Ceda blood magic. She was training its attacks. Its magic spell looked quite powerful, and its destructive force was no joke, blowing the head off a training dummy. Ophelia was amazed by it too. Oh my, to succeed so perfectly with Bloody Dias on the very first try. She praised him. "Ceda, you really are a genius." The two of them looked very happy and excited about this training. "What skill should I teach you next? Close combat with Bloodcutter, or maybe Bradmist?" Ophelia was a bit fired up about the training, and Ronan himself was having his own peaceful moments, practicing swordsmanship with Fawn. Ronan looked at him questioningly. "Feels like you've gotten a little faster. You've been secretly training hard again, haven't you?" Fan laughed in reply. "Your own skills have gotten more refined too. Did you get some special training?" But both of them felt that the other still wasn't enough of a challenge. They glared at each other like enemies. Then they charged in to fight, each one claiming to be better than the other. It got to the point where Maria, watching from the side, grew worried. "Have those two been fighting for hours straight? Aren't they tired?" she asked. "If you're that eager, why not do it on the battlefield? Why fight here? It's so hard to understand." Behind her, Ao scratched her head, being a little too naive. "Huh, is that so?" But looking at them, before she could finish, Maria smiled and brought up Ronan's charm. "It's the way he gets so excited during training, right?" She even turned back to confirm, "Isn't that right, kiddo?" Ao beamed, blushing slightly, as she replied, "Ah, yeah, that's right." Back home, Ronan was always so strong and admirable. She touched her index fingers together. her shyness all too obvious. Maria wondered, "So, in your eyes, Ronan is that amazing, huh?" The girl looked down slightly, replying shyly, "Maybe I should try to be more like Ronan?" Maria burst out laughing. "What's this? Don't tell me you're getting jealous, kiddo." Then she put an arm around her shoulder. "You're so adorable, don't worry. No matter what, you're still the best in my eyes." That's not it. It's just..." Then the two girls walked off. "Come on, let's finish our coordination training. Next time, we have to teach Ronan a painful lesson during sparring. What do you say? Sound good, cutie?" Ao gave a half-hearted reply, but in her heart, Ronan already held a different place. Another day at Phillion Academy, Ronan picked up his teacup and said, "Professor, you called for me so suddenly, but I had a feeling this would happen, and it seems my intuition was correct. Just the aroma is enough to awaken my senses. This flavor is exactly like the one I tried at the Ceda Holy Temple," Ronan continued. "You said you wouldn't waste a single leaf until you successfully cultivated it, and now you're even brewing tea to serve me." He asked, "Does this mean you finally succeeded?" Professor Varen laughed heartily. "It's all thanks to you, Ronan." Professor Varen Finasia was now the advising professor for the Special Adventure Club. He continued, "After the adventure in the Biden mountain range, Ronan received a gift from Lord Saran and passed it on to me," he said excitedly. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even known this herb existed. It was a lot of hard work, but successfully cultivating it brings me so much joy." His two pets also peeked out to enjoy the tea's aroma. He was glad that it would be able to help many people in the future. Ronan clapped at that. In any case, he wanted to thank the professor for all the times he had to clean up the messes after the club's activities. Ronan covered his mouth with his hand, smiling slyly. "Maybe now we can finally repay you at least a few times, huh?" Professor Varen looked a bit flustered. "That's a bit of a hassle." Ceda took a whiff of the tea and flopped over right in front of the Bluebird, MP. The professor presented a scroll, saying, "Anyway, the real reason I called you today is for this. This is a reply letter. It came from the place you wanted to visit to learn about your curse. The Dawn Tower, a mystical-looking tower enveloped in a red glow. It stood tall and imposing under the full moon, looking as if it were painted in the traditional color of the vampire clan." Ronan was overjoyed. His visit had been approved. He said excitedly, "I've been getting so impatient waiting for this." Professor Varen warned him, "But don't get too excited. Remember to stay safe. After the recent unfortunate incident, that place must be in chaos." He added, "Ao and Ronan won't be going alone, because the Magic Tower tour for elite students is also being held this time. You'll be going with a classmate." Over in Akalosia's somewhat gloomy room, she was scribbling someone's name on a piece of paper, surrounded by a heart. With a bewitching look in her eyes, it seemed she was the one who would be accompanying Ronan. One beautiful morning on an airship, it waited for the Academy members heading to the Dawn Magic Tower. Akalosia was sitting there when Ronan appeared, and she wondered why he was here. He cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. "Oh, it's just as Professor Varen said. Long time no see, Akalosia. Or should I call you E?" Hearing the intimate nickname, she snapped. "I told you not to call me that. That nickname is exclusively for Adessan." Akalosia continued. "Wait a minute. Answer my question first." Ronan slowly approached a seat and asked, "What? This airship is only going to one place. Of course I'm going to the Dawn Tower on business." She wasn't done with her questions. "Someone from the swordsmanship department has business at a magic tower? And where's that little kid who's always glued to your side?" Ronan sat down and replied, "As you know, my circumstances are a bit complicated. I was planning on bringing Ao along, but lately, she's wanted to focus on training with Maria for a while." He asked curiously, "But where are all the other first years? Why are you sitting here all alone?" The professor said a few people from the magic department would be coming along. She smiled. "Of course I'm going alone. The Dawn Magic Tower is famous for its fire-based magic, and only the top 10 students in the fire magic course are given the opportunity to visit. It's a privilege that other first years can't even dream of. So, I'm enjoying this rare moment of quiet." Ronan teased her. "So you're all alone because you don't have any friends, right?" He then laughed loudly. "Well then, you can hang out with me for fun. I'm alone too, so I'll do you the special favor of keeping you company. How about that? Isn't it great?" Akalosia's ears rang as if she'd been struck by lightning. From inside the ship, her yelling at Ronan could be heard all the way outside. "Who needs who to keep them company?" Her voice echoed across the sky. "Just drop it." Time passed, and the Academy's ship traveled a long distance. Inside, the stewed, NTS were still chatting happily, but she looked far from pleased. She complained, "We're about to enter the Dawn Magic Tower, and they're just sitting there gossiping. Meanwhile, so many people are bored out of their minds wondering when we'll finally get there. Some are even playing cards. Why aren't they thinking of a few more questions related to magic? Wouldn't that be more beneficial?" Akalosia said, brushing her hair back. "Sighing won't make the situation any better. This is precisely why I can't stand associating with these commoners. She glanced at her companions and asked him, Ronan, you think so too, don't you? Before he could even respond, Akalosia cut in and answered for him, Of course you do. You're the only one in this entire academy who truly understands my worth, because you're the only person I acknowledge, aside from my dear Adessan. She recalled the sparring match at the academy and complimented Ronan. You've had some impressive victories recently, especially in public. You crushed that arrogant Grania without holding back at all. And what's more, you even helped the sword Saint Lord Japatan stop that terrorist attack from the heretical cult. Akalosia rattled on. I heard news of your exploits even reached the royal palace. Our entire Akalosia clan is paying very close attention to you. As she said this, she suddenly remembered something, and her tone turned sharp. Speaking of which, when are you going to respond to the invitation I sent you? Do you have any idea it's been months? Don't tell me you're trying to test the patience of House Akalosia. She continued without pausing for breath. Do you have any idea what a massive opportunity this is? If you were to join our family right now. Ronan barely had a chance to get a word in. He thought to himself, she says she doesn't need company, but man, can she talk. Still, testing their patience might not be a bad idea. For now, I'll just change the subject. He lightly tapped his fist into his palm and smiled. Since we're on the topic, let me ask you something. Akalosia, why do you admire Adessan so much? His question caught her off guard. Akalosia looked flustered. What? Why are you suddenly asking that? Clearly, Ronan was genuinely curious about this. Addison's hard work was finally being widely recognized. But thinking back, based on the standards Akalosia always spouted, Adessan, as a student who had been held back a year, shouldn't have even been considered a prodigy. And yet, Akalosia idolized her. You must have seen something special in her, right? Akalosia. Akalosia was silent for a moment before answering, Of course I did. Her entire demeanor shifted, growing noticeably softer as she spoke of Adessan. My Adessan was completely different from everyone else. Right from the very beginning, she began to recount. I first met her not long after I enrolled at Phillion. I had gotten lost in the library while looking for research materials, and the person who took the initiative to come and guide me so kindly was Adessan. Back then, Adessan had struck up a conversation with Akalosia. I saw your performance during the entrance exam, she'd said, giving her an incredible compliment. To achieve something like that as a mere first year is just unbelievable. Adessan was so friendly then, I was just speechless, but I still dismissed her words as empty flattery. I thought she was just like everyone else, who always tacks on those same old lines after a compliment. You know, as expected of the Akalosia bloodline, or her innate talent is truly dazzling. It sounds like they're singing your praises, but the hidden meaning is just pathetic. They dismiss everything I've accomplished, writing it all off as some innate luck, just to make excuses for their own mediocre lives. Just as Akalosia was thinking that this girl was the same as all the rest, Adessan said something that completely surprised her. It's truly admirable. I can't even imagine how much effort you must have put in to achieve that at such a young age. Then, she gave me this angelic smile. I can't fathom it. You must have been so lonely and worked so hard. Adessan's heartfelt words made Akalosia see her in a completely new light. She continued, Of course, someone like me can't possibly understand everything you're feeling, but if things ever get too difficult, or if you just want to talk about something, please, come find me anytime. Adessan's warmth and sincerity. It made my heart flutter. She added one more thing. I might not be able to help much, but as your senior, I can at least listen and be there for you. That was enough to make my lonely heart pound. That feeling of excitement from that day, it's my own precious memory. I can't really explain it any better than that. She blushed, looking embarrassed as she recalled the memory, and then added, But more important than anything else, Adessan, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing that, Ronan was a bit confused. Akalosia began to describe Adessan. Her hair is like black silk. Her tall, slender figure just radiates such an elegant aura. Is there anyone in this world who can even compare to her beauty? She was talking about her senior like she was talking about her first love. And that's not all. Just thinking about her makes me swoon. Oh, Adessan, I miss you so much. Ronan's face went pale as he thought, how do geniuses like her end up like this? He could only sigh and leave her to it. This connection with her will definitely be a huge help to Addison someday. That's all that matters. The airship continued to race forward. Suddenly, Ronan sensed that something was wrong. He shot to his feet and said, Akalosia, stop chattering and get up. Draw your staff. Now. She looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Ronan was urgent. No time to explain. Hurry up, he warned, as the Academy's airship continued to speed along. Something's coming. In a flash, the two of them were leaping toward the front of the vessel. Without giving her time to prepare, Ronan swept her up and dashed forward. She snapped, a little irritated. What is this discourteous behavior? How dare you lift a lady like a sack of flour? You truly have no sense of decorum when it comes to women. Skip the pleasantries. Ronan asked Akalosia, can you use your telekinesis to keep one person airborne? It's here. Get ready. She had been wondering this whole time what exactly it was. Akalosia couldn't see anything. There were only clouds. But then, suddenly, a blinding light appeared before them, a massive fireball, hurtling straight toward them. Akalosia's eyes went wide. That's exactly what it was. A gigantic fireball, many times larger than the Academy's airship. Akalosia said aloud. An anti-air interception spell used in warfare. Why is something like that suddenly appearing here? Ronan got ready to draw his sword. I don't need to tell you what to do I? He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to leap into action. Ronan drew his sword and leaped off the ship. Now, I'm counting on you. Akalosia held her magic staff, channeling purple mana into it, all while muttering a curse at Ronan for acting so rashly. She cast her spell, Invisible Hand, and the purple mana gradually enveloped Ronan. He planted his foot on a mast at the bow of the ship, launched himself off it, and soared directly toward the fireball in front of him. Ronan faced the danger alone, without a moment's hesitation. He swung his sword, suspended in mid-air by Akalosia's magic. Drawing on his previous training, Ronan channeled magic into his sword, La Mantia. And then heaven and earth net. Countless streams of sword energy were unleashed. His eyes glowed red with determination as he unleashed an incredibly powerful strike, cleaving right through the center of the fireball. But his attack inadvertently caused the massive sphere to break apart into smaller ones, and they weren't showing any signs of stopping. Ronan gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. There are more fragments than I expected. Watching the pieces get closer and closer, he thought, at this rate, the airship is going to be. In that very instant, the fragments were stopped by something. Ronan turned around, completely astonished. Akalosia was standing there, saying, what's with that look? Did you really think I couldn't handle these fragments? She raised her hand, summoning a volley of fire arrows, and announced her name with pride. From above, Ronan looked down and used his magical abilities to neutralize the threat. He smiled and praised her. As expected of the lady from House Akalosia. You're certainly not all talk, Ronan shouted down. That was brilliant, She snapped back irritably. I told you not to call me that. He then returned to where stood, ignoring her complaints. He let out a sigh of relief. Somehow, we made it through. But if that was their idea of a welcome ceremony, it was way too harsh. He wondered what in the world was happening at the Dawn Magic Tower. Below them stood the imposing structure, as the Academy's airship finally reached its destination. Above the tower was a magic circle, which the ship slowly approached. A voice echoed out from the tower. Hey, can you hear me? The voice from the magic circle continued to ask, is everyone all right? We've confirmed that a spell designed to shoot down flying vehicles was just launched from the magic tower. Ronan was stunned. This was wide-area communication magic. Someone inside the tower was looking out, trying to explain. However, that wasn't our intention. This was an incident that no one could have anticipated. We have implemented the best possible safety measures, so please rest assured and land. We wish to apologize and explain what happened in person. That was the entirety of the message the Dawn Tower sent them. The ship finally landed, and a large crowd was standing below. Students from Phillion Academy asked each other, what was with that fireball that shot toward us earlier? How could something like that happen at the Dawn Tower? They were curious, but who dealt with it? Is it really okay for us to proceed like this? On the side, a girl clicked her tongue. Tisk, how disappointing. For one of the 5 great magic towers to cause such a ridiculous incident. She was visibly annoyed. If there isn't a proper explanation, I will file a formal complaint through my family. Ronan completely understood her anger. However, he suggested, let's hear them out first. I think I know what happened. He recalled the day he spoke with Professor Varen. He'd been quite surprised to learn the reason no one had been allowed to visit the Dawn Magic Tower before. The professor nodded. You know better than I do. After the attack on the Academy and the infiltration by the Grania family, the entire empire is trying to hunt down the cult. The professor continued. During that time, the Dawn Magic Tower was also conducting an internal investigation. We discovered 3 members of the cult shortly after, but things didn't go as planned. Before we could apprehend them, the cornered cultists used self-destruction magic. Fortunately, the mages at the scene reacted quickly, so there were no casualties. But about 15 areas of land around the Magic Tower were destroyed. Varen continued to share. Although the situation has stabilized to some extent now, you still need to be careful, Ronan. He added, we still don't know why they infiltrated this place, but because their plan failed, the danger still remains. And right now, he and the other students were standing before the doors of the Dawn Tower. Ronan thought to himself, this is just a guess. but there's a high probability this was the cult's doing. There's no way that fireball was just a coincidence. He clenched his fists. If I notice anything suspicious, I have to act first. The tower doors slowly opened. From inside, a person rushed out, speaking quickly. Damn it, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. A member of the tower in a red robe bowed before everyone. I sincerely apologize for the serious difficulties you all experienced earlier, he continued. As the tower master of the Dawn Magic Tower is currently absent, I, Phila, the acting tower master, offer my sincerest apologies. This man was Phila, the deputy master of the Dawn Magic Tower. Ronan and the others were quite surprised by his appearance. Recognizing him, he wondered, this person is here? In his previous life, the most famous person in the entire empire when it came to fire magic was the firebird Phila, the very man flustered before him now. Ronan had never expected him to be from the Dawn Tower. He closed his eyes for a moment, looking apologetic. It is only right that I explain everything about the current situation, but shamefully, we still haven't found much. However, there is one thing we can confirm for certain. We have collected traces of mana that we believe belong to the culprit in the room containing the launch mechanism. We are currently checking with all members of the Magic Tower, so the culprit will be apprehended soon. In that room, people were standing around a blue sphere. He bowed his head once more. Of course, we will compensate for any other losses you have suffered, and we will obviously strengthen internal security to ensure that no incidents affect your tour schedule. Therefore, I ask that you please calm your anger. The members of Phillion Academy were lenient. If Mr. Phila says so, then of course. Akalosia looked perplexed. I never thought a mage of Phila's stature would apologize himself. She brought a hand to her mouth. With his sincerity, I think we can trust him and let it go this time. Meanwhile, Ronan remained silent, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He thought, well, if it's Phila, he's definitely trustworthy. In his past life, during the battle against Ao, he had stood on the front lines, buying time for everyone as one of the vanguards. In that battle where lives were on the line, he had burned his own body multiple times to save his comrades. Until his very life turned to ash, he never hesitated even once. His hand left his sword. There's no way he's on their side. I should look elsewhere. Suddenly, Phila asked them, you two are the ones who blocked the fireball earlier, aren't you? He placed a hand on his chest as a sign of sincerity. Our magic tower owes you two a great debt. We can't believe you're still students. As the acting tower master, I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Ronan, Akalosia. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and asked back, you know me? Ronan continued, she's an Akalosia, so that makes sense. But how do you know me? He smiled and replied, there's no need to be surprised. I've heard about you from Phillion before. He turned to go inside and extended an invitation. Could you two follow me? I'd like to express my gratitude and discuss something else. The tower doors were wide open, and the academy students began to enter. Meanwhile, Ronan and Akalosia were following the deputy master. As they walked, Phila began to give a brief introduction to the place. This is the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower, where we conduct our magical research. Akalosia was quite astonished by what she was seeing. It was the main hall of the Magic Research Building. It was vast, and many mages were present. They all looked busy, rushing around and discussing magic. Are the results of the mana comparison for the Sector C mages out yet? They said it would be ready in 30 minutes. Phila gave a wry smile. That's a nice way of putting it. But because of the current situation, this place is a bit chaotic. It's not normally like this. The mages in the hall were in a hurry, calling out to each other. Hurry, everyone! We need to confirm the status of the other magical tools as well. Akalosia exclaimed in awe. Whoa, now I understand why the Dawn Magic Tower is one of the 5 great magic towers. It's incredible that all of them are mages of the 4th circle or higher and could join a real battle at any moment. Ronan agreed, but didn't say it out loud. In his eyes, they were definitely not ordinary people. The problem is, I'm getting the sense that the atmosphere here isn't very friendly towards us. Many of the mages' gazes were directed at them. Somewhere, there were whispers and murmurs. Why did this happen again? Is it because the Tower Master is away again? I don't know when he'll be back. Is it really okay to let outsiders in a situation like this? Someone's been missing for a while. We can't let that information get out. If it does, we'll be in big trouble. As Ronan followed along, he wondered to himself, why does it feel like we just got mixed up in something troublesome? Can I really break my curse here? In a corner of the tower, a little girl was sitting there, hugging a teddy bear with a frightened expression, talking to herself. Yes, I understand, Master, the little girl whispered into the teddy bear's ear, but the order has been given. I will light a few sparks with the death of Akalosia. Her gaze was terrifying and demonic. Inside the grand chamber of the Serenity Tower, Ronan and Akalosia sat before the Vice Tower Master. He spoke up first. The atmosphere in here. After hearing your story, Vice Tower Master, I understand that it was an accident, But there's still something I don't understand. Why couldn't you deal with the fireball that attacked us? Akalosia was just as confused. Phillion couldn't answer. He sat in silence, then closed his eyes and continued to listen to Ronan's question. As the Vice Tower Master, shouldn't you have been able to handle it long before it even got close to the airship? Only then did he answer, "You're right." He rested his chin on his hand and continued, "Even if it wasn't me, the mages of Dawn could have dealt with it immediately upon detection, if only we had detected it." Hearing this, Ronan seemed to understand the issue. "What do you mean by that?" Phillion replied, "We didn't detect that fireball at all. Until it struck the airship, not a single person noticed it." His answer left them both stunned. Akalosia wondered aloud, "This is absurd. How could such a powerful spell go completely unseen?" She turned to Ronan and said, "If this is true, the problem could be much more serious than we thought. For it to bypass all of us, the only explanation is that someone has cast some kind of wide-area perception suppression spell here." Akalosia added, "Furthermore, if even a 7th-level mage like Phillion couldn't perceive it, then it could only be the work of one person in this empire. The 9th-level archmage, Serilla." Hearing that name, Ronan was completely shocked. In his memories, wasn't that the old man who had sealed one of the 3 giants in his past life? Ronan figured that since Lon was his ally, he definitely couldn't be the culprit this time. But the thought of an enemy with power rivaling his made him break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the expressions on the 2 students' faces made him a little worried, so he quickly told them to calm down, then raised his hand and gave a strained smile. "It's too early to say for sure. It's also possible that this wasn't magic, but some other method." He frowned slightly, his eyes showing clear determination. "Furthermore, whatever threatens this magic tower, I will personally eliminate it completely." The wings and a feather of a phoenix appeared. An immense fire magic manifested behind him, outside the tower's glass window, not just one, but many, demonstrating the vast power of the acting tower master, Phillion, reassuring the 2 of them. "So please, rest easy." In response, Ronan was agreeable. "If the Vice Tower Master says so, then I'm relieved." "That's not all." He clapped his hands together and said, "And besides that, I believe I need to compensate you 2. This took them both by surprise, and they asked, "Huh? Compensate us?" Phillion replied, "That's right. Based on the information I received about you both beforehand, I've prepared some gifts. First, for Lady Akalosia, as a reward for taking first place today, I, Phillion, will personally instruct you in fire-based magic. I will teach you spells rarely seen even in Phillion, and I hope you will find them useful." Hearing this made Akalosia incredibly excited and enthusiastic. As for Ronan, hearing that he often travels to dangerous places, he presented him with a scroll. "I have prepared something a bit more practical. This is a scroll enchanted with high-level fire magic. It will certainly be useful in a crisis." He happily accepted it and thanked the Vice Tower Master profusely. This was something he desperately needed. Continued to ask, "And as for your purpose in coming here, Ronan, I hear you're looking for books on breaking curses. Is that correct? The Magic Tower's library is one of the most vast in the entire empire. Finding the book you need won't be easy. Therefore, I've arranged for you to receive maximum assistance. Someone from the library has been assigned to help you, Ronan." He also expressed his hope that you would accept help from the Magic Library's librarian. That evening, in the library, a place that truly contained countless ancient books, Ronan stood there, looking around. The space was so vast, if he had to search alone, it would take a very long time. Ronan took a gold ring from his pocket and wondered, the librarian? He wondered what kind of person they would be. If Sauron specifically named them, they must be very trustworthy. He imagined a stern-looking person. Or perhaps, if they were an acquaintance of Sauron's, maybe they'd be an elf. He stood in the middle of the library, glancing around and wondering, where on earth are they? A voice echoed from behind him. "Excuse me. You must be the student Ronan that the Vice Tower Master mentioned, right?" Hearing his name, he quickly turned to see a girl floating in the air, surrounded by books. The girl smiled brightly and introduced herself. "I'm the one who will be assisting you today. My name is E. It's a pleasure to help you." Ronan stood on the ground, looking up at her, and thought to himself with a strained smile, "Oh, for crying out loud. You can never predict what an elf will be like." He asked E, "Aren't there any other librarians? Like, another elf or a frail old mage?" She replied, "No. For a long time now, I've been the only librarian at the Dawn Library." "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, he raised his clenched fist, then opened his hand. The ring in his palm emitted a blue light as he asked the girl. Then, "Do you recognize this ring? It seems to be radiating elven energy." Ronan continued. "A friend of mine, the one I'm looking for, told me that the librarian here would recognize it immediately." Upon seeing the ring, E's expression changed instantly. She swooped down right in front of him, looking astonished. "Oh my goodness, this is Saran's ring," she exclaimed. "This is hers. How long has it been since I last saw it?" Seeing the girl's reaction, Ronan thought to himself, no need to ask any more questions. This joyful reaction says it all. E looked at him quizzically. "How did you get this ring?" Ronan was a bit flustered, unsure of how to explain. "It's a bit of a long story." She looked at him with a sharp, slightly suspicious gaze. "This is the ring Saran always cherished. It's not something she would just give away to anyone." Then, her entire body began to radiate intense, magical energy. E glared at Ronan, demanding that he tell her the truth. He drew back, his hand gripping his sword in a defensive stance as he wondered, "What is this?" Right in front of Ronan, a giant wolf stood behind E. The wolf stared at him with fiery eyes, its sharp teeth bared in a low growl. It opened its massive jaws over Ronan. E continued, "If you happen to have harmed him and stolen this ring, you will pay the price." The giant wolf let out a loud roar. Ronan wondered what E's relationship with Sarante was. He slowly let go of his sword. He seemed pretty sure about one thing. Judging by her fierce expression, the girl in front of him cared about Sarante more than anyone. He raised his hands to explain, "I'm sorry if I caused a misunderstanding." Ronan raised both hands in a gesture of peace. "Honestly, if some stranger suddenly showed up with my friend's belongings, I'd draw my sword too." He wanted her to let him explain clearly. E's demeanor softened a bit. Ronan asked, "Could you please listen to my story?" The two of them stood down, and Ronan began to tell E what had happened with Sarante. After hearing the whole story, she began to understand the situation. E asked him, "So, what you're saying, Sir Ronan, is that during your first club activity, you happened to meet Sarante, and then you joined forces to defeat a cult leader, who's been causing trouble at the Magic Tower recently, right?" She looked at the ring in her hand and continued, "If that's the case, I understand why you have this ring from Sarante. If you had stolen it from him, you wouldn't know about the relationship between Sarante and me." He smiled in relief. "That's right. Otherwise, how could I have gotten this precious ring from Sarante?" He added, "I don't even need to say it, but you know, don't you? No matter how he looks on the outside, you know what a fearsome elf he really is." E thought about it and agreed. "That's true, of course." The girl bowed her head slightly. "This is clearly my fault. I sincerely apologize, Sir Ronan. I acted rashly without confirming the facts, and was incredibly disrespectful to a friend of Sarante's." He waved his hand cheerfully. "It's all right. It's all right. It was also my fault for not explaining properly from the start." However, he had a question for her too. "You know Sarante, but it doesn't seem like a normal relationship. Plus, that mana form looked like a wolf." Ronan asked directly, "Are you a spirit, Miss E?" The image of the petite girl in front of him, being connected to a large, ferocious wolf, was truly intriguing. E replied, "That's right. You figured it out quickly. And my relationship with Sarante is something like a student and a teacher. He taught me many things." She began her story. "Hundreds of years ago, I met Sarante. Back then, I was going through a rebellious phase, dissatisfied with everything in the world. Because of that, I caused quite a bit of trouble, like showing up in human settlements for no reason to harass them, or seizing their land to make it my own territory. At the time, I naively thought I could do whatever I wanted because no one in the region was strong enough to stop me. Until one day, E, in her gray wolf form, heard someone approaching. Sarante walked up and asked, "I heard there's a defiant wolf causing trouble all over this region lately." He smiled warmly. "That would be you, wouldn't it?" For her, before she met Sarante, that was indeed the case. Back then, she reacted quite harshly. "What's this? An elf? Get lost. This is my territory." Sarante, however, remained very gentle. "I'm afraid not. But please, come with me peacefully." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body radiated an immense life aura, and a mass of green energy enveloped the area. He smiled, extending a hand towards the great wolf. "If possible, I don't want to hurt you. Will you cooperate?" His demeanor, power, and sincerity made the great wolf become docile. "And so, I followed Sarante to the Magic Tower. At that time, he was the head mage. I followed Sarante to this Dawn Magic Tower." Ronan was quite surprised. "Huh? Sarante used to be the head mage here?" E smiled. "Even without using fire magic, he still became the head mage. He's the only one who's ever done it. That just shows how outstanding Sarante's abilities are," she continued proudly. "Of course, back then, no matter how great he was, all I thought about was how to escape. But Sarante never gave up on guiding me. He taught me that those who only prove themselves with strength will sooner or later encounter a greater power and be crushed. To live a more righteous life, what's necessary is a compassionate heart, knowing how to live in harmony with others and the world. Thanks to Sarante's guidance, I became a better person, day by day. After that, following his teachings, I became both the librarian and the guardian of this place. After recounting her past, she remembered to ask, "It seems Sarante is still very busy, isn't he? Just sending a message through you, Sir Ronan, instead of visiting himself." Ronan stammered, "What?" In front of him was E's incredibly expectant face. He fell silent for a moment, unsure how to tell her about his death. He said to himself, "Sarante, if it were you, you wouldn't want those close to you to be heartbroken, right?" So, he decided to lie. He smiled and replied, "Yes, you know how he is, E. Sarante has always been so devoted to the god Sinan, so, he said it might be difficult to contact him for a while and asked me to pass on the message." E, holding the ring, said, "He's always been like that, hasn't he? But I'm not sad. Just knowing that Sarante hasn't forgotten me is a great joy in itself." Suddenly, the ring began to glow with a dazzling blue light. Ronan's eyes widened in astonishment. The shape of the ring changed in E's hand. He wondered what was happening. A book on a shelf, with an eye on its cover, was also drawn to the light. It stared straight down, its eye full of mystery. 3 days later, although the staff at the Magic Tower were still busy, thankfully, no incidents occurred. This allowed Ronan to focus on researching the curse in peace. Amidst a large stack of books, he held a pen in his mouth and sighed. "Man, this is exhausting. At this rate, when will I ever finish?" E was still there and asked caringly, "Making any progress?" He replied, "E, I still haven't found any clues about the curse in my body, but at least I've started to grasp the related concepts. It's all thanks to you, E, for teaching me about the properties of curses day and night for the past 3 days." Ronan smiled. "The deeper I get, the more I realize how convoluted this field is. It's enough to make you want to give up immediately." E's eyes crinkled in a smile. "But that seems to be the nature of curse research." She asked further, "Sir Ronan, is there anything you're currently looking at that you have questions about? I just freed up some time." He opened the book in his hand and said, "Oh, really? Actually, there is something I wanted to ask. I've been noticing something that stands out." Model E looked rather expectant, but her expression shifted the moment she heard what Ronan mentioned. What was it again? The forbidden book. Basura. The air in the library suddenly grew strangely heavy. He leaned back in his chair and asked her, "What's wrong? You don't know about this either?" She placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in close to ask, "How do you know that name? Don't tell me you snuck into the restricted section." Ronan panicked. "The restricted section? What are you talking about? I've never even heard of a place like that." He explained, "I just saw that name appear quite a few times in the books you brought me, so I asked." E was skeptical. "I brought them? No way, that's impossible." Saying that, she channeled magic into the stack of books to check. And just as she suspected, none of the books she had brought mentioned that name at all. Not a single one. Ronan was surprised. He stood up, pulled out the book he'd been reading, and said, "How can that be? This very page was clearly filled with related content just a moment ago, but incredibly, the words are gone." E crossed her arms, her voice taking on a serious tone. "Ronan, the reason Sir Sarante brought you here surely wasn't just because I'm the librarian of this place. The Dawn Magic Tower has more books on curses than anywhere else, and the wealth of knowledge here is immense. But even at Dawn Tower, Basura is a name that shouldn't be spoken carelessly. It is the most wicked, forbidden book ever known. It's believed to have been written by the demon Basura himself. It sounds like it's the same book with eyes from the other day. Whoever touches it is granted limitless power, but at the same time, they become possessed by a terrible instinct for destruction. In the distant past, it drove a prosperous kingdom to complete ruin. That's the name that refers to Basura, the destroyer." Deep inside the tower, Anfila was standing before someone who was chained up. His gaze was incredibly mysterious. He stood there, saying, "This is the only choice for the sake of tomorrow's dawn." Anfila turned to leave, adding, "I trust you will understand." The Tower Master shook his head. The man long believed to be missing was actually imprisoned here. The Tower Master's eyes were open, and it seemed he could still understand everything Anfila was saying. E and Ronan's conversation continued. She told him, "The restricted section of the Dawn Library is where Basura and other forbidden books are sealed. Sir Sarante entrusted a spirit like me to be the librarian, to protect this place, in lieu of a human who would be seduced by the power of the forbidden books." She stacked the books and pressed him. "But for you, Ronan, to mention Basura, which is considered the most evil of all forbidden books. And then there are the disappearances following the Nebula self-destruction incident. What is going on with all these bizarre situations?" Ronan was stunned to hear this. He hurriedly said, "Wait, E, about what you just said. The disappearances happened right after that terrorist attack?" Her expression darkened as she replied, "That's right. It was a huge incident, so I remember it very well. On top of that, the people who went missing were all the ones who used to help me with my work as the librarian. So back then, I searched every corner of the Magic Tower, but I couldn't find any trace of them. It was as if they had all completely evaporated." Hearing this, Ronan was hit by one shock after another. He wondered to himself. To vanish without a trace from this place. Is that even possible? What's more, it was as if they were waiting for the incident to happen. Could the self-destruction have been a trap to deceive us all? Night fell at the Dawn Magic Tower. Inside a training room, dust filled the air, and magic circles glowed on the floor. Akalosia stood there, staff in hand, looking as though she'd just finished an intense training session. Akalosia smiled. The man is a true genius. Sir Anfila, your fire magic is on a whole other level. Looking at the magic circle in her hand, she continued. To minimize mana waste to this extent and create such a beautiful magic formula just by applying theory. I really want to recruit him for Akalosia, but that's probably impossible. He has dedicated his entire life to his craft. Akalosia stretched. During the rest of my visit here, I need to learn as much as I possibly can. She was standing alone in the middle of the vast training ground. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Targeting a figure hiding silently in the shadows, she shot a blast of magic that clamped around his neck, yanking him into the open and suspending him in midair. Then she pulled him right in front of her. Grabbing his collar, she demanded, "Who are you?" Akalosia glared at him. "Did you really think you could follow me just by using a cloaking spell? I don't know what family sent you, but you're sloppy." She yanked on his collar, causing his hood to fall back. She recognized him. "Wait a minute. You're the one from the Magic Tower's bulletin board." He was a young man with short hair. Now, however, his eyes were vacant and lifeless. He was one of the missing people. Akalosia asked him, "Why are you here?" Just then, an explosion went off behind her. A fiery red tornado rushed toward her, kicking up clouds of smoke and dust and sending debris flying everywhere. A strange hand appeared, weaving magic. A group of 3 figures emerged, clad in mysterious hoods and radiating a sinister aura. The fire spell had probably been cast by one of them, but suddenly his eyes widened. A burning cloak was flying toward the trio. They immediately threw up a barrier to block it. The cloak landed with a thud behind them. Akalosia stepped forward and asked, "I thought you wanted to save your comrade, so I returned him. But you don't seem too happy, do you?" It turned out what she had thrown wasn't just a cloak, but the very person who'd been following her. They seemed baffled by the girl's ruthlessness. Akalosia stood there, a sinister smile on her face. "Oh well, you attacked me without a word, so you're the ones who asked for this," she snorted, looking straight at the mysterious figures. "First, let me ask you one thing, because I have no idea what's going on here. You're the seniors from the Magic Tower, the ones who recently disappeared without a trace. So why are you attacking me?" She stood there, staff resting on her shoulder, perfectly calm despite facing 3 opponents. "And you're the biggest mystery of all. Why are you with them?" She was addressing one of the 3 Grania sisters, a girl named Zan Grania. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Akalosia spoke up again. "Your attitude makes it clear you have no intention of answering. Fine, that suits me just fine." She pointed her staff forward. "I was hoping for a chance to test Sir Anfila's formulas in a real fight. There are plenty of other applications I'd like to try out too, so I hope you all don't turn to cinders too quickly." With those words, a chillingly delighted smile spread across her face. Akalosia raised her staff, and a furious, fiery typhoon shot straight at the group. The attack was so powerful that for a split second, they were unable to react. Then, 2 of them stepped forward. They slammed their hands onto the ground, shattering the training hall floor. They generated their own torrent of mana to counter Akalosia's attack. The 2 immense forces clashed. Just like other powerful beings, her destructive force is immense, but it's also balanced. They praised saying it was no exaggeration to call her the new pillar of Akalosia. "Your power far surpasses that of a 4th-level mage, but you won't be able to hold out for long." He then turned to the girl behind him, asking, "Grania, are you ready? Burn everything." The moment he finished speaking, a spear of fire appeared in Grania's hand. Seeing it, was slightly taken aback. The spear launched from her hand, heading straight for It tore through and shattered her fiery vortex, then aimed straight for where was standing. Yet, she didn't react. Her eyes focused intently as she wondered, "What is this?" The fire spear stopped just inches from face, but she was completely unfazed. Smirked, raising her hand mockingly. "Is this supposed to be it? It's nothing more than a little spark. A chanted spell that can only do this much? How cute." Hearing this, X was utterly stunned. Used her own mana to change the spear's flight path, saying, "Here, let me return this to you." She channeled her mana to take control of the fire spear. And that wasn't all. Using her own power, she created many more purple fire spears. She aimed all of them at the 3 strangers and declared, "Let me show you what it means to become an enemy of Akalosia." As soon as she finished speaking, the sharp points that had formed behind shot forward. She pointed toward the 3 strangers, and the projectiles immediately launched at them. They were called fire needles, and their target was that group. The attack's pressure generated an extremely powerful aura, and the two in front grimaced as they struggled to maintain a barrier. The sharp fire needles relentlessly embedded themselves into the fragile-looking fire shield. As their numbers grew, the defensive power steadily weakened. Even with the combined energy of two people, they could hardly stop this immensely powerful magical attack from E. Blood was now trickling from the corners of the strangers' mouths. They realized that if they just stayed on the defensive, this would never end. One of them stood up and proposed, "I might have to close the distance to finish this fight. I'll go forward. You stay back and protect Grania." Before he left, he didn't forget to remind the other, "Don't you forget this. The core of the Master's plan is Grania's very existence. Akalosia must die at Grania's hands." But just then, a fire needle, larger than the rest, broke through their shield. It flew past them, much to their astonishment. One of them was scorched by E's flame and started coughing violently. They were in disbelief. How could a firewall, cast by 4th-level mages at full power, be pierced so easily? The man who was hit was knocked backward, while the remaining one could only look on in utter shock. He tried to use the last of his mana to counterattack, pushing off the ground and launching himself straight toward E, thinking, her talent. It's truly unbelievable. His eyes were fixed on her. He saw this as an opportunity, thinking that Akalosia was too focused on attacking. E was also a bit surprised by his reaction. The man assumed that she was so engrossed in her attack that she had forgotten all about defense. Seeing him charge, she hurriedly raised her hand to defend, a troubled look on her face. He yelled, Akalosia, did you not even consider the possibility of your opponent evading your attacks? To be so arrogant at a crucial moment like this, even a genius is just a child. A fire sword appeared in the stranger's hand. He swung the sword, now extremely close to her, and said, "And you'll pay a heavy price for that." At that moment, E's face darkened, and it was impossible to tell how she would defend against this strike. In contrast to his all-out fiery attack, E's move was strangely effortless. She simply raised her hand, and instantly, purple fire needles erupted from below, piercing upward, and impaled the attacker's body, leaving him suspended in the air right in front of her. Now, it was his turn to be struck by a surprise attack that he hadn't been able to sense at all. He fell to his knees before her. E smiled, truly interesting. I deliberately revealed an opening, and you all thought it was an opportunity, and eagerly rushed in. She looked at him with a bewitching and murderous gaze. It's like a moth flying into a flame, isn't it? The stranger still didn't understand. He struggled to ask, how? There definitely wasn't enough time to recast a spell. E laughed and replied, why would I need to bother recasting it? She used her hand to control the fire needles circling around him. I just had to adjust the trajectory of the spell I had already activated. And just like that, the fire needles pierced the stranger's body all over. He looked like a porcupine, with giant quills, all done with a mere thought from E. After screaming in agony, he still couldn't understand how it was possible. Manipulating two different kinds of magic at the same time. That's impossible. She walked past him, coolly flipping her hair, and answered with the confidence of a true genius. To be precise, I can actually do 3 at once. The parts of his body impaled by the fire needles began to slowly burn with purple fire, as E spoke with complete dominance. Of course, you will never get to see it, because you don't need to waste your strength just to catch a moth. From behind the man, a vortex of purple fire appeared and burned him to a crisp. E continued toward Grania, musing, maybe I went a little too far. Her silhouette, walking with the powerful flames behind her, made the person opposite her quite anxious. E shot a deadly, bewitching glance in their direction. Well then, the noisy nuisance has been eliminated. Let's finish our conversation, shall we? Zan Grania, E said, referring to the 2 charred figures lying on the ground. They may look like that, but they're not so easy to kill. The fire resistance of a fire-type mage is nothing to scoff at. Of course, the pain they're enduring is unimaginable. She stepped forward and issued a warning. So you'd better start talking obediently while I'm still showing a sliver of mercy. You may be young, but you can't be so naive that you don't understand, right? E stood opposite her and continued. Akalosia and Grania. If these 2 families were to clash, the entire empire would be plunged into a sea of blood. And no matter who wins, all that will be left is near complete annihilation. A crude scheme like this is surely not just the work of an inexperienced person like you. So, is this the will of the head of your house? But that doesn't make sense either. The benefits to be gained from war are far too small compared to the losses. And if this was an assassination plot, it's far too sloppy. Zan remained standing there in silence. E continued with her deductions. As much as I hate to admit it, you Granius are not the type to execute such clumsy plans. If this were your limit, how could you even dream of becoming Akalosia's only rival? Considering all the factors, there seems to be only one logical conclusion. Something began to appear in the training grounds. E concluded that Zan Grania had been manipulated by a villain who wants to start a war between the 2 families. She moved closer, still wearing that victorious smile. E seemed to peer deep into Zan's mind with her bewitching gaze. And who is it that's inside of you? The young lady of the Grania house broke into a smile, and at the same time, a sound emerged from within her. You figured that much out? Such a clever little girl. From within the darkness, the evil presence continued. What a shame it would be to kill you just for sport. Tendrils of black mana appeared, surrounding E. She was stunned by this evil power. E's eyes widened as something began to press down on her body. The pressure forced her to her knees. E, completely alarmed, strained as she wondered, no way. What is this unholy aura? Her hand, braced against the ground, trembled slightly. Her body was so frightened it couldn't react. In front of her, the black mass slowly crept toward E. She looked up, wondering what this thing before her could possibly be. The malevolent shadow seemed to engulf the entire training room where E was kneeling, as if it wanted to devour everything. A grotesque hand with sharp claws emerged from the darkness, reaching for E. Along with it came a bewitching voice, "Oh, lost sheep," infatuated with such laughable power. The voice continued to echo amidst E's fear. Lift your head and sear this into your mind. Her eyes went wide at what was appearing before her. A figure with outstretched wings was standing right there. It hovered in midair, within the space now consumed by the evil aura. He smiled. Shockingly, it was the image of Tower Master Ladan. The voice rang out again, the name that will become the master of this world. Bazura. Meanwhile, during a meeting of the three in the Vice Tower Master's office, he asked Ronan, is what E said true? Bazura, was that dangerous name really found in an ordinary book? He answered honestly, it's true. Otherwise, how would I know the name of a forbidden grimoire? The Vice Tower Master mused, that's true, but how could that be possible? E reasoned, perhaps the seal imprisoning Bazura has weakened. We need to check it immediately. Phillion shook his head. No, that's impossible. Just yesterday, I checked the seal with my own eyes. Everything was intact. Hearing this, E was a bit surprised and questioned him. What? What do you mean you checked it with your own eyes? She frowned and shouted, don't tell me you snuck into the forbidden grimoire section without notice? E was agitated and harsh. That area is dangerous because of the forbidden grimoire's power. The rules state that entry is only permitted when accompanied by me or the Tower Master. The Vice Tower Master sat silently, taking the scolding. E wasn't finished. You know that perfectly well. Even for you, Phila, what if you were somehow enthralled by a forbidden grimoire? I cannot let this slide. I will report this as soon as the Tower Master returns. He clenched his fists on the table and said, I'm sorry, E, I have deceived you. It was truly wrong of me. Phila held his head, saying miserably, Tower Master Ladan has been here all along. He's sealed away with Bazura. Hearing this, both of them were utterly astonished. Phila began to recount the story. 1 year ago, on the day everyone thought he left the tower to travel, he actually never left at all. On the contrary, he stepped into the deepest, darkest place within the tower, to break the seal of the ultimate forbidden grimoire, Bazura. He was enthralled by the evil power within the grimoire, and absorbed the ancient knowledge hidden inside. E immediately asked, is that why he hasn't sent any word since then? She was angry. I don't understand why he would covet the knowledge of a forbidden grimoire. According to E, Tower Master Ladan had already reached the pinnacle of fire magic and illusions. The Vice Tower Master said, that's precisely why he thought he could control Bazura. Phila added, for a long time, he felt it was a waste for the knowledge within the forbidden grimoires to go unused. Those disasters only happened when knowledge fell into the hands of the unworthy. He often said, even dangerous power can become a great benefit to the world if used correctly by the right person. Among them, Bazura's knowledge, which is said to be able to push a mage's potential to its absolute limit, would surely become a great blessing for this land. Ronan, who had been standing there with his arms crossed, spoke up, I don't need to hear any more. I can guess the rest. The Tower Master ultimately failed, didn't he? Phila replied, we initially misjudged that power. It is a demon that no human can ever withstand. Even Master Ladan could only resist for a short while, because it is the ultimate embodiment of dark magic. In that moment, the Tower Master realized he would soon become Bazura's host, and immediately activated an emergency summoning scroll to call me to the Forbidden Grimoire section. When I arrived, he was being consumed by dark magic. I asked the Tower Master, have you broken Bazura's seal? He answered, how shameful. Vice Tower Master, you've been dragged into this because of my foolishness. While I still have some consciousness left, seal me away immediately. If you hesitate, the world will be in danger. At that time, a worried Phila asked, if I do that, I won't be able to save you. How can I? Facing such a great threat, the Tower Master ordered, this is not the time to worry about my safety. Tower Master Ladan then shouted, if I have to witness the dawn stained with dark magic because of my arrogance, then I would rather embrace death 1,000 times over. Therefore, for the sake of our magic tower, I beg you. Hearing those words, the Vice Tower Master's face was filled with anguish. He could only accept reality for the greater good. I understand, Tower Master. Then, he reached out his hand, using fire magic to seal the Tower Master, all for the sake of tomorrow's dawn. And so, he sealed the Tower Master along with Bazura, using a spell just as powerful as the original seal. Inside the room, Phillion continued, "This is the truth I have hidden for so long. I should have made it public immediately." He paused for a moment, clenching his fist. "But I understand the heart of the Tower Master, who did everything for this world. I couldn't tarnish his honor with my own hands." Still couldn't believe what she had just heard. How? How could something like this happen? Ronan thought to himself. Everything's a mess. The Tower Master's situation is tragic, but now isn't the time to get lost in those emotions. All the pieces point to only one conclusion. Bazura's seal has been broken. Phillion said he checked the seal with his own eyes, but he can't be fully trusted. If it's a power strong enough to distort the perception of everyone in the magic tower, then just using an illusion of Tower Master Ladan, who has become the host, would be enough to deceive Phillion's senses. The one thing that doesn't make sense is why Bazura, after hiding the broken seal for so long, would suddenly reveal itself now. What could be the reason? As he was thinking, something faint appeared at Ronan's feet. A purple mist was rising up and enveloping him. Ronan frowned, wondering, what? Is this Nebula Claire's mana? He glanced at the two people beside him. It wasn't coming from them, nor was it radiating from a nearby location, yet it was strong enough to flood the entire area. Not even Bria could unleash starlight magic this powerful against the two-winged monster in front of her. Akalosia wondered to herself, what in the world is going on? She felt insignificant before such immense dark power. Akalosia was kneeling before Bazura, who was concealed behind the guise of Tower Master Ladan. Trembling, she thought to herself that if this truly was Bazura, even in Akalosia, that name was considered such highly classified and dangerous information that no one could investigate it without the direct permission of the head of the house. Why would such a being appear before me? But what confused her even more was that, despite some subtle changes to his appearance, that form was unmistakably Tower Master Ladan. He looked at her and said, "From the look in your eyes, it's clear you know who I am." He stepped down in front of Akalosia and continued, "Very well, you've managed to interest me, if only for a moment. For that, I shall grant you a reward." The Dark Presence spoke. "This body belongs to Ladan, the master of the Dawn Magic Tower, one of the elders who has reached the zenith of human magic. However, the one who dared to covet the power of this body, without recognizing his own station, has now become a mere puppet." He brought his face close to hers, a sinister smile on his lips. "One for me to play with." Akalosia clenched her fists as the voice continued. "Yes, just like you, Akalosia." He gripped her face, and Akalosia retorted in a trembling voice, "I suppose one can't expect chivalry from a forbidden grimoire sealed away since ancient times. But you certainly have no shame, addressing a lady like this." She silently tried to calm herself. "Stay calm. If this entity is truly the Bazura that I know, then even if everyone in this magic tower combined their strength, the chances of winning would be virtually zero. But for that very reason, something isn't right. Why would a being that powerful resort to these underhanded schemes, when all he needs to do is show himself and act directly? His refusal to do so proves he must have a weakness." Akalosia let out a small laugh. "So that's it," she spoke. Her words aimed to strike at his very core. A self-proclaimed great darkness who can only hide behind a 10-year-old child and commit such laughable acts as attacking that airship. These troublesome little tricks are beneath mention. Her words struck a nerve with Bazura. Akalosia smiled. All of these are actions that someone who has truly recovered their full strength would never need to perform. The conclusion is simple. Right now, you aren't stable enough to manifest directly in this world. The sharp reasoning of the Akalosia prodigy made him falter. Then, still in the Tower Master's guise, he laughed heartily. "You're half right. That black energy that just pierced through you should have made you realize, I still need more time." The moment he finished speaking, more spikes pierced her body. Akalosia grimaced, letting out pained gasps. He drew closer and explained his reason. "It's because this old fool's consciousness is incessantly fighting back, making it difficult for me to fully synchronize with this body." Fire magic flared from the Tower Master's hand. "If I lose focus for even a second, the old man tries to incinerate his own body to hinder me. It's foolish, but I can't deny that it's a nuisance. However, this nuisance will soon be over." He used his dark magic to suppress the flames from within, then pointed a sharp finger at Akalosia's chin. "Because a vessel, one far more brilliant than Ladan, has come to me on its own," she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "A vessel? What do you mean?" And then, a familiar name came to her mind. It was none other than Ronan. He let out a cunning, wicked laugh. That very child will become my true beginning and my completion. Akalosia, still defiant, spoke up. This beginning and end is all you're doing. You really are. Before she could finish, he let go of her and replied, Ladan truly possesses an irritatingly strong will. That's why suppressing his consciousness is somewhat troublesome, but it's nothing that a bit of time can't solve. He glanced down at the Tower Master's wrinkled hands. Still, having to put in this much effort just to obtain such an old and decrepit body. It doesn't please me, but I'll have to make do. He stood up, looking down at the wounded Akalosia as she knelt, and continued. However, while I was busy suppressing his consciousness, I decided to kill some time by sending a signal of war from the airship. He tilted his head back and laughed smugly. And then, as if by fate, I found it. A dazzling, latent power, vibrant and overwhelming, one that far surpasses this decrepit old body. At first, I couldn't believe my own eyes, because even looking back across hundreds of years, I had never seen such a magnificent treasure. But after a few days of observing Ronan closely in the library, I confirmed something. He had decided to make Ronan, that brilliant child, he arrogantly decided to bestow upon the boy the honor of becoming his vessel. Akalosia's blood dripped to the floor as his ancient voice went on. That's why this war between two families is nothing more to me than a simple amusement. However, I must admit, it has been a worthwhile endeavor, as it led me to discover such a perfect vessel. At that moment, Akalosia was completely immobilized by the dark spikes. Basura clenched his fist and smiled. With a snap of his fingers, he said, Akalosia, that's right, you are far too precious a talent to be wasted as mere amusement. The spikes impaling her body instantly transformed into magical hands. They coiled around Akalosia's body as he spoke with an enchanting voice. Therefore, out of my boundless compassion, I shall make you a special offer. The hands bound her like ribbons as Basura commanded. Pledge your loyalty and become my slave. The figure of C charged forward, a dagger in hand, stopping right in front of her as Basura's threat continued. Or die at the hands of that Grancia woman, and become the spark that ignites a war to consume the entire empire. He gave a sinister laugh. Choose. Akalosia's fear and apprehension reflected off the blade of Sai's dagger. Dark magic bound her, making it impossible to move. She gritted her teeth, struggling to break free, then smiled. You've lived all this time and you still can't read people? Did you really think I'd be swayed by a choice like that? With the pride of the Akalosia bloodline and my own indomitable will, Akalosia challenged. Enough with the nonsense. Get it over with. I'm not afraid to die at the hands of a coward who's unworthy of the Akalosia name. His smile vanished. Her voice continued to ring out. Do your worst. No matter what, things won't go according to your plan. Behind the puppet Sai, the phantom of Basura, possessing Tower Master Ladan's body, was pulling the strings. He glared at her, annoyed. What a boring brat. He then raised his hand, signaling the puppet. I've lost interest. With his command, die. C's murderous gaze fell upon her, dagger in hand. But just as she was about to plunge it down, cracks spiderwebbed across the blade. The dark magic barrier shattered. Ronan charged forward, his sword Lamantia in hand. He had smashed right through it. His appearance was sudden, charging in from the side. Ronan moved as fast as he could, instantly grabbing C's arm that held the dagger and yelling E's name. She was stunned, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Just a moment ago, she thought she was dead. Ronan added, and you too, the kid who looks kind of familiar. You both owe me one. With that, he kicked off the ground and launched himself forward. Basura was completely stunned, crying out, how can this be? Ronan pressed his attack, his razor-sharp gaze locked onto his foe. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, brimming with mana, that sliced into Tower Master Ladan's body. The severed parts of the body began to dissipate into nothing. Before fading completely, he wondered, how could he cut through Ladan's illusion, an intangible form strengthened by my own power, and defeat it so easily? As he vanished, his gaze followed the sight of Ronan, carrying the girl from the Grania family over his shoulder and walking away. He savored the sight of his chosen one. He exclaimed with glee, truly magnificent, my vessel. Back in the training grounds, the dark magic began to dissipate now that Basura's illusion was gone. Ari and the Vice Master arrived. The Vice Master looked shocked. This entire training area was concealed by perception-altering magic. It seems what Ronan said was true. The Vice Master raised a hand, sensing the remnants. And this flow of mana, it's unmistakable. Ari agreed. Yes, it's identical to that of Tower Master Ladan. So, Basura's seal is finally broken. Vice Tower Master Onfila suddenly exclaimed, I can't believe it. Onfila then gave an order. Gather every mage in the tower at once and prepare a response. Lying on the ground, Urbit let out a sigh. I must look so pathetic right now. It's almost laughable. She recalled the intense, searing pain she'd felt in every fiber of her being, yet it was all just an illusion. E raised her hand, staring at it. To think magic could trick the senses so perfectly. She went on. What a helpless, ridiculous sight. If Senior Addison saw this, I'd never hear the end of it. Ronan smiled down at her. You've got some serious guts, even in a situation like that. Ronan then asked E. Anyway, is it true? Is that kid really Schlieffen's younger sister? She answered, yes. She's the third daughter of the Grania family. She's said to have outstanding magical aptitude, so she was sent to study magic from an early age. E added, I never thought we'd meet under such difficult circumstances, but I'm not going to make a fuss. It's clear they were just being manipulated by Bazura. He gave her a thumbs up and praised her. That's the spirit, just what you'd expect from an Urbat Akalosia. Awesome. E shouted, I told you not to call me that. That's a title I save exclusively for Senior Adessan. Ronan thought with a small smile. She seems exhausted, but at least she isn't badly hurt. He glanced to the side. Those piles of ash. If I'm right, those are the people who disappeared after the terrorist incident E told me about. Even with Bazura's seal broken, the distinct mana of his cult still hangs in the air, just as I suspected. The missing people were all insiders for the cult. That explains why everyone who helped E in the library disappeared. I knew something was off from the very beginning. Was the restricted area their target from the start? He reasoned. If so, then the terrorist incident that day wasn't just a random attack. It was a diversion tactic, designed to draw the eyes of everyone in the tower, including E and Onfila. After the incident, a grim silence settled over the training ground. Urbat Akalosia spoke up, her voice still weak. Ronan, you have to leave this place immediately. She warned him. You are Bazura's target. Startled, Ronan shot back. What? What are you talking about? Urbat replied. There's no time to explain everything. You already know, don't you? Even the being you just defeated was merely an illusion, not Bazura himself. The gravity of the situation was clear in her eyes. He overwhelmed me to this extent with just a mere illusion. Bazura is an entity on an entirely different plane. If that creature possesses your body and reaches its true, complete form, the Dawn Tower will inevitably fall to ruin. Her words, spoken with such sincerity, filled Ronan with genuine dread. So you must leave, right now, before it's too late. But then, the image of Bazura in Tower Master Ladan's body materialized again, a cunning and wicked smile on his face. The Tower Master's voice echoed, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Ronan froze. The same dark magic was appearing right before his eyes. He quickly asked, What is that? E lay paralyzed, unable to respond. He glanced over and saw that the Vice Tower, Master, and everyone else were also frozen solid. As he wondered what was going on, the voice spoke again. It's not just them. Every single person in this tower, aside from you, their minds and bodies now belong to me. And with that, my tedious wait is finally over. From the darkness, he spoke. Ronan, child of glory, come, become one with me. The entire Dawn Tower was slowly being covered and consumed by the dark magic. From the outside, you could see it was only a matter of time before the whole structure was enveloped in a dense darkness. Ronan could only curse under his breath. Damn it. That bastard. He screamed into the dark void Bazura had created. What the hell have you done? Ronan's eyes burned with rage, his sword gripped tightly in his hand. Stop these pathetic games and show yourself, you bastard. Right now. Meanwhile, deep inside the tower, Bazura, still in the Tower Master's body, sat on a chair. He let out a soft chuckle. So bold. To still shout like that after seeing what I can do. He raised his hand and said, But this place is far too pathetic to mark our momentous meeting. Let's move somewhere more fitting, somewhere more worthy. The sound of approaching footsteps was heard, along with a familiar voice. Startled, Ronan spun around to see another robed figure before him. It was the last of the missing members. The woman spoke, I will guide you to our master. Please, follow me, Sir Ronan. He was taken aback, but there was nothing he could say at that moment. Everything was spiraling out of his control. Ronan smirked. Coming to a damn place like this on my own? But his eyes scanned the training ground. The two girls were lying motionless nearby, and in the distance were E and Vice Tower Master Onfila. In any case, he had no other choice right now. Ronan sheathed Lamantia and continued, All right, if you hadn't shown up, I would have just barged in myself anyway. He told the acolyte before him to lead the way to Bazura. A short while later, inside a dark tunnel, ominous streams of dark magic filled the air. Ronan wondered, is this the place? Standing before a large, eerie door, he then asked where the cursed stone slab was hidden. The door slowly opened, and from within, two figures gradually came into view. They were standing before the imprisoned body of Temple Master Lan. Ronan was startled when he recognized the whimpering sounds coming from that direction. The temple master was begging, "Please, spare my life, great Lord Basura." His ashen face and terrified eyes were plain to see. I was too arrogant. A lowly human like me dared to covet your power. Please, grant me mercy." Seeing this, Ronan gritted his teeth in fury, then channeled his mana and prepared to draw his sword. He slashed straight through the body. The image of the temple master was sliced in two and vanished once more. Ronan yelled, "Enough of this damn farce! Get out here, you cursed scroll!" The moment he finished speaking, the dark aura began to coalesce again. The temple master's face appeared again, laughing loudly. "What a shame. That was my welcome for you. It seems you weren't amused, were you? Very well, I'll indulge you." As soon as he finished, a massive amount of dark magic erupted from the crack in the door before them. Ronan was pushed back a bit as the magic coiled around his arm. The true image of the temple master appeared once more. He was sitting on a throne, smiling savagely. "Welcome, Ronan." He looked at him and mused, "My prized vessel." His voice echoed, accompanied by layers of eerie, black bones. "To meet face to face like this, it's truly an unforgettable feeling, because I want to share more of this special feeling." He snapped his fingers and ordered the follower to kill herself. "First, let's clean up the things that displease me." The woman standing behind Ronan immediately reached up and snapped her own neck. Blood streamed from her eyes, but she didn't forget to utter her words of service. "May Basura's glory be eternal." Then, she collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. Ronan looked at him, bewildered. "What's this trick now? Wasn't she one of your allies?" Basura replied, "You're saying something ridiculous." He gave a cold laugh. "They, like the former owner of this old body, are just insects who dared to dream of my power." His eyes darkened. "I still remember the arrogant words they uttered the first day they set foot in here. They said they would take my power to solidify their ideals and receive salvation, that it was the only way to survive. To me, they are insects, yet they had the audacity." Basura continued to scoff. "I could have turned them into scraps of meat in an instant, but I generously spared them. I granted them the honor of obeying my commands for a fleeting moment. Do you understand now?" Ronan was speechless in the face of such power and cruel manipulation. He once again gripped his sword tightly and thought, "Judging by how you act and speak, you're definitely not on the church's side." He wondered, "Why is the power of Nebula radiating so strongly from you?" Ronan stood there with a mess of unanswerable questions in his head. He sighed. In any case, there was only one conclusion. Ronan pointed Lamantia at him. "I've heard enough of your self-aggrandizing crap. Now, let me show you what someone like you really needs." Basura looked excited. "Such fiery spirit." "Yes, if you're worthy of being my vessel, you should at least have that much fighting spirit." Basura didn't forget to add a threat. "But do you truly feel no fear? In the face of this absolute difference in power, where I could take your life with a snap of my fingers?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan's body and sword slashed down right at his head. He gave him a sharp look and asked, "If you were going to do that, you would have done it long ago, right?" But strangely, even with danger so close, Basura remained completely calm. He chuckled lightly. "How interesting." The slash once again split the body and the throne he sat on in two. Ronan was stunned by what he saw. Basura and his throne had reappeared further away. Basura raised his hand, a display of power. But that arrogance needs to be corrected. A look of horror crossed Ronan's face. Basura launched his dark magic at him, a massive mouth that looked ready to devour Ronan whole, its voice echoing. "Go on and struggle. Then you will realize your own powerlessness and the insurmountable gap between us." Ronan's body felt powerless, as if he were falling deep into the giant's maw. Suddenly, a blue light shone from his chest pocket. The ring Sarante had given him was radiating an intense aura. That blue magic appeared around Ronan. He realized it and thought, "This energy is from the ring. It's helping me see the giant mouth in front of me." The giant jaws snapped shut, as if to swallow and imprison Ronan inside. The creature's eyes then noticed the intense blue magic radiating from below. It cursed, "You bastard." Ronan's sword had blocked the jaws. He was straining to pry the mouth open as he cursed back. "How dare you open that stinking mouth near me? Are you trying to die?" His eyes had now turned blue, the color of life. Ronan swung his sword, this time a vertical slash, splitting the giant head in two. He followed up with a sweeping combo, charging along its path towards Basura. He finished his sword skill, dispelling the magic. Over there, Basura was still sitting smugly on his throne. He then tapped his finger on the throne a few times, and the black aura began to radiate out again. Ronan quickly realized what was happening and looked up as the hideous, giant head reappeared before him. It lunged down again, trying to devour his body. He hurriedly brought his sword back, preparing to counterattack. Between the large mouth and its snake-like body, a blue light flared, obscuring his entire form, and a line of sword energy shot along the magical construct, shattering it. Once again, he had shredded Basura's magic, and it began to fade away. Basura remained seated, smiling. "Very good. That move was a bit simple, but not bad at all. Ronan, temporarily out of danger, slowly landed. He had been hovering between the two halves of the severed magic. Bazura continued his assault. This time, human arms emerged from the magical entity, along with sprouting heads. Those things stretched out, their hands grabbing Ronan's body. The humanoid entities reached out to embrace him as Bazura asked, "Now then, what trick will you use to escape this time?" Trapped by them, he couldn't move. Ronan cursed. Damn it. The horde just kept growing, swarming and clinging tightly to his body. They were devouring nearly his entire body. But a purple light began to glow from within. Bazura raised his hand, continuing to channel his magic. The entities, created by dark magic, gathered and filled the sphere. Then, his hand slowly closed into a fist, about to seal the final opening around Ronan. The moment he clenched his fist, the sphere was complete, fully encasing Ronan's body. He remained seated, silently observing the sphere. His gaze never left it, filled with deep malice. The purple magic glowed brilliantly above Bazura's head. Suddenly, from within the intensely swirling red and blue lights, another long slash was unleashed, and the accompanying sword aura shattered the sphere into pieces. Bazura stood up, laughing loudly in praise. Not bad. He raised his hand, brandishing the dark bow with a smirk. You should at least be able to withstand this much. A large arrow was aimed to nullify the incoming sword aura. He released his hand, and the dark arrow shot out at incredible speed. It collided with the sword aura, creating a streak of light and a sound like crackling electricity. The impact of the two opposing magical forces created a massive explosion. While Ronan struggled to defend himself, Bazura, on the other hand, appeared calm, smiling as he enjoyed it. Excellent. He spread his arms, casting even more spells and shouting, "This is wonderful. More." He laughed like a madman. "Show me more, Ronan. Show me all of your potential. Don't hide a single thing." Suddenly, a crimson flame erupted. An enormous firebird appeared in front of Bazura. His eyes narrowed as he wondered, "What is this?" He realized it was the Vice Tower Master's special magic, the Phoenix, he mused. "Now this is a surprise. How can a young brat like you use such a high-level spell?" Bazura smirked. "But you've forgotten one thing. The owner of this old body had already reached the pinnacle of fire magic." With that, he raised a finger, and the purple fire in his hand shot towards the Phoenix to confront it. He unleashed his own fire magic and roared, "This little trick is nothing to me." And just like that, the Phoenix dissipated. He gave a faint, mocking smile. "What a shame. That must have been your trump card. But it was blocked so easily," he said with a smug look on his face. "Even so, I must acknowledge your fighting spirit." As the two fire attacks faded, he asked Ronan, "Now, what will your next attack be?" But to his surprise, Ronan wasn't there. He wondered, "He's gone?" It was only then that he realized the Phoenix wasn't an attack. He glanced around. He used it to conceal himself with a large amount of mana. It was a smokescreen. As he thought this, Ronan appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. He swung his sword down, his eyes sharp as he yelled, "Die!" Bazura realized what was happening, and turned, the look on his face turning grim. Ronan landed a swift slash and touched down right in front of him. A red crack of magical energy appeared on Tower Master Ladan's neck, and fresh blood spurted out endlessly. Ronan coldly turned to watch the body, as its head was sent flying. Ronan stood there as the Tower Master's body collapsed, a massive amount of blood pouring from his neck. But unexpectedly, the blood was being absorbed back into the body, and the voice spoke again. Even with an incomplete synchronization. "You dare to harm me?" Before Ronan's astonished eyes, the wound and the flesh of the severed neck were reconnecting and healing. This was likely something he hadn't anticipated. His eyes remained fixed on the scene. Bazura turned with a smile, truly praiseworthy. 2 more magic circles appeared, and his veiny, muscular body parts began to emerge again. Countless tentacles with hideous teeth crawled out from the magic portals. As the wound healed, he smiled arrogantly. "Go ahead. Feel free to show me everything you have left." Ronan immediately drew his sword back into a defensive stance. The massive tentacle creatures charged straight for him. Ronan hastily jumped to evade them, but they continued to pursue him relentlessly. He winced slightly. "I clearly felt my blade hit something solid, so why was it useless?" Ronan thought that he might have to drag the forbidden tome possessing Tower Master Ladan out of him after all. He swung his sword. "This is getting really tiring." The crossing sword auras sliced the tentacles into pieces. He thought to himself, if it's come to this, using the scroll Phillion gave me for a surprise attack won't be effective anymore. The master of the magic tower. Someone on par with Instructor Naviros. The only reason I can still fight him is because Bazura covets my body. Without that, this battle would have been over long ago. I have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. As he thought this, he attacked furiously. Bazura just stood there, extending his hand to pour in more magic. He created another giant spear of black and purple energy, then swung his arm to launch it straight at Ronan. The spear pierced through the swarm of tentacles and headed for his body. Ronan raised his sword in front of him, thinking, there's only one way left. Then he lowered his sword, preparing to take the spell with his own body. Over on the other side, Bazura noticed something was wrong. Ronan had decided to drop his defense, ready to accept death so that his enemy couldn't achieve his goal. The spear was closing in on his neck, stopping just an inch away. Then, the spell was completely nullified. It seemed Ronan's choice was the right one. Just as he predicted, he escaped death by a hair's breadth. Bazura had dispelled his own attack and yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" He gritted his teeth, visibly enraged, and then roared, "Do you have any idea what your foolishness almost caused? Daring to harm this magnificent body, the one that will become my glorious new beginning." Ronan planted his sword in the ground and said, "You're shameless to the very end. The way you're acting, anyone who didn't know better would think my body already belonged to you." He stared blankly as Ronan continued, "In any case, I'm certain of one thing now. You have no intention of killing me." He then took out a sharp object, held it to his own wrist, and continued, "And if this keeps up, sooner or later, you'll steal my body anyway. If that's the case, I'd rather end my own life." As soon as he finished speaking, blood shot out from Ronan's wrist. He had decided to use the object to slit his own wrist. The atmosphere inside the gloomiest room of the Dawn Tower grew deathly still. Bazura stood there, witnessing Ronan's suicide attempt, and his voice boomed with fury. "Do you think you have the right to pull such an outrageous stunt in front of me?" He glared at him, his playful expression gone, replaced by a serious one. "Did you really think that little scheme would fool me? It seems the little leeway I gave you to complete my perfect rebirth was mistaken for an opportunity to play games. If you kill yourself, I just need to use my power to heal you, and that's that." Hearing this, Ronan retorted, "For a great forbidden tome, you sure talk a lot, don't you? You went so far as to dispel your own magic like the sky was falling, and now you're saying this? Who do you think you're fooling?" His words seemed to strike a nerve. Bazura's expression changed. Ronan smiled. "So, there is some kind of limit, isn't there? Like, a corpse can't be used as a host, or something like that." The change in his enemy's face suggested that his guess was correct. However, Bazura stood his ground, calmly saying, "It seems you've forgotten. Right now, every single human in this magic tower is bound by my spell." He flexed his veiny arms, issuing a challenge. "That means, if I wish it, I can make them all die instantly. So cut the cheap threats, unless you want to watch your comrades turn into corpses." Ronan was still clutching the sharp object in his hand. After hearing what he said, Ronan burst out laughing. "Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Bazura looked on, confused, as Ronan continued. "Hey, you scrap of paper, how stupid do you think I am? You think I've never seen your type before? Just by looking at that disgusting face and listening to your tone, I could already tell. Whether I obediently hand over my body or not, you were never going to spare them." It was as if Ronan could see right through him. While Bazura was still surprised, Ronan continued to read his mind. "Go on, try it. That would just give me more reason to do as I please." He brought the sharp fragment up and stabbed it into an artery, drawing more blood. Ronan smiled. "Even if I have to die, I'm going to make sure you take a serious hit. That's how I do things." He looked over, his eyes resolute. "If you think I'm just bluffing, then just you wait. I'll give you a memory you'll never forget." Bazura froze. It was the first time today that someone had truly seen through him. Unbelievable, he thought to himself. "I thought you were just some lucky kid born with more talent than you could handle. How can a mere human possess such eyes? What in the world is going on?" Ronan's voice cut through his thoughts. "Still hesitating? Fine then." Without another word, he decisively raised the sharp object in his hand. He shouted, "Let me show you something even clearer." Then he plunged it straight into his own neck. Even more of his blood poured out, while Bazura, in the Tower Master's body, just stood there. He couldn't believe what the young man was doing right in front of him. Bazura lunged forward and grabbed his hand just in time to stop the wound from getting deeper. In contrast to his panic, Ronan was smiling. Blood was still streaming from his neck. Bazura asked him, what was the real purpose behind this death-defying bluff? He glared at him urgently. "Speak!" Ronan then yelled in his stupefied face. Ronan smiled. "Finally ready to talk properly. Are we?" He looked at him challengingly. "Make a bet with me. You scrap of paper, let's both bet our lives. No fear, let's make this explosive." Bazura was quite surprised by Ronan's proposal and asked again, "A bet?" He nodded and continued, "I've recently studied curses quite thoroughly, and there's one like this. The Binding Vow, a compulsory curse that forbids any action that goes against the vow until the match is decided." Blood was still flowing as Ronan continued. "The terrifying thing about this curse is that whatever is sworn in the vow must be carried out, even if it costs you your life." He smiled at him. "So, let's settle this with a binding vow between you and me. This kind of curse is laughably easy to use, isn't it?" Ronan's offer made Bazura think. Subduing the boy wouldn't be difficult for him. However, he thought, I'm not sure if I could recover the body intact. This kid is willing to choose death if necessary. Furthermore, there's that unusual aura I've been sensing. It's giving this kid some strange power. While it's not enough to threaten me, I can't accept any unknown variables right now. This child is the one and only treasure I've sought for millennia. His confident demeanor remained. Ronan smiled provocatively. A great forbidden grimoire hesitating over a bet with a mere kid? He stared into his eyes and asked, "Don't tell me you're scared." Bazura let go of his hand and replied, "Very well, I'll play your game." With the experience of a cunning forbidden grimoire, he added a stipulation. The conditions of the match will be set by me. His demonic and dark eyes were now truly revealed. From within the evil room, a golden light emanated, and a large, golden hand appeared. Bazura asked Ronan, "Are you ready?" An object hung from 2 chains, with the 2 of them standing on either side of a balancing scale. Bazura continued, "Then right now, we will perform the binding vow." He began, "Those who participate in this vow shall not be permitted to violate anything that goes against the vow, until the match is over. If Ronan loses, he will offer his body to Bazura. If Bazura loses, he must release all the hostages and be sealed away forever." He seemed very confident. "Those are the conditions." Then he looked at Ronan and continued, "The content of the match that will decide victory or defeat is simply this. You must endure a single illusion that I cast. Do you agree, Ronan?" Ronan replied with unwavering resolve. "Isn't that obvious? Why even ask? I agree. Let's get on with it. Don't waste any more time." Bazura flashed a sinister, cunning smile. He muttered something. The soul energy of the 2 began to radiate. Bazura's was purple, while Ronan's was blue. These 2 energies were then channeled into the 2 sides of the binding vow's scale, and with that, the vow was established. Bazura laughed loudly. "Ronan, I hope it's a beautiful dream, because it will be the last memory of your life." Ronan didn't hesitate to smile back. "You'd better take a deep breath of fresh air. After this bet is over, you'll regret ever laying your eyes on me." A massive pillar of light appeared in the room, and the illusion Bazura had prepared for Ronan materialized. Within it was a day with blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Valus's voice rang out. "No, I'm telling you, we just need to catch one, and our lives will change forever. Do you have any idea how much mythical creatures like a Dreamex or a sea fairy are worth?" A man with long black hair replied. "You can't even catch a bear. You think you have a shot at catching one of those?" Valus cursed back. "Damn it, I can't even talk to you guys. You spend all day cooped up in this hole, so you know nothing about the outside world." Ronan opened his eyes and complained, "So noisy. Are you guys playing outside or something?" The man with long black hair turned and asked, "Finally awake?" He added, "It's rare to see you sleep so soundly. Must have been a good dream, huh?" Vice Captain Ronan. Ronan had now returned to the time when he was a sergeant, the vice captain of the punishment squad. He rubbed his eyes. "Good dream? What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense and recheck your gear." Then he looked at everyone. "I just dozed off for a bit. It was just a random dream." Valus yelled again. "By the way, let's talk for a second, Captain. How much longer do we have to do this? As punishment soldiers, we're more likely to die in battle than to ever be released." He grinned brightly. "How about in the next battle? We just assess the situation and all make a run for it. If you take the lead, it won't be hard. Then just follow me, and we'll do some big-time poaching. Making money will be a piece of cake." Ronan angrily shouted, "Hey Valus, if you dare mention poaching one more time, I'll chop off your hand." "What's that? You want to test me?" He glared over with a dead serious expression, and the man quickly laughed it off, hiding his hands behind his back. "No, I'm good," Ronan continued. "Just shut up and endure it. We only need to serve for 2 more months to get a special pardon from the Grand Marshal. Everyone knows that, right?" Valus looked blankly as the vice captain continued. "Isn't the reason everyone's endured this long because they want to start their lives over, not to live as scumbag criminals? I'm telling you all, so stop with the damn chatter and focus on saving your own skins. Understand?" From a nearby log, a voice piped up. "Understood, Vice Captain." "That's right. Everyone just hang in there a little longer." He rushed over, slinging an arm around Ronan's shoulder. "After all, as long as we stick close to him, we're guaranteed to make it out of this alive." Martin looked at him teasingly. "Isn't that right?" Vice Captain Ronan replied with a smirk. "Martin, you rascal. Staying alive is your own responsibility. You plan on just leeching off me?" Ronan threw his hands up and yelled, "To hell with all of you. I'm looking out for number 1. If you slow me down, I'm leaving you behind in a heartbeat. Remember that." He sat there, thinking to himself, "I didn't tell them because I was afraid they'd lose morale. But the Grand Commander promised that if we complete this mission, the entire squad gets a full pardon. That means this mission is incredibly dangerous, but still, we're so close." Ronan's eyes burned with effort and determination. He thought of Irin, his source of motivation. "Just endure a little longer, and I can go back to Nimbus to see my sister." Ronan was resolute, thinking, I have to survive, no matter what. In the void, two streams of energy emerged from a purple rift, connecting to a magic circle that unleashed a barrage of brilliant golden beams of magic. From the heavens, a massive pillar of light tore through the clouds and slammed into the earth. It created a terrifying explosion that completely obliterated a mountain in the forest. Debris and rock fragments flew everywhere. Ronan's squad was completely frozen in shock. Vaelus's jaw hung open. What was that? Did something just fall? From the sky? Martin, hand on his sword, exclaimed, Damn it, don't tell me that's enemy magic. Vice Captain Ronan, give us an order, now. Ronan opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes were wide as he stared forward, having absolutely no idea what he was looking at. In his mind, every fiber of his being screamed a warning. That thing is dangerous. From within the light, the silhouette of a monster with two horns on its head emerged. A voice boomed from inside. Behold, you insignificant beings beneath the stars. More magic circles began to appear. This was Adu's group from the past life. He stood there and declared, As you have wished, I have come to open the way. Therefore, accept the destiny that has been ordained. I am Adu. The soldiers below looked up, trembling in fear. What the hell is that? A hand pointed to the sky as someone stammered. Captain, there's something in the sky. A stream of summoning portals opened up behind Adu. Streaks of fire appeared in the sky, raining down below. They looked like fireworks, but they brought with them apocalyptic destruction. The people on the ground looked up, dazed, not yet comprehending what was happening. The falling projectiles were trailed by a blinding light. The moment they landed, the ground shattered, exploding and shaking violently, sending people flying into the air. Beams of light pierced through the soldiers, who only had time for a single cough before their lives were extinguished. The others were torn limb from limb, unable to even react. A scene of utter carnage unfolded. Destructive light rained down from above while piercing screams for help echoed from below. Ronan stood there, horrified. What the hell is this? He wondered. What in the world is that thing? A brilliant golden horn appeared, and its call rang out. A group of people in white robes stood there, blowing the horn. Bruce heard it and wondered, Isn't that the horn for a full frontal assault? Don't tell me they're ordering us to attack that monster. What kind of insane order is that? He yelled. Have they all lost their minds? Meanwhile, Ronan obeyed the command, charging forward and using his weapon to try and deflect the beams of light. The light showed no sign of stopping as it continued to shatter the earth. The squad behind him saw Ronan charge forward and yelled, Captain! He whipped around and yelled, You damn idiots! Snap out of it! What good is standing there whimpering going to do? Another beam shot down as Ronan shouted, If you don't want to die for nothing, then either fight or run. A barrage of deadly rays was heading right for them. They had to act now. The words had barely left his mouth when a massive explosion erupted right in front of him. Ronan was stunned as the blood and viscera of his comrades splattered all over him. Ronan stood there, nearly catatonic, frozen to the spot, as he awaited the next volley from the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared, pushing off the ground, grabbing Ronan by the collar, and yanking him out of the path of the attack. The two of them slid to a halt, having narrowly escaped death. The man sat up and screamed in Ronan's face, Get up! We have to get out of here, now! This isn't an enemy we can fight. Ronan just lay there, his eyes vacant and lifeless. His teammate's voice echoed in his ears, We have to wait for reinforcements. He looked into the distance, to the spot where his comrades, his brothers, had been impaled by those beams of light, Bruce among them. He had died with his eyes open, his face turned towards the sky. Ronan mumbled, No. Before him, nearly his entire squad had been wiped out. He broke down, screaming in agony. No. His heart was being ripped apart. Despite his grief, Adu's beams of light rained down without end. Back in reality, inside the gloomy cellar of the Dawn Tower, a wicked aura still permeated the air. Ronan was still standing there with Tower Master Ladon, his mind controlled by the third forbidden magic user, Zura. Zura raised a hand, dark mana coiling around it. This illusion invades the target's memories, recreating their most brutal and terrifying moments. Then, it plays them on a continuous loop, boring deeper and deeper into the psyche. It continues until the victim sees no way out, trapped in a never-ending hell. It continues until their will is crushed and their mind completely shatters, until they crave death more than anything else, imprisoned for eternity, which was reflected in Ronan's vacant stare. Zura chuckled sinisterly, whispering into his ear, That eternity is a trial you must endure, Ronan. He stood before him and continued, No mere mortal can contend with the eternal. I don't know what you were scheming or hoping to negotiate, but the moment you ceded control of this battle to me, your fate was sealed. He sounded incredibly confident. Baring his teeth, he continued, So, I'm just curious. What kind of personal hell are you struggling through right now? Back in the battle within his mind, Ronan stood watching his comrades fall to the ground, his eyes completely lifeless. What had just transpired was beyond what any normal person could endure. His comrades were dead right in front of him. The scene replayed. Ronan was on horseback below. In the sky, Adu appeared with his phoenix. He was startled, turning to look up as the silhouette of the Vice Tower Master appeared, only to slowly fade away. Yet another person had died before his very eyes. Ronan still stood there, sword in hand, as rain began to fall. He had no idea how he was going to get out of this. At this very moment, everyone was already dead. Ronan stood shell-shocked under a rain of blood, watching as everyone around him fell, one by one. He was alone in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by nothing but death and carnage. Ronan thought to himself, "So many people have died just to protect me. Too many to count." He wondered, Is it really all over? The blood was slowly rising, already past his knees. Ronan's mind was still reeling. As he stood in this sea of blood, he wondered if this hell even had an end to begin with. Ronan answered his own question. "I don't know. All I know is that the bodies of my comrades are right in front of me." His face darkened. Had he finally reached his breaking point? Looking at his reflection in the sea of blood, he thought, "Right now, I just want a moment's rest. Just one." Snapping back to reality, Ronan spoke, "That's enough." Then he knelt and continued, "Please, stop. My body, or anything else. I'll give it all up. Just make it stop." Bazura stood there listening. Then a sinister, demonic, and deadly smile spread across his face. An eye appeared, and it made a sound. Finally, Bazura's essence left the Lord's body, repeating the word excitedly. At last, the evil grimoire revealed its true form, laughing with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a thick, disgusting tongue. It then shot beams of dark magic down at Ronan and roared, "Finally, you are mine, Ronan." A dark aura swirled around him, appearing to slowly seep into his body. Ronan showed no reaction, but his mouth changed slightly, as darkness shrouded the room and his body. Bazura suddenly became ecstatic. "Finally, you are mine." Ronan, a torrent of dark magic rushed toward Ronan's body. It quickly coiled around itself, creating a bizarre vortex. Ronan stood motionless in the center of that vortex. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Ronan, truly magnificent. Bazura had taken over Ronan's body. Limitless potential was surging through this vessel. "Ronan, before your consciousness fades completely," Bazura touched the scabbard of the sword, "I will give you one last gift. Watch this." Then, he slashed violently at the empty space before him. A purple light flashed through the air. A massive explosion followed, with plumes of smoke proving the horrifying destructive power of the attack. Bazura declared, "This is your true power, unlocked by my grace. Aren't you looking forward to it? The despair I will create with this abundant power. But before that, to mark this momentous day, I should fire an opening salvo, with the death of that insect who wasted my precious time with his meaningless struggles." He walked toward Tower Master Ladan. "Still have the will to move? That spirit is worthy of being called a sage. What drives you to this extent? Your responsibility as the Tower Master, or the guilt of bringing disaster to this land? Whatever it is, let's sink into despair together." Bazura coldly raised his sword and plunged it down forcefully. "Forever." Tower Master Ladan's face remained grim, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, Bazura froze, his eyes showing signs of alarm. No matter how hard he tried, the sword in his hand couldn't reach Tower Master Ladan. Bazura couldn't believe what was happening. What is this? He struggled to control the sword, but it was useless. Bazura muttered in utter disbelief. His gaze drifted up to the starry sky above. The sword in his hand dropped to the floor. Bazura mumbled, completely baffled. What in the world is this? He clutched his head in pain. What is this? Where were these streams of magic, shaped like red eyes, coming from? They quickly wrapped around his body. Impossible, Bazura thought. How can the body of a mere mortal contain a supreme killing intent that surpasses even my own? Ronan's voice suddenly echoed. "You really live up to your name, the weak professor I once knew. Just a light touch of that mana almost sent you straight to the afterlife, yet you swallowed it whole and even dared to swing a sword." Bazura looked completely incredulous. "I have to hand it to you." "Impossible. How are you still conscious?" Ronan replied. "Oh, yes, that illusion of yours was truly disgusting. Thanks to it, the memories of that day came back to me so vividly that it just made me want to curse. Honestly, if I had been off by even a little, the whole plan would have been ruined. My consciousness would have shattered, if it weren't for this." He took out a ring, remembering its strange green glow. "What's happening? Could that be the ring's true form?" Replied, "Yes. When infused with special mana, it reveals its true shape, and I believe this is what he prepared specifically for you, Ronan, the one cursed to suffer. A divine and powerful aura with magic resistance." The magical energy continued to radiate strongly around the two of them. He happily presented it. Please cherish this sentiment. Ronan, when you face a trial so harsh you cannot escape, this will become your salvation. Ronan remembered the despair of being trapped in the illusion. At that moment, the ring had suddenly emitted a green light. It gradually took the form of a hand, reaching out to him. Ronan slowly raised his own hand, getting closer and closer to it. When he grasped that hand, the red despair seemed to gradually fade away. A great power is helping you. Ronan bowed his head. Lost in gratitude for a moment, he thought, I'm in your debt again. Thank you, Saru. Ronan carefully observed the ring in his hand and thought, what a relief. I never expected the curse on my body could be useful in this way. Thinking back on that spontaneous gamble, it seems I've won, Bazura muttered. Impossible. Impossible. How can such an absurd existence exist in this world? Ronan smiled. I've heard that so many times it doesn't surprise me anymore. I told you, didn't I? You'll regret targeting this body. Bazura groaned in panic as he saw the murderous aura clinging to him. No, he screamed in terror. It can't be. The tendrils of killing intent pulled him deeper and deeper inside, as the streams of magic swallowed him into a vortex of murderous will. Suddenly, Bazura broke free from it. Impossible. I am the grimoire of destruction. The embodiment of ruin. The one who will become the master of this land. Someone like me is going to end so meaninglessly in a place like this. Impossible. Suddenly, Bazura noticed a few drops of blood splatter. Ronan had just drawn his sword and severed his left arm. You're so troublesome. Have you finished rambling? He looked at him with contempt. If you've got nothing left, then disappear. The magical shell enveloping the tower suddenly shook, and a light flashed from beneath it. Cracks began to spread across the magical shell, and then it suddenly shattered, revealing the beautiful tower within. The tremor quickly reached Bet, interrupting their conversation. The green smoke gradually vanished from the area, and Ronan's figure slowly came into view. He was sitting right in the middle of the courtyard. Ronan slowly let out a soft sigh of relief. I almost died just now. What did I just go through? All because of some demonic book. Besides, it's all really over now, isn't it? Because I can no longer feel that foul, unpleasant energy. Ronan glanced around, but what bothered him was that the astral mana hadn't vanished. Just as I thought. Is he connected to those bastards? Tower Master Ladan suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. It's truly unbelievable that you were able to drive back that Bazura all by yourself, Ronan replied. Oh, you're awake? Tower Master Ladan quickly covered his face. I am so truly sorry to have put you through something like this. I have no excuse for myself. This may be the first time we've officially met, but even when I had lost consciousness, I could still feel it. I witnessed your admirable skill and your unbelievably strong will as you faced Bazura. It was such an astonishing sight, the first I've ever seen in my life. Ronan smiled. Well, I've had to overcome a lot myself. Anyway, are you all right? What about your mana? Tower Master Ladan looked at his hands. Isn't this just a small price to pay, compared to the fact that I almost brought the Dawn Magic Tower to ruin and killed innocent people? This old man losing all his mana is nothing at all. On the contrary, I've been given a chance to survive and atone for my mistakes. I feel nothing but immense gratitude, Ronan smiled. Spoken like a true Tower Master, you have to live on with resolve. Anfila rushed over. Tower Master, Ronan, are you two all right? Ronan continued. At the very least, for the sake of the people you want to protect, even more than for your own sake. Ronan squinted, looking completely exhausted. Looks like I can finally get some rest now. He quickly collapsed onto the tower floor. What a long day. Scene change. Sunlight streamed through the window. Ronan slowly opened his eyes, placing a hand over his forehead to block the light. He suddenly realized he was in a bed. Beside the bed, two men were looking down at him. Ronan spoke up. How long was I out? Tower Master Ladan replied. It's been a day. You were sleeping so soundly, we didn't want to wake you. Ronan smiled sheepishly. Well, seeing you two here must mean the situation has been resolved peacefully. Anfila answered. That's right. It's all thanks to you for driving Bazura back. The mind control spell on everyone vanished with Bazura's death. We'll have to monitor the situation here a bit longer. But thankfully, it seems no one's life is in danger. Miss Bet has also safely completed her treatment. She is currently working hard to help with the restoration of the damaged magic tower. I had hoped she would just focus on resting and recovering her strength, but she adamantly refused. She said that in times of chaos, it is the duty of an Akalosia to lead the people. Furthermore, Miss Adessan has also regained consciousness. But there is something rather strange. Ever since she woke up, she's been following Miss Bet everywhere. Ronan thought to himself, I was worried this incident would lead to a bitter conflict between the two families, but it seems everything has been resolved smoothly. Anyway, I'm relieved. That means I can return home without any worries. Also, I just want to say this beforehand. Please don't even think about organizing one of those awkward banquets. I really hate all that loud and flashy stuff. Tower Master Ladon and Onfila looked a bit awkward. I knew you'd say that. Ronan, we won't be holding any parties, so don't you worry. But, of course, in Onfila's hands was a book titled Final Version, Farewell Banquet Plan. Tower Master Ladon spoke up, but we can't just let our benefactor leave empty-handed. It may not be much, but we want to show our gratitude. The box was slowly opened, and a golden light shone from within. Onfila explained, this high-grade Magic Tower insignia represents the most honored guest of the Dawn Magic Tower. With this, you will have the privilege of using not only the material wealth of the Dawn Magic Tower at any time, but also access to special areas. For example, the specialized Hyman Trading Post, a place only mages can enter, and many others. You will enjoy the same rights as a high-ranking mage. Furthermore, just like the scroll I gave you last time, I have inscribed a few useful spells onto it. I hope they can help you in times of crisis. This is a symbol of our vow that the Dawn Magic Tower will forever be Ronan's ally. Tower Master Ladon and Onfila bowed their heads respectfully. With this, we wish to once again express our gratitude to you, Ronan, for restoring our Dawn Magic Tower. Ronan smiled. Come on, don't be like that. Why are you both bowing? It makes me feel awkward. It's really no big deal. Onfila suddenly interrupted, and a burst of fire magic suddenly erupted above their heads. There is still one urgent matter to discuss, regarding how to deal with this forbidden book of Bazura. The morning at the tower passed quickly, and now it was sunset. Bet was lost in thought, gazing at the ocean before her, when Ronan's voice suddenly called out. There you are. Bet turned around happily. Ronan, you're awake? Are you okay? Why are you planning to leave so soon? You should be resting more. Ronan replied. I feel fine. That bastard treasured my body so much that I barely have a scratch on me. Anyway, I need to get back to Galilean soon. But before that, I think I need to tell you something. It's about Sar. A sudden silence fell between them. Bet spoke up. Ronan, you don't have to tell me. Ronan couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? You already know? Bet's eyes lowered slightly, a hint of sadness flashing in them. She clearly remembered, when the ring glowed with a green light, a familiar hand had gently placed itself on her head. Sarante's body was enveloped in a green light. I am sorry. Bet couldn't help but be astonished by Sarante's appearance. Sarante was now smiling. Please forgive this foolish old elf for saying goodbye to you like this. Thank you for always being a wonderful memory in my trivial life. I hope that you will always be safe in the future, my dear friend. Cutting back to the present, Bet spoke. Thinking back now, Sarante really was a strange person. He was very eccentric, but also incredibly gentle and warm. The two looked at each other in a brief silence as the sun gradually set. The scene changes. A gust of wind blows past, filling the sails in front. A massive, luxurious ship is preparing to set sail. The chapter on the Dawn Magic Tower has come to a close. The scene shifts to a lavish and extremely vast palace. In the regular training area for soldiers, Ronan stood in the middle of the training ground, a sword in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power welling up inside him. A magical vortex had appeared in his body. Ronan thought to himself, it feels just like any other day. The sensation of his mana circulating, the color of the sword aura radiating from him, it was all the same, except for one single problem. Ronan gripped the sword in his hand tightly. What the hell is this damn thing? You didn't even need to look closely to see that its mana was identical to the kind the cultists used. He gritted his teeth. Bazura, that damned, worthless piece of paper. Ronan observed the strange aura emanating from himself. What in the world did it do to my body? The scene flashes back to the Dawn Magic Tower in Ronan's memory. As Onfila's fire magic glowed, Ronan spoke in astonishment. Are you too serious? Are you really giving me this forbidden book, Bazura? No. I mean, I was planning on learning more about this book anyway, but is it really okay to just hand it over to me so easily? What if something happens? Onfila cut him off. Don't worry about that. We've confirmed that the evil spirit within the book has been completely purged. It's now just an ancient tome containing knowledge from antiquity. Of course, if this were to get out, the Magic Tower could be in trouble. But right now, we feel it's necessary to give it to you, Ronan, because remnants of Bazura still linger in your body. Ronan couldn't help but feel shocked. What? Wait, what do you mean? The Tower Master shook his head and replied, we speculate that Bazura has been absorbed into your body. Because it couldn't gain control of your body, it was completely consumed instead. Otherwise, that evil intent would have surely remained in the book. Don't be too pessimistic. This might be the only answer to subduing Bazura that we've been searching for. The scene cuts back to the present. Ronan grumbled. The only answer? What a load of crap. But he's right. My future seems pretty clear. If I run into that old man in this state, I'll definitely be torn to shreds. Luckily, at least this type of mana can't be seen by others. It'd be a real pain if I got misunderstood and dragged into some nasty business. Dragged into some nasty business? Navi Rose's voice suddenly rang out. What do you mean by that? Ronan yelped in alarm. He quickly swung his sword towards the source of the voice. What's this? Navi Rose calmly parried the blow. The depth of your sword strikes has changed completely. Did you have some sort of special encounter during your time away? Ronan stared in shock at the beautiful woman before him. Professor Navi Rose. You know you did that on purpose, right? Professor, this is clearly your fault for suddenly releasing your killing intent. Navi Rose strode coldly toward him. What exactly happened in the Dawn Magic Tower? How did you manage to form an inner core? Ronan mumbled in surprise. This thing inside my body is an inner core? It's not a tumor? Navi Rose immediately became indignant. You dare compare a sacred inner core to a tumor? Didn't I explain this clearly during the theory lecture? Don't tell me you were sleeping. Ronan quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry. Navi Rose sighed with a sense of helplessness. An inner core is a blessing reserved only for true swordsmen, those who have undergone countless sessions of mana training and real combat. Simply put, after circulating mana countless times, the heart eventually becomes a vessel capable of storing that mana. This is the lifetime achievement of a martial artist, seen as a milestone that defines them. Because the mana stored in an inner core not only has a completely different density from natural mana, but it is also the only foundation for unlocking sword chi. In other words, forming an inner core means you've stepped into a new realm of swordsmanship. But an inner core takes decades of hard training to form, yet it appeared in the body of someone like you. Furthermore, instead of being centered around the heart, it exists as a completely separate entity. If that's the case, then theoretically, possessing two inner cores might not be impossible. Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Is it really that special? Navi Rose replied. Fine, let's put that aside. I'll hear about what happened at the Dawn Magic Tower later. For now, let's have a match. Ronan's face immediately paled. Why the sudden change of subject? She smiled. Do you even have to ask? Now that you have new power, you have to test it. Besides, I have a responsibility as your instructor. And you learn better with your body than with your head, don't you? Ronan quickly tried to argue. We don't necessarily have to fight to test it out. However, he still immediately raised his sword to block Navi Rose's attack. As the two swords clashed, creating powerful shockwaves, Ronan couldn't help but mutter. Seriously? Flashes of blue and red light quickly intertwined. Clouds of gray dust and debris were thrown into the air. Ronan quickly leaped out of the smoke. He landed on the ground. Instructor's responsibility. My foot. Navi Rose was clearly charging at him, radiating killing intent. Ronan thought to himself, this is just blatant slaughter. Another shockwave erupted, tearing apart the ground around them. Ronan thought to himself, in terms of strength, I'm completely outmatched. If I keep facing her head on, I'll definitely be torn to pieces. Just once. If I can just bind her feet one time, I can create an opening to attack. That's right, just like that time. If only I had the power of that Grancious rat. Suddenly, the core inside him flared up. The space around them was enveloped in a strange purple hue. Navi Rose stood motionless in front of Ronan, her feet entangled in purple threads. Ronan couldn't understand. What's going on? The purple threads wrapped around Navi Rose's feet, and she suddenly realized she couldn't move. Ronan was stunned. What? This is clearly Dulin's aura. How is this possible? Navi Rose looked around. A movement binding technique? It seems you learned quite a few interesting things at the Dawn Magic Tower, didn't you? That's right. In a real battle, variables like this can mean the difference between life and death. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, you'd better use them now, because I won't be holding back either. With that, she quickly burst out of the magic threads. Navi Rose charged forward excitedly. I'm getting serious now, Ronan quickly shouted. Wait, calm down. Professor, I need some time to get a handle on the situation too. Suddenly, a purple light spread from his body as the purple core escaped from Ronan. He suddenly felt dizzy, and his surroundings began to blur. Ronan's body quickly collapsed onto the training floor. Navi Rose immediately noticed something was wrong with his behavior. She shouted his name as Ronan fell. The scene shifts to inside the Dawn Tower. Professor Jaredon spoke up. I'll never understand you, swordsman. This isn't a battlefield, so why push a student to the point of complete mana exhaustion? You sword-wielding maniac. Navi Rose cut in. Stop spouting nonsense and explain. Is everything taken care of? Jaredon Stone replied. Don't you worry. I'm better than you in this field, remember? It's just a side effect from sudden mana depletion. A few recovery potions and tonics will fix him right up, so stop standing around and go get the medicine. Making a face like that will only slow down the patient's recovery. Navi Rose frowned, complaining. I didn't raise you to be this weak. Alright, what kind of medicine do you need? Navi Rose quickly closed the door to the room. Ronan spoke up. Thank you for your help, Professor. My head was spinning and my whole body felt exhausted. I was honestly panicking. Jaredon Stone replied, I should be the one saying that. Ronan, do you have any idea how many rare things I get to witness every time you show up? A form of energy crystallization I've never seen before. Could that be the power of Basura? Ronan was surprised. Professor, you know about that? He answered. I've discussed it with Phila at the academy. He asked me to keep an eye on it to prevent the power of Basura from causing any disaster. May I take a look? Ronan hesitated slightly. Professor, is this dangerous? Jared Stone answered. If you're asking if it's dangerous, I don't think you need to worry. This flow of forbidden magic is surprisingly stable. If it weren't for someone like me who understands Basura, they'd at most find the core's location a bit strange and think it needs further examination. But if there are no issues, it can function as a core. Using spiritual power, Ronan exclaimed in astonishment. Spiritual power? Spiritual power. This is a unique world that belongs to only one person. The key to opening this door is the most intense emotion they've ever experienced. A longing for a distant goal, a sudden flash of intuition, or endless regret. When those emotions resonate with the mana accumulated in the core, its true power is unleashed. That is spiritual power, Ronan thought to himself. So, I can use spiritual power. This is completely unexpected. But what just happened? Dolan's spiritual power clearly just manifested right before my eyes. Spiritual power is supposed to be a one-of-a-kind ability. How can it be copied? Can the Basura core really do that? Jared Stone spoke up. We'll have to ask Professor Cretus about that. But it seems luck is smiling upon you. Ronan asked. Is there something else? Jared Stone replied. Regarding the curses on your body, of the remaining 8 curses, 2 have disappeared. Ronan was shocked. Disappeared? But I didn't do anything. Jared Stone smiled. I know this is hard to believe. Let me explain in more detail. The Basura and those 2 curses have merged. This is also completely absurd, as I've never heard of curses being able to merge. The only condition for that to happen is that they must share a common origin, the Glazer Nebula. Ronan smiled. Just how many more mysteries does this body hold? Jared Stone reassured him. Well, I'm sure you'll understand it all one day. The scene changes to a small town with houses lining the road. Ronan is walking down the street, holding a book, with a medicinal pipe in his mouth. He looked at the book in his hand. I knew there was something wrong with this. This is completely messed up. What the hell did this damn forbidden magic do to my body? Oh, whatever. No point overthinking it. It's a bit unsettling, but getting rid of 2 of those damn curses is still a good deal. If I want to wipe out that wretched church, this is no time to be picky. For now, I'll just investigate slowly. A voice suddenly called out, interrupting his train of thought. Ronan! Ronan quickly turned around. Ah, long time no see. Did you come all this way to meet me? Not bad, kid. How did you know I was here? Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Keep running, the boy shouted in fear as he ran forward. Ronan, help me! Ronan immediately froze at his words. The next second, he too shouted in alarm. Aesel, what's wrong? The smoke gradually cleared, revealing powerful muscles. A giant monster was chasing after him. Ronan yelled, What the hell is that thing chasing you? Ronan realized the ground around him was shaking with the monster's footsteps. Am I seeing this right? I was just gone from the academy for one trip to the magic tower. What on earth happened? Why is a monster like that on school grounds? There's no mistaking it. That's a manticore. A manticore, a high-danger level monster that lives in the treacherous northwestern lands and loves to kill, its body packed with muscles as hard as steel. In particular, its scorpion-like tail contains a deadly paralyzing venom, ranking it at an even higher level than a wyvern. Ronan thought to himself. But still, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Thanks to this, I can test whether the power of Basura can really help me use another person's aura. He quickly closed his eyes, sensing the node inside him, not his heart, but instead, he began to draw mana from the Basura core. Last time, when I fought the professor, I couldn't control the amount of mana, so I exhausted myself and passed out. I have to overcome that this time. Ronan felt as if he was lifting his foot and then quickly placing it down on the surface of calm water to use it. A stream of magic quickly radiated out around them. Aesel was astonished by this strange power of Ronan's. Then, the manticore was immediately entangled by threads, immobilizing it. Ronan cheered excitedly. It actually worked. This is awesome. I can really do it. But, the manticore slowly lifted its leg. The magical threads were quickly torn apart. Ronan and Aesel stood there, somewhat shocked. Fear quickly appeared on their faces. But, it seems a bit weak. Ronan noted to himself. The power seems weaker than the original. The manticore quickly charged towards them. Ronan hastily drew his sword. So, it still comes down to this. However, a beam of light suddenly flashed from somewhere. It struck the manticore directly, instantly piercing through the ground. Beams of light flashed. The manticore roared in extreme pain. Aesel couldn't help but gape in astonishment at the scene before them. The powerful, shimmering golden pillar of light still lingered before their eyes. A moment later, it slowly faded, revealing a clear blue sky. Varen's voice spoke out. Are you two injured anywhere? Ronan quickly turned his head. That voice. It's Professor Varen. A while later, the stone ground still bore the marks of the previous battle. The manticore was now trapped in a giant cage. Varen touched its mane. My apologies for causing you pain, Manticore. But if the situation had gotten any worse, the Empire would not have forgiven it. I hope you understand this was the best option, Ronan observed him. This is Professor Varen's aura. It seems to be a physical enhancement type. But even so, to be able to take down that fearsome manticore in a single blow, I thought he was a gentle person, but he's actually terrifying. The army quickly appeared and surrounded the manticore's cage. Varen spoke up. I am so sorry, you two. I never expected it to break out of its magic-reinforced iron cage. As the person in charge of organizing the Festival of Beasts, I offer my sincerest apologies once again. Ronan replied. It's all right. Thanks to this, we got to witness a rare sight, so it was fun. But what is this 100 Beast Festival? Al replied. Since you just got back, Ronan, you probably don't know. Lately all of Galon has been busy preparing for that event. The 100 Beast Festival, just as its name suggests, is a festival in Galan that showcases rare monsters and mythical beasts from across the Imperial territory. You can see mythical beasts with your own eyes, ones you might never see again in your lifetime, so it's an event the entire Empire looks forward to. Ronan muttered. I remember now. I saw it on the schedule. It seemed so special, I thought it would be really interesting to go see it. But with an incident like this, do you think it'll be cancelled? Varen replied. Probably not. Kindo has very high expectations for it, so an incident like this isn't enough to stop it. Besides, that thing will be making its official appearance at this year's event. The scene shifts to the next day at the Nest, a spacious building with a rather strange design. Ronan spoke up. So, no one needs to worry about the 100 Beast Festival, but there's one thing I don't get. Is the event really that exciting? It's all anyone talks about. I thought it'd be cool. Sure, but not this big of a deal. Maria explained. If it were just a normal 100 Beast Festival, you'd be right to think that. But this time, a special pair will be appearing. The Dopo Alpha and Omega. A Dopo is a mythical beast that can read a person's emotions through their eyes and transform into them. The Alpha usually transforms into the person the viewer loves most, while the Omega transforms into the person they hold a grudge against. People are willing to pay enormous sums of money just to witness that magical sight, but since the number of Dopo Jenner is extremely low, the chance to see them in person is incredibly rare. So for a pair to be on display, and for free at that, of course everyone's excited. So, Ronan, are you feeling more interested now? Ronan thought to himself. A creature that transforms based on emotions. Huh. In my case, the Alpha would be my sister, Io. And the Omega would probably be. His face immediately soured at the thought of that person. At this rate, the Academy is going to attract all sorts of weirdos. Professor Varen is going to have his hands full. Events like these are when uninvited guests show up in droves. In a small alley, a cloaked figure spoke. The next order from our superiors has been issued. Memorize it and carry it out with the utmost seriousness. Yes, I will complete it without a single error. For the honor of Karaboro. At a school with small buildings surrounding it, Ronan spoke up. Let's put the 100 Beast Festival aside for now and get straight to the point. I called you two here today because I have gifts for you. First, this is for you. I went through a lot of trouble to get this from the Dawn Magic Tower, though you won't be able to read it right away. They said every single page is enchanted with some kind of coded magic, and it takes a full day just to decipher one page. So, take your time studying it. Ao shouted in a hurry. Unbelievable! This thing actually exists? Ronan was surprised. You can read it? Ao replied. Each page is as complex as a labyrinth, but I can read a little. If I just have enough time, I can read the whole thing. Of course, understanding it will take even longer, because every word and phrase contains knowledge so advanced it could be called revolutionary. This is amazing. Ronan, how did you get your hands on such an incredible grimoire? Well, Ronan briefly thought of the Bazura book. It's better if you don't know. Next up, Maria. When you have time, go see Professor Varen. There's a huge business opportunity for you. She wondered. What kind of opportunity? Ronan replied. Recently, the professor succeeded in fully cultivating the Serante herb. Soon, they'll be making medicine from it to distribute throughout the Empire. So, I took the liberty of recommending your Carabal Merchant Guild as the distributor. You already know how terrifyingly effective this herb is. With your guild's capabilities, it's only a matter of time before you're rolling in money. Ronan slowly stood up, and today, as a special treat, I'm going to personally test how much your skills have improved. It's been a while. I'm really looking forward to this. Maria grinned. Sounds good. I've got plenty I want to show you too. Eager, aren't we? Then get your weapon ready and follow me. Let's have our first sparring match. Ao quickly stood up. Then I'll go, too. Ronan replied. Ao, for now, You should focus on studying that grimoire. It'll help you get stronger faster than sword practice. Got it? All right then, good luck. Maria also spoke up. See you later, cutie. Al watched the two of them walk cheerfully toward the door. He observed Maria's radiant smile as she talked with Ronan. His face immediately fell, looking a bit dazed. See you in 15 days at Galarian Academy. On a spacious, perfectly circular training ground, Adessan spoke up. All right, this will be trial number 514. Are you two ready? Brahm quickly answered her. Of course, Adessan replied. Then the countdown begins. 3. Brahm quickly raised his greatsword. 2. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body. 1. Adessan blew a loud whistle. Brahm instantly shot forward, filled with killing intent. His arm swung forward, his hand gripping the sword tightly. Ronan remained perfectly still as Brahm charged at him. His face showed no hint of emotion. Ronan focused intensely on the magic within his body. The core inside him erupted in a purple flame. A purple light instantly shot outwards. Brahm's greatsword stopped dead right in front of him. Purple threads bound his feet and the sword in his hand. Brahm let out a small laugh. Now I really can't move at all. That's an excellent technique, Ronan. Ronan also breathed a sigh of relief, which he couldn't hide. You worked hard, Brahm. Adessan spoke up. Congratulations, Ronan. This time, your activation speed and mana balance were both perfect. To think you've reached this level in just 15 days. It's unbelievable. Ronan replied, not at all. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Adessan analyzed my technique, and not only found my weaknesses, but also suggested the perfect ways to fix them. And Brahm swung his greatsword without any hesitation. Thanks to that, I was able to keep my senses sharp, and significantly increase the power of my technique. Even if this isn't entirely my own spiritual energy. Brahm laughed heartily. To see a swordsman who can keep his cool even with a blade at his throat. It makes me understand the spirit of a warrior even more. Thanks to you, I've found a new purpose for myself. You truly are a wonderful president. Ronan smiled. You're always so full of energy. Well, I'm off to do some training on my own. Brahm called out cheerfully. Anytime you need someone to put a sword to your neck again, just let me know. Ronan quickly realized that just being able to use this damn aura would be incredible. But if there was one downside, it was that. He couldn't replicate the golden aura that Professor Varen had used. No matter how many times he tried, all it did was drain his mana core, and he couldn't mimic it in the slightest. It seemed the higher the level of the aura, the harder it was to reproduce. If I could just see it 1 or 2 more times, I think I could get the hang of it. But was he supposed to just go and pester him? The professor was swamped with work, so what could he do? Suddenly, a voice called out, There you are, Ronan. Ronan quickly turned around. It was Professor Varen's assistant, Barry. Barry was panting. I'm so glad you remember me, Ronan replied. Of course, we've met a few times. But what are you doing here? Barry answered. Well, the professor has been away for a while and left a letter. He said if something major happened that I couldn't handle. I was supposed to ask for your help, Ronan. Ronan couldn't hide his shock. What? Professor Varen is gone? Right before the Festival of 100 Beasts? And what's this major problem? Barry explained. Well, the monster we were managing in the Tuan 1 auditorium has vanished, and it's the most important creature for this year's festival. A doppelganger, the shapeshifters. Adessan and Ronan were completely stunned by this news. What? Barry continued. Actually, Professor Varen has been gone for a while now. He left the academy right after that accident. It's already been 2 weeks. Ronan muttered. The accident from 2 weeks ago. You don't mean the manticore escape, do you? Barry replied. That's the one. The professor was extremely suspicious about it, saying he felt like he'd overlooked something. He ended up going to investigate it himself, and while I don't know what he found, I'll never forget the look on his face that day. It was the first time I'd ever seen the professor that furious. And then, the very next morning, he left that note I told you about, and disappeared. It also had another message. If anything serious happened, I was to find Ronan for help. Ronan remarked, Well, it looks like something serious has definitely happened. That rare doppelganger shattered its cage and vanished without a trace. What's the situation, Senior? Did you find anything? Adessan replied. I don't think this was a random accident. Not an accident? What do you mean? This enclosure was made of a super alloy glass, specifically designed to counter a doppelganger's shape-shifting abilities. You know how tough this kind of glass is. So, does it really make sense that it would just shatter on its own? On top of that, most of the glass shards were blasted inward, not outward, and I can still feel a dense magical residue on the fragments. That means an incredibly powerful force struck the enclosure from the outside. Based on all this, it's highly likely this was a deliberate attack targeting the doppelganger. Barry was terrified. An attack? Ronan was silently impressed. As expected of the captain, her analytical skills are incredible. Yeah, there's no other explanation. I've had a bad feeling ever since I got here. If what you're saying is true, then this is a much bigger deal than we thought. It means there's a dangerous criminal hiding somewhere in the academy. If we don't track them down immediately, something terrible is going to happen. Isn't that right, Assistant Barry? Barry, a little startled by the question, stammered, "All right, of course." Ronan smiled and continued, "In that case, I think we should start our investigation immediately. Could we get some help from the knights over there? I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this all on my own." Adessan quickly interjected. "Wait, Ronan. There are a few other suspicious things." Ronan quickly cut her off. "Don't worry, Senior. This won't take long as the knights cooperate." A moment later, Ronan sighed. "Geez, since coming to this academy, I've gotten wrapped up in all sorts of things, haven't I? Even if I'm a promising student, what's a kid like me supposed to know? Every time something like this happens, I'm reminded of how annoying it is to stand out. You knights must feel the same way, right?" A nearby knight remained silent at his question. Ronan quickly commented, "Everyone's so quiet. But that's right, knights are supposed to have that serious vibe. So dignified. It's awesome. Super cool, really. The only problem is, compared to how you look, your work seems a little sloppy." The knight snapped. "What are you talking about?" Ronan replied, "Well, for one, even though the assistant brought us here, you let students just waltz onto a crime scene without checking anything. Out of all the knights here, did not a single one of you notice what Senior Adessan pointed out? No matter how you slice it, this is your fault for being negligent and letting things get to this point. And yet, not one of you looks the least bit guilty or ashamed. I just don't get it. Or maybe you're just not getting paid enough to care. Have you said your piece? Don't you know when to shut up?" The knight growled. "This was just an unforeseen accident. We don't have to explain ourselves to a brat like you. Now shut your mouth and get lost." Ronan cut in. "My apologies, Sir Knight, but could I just ask one last thing? What's with the bloodstains on your armor? Because, as I recall, there's no reason for bloodshed here in the Galarian, is there?" Ronan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Just who are you people?" One of the knights immediately drew his sword. "You little fool, you must have a death wish, brat," Ronan replied without flinching. "We'll see who dies first soon enough. All right, I'm in a hurry, so let's make this quick." Suddenly, a sword in another knight's hand swung up. The head of the knight, who had just spoken, tumbled to the ground. The other knights, and Ronan, couldn't comprehend what was happening. The slain knight's eyes went wide with agony. The others around him erupted in chaos. "What's going on?" The lead knight charged forward. "You son of a bitch, you dare betray us?" But the other knight quickly turned. He slashed his sword deep into the leader's body. He then grabbed him by the collar and hurled him into one of his comrades behind him. The two knights crashed into each other, lost their balance, and fell backwards. Banru, disguised in knight's armor, continued his charge. The knight who was slammed to the ground cursed in anger. He panicked when he saw Banru raise his sword. "Wait, spare me," Ronan muttered in confusion. "What in the world is even happening right now? Who the hell are you?" The knight, Banru's eyes flashed. He looked toward him. Ronan warily placed a hand on the sword at his hip. Banru slowly walked towards him, and Ronan's friends. He quickly knelt, bowing his head to the ground. "See? It's clear now, isn't it, Sir Ronan? I was the one who eliminated these filthy criminals. So please, get rid of this terrible misunderstanding that I was working with them." Ronan didn't quite understand. What? What the hell is he talking about? Wait a minute. That voice is familiar. It can't be. Banru quickly removed his knight's helmet. Ronan exclaimed in astonishment. "Banru?" He replied. "Yes, it's been a while. Have you been well?" Realizing the knight was Banru, Ronan squatted down to face him. Ronan sat opposite Banru, his expression dark, which made Banru scratch his head and laugh awkwardly, saying, "Well, this is a pretty novel entrance, huh? You better choose your words carefully. Banru, you say it's a misunderstanding, but you know better, don't you?" Hearing these threatening words from Ronan, Banru's whole body trembled uncontrollably, unsure of how to explain himself. Ronan's gaze was sharp and intimidating as he continued, "I'm not the kind of nice guy who lets things slide." Terrified by Ronan's aura, Banru had no choice but to shout, "Of course, sir. I'll tell you everything, without leaving anything out. First, let me make one thing clear. I have never forgotten the day you saved my life and gave me a new one, Lord Ronan. Your words to me that day were a special order, stay in Carabolo as a spy and help purge them. That's why, all this time, I've truly been working my hardest. I handled all their dirty work and heavy lifting, from A to Z, just to get on their good side." Kneeling on the ground, Banru clasped his hands together and tried desperately to explain. Banru continued to tell Ronan what happened after he became a spy. "Thanks to that, I was even recognized and promoted to the rank of wolf. With that position, I could access top-secret information like the location of their branches or their next poaching plans. And just as you ordered, I've been regularly reporting everything to a man named Varen." Hearing this, Ronan nodded at him and spoke up. "It's true, The professor did mention a few times that an anonymous informant was a great help in dealing with Carabollo. Banru was sweating profusely. He pointed at the armor he was wearing and added, "As for this armor, it was supplied by them. I was just the one who received it, sir. I only handle communications. I have no idea where the supplies come from. Please, believe me this time." Hearing him say that, Ronan just sighed. He thought to himself, "This kid, looks like he's learned how to survive, huh?" With that thought, Ronan finally spoke to Banru. "All right, I'll tentatively accept that you've been trying. So tell me, what was your purpose for sneaking in here?" Ronan continued to face Banru as he questioned him. "Honestly, I still don't get it. No matter how notorious Carabollo is, they can't be stupid enough to mess with Phillion. Why would they take such a risk?" Hearing Ronan's question, Banru awkwardly scratched his cheek and answered, "Actually, it's because Carabollo's reputation has been in a freefall lately. Thanks to my dedicated espionage, Lord Varen and the Imperial Army managed to shut down half of their branches. I sabotaged all their poaching operations, so their situation started to look visibly worse. Rumors that Carabollo was on the verge of collapse spread everywhere." At this point, Banru smiled with immense pride as he declared to Ronan, "Ah, and by the way, I was the one who started that rumor, sir." Hearing what Banru said, Ronan just let out an indifferent "oh." Banru glanced at Ronan, frowned, and continued, "So, the higher-ups started to feel the heat and decided to organize a campaign to restore their reputation. And that campaign is this operation to raid the Beast Festival." After learning Carabollo's true intentions for coming here, Ronan smirked and said, "So that's it. The Beast Festival is an event watched by the entire Empire, and if they manage to steal the most prominent creature, the doppelganger, it would be the perfect, spectacular performance to build up their prestige." Ronan then stood up, looking down at Banru as he asked, "Looks like that plan has gone up in smoke, hasn't it? So now, all we have to do is deal with the rest of them and bring the doppelganger back, and we're done." Kneeling on the ground, Banru kept his head down, not daring to look up as he spoke gravely. "No, sir, it's not over. Lord Ronan, the doppelganger was just the opening act. The true goal of this operation is to capture all the creatures at the Beast Festival. And to do that, Carabollo's main force, Arundel, has already arrived." Meanwhile, in the basement holding the doppelganger, a white smoke began to fill the room from an unknown source. The other cavalrymen had already been taken down. They were all lying on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Ronan, who was standing with his arms crossed, turned to look. Banru also looked up in confusion. Barry, terrified, had collapsed onto the floor. Adessa, wiping sweat from her chin with one hand while leaning on her sword, spoke up. "They're here, Ronan, just as I suspected. These guys aren't officially recruited knights. After you left, I asked them a few pointed questions, and they showed their true colors immediately. They're all just knocked out, so interrogation shouldn't be a problem." Hearing her, Ronan walked over to Adessa and replied, "That's impressive, Senior. But why does the assistant instructor look like he's seen a ghost?" He glanced at Barry, who was sitting on the floor with a terrified expression. Adessa could only give a wry smile in response. "I'm not sure. He's been pale as a sheet for a while now. Maybe he's just in shock from discovering there was a spy. Who's that with you?" At Adessa's question, Ronan pointed towards Banru and said, "This guy is." Before Ronan could say another word, Banru hurriedly introduced himself in a loud voice. "Yes, ma'am. Greetings, beautiful lady. I bow my head in greeting. I was once a filthy lackey for Carabollo, but now I've seen the error of my ways and have been reborn. My name is Banru, Lord Ronan's loyal subordinate," he said, bowing a full 90 degrees to Adessa. Hearing this, Adessa asked curiously, "Subordinate?" Knowing she would ask, Ronan replied, "We can talk about the details later. We have more important things to deal with right now." After a brief discussion, Adessa turned to Banru and asked, "Is that true? That Carabollo has people disguised as knights not just here, but in other areas as well?" Hearing this, Banru replied decisively, his eyes full of certainty. "That's right. The true goal of this operation is to capture all the creatures at the Beast Festival. Letting the doppelganger escape was just a diversion. Because if the most tightly guarded creature, the doppelganger, went missing, all attack would be focused here. That would loosen security in the other areas, and they plan to exploit that opening to make their move. The operation begins when the full moon is directly over Teogen Tower. If they're on schedule, the others in the different sectors should be getting into position right about now." Hearing Banru explain Carabollo's plan in such detail, Ronan just frowned in silence. Ronan looked at the knights lying on the ground, thinking to himself, knowing the plan in advance, it won't be too hard to take them out one group at a time, but it's better to let them think everything is going smoothly. The small fry aren't a problem, but Arundel is another story entirely. The wolf werewolves, an extremely powerful race of demi-human fighters. Among them, the Unram tribe was especially famous for its ferocity and strength, and that very tribe was completely wiped out by a single person. In a single night 5 years ago, That person is one of Carabolo's 3 sharpest claws, and also one of their highest-ranking leaders, Arundel. Ronan's mind was racing. That massacre marked the moment Carabolo stopped being just an ordinary poaching gang. The fact that a guy like him showed up in person proves Carabolo is going all in this time. And that means they're prepared for the worst-case scenario. That's all you need to consider for now. Ronan then looked over at Barry and told them, "Instructor, please secretly inform the Imperial Army and just keep a close eye on the situation. The doppelganger has been released, but we'll definitely find it and bring it back." At that, Ronan, Adessan, and Banru all looked at Barry and smiled. After telling Barry what they needed to do, Ronan thought to himself, based on Aaron's actions, even though he's a show-off, he's not the type to do things rashly. Releasing the doppelganger must mean he's confident in his own strength. In other words, if we recapture the doppelganger first, he'll come looking for it himself. This is our chance to pull him out by the roots. The scene changes. Outside, in a forest, the twilight sun was beginning to set. Arundel was sitting on a log, holding a large piece of meat. He crudely lifted the meat and took a huge bite, then began to chew sloppily, yet with great relish. Arundel then brought a hand to his mouth and said, "This is pure torture." He tossed aside the half-eaten piece of meat and grumbled to himself. Waiting for the prey to take the bait is always the most boring part, the doppelganger. That thing is just a side dish. Come on out. Var, this time, I'm gonna peel your skin off. His eyes and words were filled with both rage and anticipation. In the forest, the wind rustled, and leaves were falling, drifting through the air. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the forest: Ronan, Banru, and Adessan. She was casting her magic on the animals in the forest. Banru, watching from behind, spoke up. "When I heard you took down all those Carabolo guys by yourself, I was already impressed, but you're truly extraordinary, Miss Adessan. But what are you planning to do with those animals? What am I doing?" Hearing his question, Ronan, who was standing nearby, glanced over and casually answered, "Looking for the doppelganger, what else?" Adessan spoke while continuing to cast her spell on the beasts. "I'm going to have these animals recognize the residual magic of the doppelganger left in its cage, and then have them follow the trail." Hearing this, Banru's eyes widened in amazement. He looked at Ronan and asked, "What? Is that really possible?" In response to his question, Ronan just crossed his arms, smiled, and said, "That's nothing for her. As you can see, she's brilliant. She's our future general, after all." Adessan had her eyes closed, concentrating on her magic. A stream of dark energy swirled around her hand, emitting a faint light. After a moment, Adessan slowly opened her eyes, looked at the animals, and spoke to them. "All right, everyone, I'm counting on you." After receiving Adessan's command, the animals turned and ran into the forest to begin their search. Deep in the forest, some kind of animal was running swiftly. As it ran, its eyes glowed with a purple light. A white-furred fox was racing deeper into the woods. It was Omega, transformed into a fox. Omega, in the body of the fox, kept running. From above, a bird under Adessan's command spotted it. The bird dove straight towards Omega, pursuing it while letting out constant cries. Omega quickly noticed the bird's presence. It glanced up, and as Omega turned its head, its eyes glowed, brimming with power. It let out a cry, staring intently at the bird chasing it. Then, Omega suddenly launched an attack at the bird. An explosion sent smoke billowing everywhere. The bird was caught off guard, still diving closer. At that exact moment, Omega transformed into a snake with its tongue flicking out. It lunged straight at the bird, opening its mouth wide, ready to devour it. In that instant, the image of Omega as a snake filled the bird's vision. In the end, all that was left was a bloody scene. Adessan felt it from afar. Her eyes snapped open, and she began to breathe heavily. Adessan raised her hand, pointed deep into the forest, and shouted, "Found it, Ronan, over there. That snake." Not far from where the 3 of them stood, there was a snake. Adessan stared at the white snake and continued to shout, "That snake is the transformed doppelganger." Hearing her, Ronan exclaimed, "Great job, Senior. Looks like that's our Omega." In that case. But before Ronan could finish, a figure dashed past him. It was Banru. As he charged forward, he said confidently, "Leave this to me." Ronan was caught off guard by his enthusiasm. As Banru swiftly ran ahead, he shouted, "I'm Banru, and though my past is nothing to be proud of, I once reached the wolf rank in Carabolo. A python like that. There's no need for you to get your hands dirty, Sir Ronan." The python remained still, its long tongue flicking out with a hiss. Banru lung it, startling it. He brutally grabbed for the python, making it cry out, and said, "I'm all you'll need." Quickly, Banru caught the python. Its mouth let out a continuous, loud cry. Banru got a firm grip on the python's head, squeezing it tightly and causing it pain. Banru looked at the python he'd just caught and said cheerfully, "Settle down, you idiot. I don't mean to hurt you." Before he could react, he heard someone curse. "You idiot." Banru turned around. smiling brightly. He waved and said, "Sir Ronan, look at me. I took care of it." He hadn't even finished his sentence when Ronan rushed over. He seemed furious, yelling, "Why did you look it straight in the eyes? I already told you, Omega transforms based on negative emotions. That includes fear and terror." Hearing Ronan say this, Banru froze, his face turning pale as he uttered, "What?" He looked down at the python in his hands, muttering, "Fear or terror? Don't tell me." In Banru's hands was now a Ceda, staring intently at him without blinking. In that moment, all Banru could do was hold his breath and stare back. The memory of being attacked by a Ceda flashed through his mind. Banru burst into tears, letting out a loud cry. Just a second later, he collapsed onto the ground, letting the Ceda-formed Omega slip from his grasp. Omega flew off. Just then, Ronan and Adessan rushed forward and came face to face with it. In a brief second, the Ceda reached out and touched Ronan's face. Their eyes met. Looking at the Omega before him, Ronan mumbled, "What the hell is this?" For a moment, Omega's eyes locked onto Ronan, but it quickly shot past him and dashed away. Ronan dodged to the side, shouting, "Oh my God!" Ronan turned to look at it, gritting his teeth as he thought, "This is bad. It must have looked into that eye. If another monster appears, dealing with the aftermath will be a huge headache." Before things could get out of hand, while Ronan was lost in thought, the flying Omega began to transform into its next form. Ronan, still thinking he had to catch it, immediately gave chase without a second thought. Adessan saw this and shouted, "Ronan, Senior!" Ronan shouted back to her as he ran, "Take Banru and find Alpha. I'll handle Omega myself." Soon, a chase between Ronan and Omega was underway inside the forest. As he picked up speed to catch Omega, a thought crossed Ronan's mind. Why? At that speed, the transformation should have been finished by now. Ronan glanced down, still wondering to himself, "I don't see anything that looks like A, either." At that size, it'd be strange if it could hide anywhere. But what was even more confusing was that Ronan suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest. He stopped chasing it and began to calmly survey his surroundings. Ronan immediately spotted human footprints on the ground. Following the tracks with his eyes, he began to think, the residual magic is definitely Doppelgänger's, but who did it transform into? As Ronan followed the remaining tracks, he stayed on high alert, thinking, the closer I get, the heavier the bloodlust becomes. The area Ronan was heading towards grew darker, thick with streams of red killing intent. The image of a young man immediately came to Ronan's mind. He thought to himself, it can't be. Ronan was now on high alert, advancing slowly with his hand on his sword. Ronan moved forward, raising one hand to lift a branch above his head. His other hand was still slowly drawing his sword. He looked ahead and mumbled, I just need to see who it is. He didn't even finish his sentence before he stopped dead in his tracks. In front of Ronan was a man in a cloak, and the sight before him made Ronan freeze. He stared wide-eyed at the man before him. His sword was covered in blood, with fresh drops constantly dripping from the tip. The man, his face stained with dirt, spoke up, Father. He looked at his own reflection in the stream and continued, In the end, I couldn't protect a single person. Ronan was still staring, his mouth agape, unable to make a sound. The man turned and glared at Ronan, who looked identical to him, and said, I couldn't protect anyone. Ronan was face to face with himself. In that moment, both of them stared silently at the other. Ronan looked down, his fists clenched tightly as he thought, What? What the hell is going on? Is the person I'm trying to deny myself? Is that why? That crazed, bloodthirsty look in his eyes? Is that coming from me? The Ronan that Omega had transformed into was still muttering incessantly. Couldn't protect them. Then, the Omega Ronan's mouth moved again, still repeating, Couldn't protect them. Why? With furious eyes, Omega rushed toward Ronan, snarling, Why couldn't I protect them? Ronan was still stunned. Only when Omega was right in front of him did he snap back to reality, instantly reacting by raising his sword to block Omega's attack. Under Omega's immense power, rocks shattered and flew everywhere, kicking up a thick cloud of white dust. Omega currently had the upper hand, using its strength to press the attack on Ronan. Ronan gritted his teeth, struggling to block the attack with his sword while thinking, I heard that a Doppelgänger is supposed to inherit a portion of the memories and traits of the one it copies. But this is more than just a portion. Ronan looked into the eyes of his own double, and he knew for sure. This wasn't a copy, it was his actual self from that time. Ronan started to lose his footing. He was being pushed back. If this keeps up, I'm in real danger, Ronan thought. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying as they scraped against each other. Ronan was still thinking, that guy is in the same hyper-powered state he was in during the duel with Oss. But my body right now isn't strong enough to control it. First, I need to create some distance and buy some time. While Ronan was still thinking, Omega's sword hand let go of its hilt. It immediately used a technique to flick the sword up into the air. Ronan lost his balance, his body lurching forward with momentum. His mind raced as he quickly assessed the situation, letting go of the sword while using it. It's trying to break my center of gravity. In the next instant, Omega swiftly grabbed a fistful of Ronan's hair. Its other hand caught its own sword and brought the pommel crashing down. The move was incredibly fast, one hand yanking Ronan's hair, the other swinging the pommel straight at his head. The eyes of the Omega Ronan were completely lifeless. Ronan quickly brought his scabbard up to block Omega's sword, then scoffed coldly. Fighting dirty like that. How typical of me. Ronan's sword arm was trembling uncontrollably, but he still held on tight. Ronan blocked with his scabbard, swinging with his free hand. He looked at Omega, a smirk playing on his lips as he growled out each word. Thanks to you, all the memories I tried so hard to forget are coming flooding back. You bastard. You got what you deserved. Ronan slammed the pommel of his sword into Omega's stomach and shouted, "Thanks for that." Ronan's pommel struck Omega right in the gut, its face instantly contorted with rage, veins bulging as it glared at Ronan. The next second, Omega powerfully shoved Ronan, sending him flying. He used the momentum to leap backward. Ronan stared at the version of himself in front of him, panting from exhaustion. He thought to himself, I wasn't letting my guard down, and I still almost got my head taken off. There was now a small cut on Ronan's neck from the blade, slowly trickling blood. Ronan glared at the Omega in his form with ice-cold eyes. He continued to think, so that's what it felt like. Back then, he had torn through his enemies just to survive, no different from a wild beast. Ronan looked at his own form, which was now radiating pure bloodlust. He gripped his sword firmly with both hands, cautiously thinking, I can't let my guard down for even a second. All it takes is one wrong breath. Just then, Omega charged toward him, moving incredibly fast. They both swung their swords at the same time, and Ronan managed to knock Omega back. I'll die instantly. Omega didn't give up. It charged at Ronan once more. Its eyes were now filled with killing intent, a red light flashing within them. Omega rushed forward, its slash shattering the rocks on the ground with formidable destructive power. Just as it was about to strike Ronan, a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared in front of him. The smoke obscured Ronan, leaving only his eyes visible. A sword pierced through the white haze, thrusting straight at him. Omega's blade seemed to have stabbed right through Ronan's head. But Ronan had used the smoke to create a decoy. He was now ducking low. He swung his sword in a sweeping slash. The move caught Omega by surprise. It couldn't react in time. Seeing the astonishment in its eyes, Ronan spoke. What's with the surprise? I know everything you're thinking. Ronan swung the sword in his hand, looked at Omega, and shouted, Because I am you. Ronan's sword came slashing down, but unfortunately, Omega's reflexes were just as fast. It swiftly raised its own sword to block his attack. There was nothing more Ronan could do in that moment. He gritted his teeth, thinking, the slash still feels too weak. It had dodged at the last second, leaving only a scratch across Omega's face from Ronan's blade. After that slash, it glared at Ronan, its eyes glowing. Without another word, they both charged, smashing their heads directly against each other. The moment their foreheads collided, it sent a shockwave through the area. The ground around them began to crack, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. After the impact, Ronan's head was spinning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ronan clenched his jaw, staring at Omega as he wondered, this lunatic, is his head made of stone? He'll pull every dirty trick in the book. While Ronan was lost in thought, Omega launched another attack. It kicked out, sending Ronan flying. Caught off guard, Ronan was thrown back by the force of the blow. Ronan was sent flying, and even though he crossed his arms to shield his chest, he still felt a sharp pain and let out a dry cough. Omega's kick not only sent him soaring through the air, but also caused him to tumble head over heels. Still conscious, Ronan's mind raced. Wait a minute. If it were me, I wouldn't have stopped with just a simple kick. If he guessed correctly, Omega would have already swung its sword by now. Its blade shot straight towards Ronan. In his mind, he was still thinking, it's definitely coming. Ronan was thrown back, his body slamming into a boulder and shattering it. The tip of Omega's sword was still rushing toward him. Ronan's eyes snapped open. He gritted his teeth against the pain, thinking, the finishing blow comes right after. In the forest where Ronan fought Omega, a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The aftershock of the explosion rippled through the area. The forest was now blanketed in thick white smoke, making it impossible to see anything. Only screams could be heard. Omega's sword had struck, but it had hit the boulder instead and gotten stuck. Ronan finally let out a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground, looking around wearily and muttering, if I die here, what would the cause even be? Ronan's eyes glanced over to the gleaming blade. He saw his own reflection and muttered again, this is intense. The only way now is to trick it into seeing someone else. Just as it was about to transform into something else, another person happened to be approaching, speaking as they walked. This isn't the prey I was looking for. I felt a powerful killing intent and thought Varen had finally shown up, so I rushed over here. As the man spoke, Ronan heard the voice and instinctively looked toward the sound. A powerful aura emanated from not too far away. Arundel strode towards Ronan and continued to speak. Just another wet behind the ears brat, causing a ruckus in my hunting ground. He looked down at Ronan, his eyes filled with bloodlust, and asked, "What are you doing here, kid?" Ronan looked at the towering man before him. He silently assessed the thick stench of blood clinging to him and the ferocious, beast-like killing intent radiating from his presence. It was just as he'd heard from Valis. This was Arundel. Ronan looked up at Arundel. He wasn't sure how to react, his mind racing. This is outside of my calculations. I was planning to capture him eventually, but why did he have to show up right now? Ronan was still lost in his thoughts. Seeing that he didn't answer, Arundel spoke again. "Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? Why don't you answer when I ask you a question?" Just then, another scent drifted past Arundel's nose. He instantly recognized the smell. Arundel froze and exclaimed, "Wait, this is?" He raised a hand to cover half his face, bursting into loud laughter as he said, "I was planning on being thorough today, so I wasn't going to do this. But I can't let this pass. Hey kid, are you giving off the scent of an omega?" Hearing Arundel's words, Ronan was startled into a realization. A certain scent was indeed radiating from his body. Ronan finally spoke, asking Arundel, "What?" He didn't answer. Instead, he lunged forward and, with a single bare-handed strike, shattered the boulder Ronan was leaning against, roaring, "This should be easy." A blinding light erupted from Arundel's power, illuminating the entire area as the force of his blow pulverized the surrounding earth and rock. Veins bulged on his face, his eyes full of murderous intent. He turned back to Ronan and declared loudly, "I just caught an alpha, and now I get an omega, too." Ronan, still not fully recovered, sat on the ground and heard Arundel's words, thinking, he just caught an alpha? Arundel then continued, "Hey kid, you have some terrible luck." The moment he finished speaking, he spun around and stomped his foot into the ground to launch himself forward. Arundel shot towards Ronan, one hand reaching out to grab him, the other already clenched into a tight fist. Arundel attacked with lightning speed, each blow a fatal strike. All Ronan could do was raise his sword to defend himself. He couldn't counterattack, only dodge and block. Ronan frowned, thinking, so that title, highest rank of Caribolo, or whatever, it's not just for show. Every attack was powerful and deadly. If a single blow landed, his current body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ronan's eyes darted around, quickly scanning his surroundings as he thought, and there's another problem. That thing that was chasing me, it should have finished things long ago, but it was concealing its killing intent, holding its breath and hiding. If it were his past self, the only reason would be to wait for the perfect moment to land a single, fatal blow. Realizing this, Ronan didn't hesitate any longer. He tightened his grip on his sword. Arundel saw his action, a look of silent surprise on his face. Ronan swung his sword, slashing a line across the man's body. At the same time, he thought, I have to deal with this guy quickly. The wound Ronan had just inflicted was only a small mark on Arundel's skin, leaving behind a trace of his power. Arundel placed a hand over his wound, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "That stings." He immediately spun around and threw a powerful punch at Ronan. Ronan blocked it with his sword. The man praised him, not bad. The two began to fight fiercely. Arundel threw a punch, which Ronan promptly blocked. He spoke, "Normally, my opponents lose all will to fight the moment they see me. You're interesting. So there is a reason you've appeared here." Ronan faced Arundel at close range. He looked at him, silently assessing. That sword strike didn't faze him at all. Ronan then spoke up. "Is this body the power of aura?" Ronan was still struggling to block the attack. The power radiating from Arundel didn't seem to diminish in the slightest. Hearing Ronan's curiosity, Arundel answered him. "That's right. My aura permeates the muscles in my body, turning it into an impenetrable weapon. Body reinforcement using mana can't compare to me. This is the pinnacle of reinforcement, far surpassing all limits. Daring to leave a scratch on my body, you can consider that an honor." At this, Arundel gave Ronan a meaningful smirk and continued. "From now on, I, Arundel, will acknowledge you as my prey. A hunt is where the strong chase, and the weak struggle as they're hunted. So, little one, fight until your body is completely exhausted." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Ronan's sword. Suddenly, Arundel launched an attack, catching Ronan completely off guard. His strength was immense. Arundel shouted, "Struggle!" Ronan was sent flying by his terrifying power. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. Ronan plunged his sword into the ground to stop himself from flying any further. Just as he looked up, Arundel was already attacking, right in front of him. Reacting on instinct, Ronan quickly leaned back to dodge his attack. He spun around, quickly seizing the opportunity. A glint suddenly appeared in Ronan's eyes. He immediately unleashed a flurry of slashes toward Arundel. Seeing this, Aaron clenched his fist and threw a punch. Ronan refused to back down. The two charged at each other once again. Arundel used his iron-hard arm to block Ronan's slashes. Ronan's sword scraped across Arundel's arm. He was completely unharmed, and it even created sparks. Both of them immediately jumped back. The clash of their two powers pushed both Arundel and Ronan backward. He struggled to maintain his balance with his large body. Right behind him was a massive boulder. Without hesitation, Arundel grabbed the huge boulder with his bare hands. He used all his strength to lift it with one hand. Arundel then hurled it straight at Ronan. Ronan reacted quickly, immediately, using his sword to slice at the boulder. Ronan's slashes instantly shattered the boulder into pieces. Arundel also took this opportunity to charge toward him. He swung his fist, a grin on his face as he said, "Got you." But then, Arundel suddenly froze, the smile vanishing from his lips. Ronan was kneeling on the ground. He swung his sword, creating a massive wave of power, and said, "I'm the one who should be saying that." At that moment, both of them, wielding immense power, charged straight at each other. Ronan continued, "Let's see about that." Ronan unleashed a slash, and Arundel immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest to block it. Arundel was sent flying by the force of Ronan's slash, but he just laughed, looking incredibly exhilarated. The next second, his power erupted. Arundel yelled, "This is so invigorating." Faced with Arundel's insane power, Ronan gritted his teeth to keep from being blown away. Looking at Arundel, Ronan thought, "He's getting huge." Veins bulged all over Arundel's body, his eyes glowed, and he shouted, "How long has it been since I felt the thrill of a hunt that puts all my nerves on edge like this? Wonderful, truly wonderful. Kid, you definitely have potential. Allow me to use my full power." With that, he created a ball of blue energy in his hand. Arundel charged at Ronan once more and yelled, "Take this, my ultimate power." Just as he finished speaking, Arundel's arm was severed, and blood sprayed everywhere. Arundel felt it instantly. He turned to look, as if not believing his own eyes, and gasped, "What?" His arm had actually been severed by a tree branch, and blood was pouring out non-stop. It was Omega, transformed into Ronan. It had appeared again, holding the tree branch in its hand. Arundel's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Omega appeared once again. It said nothing after severing Arundel's arm, just closing its eyes in silence. Arundel's arm was completely cut off by Omega, sending blood spraying everywhere. Arundel brought his remaining hand up to his gushing shoulder. He screamed in agony. Aaron tried to suppress the pain. He glared around, thinking to himself, "What is this terrifying power? The range should have expanded because I focused all my aura into one point, yet my arm was cut off by that tiny branch." Arundel's eyes found their target, the branch that had just severed his arm. While he was still wondering, "Who the hell is this bastard?" A familiar scent wafted past Arundel's nose. He immediately recognized it and thought, "Wait a minute. The scent coming from him. Could it be Omega?" Omega, still in Ronan's form, tightened its grip on the blood-stained branch. Arundel had also realized its true identity. He gritted his teeth in fury, veins popping on his face. As Omega charged at him again, swinging the branch, he roared, "Don't be ridiculous. You think I'll fall for that again?" Arundel didn't just stand there. He clenched his fist. The two quickly clashed, and Arundel's punch released a massive surge of power. He roared, "You damn monster!" The entire sky lit up from the power Arundel unleashed. Omega and Arundel clashed. All that could be seen were flashes of light as their powers collided, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. After a while, Omega landed on the ground. It used its power to lift Arundel's severed arm from the ground. On the other side, Aaron had also just landed, still clutching his wounded shoulder. Seeing Omega do this, he growled, "Damn it." Omega pulled the arm on the ground closer to itself. It lifted one leg, preparing to strike. Immediately after, it kicked Arundel's arm, sending it flying toward him. Arundel's severed arm flew toward its owner, spraying more blood. Arundel used his remaining arm to block the attack and said furiously, "How arrogant. How dare you use my arm as a toy?" Arundel's eyes were filled with absolute rage and indignation. Omega seized the opportunity. Right after the kick, it rushed forward before Arundel could react. Omega quickly unleashed a series of consecutive slashes at Arundel. The only sound that filled the air was the sound of their clashing blows. Arundel was still on the defensive, using his arm to shield his chest, but he couldn't hold out any longer. With a ferocious expression, he unleashed his power and let out a loud roar. Omega wasn't far away. Ronan had been watching the two of them fight this whole time. He broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on here? Watching the chaotic battle unfold, Ronan thought, that bastard is not only able to fight him toe-to-toe using nothing but branches he picked up around here, but countless questions about Omega flooded his mind. He's even keeping his eyes closed. Is he doing that to maintain the upper hand in capturing Arundel? But no, why would he go to such lengths? Just a moment ago, that bastard clearly wanted to kill me. So why is he targeting Arundel now instead of me? Ronan stood to the side, unable to comprehend Omega's actions. Meanwhile, Arundel continued his assault on Omega. He gritted his teeth, thinking, could Omega? Arundel seemed to realize something. He glared and shouted, I just defeated Alpha not long ago, and now a trace of Omega has come crawling to me on its own. Omega's eyes remained shut, veins bulging on its face in fury. Then, a stream of thought flashed through its mind. Sharing senses with the Alpha that Arundel captured, in an instant, a scene unfolded before Omega's eyes. Alpha was desperately fleeing into the forest, running in terror, when an iron rod suddenly pierced its calf, causing it to scream in agony. Seeing Alpha collapsed on the ground, a figure approached, laughing gleefully. Your screams are quite pleasant to the ear. It was Arundel. He flashed a sinister smile and continued. Now, it's time for you to come with us. After witnessing the entire scene, Omega could no longer contain its rage. It let out a loud roar, then lunged forward, bringing its sword down in a powerful slash. Arundel raised his arm to block the attack, letting out a grunt. His focus was no longer as sharp as before. Arundel thought to himself, Omega has become a being forged from compressed negative emotions like hatred, anger, fear, and regret. That's why, unlike the relatively docile Alpha, capturing it is always met with fierce resistance. Although this situation was not unexpected, but while Arundel was still lost in thought, a sword slash came down, cutting his thoughts short. Omega's attack made Arundel could only think that this was far beyond his expectations. A single downward slash from Omega shattered the surrounding ground, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. Arundel gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the blow. He thought, based on its appearance, this being seems to be connected to that brat over there. He glanced over at Ronan, still thinking, even though that kid is young, he can land a fatal blow. If he uses that same technique, once he's an adult, I'll be the one being hunted. At that thought, an image of Ronan killing him flashed through Arundel's mind. With that, Arundel finally made his decision. He had no choice but to abandon his plan of poaching it. His mind made up, Arundel quickly dodged to the side to avoid Omega's attack. He lowered his stance and threw a punch with all his might. His punch carried an immense wave of power. I have to kill it, Arundel thought. The charging Omega was brought to a halt by Arundel's move. Arundel's punch unleashed a terrifyingly massive wave of his power. The blast shot forward with immense destructive force. Arundel's power tore a long path through the forest. After a moment, he landed back on the ground. Following his punch, Arundel then muttered to himself, I wonder who the original is. I'm so curious. Blocking that last attack should have been impossible, yet you countered by charging straight at me. Omega was completely unharmed. It used a half-broken tree branch to block Arundel's punch. Seeing this, he remarked, you must be incredibly powerful to alter the trajectory of that attack. Then again, if you hadn't, you would have been turned to ash by now. Arundel's punch made the arm Omega used to hold the branch tremble. Through the smoke and dust filling the forest, Arundel continued, in any case, you're no different from me now. The branch fell from Omega's hand, and it clutched its injured arm. Arundel glanced down at his own bulging veins and spoke again. This has been fun, but it all ends here, you beast. Once again, Arundel clenched his hand into a fist. He lunged, shouting, the moment your right hand, your dominant hand, was injured and you dropped your weapon, this hunt was over. Die! Omega remained motionless. It opened its mouth as if to speak. But then, from out of nowhere, it drew a sword. It plunged the blade straight into Arundel's arm, repeating over and over, I must protect. I must protect. Blood spurted from Arundel's arm. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and roared furiously, you cunning beast! You were hiding a weapon under your clothes this whole time, weren't you? Just to trick me into lowering my guard at the very end? The moment he finished speaking, Omega's hand shot toward his eye. In the next instant, Omega unhesitatingly gouged its fingers straight into Arundel's eye. Then, Omega grabbed a fistful of Arundel's hair. Blood sprayed everywhere. Omega tightened its grip on his hair, keeping Arundel from struggling. A searing pain shot through him instantly. Arundel cried out in agony, immediately collapsing to his knees and groaning ceaselessly from the pain. As waves of agony washed over him, Arundel gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. Just then, Omega suddenly spun around, using his hands to slam Arundel against the rock behind him. Arundel looked utterly pathetic, with no strength left to resist. Right at that moment, Arundel shouted loudly, wait, wait, this can't be happening. The moment he finished speaking, Omega swung his blade straight down. The only sounds left in the air were Arundel's screams and the splatter of blood as Omega's sword severed his head from his neck. Omega's eyes stared at him, chillingly cold and filled with hatred. After finishing off Arundel, Omega stood panting heavily. After the fight, Ronan walked up to him. Omega stared at Arundel's head lying on the ground, its eyes still open, with blood pooling everywhere. Omega hung his head, his hands on his knees, giving no reaction. Ronan was also holding his sword, standing a short distance away from him. Ronan also looked down at the ground, saying nothing. Omega transformed into Ronan. At that moment, horrific scenes from the battlefield flashed through his mind, and he said, "Ever since Iswil left, there hasn't been a single corner of the Empire where you couldn't hear screams. I've even replayed that sound in my head thousands of times. If only I hadn't wasted my whole life like this. If only I had listened to my sister just once. When she told me she wished I'd studied more, at least then I might have been able to protect someone. I hate myself." As Omega said this, he raised his hands to cover his face. He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with agony. Hearing these words, Ronan looked up at him. Omega kept muttering, "I have to protect them. I have to." As he took a step forward, a surge of power immediately appeared. A thin thread appeared along with it. Ronan instantly sensed something was wrong and glanced in front of him. At that moment, beneath his and Omega's feet, were countless threads emitting a faint light. These threads bound Omega's feet, preventing him from moving any further. Unable to move, Omega gritted his teeth and looked at Ronan. Ronan spoke to him, "Look closely." He then gripped his sword tightly. His power radiated out, enveloping the sword. Ronan raised his blade, his sharp gaze fixed on Omega, and said, "Me." With that, he swung his sword, sending a slash flying toward where Omega stood. The sword strike flew forward, carrying immense power as it cut horizontally toward Omega. Omega refused to be outdone. He raised the sword in his hand and, with a single downward slash, split Ronan's wave of power in two. But then, Omega suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he saw the continuous slashes coming from Ronan. Omega seemed frozen in place, unable to move because of the threads binding him from below. Right after, Ronan lunged forward. The two fought fiercely against each other. Omega's vision was now blurred. He swung his sword wildly to counter Ronan. Finally, after a flurry of slashes from Omega, the threads around his feet snapped. Omega panted heavily. He glanced around him. Omega then gritted his teeth. He looked forward. Ronan was diving down from the sky toward him. At this moment, his eyes flashed, radiating power. Ronan looked at Omega with determination in his eyes. He thought to himself, Arendel's aura had a very different power and color, but I could feel it upon impact. That's definitely a power source sharing the same principles as Professor Varen's. With this realization, Ronan's entire body began to radiate a brilliant, golden light. Ronan charged forward with his sword, shouting loudly while still thinking, I really did feel it. Faced with the incredible power radiating from Ronan, Omega couldn't quite believe his eyes. He watched with wide eyes as Ronan dove from above, thrusting his sword straight toward him. As the power was unleashed, the ground itself cracked. Omega quickly used his sword to block the attack from Ronan. He could no longer hold his ground. Very quickly, Omega was forced to his knees. Kneeling on one knee, he desperately tried to block Ronan's attack. Ronan then suddenly spoke to Omega. Before I came to the academy, I used to think that as long as I could hold it, it was a weapon. But as you can see, that was a truly foolish thought. Ronan remembered how astonished and impressed he was when he saw Navi Joss draw her sword. Recalling those images, Ronan continued, After that, I realized, a sword has always been. At this point, Omega's sword could no longer endure the pressure. Cracks began to appear on it. The moment Omega's sword completely shattered, Ronan finished. Oh, something beautiful and worthy of admiration. The fragments of the sword flew everywhere. Ronan could even see his own reflection in them. Omega's eyes widened as he looked at Ronan, just as Ronan's sword was about to strike. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hand to block it. The sword pierced through Omega's palm. Due to his momentum, Ronan couldn't stop, and Omega's hand was pushed further down the blade. Seeing this, he too was taken by surprise. Ronan looked at Omega's hand impaled on his sword and suddenly froze. He immediately thought, this bastard even sacrificed his right arm. Could he really be Omega? Omega's eyes flashed, and he swung his other arm back to build momentum. Immediately after, he swung his other hand, striking Ronan squarely in the face. Using all his strength, Omega threw Ronan off and slammed him to the ground, his whole body hitting the earth hard. Ronan cried out in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Omega had seized his sword. He pulled his hand off the blade and looked down at Ronan. After pulling the sword free from his hand, Omega raised the blade, preparing to stab down. Ronan struggled to sit up, a curse escaping his lips. Damn it. He scrambled backward, thinking, at this rate, my only choice is to cross the line. With that thought, Ronan immediately struggled to get to his feet. Just as the sword in Omega's hand was about to strike him, a voice called out from not too far away, Ronan, Ronan. Hearing this voice, Omega immediately froze, his hand stopping midair. He looked up, bewildered, and said, that voice. Hearing someone call his name, Ronan let out a sigh of relief. They came just in time. It's a good thing you can still hear those voices. At least for now. You're still the me from back then, aren't you? Omega saw figures running in their direction. Ronan then said to him, "Look carefully. The people in front of you are Adessa and Banru. They're both coming." Adessa was holding something in her hands. Lying on the ground, Ronan looked at Omega and continued, "What do you think? These faces are familiar to you, aren't they?" That general is as skilled as ever, but his personality did a complete 180. Not only did Banru give up poaching, he also became a leader in overthrowing Carabollo. Hearing this, Omega seemed unable to believe it. It remained silent. Ronan continued to speak to it. Ma and the others are also living very well somewhere. Most importantly, Io is finally living a happy life. I promise you, this destiny will absolutely not be the same as before. Trust me, and move on. After hearing Ronan's words, Omega's body suddenly began to glow. A dazzling purple light emanated from its body. Just then, someone's voice rang out. Ronan, the Punisher. Before disappearing, Omega, in the form of Ronan from his past life, kept muttering non-stop. Protect everyone. I will trust you. After saying those words, Omega's body slowly faded away, and the sword in its hand fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Ronan looked up at the sky, placed a hand on his chest, and said, "Good. In 10 years, let's have a happy reunion." Just then, Adessan came running over. The moment she saw him, she called out, "Ronan." The scene changes to the town, where it's a beautiful sunny day with many stalls lining the street. The academy students are checking out the stalls, and the townspeople have brought their kids out to see everything. Right now, everyone's just happily laughing and talking with each other. Asel and Maria are also at the exhibition fair right now. As she walked, she said cheerfully, "What a relief, don't you think? If Ronan and his team hadn't found the imposter, and Professor Varen hadn't suppressed the Carabollo gang, we wouldn't have been able to make memories like this today, right?" People are happily playing and passing by on the streets. Asel and Maria even bought 2 ice cream cones. Maria then turns and asks, "I wonder what Ronan is doing." Hearing this, Asel tells her, he said he'd be a little late because of an interview with Professor Varen, and that he'll be here tonight during the parade. When Maria heard that, she asked, "Really?" Hearing Maria say that, Asel just widened his eyes and didn't say anything. The two of them continued walking forward. As they walked, Maria said, "What a shame. It would have been great if we could have watched this together." Asel secretly glanced at her without saying a word. Maria suddenly turns to him with a smile and says loudly, startling him, "In that case, let's just the two of us have even more fun, enough to make Ronan jealous. Ready?" Hearing Maria's words, Asel unconsciously blushes, raises a hand to his cheek in embarrassment, and stammers out a reply. Right after, Asel quickly turns and walks away so she won't notice. Maria, walking behind him, cheerfully raises her hand and says, "Let's go visit the Star of the Beastfall." Scene change. We're now in a garden inside a greenhouse, where warm sunlight is flooding the area. Someone's voice suddenly rings out. I can't believe they prepared a garden on this scale. It's Asel and Maria, the two of them have entered. Maria looks around and says, they're certainly treating them like the stars of the festival. Asel also observes his surroundings and speaks up. Apparently, the doppelgangers are quite sensitive to their environment. That's probably why people tend to be especially careful with them. That's also why they're limiting the number of people allowed inside and conducting more thorough checks. Hearing this, Maria exclaims, "Oh, I see." At that moment, Maria and Asel's eyes widen in amazement at the sight before them. Maria points forward and says, "Then over there. That must be the doppelganger beast." Not far from them, something blue is on display on a platform. Watching the doppelganger beast in front of them take the form of a girl, Maria can't help but say, "Something's a little strange. Who is it trying to turn into?" Hearing this, Asel can only give a wry smile and reply, "Maybe that's its original form." They say that after a long enough time, they revert to that form. Asel seems excited as he adds, "They said the Omega is resting, so this must be the Alpha." Just as he finishes speaking, Asel's eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. It's at that moment he grasps a truth he hadn't realized. The Alpha doppelganger beast reads its target's thoughts and transforms into the person they cherish the most. After understanding this, Asel's face turns beet red. He's incredibly embarrassed. Asel suddenly becomes flustered. He waves his hands frantically and says loudly, "Wait, Maria, something urgent came up. Can you go on ahead?" Hearing this, Maria asks curiously, "Why so sudden? We just got here." Maria's gaze suddenly turns mischievous. She looks at Asel with a sly grin. Maria places a hand on his shoulder and deliberately teases him. "Aha, you must be embarrassed, right? Have you fallen for some other sweetheart?" Hearing her say that, Asel jumps. He waves his hands and replies, "It's not like that." Hearing Asel's denial, Maria doesn't let him leave. She pushes him closer to the Alpha and says loudly, "All the more reason we can't leave now. I wonder who has our innocent Asel so smitten. I'm going to have to investigate this thoroughly." Finally, forced by Maria, Asel has to look directly into the Alpha's eyes. In Asel's gaze, the image of a girl immediately appears. Immediately after, the Alpha begins to transform. Maria, standing behind Asel, laughs gleefully and says, "Now then, let's see who our little sweetheart truly loves." After a moment of transformation, a girl with long hair appears before them, her back turned. Unexpectedly, it's the image of Maria. She's standing there, tucking her hair. At this sight, Asel can't bear to look and covers his face with his hands. Maria is frozen speechless. She blushes and gives a forced laugh, not knowing how to react in this situation. It takes a moment before Maria can finally speak. Before she can finish speaking, Asel shouts, "See? This is exactly why I said we shouldn't be here." Seeing Asel's reaction, Maria chases after him, calling out loudly, "Wait, Asel." After Asel leaves, Maria is left alone. She mumbles to herself, "He likes me? I never imagined this would happen." Just as she finishes the thought, she looks directly into the Alpha's eyes. Immediately, the Alpha emits a bright light. It begins to change its shape. Maria takes her hands away to look. The figure of a man appears, causing Maria to freeze. She reacts instantly, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Maria is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after running outside, Asel is still screaming his head off. The people passing by immediately notice him. Scene change. It's now dark out. Professor Varen's research laboratory. Inside, a voice is heard saying, "You should be enjoying the festival right now, but I'm sorry for calling you here." It's Professor Varen and Ronan. The professor, sitting in the opposite chair, says to him, "I really have no excuses, let alone being helpful as a professor. I'm always the one receiving help." Hearing this, Ronan just smiles at the professor and replies, "There you go again. It's not like you were absent because you were lazy, was it? The day the manticore escaped, you found traces of Carabolo in the destroyed cage and had no choice but to rush off to follow their trail. On top of that, there were signs outside the academy that someone was preparing to smuggle out a rare species." As Ronan says this, he gives the professor a thumbs up in admiration and continues, "You handled all of that by yourself." Hearing Ronan's words, Professor Varen smiles back at him and says, "I'm glad you think so. Well then, let's put the past behind us and wrap this up neatly." After a bit more conversation, Ronan speaks up again. "Professor, there's something else I'm more curious about. How long have you been standing there?" Hearing Ronan call him out, Banru is startled, turns, and stands at attention, replying loudly, "Yes, Ronan, allow me to answer. Thanks to you, Ronan, and now to Professor Varen, I am greatly indebted to you both this time. As a result, I am honored to report that as of today, I have been appointed as the professor's teaching assistant." Professor Varen, sitting in his chair, also speaks up. "I made the offer to Banru. Normally, the assistant position is reserved for Phil's own students, but he has been the main contributor of intelligence regarding the poaching, and he played a crucial role in taking down Caribolo. Not only that, he also made a huge contribution to handling the bifurcated beast incident. For that reason, I made a special exception to accept him." After speaking to Ronan, the professor turned, smiled cheerfully, and said to Banru, "You have no idea how surprised I was to learn that inside that cruel and inhumane Carabolo organization, he was carrying out such a dangerous role, and, as just a young boy, no less. I couldn't let such a brave and promising talent slip away. Don't you agree? Let's work well together from now on." Banru. Hearing the professor's words, Banru's eyes widened in complete surprise. Soon after, his eyes grew red and welled up with tears. Biting his lip tightly, he replied, "Yes, sir." Banru couldn't hide his emotions. Crying, he said, "I'll be counting on you." The professor simply looked at Banru and smiled. Witnessing the two of them, Ronan thought to himself, "The diligent Banru has become the lion professor's assistant." At that thought, Ronan smiled faintly. He exhaled softly, still thinking to himself, "It suits him well." Across from them, Banru was still promising the professor, "I will do my best." Professor Varen seemed very pleased with Banru. Ronan then stood up from his chair and said, "All right, try to do a good job, Banru." He shot Banru a threatening glare and told him, "If you dare run your mouth, things won't be pleasant for you. Be prepared, understand?" Hearing this, Banru's face went pale, and he hastily replied, "Yes, please don't worry." After speaking with Banru, Ronan turned to Varen and said, "Professor Varen, could I ask you for a favor?" Hearing this, the professor happily agreed. "Of course, go ahead, Ronan." Ronan then stated his request directly. "Could I see the bifurcated beasts one last time? I heard that after the booths close for the day, they rest in this tower." Hearing this, the professor immediately agreed. "Yes, that's right, but I'm afraid you can't expect them to transform anymore. Omega is busy healing its wounds, and Alpha is about to fall asleep." Hearing that, Ronan replied, "That's fine. I just thought I'd stop by and say my goodbyes." The scene changes. Down in the basement of Professor Varen's research lab, both Alpha and Omega were there. Ronan went down to see them. He looked at Omega, relieved to see it was recovering well. "Omega, you little guy. Once the 100 Beast Festival is over, the Empire will protect you with the highest level of security, so you can just relax and rest easy there. Just then, Alpha, who wasn't far away, also saw Ronan and immediately cried out to get his attention. Hearing the sound, Ronan turned and asked, "Alpha, you're not asleep yet? Is there something you want to tell me?" At that very moment, Ronan looked into Alpha's eyes. Very quickly, they began to change. Ronan watched in silence. He then saw an image of Adessan through Alpha. He just smiled. After looking for a moment, he said, "It seems I must have respected you a great deal. It's been a while, General Adessan." The scene shifts to a few days after the 100 Beast Festival ended. Inside a wooden house, two people were sitting across from each other at a table. The person on the other side spoke up. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Ronan? I heard the news from Professor Jaredon. The two curses have harmonized with the Bazura's power and merged. That combination has stabilized into an energy source that acts as a core." It was Makrys. He looked at Ronan, then raised his hand and continued. "Of course, we can only consider this a temporary measure. The seal imposed by the curse is still there. To compare, it's like several different poisons mixing together to create a new one. You could say that this new poison might produce an unpredictable effect." Hearing Makrys say this, Ronan glanced down at the core on his chest and said, "The way you're talking about it so calmly, that means it's not a serious problem, right?" Hearing his question, Makrys replied, "Actually, it has been quite useful up to this point." Ronan then looked up, his gaze serious, and said, "I still want to remove the curse properly. Is there a way to do that?" Hearing his question, Makrys tilted his head to one side, thought for a moment, and then asked, "You seem more determined than before. Did something happen?" Ronan, sitting opposite him, was silent. He recalled the look in Omega's eyes and then answered, "More than that. I just think I need to get my act together." At this, Ronan suddenly pressed his lips together firmly. He seemed to have made a decision. With firm resolve, Ronan declared, "There's another promise that I must keep, no matter the cost." Seeing Ronan's attitude, Makrys was a little surprised. But he quickly recovered. Makrys chuckled and said, "I see. I understand. You've come at the perfect time. I've just completed it. The research on how to break one of your curses." Hearing Makrys say that, Ronan couldn't hold back. He shot up from his seat excitedly and asked loudly, "Really? Tell me quickly. What do I need to do?" Seeing how eager he was, Makrys waved his hand and said with a smile, "Calm down, Ronan. The process for breaking it is the same as before. Manifest the curse within your inner world, then find its source and defeat it. But, if I might point out a few issues." At this point, Makrys frowned and told him, "This time, the curse you need to break won't reveal itself as easily as the last one. It will do whatever is necessary to protect itself. That's why maintaining your inner world requires a massive amount of mana and a catalyst. We can manage the mana, but the catalyst is the problem. Have you ever heard of a place called Dina?" Hearing Makrys mention the name, Ronan asked, "Do you mean that place in the desert with all kinds of monsters and ill-tempered natives, where the bones of adventurers are buried deeper than the demonic sands of the southwest?" Ronan placed his hands on the table. He clenched his fists and asked seriously, "Professor, are you saying what I need is the black stone that's rare even in a place like that?" Hearing this, Makrys immediately replied, "No need for more explanation. You know exactly what it is." "Yes, that's it. The Mana Stone of Mount Dina." The Mount Dina Mana Stone is a top-tier magical material. It contains dense mana and a mysterious power within it. Every time it appears at the Imperial Auction House, it's said to break the record for the highest price, an extremely rare and valuable mana stone. Makrys took out a small mana stone and held it in his hand, looking at it as he spoke again. "That's why I had to spend years of my professor's salary just to get a fragment this size." Hearing Makrys say this, Didi Khan spoke up. Ronan could only force a smile and ask him, "Is there any way to save as much as possible and still make it work with that?" May Secret just shook his head and replied, "This isn't enough. It needs to be at least the size of a thumb. That's why even after completing the removal, I still couldn't contact you. So can you wait a little longer? I'll do my best to find a substitute catalyst." Hearing May Secret say this, Ronan could only cross his arms. He closed his eyes, sighed, and thought, "Do I really have another choice? It's one of the 3 worst places I never want to go back to. But I guess the one at a disadvantage here can't do anything about it." The scene changes, and Addison suddenly appears in the schoolyard. As she walked, she silently recalled that day. Back then, Addison had looked up and seen something. In front of her was a large cave, and outside the entrance were countless bodies lying on the ground. Banru, who was with Addison at the time, saw her sitting and observing something. He pushed up his white scarf and asked, "Is it true? Is the thing inside really the alpha?" As she lifted the white cloth to look, Addison nodded and said, "Yes, based on my animal instincts, I'm certain of it." Addison placed her hand on the box on the ground and said, "It might have been damaged during the theft. Let's check its condition." As she finished speaking, she immediately reached out to open the box's lid. A bright light instantly burst out from within. Addison was startled, not knowing how to handle the situation, and stammered, "Wait, don't tell me." Before either of them could react, the alpha flew out of the box. Immediately after, it began to transform. Seeing this, Banru could only stand there, dumbfounded. Adessan, blushing furiously in embarrassment, shouted. Inside the cave, the alpha gradually took form. Seeing this, Banru spoke up again. Could that be Ronan? The alpha had taken on Ronan's form and was smiling at them. Seeing this, Adessan immediately grabbed the cloth that had been covering the box and threw it over its face. Then, she reflexively hugged the alpha to cover it up and shouted, "No!" Banru's jaw dropped at the sight. He still couldn't process it. He was sweating bullets, stammering incoherently. Adessan, both mortified and flustered, hugged the alpha and said loudly, "Don't tell anyone what you just saw." Back in the present, Addison stood in the schoolyard. She covered her face in embarrassment and thought, "I keep remembering that accident, and I can't bring myself to see Ronan." No, the form the alpha took. It must have been a sign of gratitude towards the only person who believed in my dream. Right? Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Adessan clenched her fists, trying to reassure herself. She thought, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Adessan, the next time you see him, just greet him proudly. Act cheerful, like always." Just as she thought that, Ronan happened to walk by. As he walked, Ronan looked up at the sky and said, "What beautiful weather today." The moment she saw him, Adessan couldn't help but scream in her head, "Ronan!" Ronan seemed to sense someone and turned to look, but he didn't see anyone there. Then, something else caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "What's that?" Adessan was hiding behind a tree. Her face beat red as she wondered, "Wait, why did he have to show up right now?" Adessan closed her eyes, trying to breathe and calm herself down, muttering, "Calm down, just calm down. You just have to be decisive. Just walk out naturally, and say hello." Right at that moment, Ronan spotted her. He peeked his head out and called, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Adessan's state, Ronan rubbed his head and said, "You startled me. Did you just see something you weren't supposed to?" Adessan still hadn't regained her composure, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "No, about the alpha. It's nothing." Adessan stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Hearing her, Ronan just replied, "Ah, okay, well, I'm glad it's nothing. Anyway, you're here at the perfect time. There's a place we have to go together." With that, he reached out and took Adessan's hand. Ronan looked at her, smiled, and said, "Adessan, come, forge a weapon with me." Adessan looked into his eyes and couldn't help but blush again. A little confused, Adessan's eyes widened as she asked, "A weapon? What do you mean?" Hearing this, Ronan told her, "Not being able to take you there has been bothering me. Just trust me and follow me. I'll give you something you'll really love." With that, Ronan gave her a strange grin. The scene shifts to a large building near a cliff, a gloomy place filled with a murderous aura. Inside, countless bodies are hanging in midair. Below them is a pool of water, and a woman appears in the room. A woman in a white robe, she is Yuria, holding something in her hand as she speaks. The leader himself has given a direct order here. After speaking, she took slow steps toward the pool. Just then, from within the pool, someone's shadow suddenly emerged from the crimson water. A tall, muscular man stood up, his body still dripping with the red liquid from the pool. The man beckoned with his finger, casting a spell, and said, "The stern agent of the star is needed. With the repeated failures of Bria and Baron, and the obstacles in our plan." A white robe flew up from the ground. The man quickly threw the robe over himself. Yuria remained standing there. The man, having put on the robe, walked forward and said, "This time, there is no room for even the smallest mistake." His bare feet touched the ground. The man walked step by step, passing by Yuria, and said to her, "Shall we depart?" His cloak swept across the blood-red ground. The scene changes. It's still daylight at a wooden house, and a light is on inside. Inside the room, a model of a kingdom's capital city is on display. This is the largest forge in the capital, Grand Cappadocia. Someone's voice can be heard talking inside. After the terrorist attack by the Order, they began reconstruction with the support of the CL family. It's Adessan and Ronan. As she observed the model, she said to Ronan, "But this isn't just a simple reconstruction." Hearing her say that, Ronan crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "That old man, Doran, he really knows how to spend money." Ronan and Adessan headed further inside. Not far away, Didi Khan saw the two of them. The moment Ronan saw him, he broke into a smile. Didi Khan called out loudly to them, "Well, look who it is." Didi Khan ran over. He immediately threw an arm around Ronan's neck and said cheerfully, "If it isn't the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia, Ronan himself." After Didi Khan let him go, Ronan greeted him. "Long time no see, Didi Khan. Seeing you this energetic, I take it you've been well." Hearing him, Didi Khan replied, "Well, I'm not well at all. I'm constantly forging iron, day in and day out. I'm exhausted. At that moment, Didi Khan turned to speak to Ronan again. I heard old Doran say that you came here to forge a new weapon. He's been up for nights working on it. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped. Didi Khan then noticed Adessan standing behind Ronan. Adessan also looked at him, and as their eyes met, Didi Khan looked excited. Adessan, on the other hand, just stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Didi Khan then approached Ronan. He threw an arm around his shoulder and started teasing him. So, this is the reason you've been so busy lately, you little rascal. Who's that beautiful lady? Your girlfriend? Then what about Maria? What about the girl who came here with you last time? You really are a little troublemaker. Hearing Didi Khan say that, Ronan quickly waved his hands in denial, saying, Adessan would cry if she heard that. I just brought a close senior of mine here to find a weapon for her. Ronan then glanced over at Didi Khan and said with a smile, By the way, it's not good to do anything foolish. Hearing this, Didi Khan didn't understand and asked what he meant. Ronan then brought up the story of their first encounter. Remember the first time I came here, you told me I had to prove myself and test my equipment, and you got hurt, didn't you? Ronan continued to tease him. If she activates her ability, who knows what might happen? She might knock you out cold with a single blow, you know? Remembering what happened when he first met Ronan, he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Ronan laughed with delight and continued, If that happens, I'll bury you myself. Don't worry. Hearing this, Didi Khan could only stammer, That's... Adessan stood to the side, still confused and wondering what the two of them were whispering about. Over on the other side, Didi Khan forced a very strained smile. He said, What are you talking about? We got rid of that barbaric custom a long time ago. Come on in. The old man is waiting. With that, Didi Khan extended his hand. He looked at Adessan timidly and said to her, My lady, please come in as well. Adessan was still questioning his strange attitude in her head. Inside the forge, the lights were still on. Just then, someone called out, Old man, it's Didi Khan. He kicked the door open and called out cheerfully, We have guests. The Ronan you've been eagerly waiting for has arrived. Before Didi Khan could finish his sentence, a hammer came flying at him. The hammer hit him square in the face, followed by a curse. You bastard! I told you not to kick the door! Seeing Didi Khan sprawled on the ground, Ronan just looked down at him and said, He hasn't changed a bit, has he? From inside the room, a voice was still shouting, You dumb mutt! You never listen to a word I say. Damn it! Adessan looked at the person in front of her and asked, Ronan, is that the person you were talking about? Hearing her question, he replied, That's right. That's the old man, Doran. Doran also looked up, smiling at the two of them, and said, Ronan, I started preparing the moment you contacted me. I can't wait to see it. Doran and Ronan looked at each other with eyes full of anticipation. Doran said to Ronan, So, what did you bring me this time? Inside Doran's weapon forge, he said, All right, Ronan. On the table was a blueprint. Doran leaned over the table with both hands and looked at Ronan. After pulling a few all-nighters, this is the design for my new weapon. Looking at Doran's blueprint, Ronan couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. Doran pointed to his weapon design and explained enthusiastically, According to this blueprint, it will have a lot of interesting properties. Of course, depending on the special materials you brought, just like that time in La Manchara, the result will be completely different. As he said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked him excitedly, You must have something in mind, right? Hearing him say that, Ronan also smiled and replied, Of course. Doran couldn't hide his excitement. He asked him curiously, What is it? Is it more of those marvelous scales from last time? If it's those, the more the better. Ronan then reached inside his coat. As he searched for something, he said, I don't have any of those left since we used them all up before, but don't worry, I brought something even better. With that, Ronan pulled out a pristine white piece of paper. Seeing this, Doran reached out, about to touch it, and said, Isn't that just a piece of paper? How can that be better than the scales of a dream butterfly? What is it, really? Before he could finish his sentence, Doran touched it and immediately froze. Instantly, Doran felt countless souls screaming endlessly from the paper. Feeling this, Doran stood stunned, at a loss for words. Questions began to flash through his mind. What is this? It's like countless resentful souls are letting out ear-splitting screams. What is this profound evil? A chill running down his spine, Doran immediately pulled his hand back, and the paper floated up with the movement. He shouted, What in the world is this? Where did you get it? This boundless malice and power. I've never seen anything so terrifying in my life. Seeing Doran's shock, Ronan caught the paper and held it out in front of him. He said, As expected, of the greatest blacksmith of this generation, you grasped the true nature of this material with just a single touch. Ronan gave him a thumbs up. A smirk played on his lips as he continued. It was well worth dropping everything to come here. I'm really excited to see what kind of weapon will be created. Hearing him say that, Doran's jaw dropped as he looked at him and said, "By whose will was this created, you bastard?" With that, Doran abruptly turned away. He refused, saying, "No way, that's not a material I can use for a weapon. Who knows what kind of effect it will have on the user?" Then, Doran hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Of course, using a material of this caliber could create an incredible masterpiece. I'm sure of it." But with two conflicting thoughts, Doran ultimately clutched his head and shouted, "No, I'm still not doing it. This goes against a blacksmith's conscience." Hearing him say that, Ronan finally spoke up. "Come on, don't worry about that. This material can't harm me." As soon as Ronan finished speaking, Doran turned back to him and asked, "What do you mean?" Knowing he was curious, Ronan set a condition. "I'll explain it to you, but first, can you answer me?" Ronan pushed the paper closer to him, his voice laced with a threat, as he said, "You say you can't do it, but your face is telling a different story. You're already drooling at the thought of creating the masterpiece of your life from this thing." Hearing him say that, Doran felt a pang of guilt. He raised a hand to his chin and stammered in denial. I'm not drooling." Ronan understood him. He kept waving the paper back and forth in front of Doran and said, "Come on, old man, stop pretending and be honest with your desires." Despite Ronan's temptations, Doran still shook his head frantically. A sinister look appeared on Ronan's face. "You just won't stop provoking Doran, will you? Go on, say it. Say that you want to create the ultimate weapon with this. Beg me to give it to you." Doran's eyes were darting back and forth, fixated on the paper in Ronan's hand. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Doran let out a loud shout. The scream echoed throughout the space. After a moment, the door to the forge swung open. Seeing Ronan emerge from inside, Didi Khan immediately asked, "What was that horrible sound? What did you bring that made him react like that?" As he walked out, Ronan replied, "Just a little something. You'd be just as surprised if you saw it." Ronan then walked over to Didi Khan, asking as he went, "By the way, where's Adessan? I thought you were showing her around the village." Hearing his question, Didi Khan immediately answered, "She's been surrounded by the other craftsmen, all advising her that other weapons would suit her better than a sword. She's probably still being pestered right now. It's a good thing she came with me." Ronan approached him, glanced at the camera around Didi Khan's neck, and then asked, "But what's that thing around your neck? It doesn't look like a necklace. Is it some kind of box?" He held up the camera and pointed to it, saying, "I was hoping you'd ask. It's called a spatio-temporal storage emitter. It can print out any moment you want to save with just the push of a button. This is my masterpiece." Didi Khan proudly held up the camera hanging from his neck again and said, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? It's pretty interesting too, right? Want to give it a try?" Hearing this, Ronan raised a hand to his chin and asked, "Is that okay?" After a moment of thought, Ronan let out a big, meaningful laugh. He asked seriously, "Can I borrow it, Didi Khan? I need a big piece of bait like this to lure that guy to Nga Peak." Scene change. Night had fallen in a forest. The moon was high in the sky. The figure of a young man walking in the forest was Schlieffen. He was walking through the woods when someone appeared ahead of him and said, "Still training this late? You really are diligent." Hearing this, Schlieffen frowned and asked, "What is it? Did you come to settle all those duels you've been putting off?" Ronan was leaning against a tree. He crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, "That sounds tempting, but I'm here for something else today." Ronan walked over to Schlieffen, extended his hand, and said, "Do you want to work with me? I'm planning on going to an extremely dangerous place, and you're really the only one I can go with. You'll go, right?" Hearing Ronan's proposal, Schlieffen just waved his hand dismissively and replied, "You're talking nonsense again. If it's not a duel, I refuse. I barely have enough time for my own training." With that, Schlieffen turned to leave. Just then, Ronan called out, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" As he spoke, Ronan opened his hand. A dazzling light emanated from within, forcing Schlieffen to shield his eyes. Schlieffen looked annoyed. He glared towards the light and said loudly, "What is this? This brilliant light. Is this a scene change?" Now, in a desert region, the harsh sun was beating down. This was Kalazel, a desert in the southwest, a vast, barren wasteland. Two men were now standing on a high place, looking out over the sea of sand. Ronan raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and said, "Still scorching hot, as always." Ceda had also come along. It was lying exhaustedly on Ronan's shoulder. He then muttered to himself, "Who would have thought I'd voluntarily come to this godforsaken place again?" Ronan turned around, looked at Schlieffen, and said to him, "It is truly an honor to have you accompany me all the way here, Sir Schlieffen." Hearing that, Schlieffen seemed a bit embarrassed. He raised a hand and coughed lightly a few times, saying, "Just as I've heard, this place seems to be a good environment for gaining practical combat experience. First of all, you will keep your promise, won't you? You promise to give me that thing as soon as this trip is over." Hearing him say that, Ronan gave a confident smile. He reached into his jacket pocket for something and said, "Of course, you know I'm a man of my word." I've prepared a luxurious, high-class bait. I mean, a very special gift. Ronan took something out, holding it in his hand and waving it back and forth in front of Schlieffen. Seeing this, Schlieffen's eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Ronan smirked victoriously, because what he was holding was a set of 8 iron photo cards. At the sight, Schlieffen suddenly became unusually flustered and red-faced. He reached out towards Ronan and said to him, "Let me get a closer look." Ronan, not letting him have his way, immediately put the photos away and said, "Nope, save that affection for when the journey is over. Now then, if we want to get to Enga Peak, we still have to walk for a few more days through this desert. Until then, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Schlieffen was a bit reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. He then looked out at the desert and said seriously, "By the way, this place might look desolate and peaceful, but it's not like that at all. Not only is there the smell of blood in the air, but there are also bodies everywhere." Hearing him, Ronan replied, "That's to be expected." He looked down at the vast desert below and continued, "Kalazel is where those who come seeking magic stones at Enga Peak Mountain end up. After their journey ends in failure, there are usually only 2 outcomes. Either they regroup to try again, or they settle here and become bandits. It's usually the latter. They're filthy, persistent as leeches, and very cunning, so if we run into them, it's best to just wipe them all out." Hearing this, Schlieffen tightened his grip on his sword and replied, "I see. So, you're saying that by eliminating villains like them, we're doing a good thing?" Ronan thought Schlieffen's words made sense and nodded. "You could say that, but what are you doing?" Schlieffen was now slowly drawing his sword from its scabbard. His powerful aura immediately radiated outwards. He said, "I count about 30 of them." Before Ronan could even react, Schlieffen had already unleashed 2 slashes forward. Ronan frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are you suddenly using your sword aura?" Quickly, Schlieffen's 2 streams of sword aura shot out across the desert. Immediately after, a powerful, blue light flared up. Very quickly, Schlieffen's sword aura formed a tornado. Wherever the whirlwind went, it sent people flying. The quiet space was filled only with cries. Ronan and Schlieffen stood on the cliff above, watching. All they could hear were the continuous cries for help. Ronan was also stunned by the scene. He glanced at Schlieffen and asked, "What did you just do?" Schlieffen, however, replied calmly, "More of them dodged that than I thought. We'll have to deal with the rest ourselves." Ronan couldn't help but be amazed by Schlieffen. He continued to ask, "Did you sense their movements from that far away and strike first? Is that even possible?" Schlieffen remained calm. He tilted his head, looked at him, and said, "You just need to expand your senses with mana. It's a simple, basic application. Is there a problem?" Schlieffen's answer left him speechless. Ronan thought to himself, "Does this bastard even know what he just said?" Besides, that attack looked like a normal sword aura at first, but it turned into a whirlwind when it reached the target. So he managed to compress the blade of the storm sword into a focused aura and launch it. He couldn't even use it proficiently last time. Just how much has he improved, Ronan thought, turning to look at Schlieffen with a strained smile, his mind still racing. He was normally very suspicious, but moments like these made it crystal clear that this bastard was going to reach the pinnacle of the way of the sword, a future sword saint. Rewinding a bit to 5 minutes earlier, before Schlieffen's storm sword attack. Not far away, on another rocky outcrop, a man was using binoculars to search for something. He spotted Ronan and Schlieffen through his binoculars and said aloud, "Well, look at these 2. They're looking mighty shiny." At that moment, Ronan was still teasing Schlieffen with pictures of his sister. The man observing them with the binoculars was Pip, a scout for the Red Snake bandit crew. After observing them, he muttered, "Perfect. For stripping clean." Pip raised the walkie-talkie to his mouth and spoke to his comrades, 2 pretty boys up ahead. "They've each got a sword. No sign of any other forces. What's the call?" Down below in the desert, his bandit gang was already lying in ambush. Then, a voice came through. "They look like some pampered noble kids out here to practice their sword play. In that case, we should give them a proper welcome. Start by chopping off their limbs one by one and send them to their families for ransom." Hearing this, the bandits broke into sadistic grins. The bald man sitting in a chair smirked and continued speaking. "Bleed them dry, down to the bone, then toss them to the sandworms." This man sitting in the chair was none other than the leader of the Red Snakes, Kang. Right after, Kang stood up and raised his hand to command his subordinates. "Get ready. It's finally time to get back to real work after so long." The sun blazed down from the sky as Kang broke into an excited grin. But he didn't get to enjoy the moment for long before he suddenly sensed something was wrong and his eyes widened. Kang looked up, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he thought, "Why is there such a sharp, cold presence? Wait, what is that? Don't tell me." Before he could even finish the thought, Schlieffen's sword aura found them. The sudden whirlwind struck, catching everyone completely off guard. Seeing the massive whirlwind, Kang pulled out a shield to block it and cursed, "Damn it. Everyone, get behind me." Hearing this, his subordinates scrambled towards him. But it was too late. The whirlwind blew the whole group away. Up above, Pip saw the whirlwind coming, but had no time to react either. He was instantly thrown back, still clutching his walkie-talkie. He yelled into it, "What the hell is this? Where did this whirlwind come from?" Pip sat on the ground, pushing himself up. He looked through his binoculars again, muttering, "What's going on? Did that kid activate a magic scroll or something?" By now, Ronan and Schlieffen were no longer in his sights. They had vanished. Pip lowered his binoculars, completely baffled. He muttered again, "They were just there. Where did they go?" But before he could even regain his composure, Ronan's sword pierced through his throat. Pip couldn't believe it. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. A moment later, his head was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. Ronan withdrew his sword and said, "Just like you said, Schlieffen, there are more of them." From his high vantage point, Ronan looked down at the bandits below, who had just been hit by the whirlwind, and witnessed what happened. Some of the bandits were furious, while others were trembling uncontrollably with fear. Just then, Ronan drew another sword from his back and continued, "But that's fine. Coincidentally, I have something I need to test." Up above, two figures stood on high, looking down at the bandits. It turned out to be Schlieffen and Ronan. He looked at the person next to him suspiciously and asked, "I've been sensing a fierce energy for a while now. Is it coming from your weapon?" I knew that blacksmith, Ronan, had created something extraordinary again. "I'm looking forward to seeing it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan took his stance. He boasted with extreme confidence, "Just consider yourself lucky to be my first audience. Watch me take them down." He dropped to the ground, creating a loud impact. Kang scowled in annoyance. "Those bastards aren't normal. They didn't even flinch after seeing us in action." A figure slowly emerged from the dust cloud, finishing his sentence. "So we have to take them down together." But a sharp blade shot forward, a single thrust enough to pierce through the man's body. Unfortunately for Callan, those were his last words. For a moment, the men behind him were frozen in terror, unable to snap out of it. But the blade didn't stop, continuing to take lives with every passing second. After a stylish flurry of attacks, the sword stopped at the cliff face. As for the bandits, they were already torn to pieces. The pained scream of one man made someone named Kin tremble. "My arm!" Ronan, however, was unnervingly calm. "Not a bad first impression, huh? To pierce through an opponent so ruthlessly, yet so effortlessly. A weapon really does make all the difference, doesn't it? From now on, I'll be counting on you, Emiya. Maybe it's because of the unusual materials used to make it? It's not just the aura, it's heavy, too. It'll take me a little while to get used to it." As he uttered those words, all the bandits fell back into a defensive stance. The leader roared in anger, "Kill him!" Without hesitation, they all charged forward. A terrifying glint flashed in Ronan's eyes. With a single strike, he sliced an opponent in two, fresh blood splattering everywhere. It was enough to see the sword's extraordinary power. It really handles well. The sharpness is truly outstanding, and it fits my hand like a glove. I really like this thing. Two more bandits, who clearly overestimated themselves, charged in. One of them, terrified, had his eyes wide open. Only when the cold steel was pressed against his neck did he realize he was about to die. Ronan didn't let his opponent say another word, finishing him off instantly. He looked at the blood but remained perfectly calm, as if he was used to it. "Another one down. Everyone, regroup. If you lose focus, you'll all die. Stop panicking like a bunch of idiots and calm down. Support the person next to you. If they did that, the bastard wouldn't have been able to wreak havoc like he did. But you snuck up on him from behind." Ronan offered a compliment. "Not a bad judgment call. You must have quite a bit of experience with muggings, huh?" He suddenly saw death staring him in the face. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" All anyone else saw was a flash of red flying through the air. They couldn't believe what was happening. He killed the second in command instantly, but the one who had just spoken was also dealt with on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they had all been taken care of. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes flashed with a golden light. Kang leaped out to attack him. "You bastard!" Ronan quickly stepped back and asked, "Are you the leader of this band of thieves?" The fat man. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "How dare you mess with us?" The red desert of Akalosia was making his presence known once again. "I don't know who you are, but you messed with the wrong people. Do you know what's happened to all the arrogant bastards who've dared to stand against us until now? They were all ground into mincemeat by this blood shield, and you'll be next. Along with that bastard on the hill, I'm going to crush you into dust." Ronan replied with contempt. "All right then, give it a try." The moment he finished speaking, cracks appeared all over the man's shield before it shattered into pieces. Kang never expected this. "What? My blood shield is made of high-grade steel. Why? How? This is impossible." In that brief moment, he launched a counterattack. The moment he dodged my attack, Kang instantly realized the gravity of the situation, turned on his heel, and screamed to himself, "Run!" Ronan silently assessed him. "That quick judgment is fitting for a leader, but if I let them live, they'll just continue to rob and pillage. It's best to clean up all this trash. I'll use that skill. Meanwhile, the leader was running and cursing under his breath. Damn it, son of a bitch. Where the hell did that bastard come from? No, there's no time to think about that. I need to seriously gather my remaining subordinates and the neighboring gangs to launch an all-out attack. A sword fell from the sky, cutting off Kang's escape route. He asked in confusion, "Is that the dagger that bastard was using? What, did he throw it by mistake?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Aura, number 1, spiderweb." The men flinched, wanting to run, but they couldn't move. What the? Some kind of magic just poured out of that dagger. I can't move. What do we do? Ronan slowly walked up to them and asked, "So, how are you all feeling now?" "I was told it stores the user's mana, allowing skills to be activated from a great distance." Old man Doran really is the best, isn't he? At that moment, they were all stuck fast in the spiderweb, unable to move a muscle. Kang was scared stiff. He was about to beg for his life, but the sword was one step faster. "Please, spar." Once again, blood stained the air. Schlieffen repeated the other man's words. "Well now, this integration feature is quite interesting. I'm rather impressed. You have a good eye." He smiled and pointed. "You can infuse the mana for a weapon technique into it for a long-range attack, creating an unexpected variable." While they were talking, Ceda took the opportunity to eat. Droplets of blood flew up, gathering together. Schlieffen paid it no mind. "A feature like that must require special resources," Ronan boasted proudly. "Of course, it's a trade secret, so I can't give you the details. But there's some pretty cool stuff inside." By now, Ceda had finished gathering everything, and sucked it all up in just a few seconds, letting out a satisfied and very happy laugh. Ronan praised her. "Good job, Ceda. Looks like your vampiric magic has improved since the last time I saw it. You must have been doing more than just hanging out with Ophelia. At this rate, you might even become stronger than me." Then, the other man spoke up again. "I have one more question," Ronan asked, puzzled. "What is it?" Schlieffen didn't mince words. "The suppression technique you used on the battlefield. Both its range and power were very different, but it was definitely the aura of the traitor, Dolan. It's not strange for you to have comprehended an aura, but the fact that it's identical to a traitor's aura is a problem. What's going on?" Ronan smiled, not trying to hide anything. "This is exactly why I don't like smart guys. Let's get going. I'll tell you on the way. We've still got a long road ahead." By nightfall, the two had set up camp and were sitting around a fire. Schlieffen finally got his answer. "So that's what you went through when you fought Bazura. It was even more dangerous than what I heard from S." Ronan replied casually, "Yeah, but thanks to that, I was able to unleash what you saw. So in the end, it was still worth it. How's your sister doing? She's not unstable like before, is she?" Schlieffen explained seriously, "Don't worry. Experts from Grania came to examine her and confirmed there are no issues. But she talks about you and Urbet Akalosia non-stop. She even calls you a hero, the savior who rescued her. She even acts as if Akalosia is her real older sister. But from what I heard, it seems to be just one-sided admiration from her. Still, it might not be a bad thing. I see this as an opportunity to mend the rift between our two families, and above all else." Ronan asked, confused. "What is it? Why are you hesitating?" Schlieffen cleared his throat and turned away. "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank you for saving my sister." "Ronan," he smiled, his voice unusually gentle. "Did those words really just come out of your mouth? I'm a little touched." "Of course, that doesn't mean I'm giving them to you," Schlieffen yelled in anger. "What kind of person do you think I am? I'm not some untrustworthy bastard. Your flippant attitude is the problem here, especially when someone is being vulnerable." As he was speaking, a strange creature suddenly shot past them. It took a deep breath from a distance, and then launched itself powerfully toward the two, but unexpectedly missed, and crashed straight into the ground. They stared blankly at the unidentified creature. Schlieffen spoke first. "I sensed something flying this way." "A monster attack?" Ronan speculated to himself. With a sound that loud, it felt less like an attack, and more like something just fell from the sky. "Let's go check it out." Having agreed, they both moved closer. Ronan looked at the pink thing in front of him. "What is this? A Robert? Why is a hunting bird used by the people of Dai Ha for transport all the way out here? And it's seriously injured, too." At that point, Schlieffen spoke up again. "I think this is more complicated than it looks. I only had a vague sense of it, so I didn't pay much attention until now. But there's a child here, too." The moment Ronan saw him, he gave an order. "Ceda, healing spell." A warm, purple light enveloped the two dying figures. The bird began to show signs of waking up, and the boy was gritting his teeth in pain. In a daze, Thunder called out to his brother. "Brother!" It was a scene of blazing fire. In the midst of it all, Raging Gust screamed, "Go, Thunder, it's the last Robert." But the young boy just sobbed. "No, brother, I'm not leaving. I'll fight too." His brother angrily resorted to the most direct method. "Stop being a child. You have to live." At least one of us has to survive. Think of it that way. Thunder still hesitated, unable to decide, but Raging Gust used all his strength to persuade him. There's no more time. Hurry, before they get here. Just as the words left his mouth, a pillar of light shot down right on top of them. He turned his back and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what a coincidence. The sharp thorns, a threat to them all, had arrived. Uria's face was full of contempt. You blood-sucking insects from the land of the stars. It's time for you to be purged. Everyone tried to raise their weapons to protect their last shred of dignity. He turned back and yelled, "Hurry, Gus! Get Thunder out of here!" The moment he finished speaking, he was sent to the heavens, his blood splattering right in front of his loved ones. She descended, like the very embodiment of evil had arrived. Only then did Thunder realize the danger. Bro, what? Raging Gust didn't have time to explain. We'll find a way to buy some time. Go, now. He slapped the back of the bird, forcing it to fly away. The young boy sobbed endlessly. No, please don't, big brother. All his screams turned to despair. Thunder looked back at the place where he grew up. Back in the present, the boy shot up with a start. His wide eyes opened as far as they could go, desperately searching for something. Suddenly, a voice rang out by his ear, startling him. Are you okay, kid? Geez, you two look like bad guys pretending to be good guys. At least the kid woke up quickly. The boy's face suddenly turned pale. Thunder kicked a pile of sand. Get away! Don't come near me! Die, you monsters! Give me back my brother! A strong hand suddenly reached out. Ronan yelled in frustration. Snap out of it, kid. We're not your enemies. The boy gradually calmed down, his eyes welling up with tears again. Who are you? He calmly said, Let's calm down and talk. I have a feeling we're about to get dragged into this mess too. Night slowly fell, and the magical moonlight silently illuminated every path. The three of them were silent. No one said a word. After a long while, Thunder began to speak. 2 days ago, late at night, those monsters appeared. It was as if they just sprouted from the ground. Suddenly, that sharp gaze flashed through the boy's mind. In Thunder's homeland, their warriors sensed that they were dangerous creatures, so the brave warriors lured them away from here. But that was the most terrifying smile the boy could never forget. An overwhelming power, slicing off the warrior's arm with each step. They were all defeated without being able to inflict even a single scratch on them. He asked in surprise and doubt. What? They were defeated that easily? All the warriors of Dai are veteran fighters who have fought with their lives on the line since childhood. To protect their tribe from the harsh desert, their strength had to be on par with the elite knights of the Empire. Even in my past life, I had a hard time on missions where I had to face them. Because of them, a mission that should have taken 3 days dragged on for months, but an enemy they couldn't even wound. Ronan muttered, trying to find an answer. What in the world were those invaders? What could they be? Thunder spoke in a voice full of despair. There's no way to know. We were defeated before we even had a chance to find out. All I know is that they were covered in white cloth. A glint appeared in Ronan's eyes as if he recognized them. They use a mystical power that renders all attacks useless. Meanwhile, Schlieffen, who was beside him, was also startled and proclaimed himself as the one who welcomes the stars. A subtle anger crept into his eyes, while the other's anger was clear on his face. The Claire Nebula. That's all I know. Thank you for treating me. I will definitely repay you. If I survive, I'm going to save my brother. Go back. If you don't want to die. Ronan quickly stopped him. Whoa, hold on. Don't tell me you're planning on going back to die. Alone? Thunder didn't see anything wrong with that. Of course. I am also a warrior of Dai. I won't run away, and I certainly can't drag outsiders into this danger. And besides, you two look so skinny. You must be incredibly weak. If you followed me, you'd definitely get killed. As soon as those words came out, both of them were provoked. The kid got scared and told the truth. I don't want to see you die such a pointless death. Go before you get caught up in this. Go back to your own lands. There's no need for more useless sacrifices. Suddenly, a giant hand struck from behind Thunder. The boy froze as he saw the sharp claws. Luckily, Schlieffen blocked the surprise attack with his sword, while Ronan pulled the boy back. A loud clang echoed everywhere. It was a cold and merciless creature. He asked with contempt, an armored beast from the stormy desert? It doesn't fit at all. It sensed something was wrong and backed away, creating distance. Thunder trembled as he looked at the thing that had just attacked him. That's one of that woman's iron monsters. Why is it here? He observed and drew a conclusion. Looking at its eyes, doesn't it seem like it came here to capture you, kid? Damn, those heretics. They must pay for their crimes. The boy quickly tried to stop the person next to him. This is no time to be reckless. You have to run. Many of our warriors were torn apart by that monster. Before he could finish his sentence, the beast vanished. It quickly cast a net, blocking off every direction. Ronan saw it and understood. Looks like it has no intention of letting us go that easily. Thunder stood frozen and mumbled, Impossible. I'm sorry. You're in trouble because of me. Schlieffen looked at the familiar techniques. What kind of footwork is that? So crude and clumsy. It feels like I'm watching you during the midterm exam. Back then, Ronan was like an assassin, cutting down everything in his path. Unstoppable. Right, Ronan? But the opponent just asked blankly, "What did you just say?" He didn't wait for an answer and continued. Thinking back, I was so naive then. I had no way to overcome that footwork. Instead, I chose the stupidest option among all the stupid options. An act like that would destroy them both. The beast charged forward, not noticing anything unusual. Schlieffen's face darkened, but he stood frozen, silent. He told himself, "It's just the past." With that, he plunged his sword straight into the ground, and a bizarre energy enveloped them both. In the blink of an eye, it took down its opponent, who couldn't believe it had been defeated so quickly. From a distance, it looked like a giant whirlwind. Thunder was frozen in shock at the sight. What the? The beast was reduced to nothing but shapeless debris. Suddenly, a click echoed, and a gun barrel emerged from its body. The beast gathered all its strength for one powerful blast, but Ronan had already appeared behind it. His voice was soft, but laced with threat. "What an interesting show. But can't you see I'm busy today? Playtime's over." The beast's body was sliced into several pieces. It roared in pain and then exploded on the spot, creating a massive pillar of light. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. Ronan smiled smugly. "So, Thunder? Do I still look like one of those weaklings to you?" On the other side, the mysterious figure sensed that a connection had been severed. Her voice was low as she asked, "What happened?" The commander explained hesitantly, "Well, it seems the connection to my pet, that runaway kid, is cut off. There's no way he was beaten by that other kid or Robert. I'm guessing the guest you mentioned before had something to do with it?" I'm not an unreasonable person." "That's very possible. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. The question is, does that boy have the potential to receive the star's baptism?" It spread its wings against the fiery sunset, carrying 3 people with mixed emotions on its back. Ronan stared at it, thinking to himself that it was the same armored monster he'd seen in the desert. It moved with surprising agility, and its body was incredibly durable. Not to mention, it had all sorts of strange, hidden weapons, just like a true killing machine. But this monster was never something the Deha warriors could handle on their own. And yet, there was only one reason they were defeated. The master of these beasts possessed the power of giants, the blessing of the stars. In other words, whatever is appearing in Deha is commander class. Because the beast and its controller are so far apart, the blessing isn't taking effect. That's probably the only reason Schlieffen's attack managed to damage it. But from now on, things will be different. Suddenly, Ronan spoke up. "Thunder, you said there were 2 ambushers, right? One of them was controlling the armored monster. What about the other guy? Did he have any special weapons or techniques?" The boy stammered but answered honestly, "To be honest, I don't really know. The one fighting our warriors was the monster's controller. The other guy just watched from afar." A golden light flashed from a large bracelet he was wearing, but he didn't do anything else. Schlieffen chimed in. "He just watched? With only that to go on, it's hard to guess how strong he is." He scratched his head, not looking particularly worried. "Oh well, I guess we'll have to see. Guess the only way is to face him head on." On the other side, bodies were strewn across the ground, some even slumped over large barrels. Schlieffen's face grew grim, and Ronan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never imagined it would be this bad. Any signs of life?" The beast they were riding sadly shook its head, as if sensing the somber atmosphere. Ronan gritted his teeth, the scene burning into his memory. Those damn cultists, those bastards, will stoop to any level to get what they want. But they aren't stupid enough to cause a random commotion. They don't want to expose themselves. But after this incident, it's obvious they don't care about that anymore. Something is playing out differently from my past life. Was there something here today that they had to eliminate, even at the risk of being discovered? Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind Thunder. Ronan turned, but couldn't pinpoint when the person had shown up. Schlieffen was a beat too slow as well. But the stranger had already scooped up the boy. Both of them had the same thought. When did he get here? Schlieffen moved quickly to correct his mistake, swinging his sword and unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The man's eyes widened, and a torrent of killing intent poured from him. He leaped lightly into the air, effortlessly dodging Schlieffen's attack. Schlieffen brandished his sword, showing no fear or hesitation, but before he could even declare his intent, a smoke bomb went off, stunning him. A cloud of smoke billowed out, completely blocking Schlieffen's view. In that instant, the man grabbed the boy and fled. Ronan gritted his teeth in fury. "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" With that, both of them took off in pursuit. After a long chase, they finally caught sight of him. The gap between them began to shrink. Unexpectedly, the man turned back, several sharp knives already in his hand. He threw them backward with a flick of his wrist, forcing the two of them to slow their pace. Ronan leaped forward to block the sharp projectiles. He was certain each blade was incredibly heavy. I've never encountered knife-throwing skills on this level, not even in my past life. On top of that, his accuracy, his ability to predict our movements, his reaction time, even Schlieffen and I can barely keep up with his speed. This guy is no ordinary foe. Thunder was in danger. The three of them raced on, their chase kicking up a strong wind that whipped through the buildings. The kidnapper never hesitated for a single second, his feet moving with incredible speed. Just then, Thunder started screaming. "Let me go," I said. "Let go. You're with those invaders, aren't you? Let me go and fight me. I'll avenge my brother with my own hands." The man seemed exasperated. He stopped and cursed. "You idiot." Then, he unceremoniously threw the boy to the ground. "Is that why you came all this way? For a slim chance at revenge?" Thunder retorted defiantly. "Yes, I will avenge my brother and our warriors with my own hands. On the honor of my tribe, I swear it." Suddenly, the boy trailed off, his eyes going wide. Thunder stared, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. The man before him stood like a steadfast pillar of support. Suddenly, he spun around, sensing two other presences. Ronan attacked without mercy. The man was genuinely surprised. He caught up this fast? Ronan was so fired up he actually laughed. "Thanks to you, I'm finally starting to break a sweat. You bastard. Are you ready for this?" Meanwhile, Schlieffen had already closed in from behind. The man had another realization. That other one, too. They look like mere young warriors. So how have they reached this level? The man raised his hand to counter, but just as the tension peaked, Thunder leaped out between them. "Stop! Don't do it! He's not our enemy!" The words froze Schlieffen in his tracks, and Ronan was just as stunned. "Just listen to me." The boy spread his arms protectively in front of the man. This is my brother, Raging Gust." A memory from his past life surfaced. When he was on a scouting mission, the thing that impressed Ronan the most about Deha wasn't the scorching desert heat. It wasn't the crazed bandits either. It was the rulers of this desert, the ones who truly lived up to their title as masters of this land, the warriors of Deha. Raging Gust spoke with admiration. "Your skills aren't half bad. You foreign warriors, especially you, the one leading them. You're on par with the warriors of my own tribe. What's your name?" Ronan replied with pure arrogance. In a kill-or-be-killed situation like this, what's the point of asking for a name? But fine. I'll grant you a last request before you die. The name's Ronan, you damn barbarian. Hearing the answer he wanted, the man smirked. Ronan remembered that crazy hothead, the inheritor of a great title passed down from his ancestors, and the protector of this land. The strongest warrior of Deha. Snapping back to the present, Ronan felt a sense of helplessness. In the end, I couldn't finish our fight back then. We received orders to withdraw, and the entire campaign was cut short. I thought I might run into him again if I came here, but I never imagined it would be like this. "He's Thunder's older brother?" Raging Gust roared in anger. "Thunder, what do you think you're doing?" Though frightened, the boy stood his ground. "You would have done the same. He's the one who saved my life. He's an ally who can help us. These guys are unbelievably strong." They took down one of the invaders' armored magic beasts with a single slash of a sword. He was stunned by this feat. What? Even if the attack was useless against that damn magic tower, that beast's speed was on a level that normal warriors like us couldn't handle. And those kids took it down? Raging Gust was silent, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, he made a decision. If what Thunder said is true, then I have been incredibly rude. I apologize, outsiders, and thank you for saving my brother. The scene shifts to a colossal rocky mountain, with a large, desolate cave at its base. All four of them head inside. Thunder was stunned the moment he saw them. The boy's voice trembled. "You guys, you're still alive?" They were stunned too. "Thunder, what are you doing here?" They quickly gathered around, asking with concern. "Were you captured and dragged back here? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just good that you're all alive." Ronan couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's going on here?" From what I heard, there was no chance of survival in that situation. How did you all escape from their grasp? Raging Gust didn't hide anything and told them the whole story. Even we aren't sure. After getting Thunder to safety, we threw everything we had at the invaders. We were all prepared to die. But even that suicidal charge, against the invaders' unnatural power, was nothing more than the futile struggle of ants. We sensed a massacre was coming, because there was absolutely no way to deal with them. But for some reason, Ronan didn't say anything, just smirked slightly. Raging Gust continued. The invaders stopped their attack. At that moment, when I had no strength left to fight, all I could do was stare at Yuria with hatred in my eyes. She said nothing, just gave a chilling smile. All that was left was the echo of Raging Gust's voice as it faded. We were just the lucky ones who survived because of their whim. After that, we found the remaining survivors in the village and brought them to this shelter for refuge. But holding out here, we're reaching our limit. The injured, the elderly, and the children. The strength of those who aren't trained warriors has run out. So, once we've settled things here, the other warriors and I will evacuate the villagers and go settle our blood debt with the invaders, Ronan asked bluntly, without any courtesy. Even though you know you can't win? He replied with a proud tone. We were never taught to live with our heads bowed. But I can't let my own pride lead those I love to their deaths as well. I entrust them to you. Both of them were stunned by his words. One of them dared to ask, is this the Dai Ha's magic stone? Raging Gust admitted it freely. Yes, this must be what you're looking for. I'll give it to you. Take Thunder and the rest of our tribe and get out of here. We'll risk our lives to hold the invaders back. Ronan was silent, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He scowled and said angrily, I don't like that one bit. Rita, on his shoulder, mimicked him perfectly. He bristled like an angry cat and roared. How dare you? Dare you trample on a warrior's pride? Ronan kept that same punchable look on his face. You've thought this through, haven't you? Just like you said, I came here for that stone. But here's the thing. Those fanatics are a real eyesore, you get me? So there's no way I'm leaving empty-handed. Besides, that annoying ability of theirs to nullify all powerful attacks. I can break through it. So, Raging Gust, you can put that magic stone away. After I deal with them, I'll take it as payment for their heads. The wind howled relentlessly outside, but the three of them had now found a quieter place. He was still hesitant and anxious. You. Outsider. You weren't lying just now, were you? You mean you can actually shatter that monstrous magic of theirs? Ronan said a few words to reassure him. I risked my life coming all this way. You think I'd lie just to get myself killed? Besides, the moment I crushed that armored beast should have been proof enough. Raging Gust thought back, calculating in his head. He looked up as if he'd remembered something. You're right. Asking more questions now would be disrespectful to our benefactor. All right, let me explain. That place is a land our tribe's warriors have protected for generations. It is a sacred ground, a place forbidden to anyone outside the Dai Ha tribe. It is the heart. Ronan peeked out, observing and marveling. It's even more magnificent than the grand cathedrals in the imperial capital. How can something like this exist in the middle of such a barren land? He answered bluntly. To be honest, I don't know either. I only know that it has existed since ancient times. Until the day of promise arrives, aside from the law that we must protect it with our lives, even warriors like me know nothing more. As for those invaders, unlike other outsiders, they don't seem to care about the magic stone at all. For them to come all this way searching for something, there can only be one thing of value here. The heart. They all walk towards the sacred ground. Raging Gust stated with certainty, the invaders are definitely behind this gate. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. That's right. You're smarter than your brutish appearance suggests, aren't you? This person's appearance took him by surprise. Hey there, everyone. The name's Uriah. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. The air suddenly fell into an unnatural silence. Ronan deduced internally, the typical outfit of those bastards from the church, combined with that crazed look on her face, and the way Raging Gust is grinding his teeth. Just looking at Raging Gust's face, I can tell she's the main culprit behind the massacre. Hello there. You two little runts. You're the ones, aren't you? The ones who broke my precious armored panther. Model. Do you have any idea how furious I am? It takes a ton of resources to create just one of them. You're the same way, aren't you? Suddenly, the ground cracked and split into large chunks. I will punish you. Go, porcupine. Everyone, fall back. Get away from that area. Raging Gust was filled with hatred and rage. He screamed, looking at the thing before him, an armored magic beast. Raging Gust didn't forget to warn them, you outsiders better be careful. Countless of my warriors have already been killed by that monster. It may not be as agile as the leopard beast, but its destructive power comes from its massive size and incredibly tough armor. Its quills shoot out like arrows, and they're all coated in a lethal poison. If even one of those things grazes your skin, you're finished. Ronan stepped forward with an overwhelming presence. So, it's just as gruesome as it looks. He calculated inwardly. She can use a blessing. That means she's at least a high-ranking member. That dark memory flooded back. Bria, raising her sword, a chilling smile on her face. Anyone who can use a blessing is incredibly powerful. Then there was Baron, that treacherous man with cold eyes and a smirk on his face. It was only because of their arrogance and carelessness that I was able to defeat them, so I have to be careful. I also don't see where that other guy went. I still don't fully understand their power. I need to get a grasp of the situation first. Ronan still had the presence of mind to ask the leader, this is going to be a dangerous fight, so before we begin, I want to ask you something. From what I know, you bastards don't like to cause a scene or draw attention to yourselves, but this time, you've really gone over the top. The bloody scene from that day was still seared into his memory, and this whole barren land, completely devoid of life. What is your goal, exactly? Nebula Giria lifted her chin, her contempt unconcealed. Even a little brat like you knows our name now. We've really fallen from grace. Perhaps that's why two high-ranking members have to act together. You seem to know quite a bit about us. Since you're so curious, I'll enlighten you. I have no reason to hide it. You know how it is, don't you? When you're trying to sleep, but there's a bug buzzing in your ear. It's not a big deal, but it's strangely irritating. Some things are just annoying simply by existing, right? I think that's how one of our superiors feels about Dai Ha. So, he ordered us to eradicate everything in Dai Ha. That's all there is to it. That final sentence directly provoked all three of them. She didn't seem to care much, still smiling. I'd love to give you more details, but that's all I know. And to be honest, I'm not very curious about the reason. As for why I postponed carrying out the order, it's because my partner took an interest in some kind of heart. And I've taken an interest in you two kids. You over there, barbarian, you should be grateful. The reason you savages are still alive, it's simply because of my partner's curiosity. Raging Gus started, filled with suspicion. What? Yuria smiled, but her words were anything but friendly. All right, that's the end of the friendly explanation. From now on, the quills on the beast's back began to spin at full speed. It was the porcupine cyclone. A chilling sound echoed through the area. She screamed the order, "Avenge our armored leopard." Thousands of sharp quills shot straight toward the three of them. Ronan watched its movements with a serious gaze. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of powerful sword strikes, blocking the beast's attack. He shot a sharp glance at her and asked, "What do you think human lives are, anyway?" As soon as he finished, Schlieffen charged forward, while Ronan blocked the opponent. "Go! Get in the air!" Immense power, accompanied by a chilling gaze that would make anyone fearful. A blade of sword energy cut through the air, flying straight toward the enemy. It blocked the attack, creating a loud crash. The force pushed the beast back several meters. Yuria suddenly spoke up. "Sword energy strong enough to push back my porcupine? But this isn't nearly enough to even scratch it." She had underestimated him. A flash of killing intent made Yuria's eyes widen as a strange power appeared in Schlieffen's blue eyes. A massive storm appeared, as if it would sweep everything away. It grew larger and larger with no sign of stopping. Within that vortex, the beast was torn to shreds. She stood there, stunned, as if she had just witnessed an amusing game. Yuria laughed like a child. The sword energy turned into a storm. No, were you compressing sword energy into a storm from the very beginning? Even so, she was still aware enough to realize they're strong enough to destroy the porcupine in a single blow, and without even using a blessing. You're much more ruthless than I thought. Now I understand why the armored leopard. Before she could finish, Raging Gust launched a sneak attack from behind. It was the Dai Ha Dagger Art's windstorm technique. A small, sharp blade flew through the air without any resistance. She seemed unfazed. "Oh, right. I forgot about you. You know, barbarian, seeing you again like this, I have to admit you're pretty good. I did say I wouldn't use my blessing, so I have no other choice," he gasped, as if he'd just discovered something. An arm was encased in solid steel armor, and the legs were fully equipped as well. An immense pressure radiated out, forcing everyone onto the defensive. Raging Gust and Schlieffen took up stances on either side, while Ronan remained calm behind them. She created a crater in the ground just by landing. Yuria thought to herself with a sigh, "It's been a while, hasn't it? I guess it's time I go all out and enjoy this fight." Yuria unleashed her full power, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Ronan cautiously asked the person next to him, "What is that? Did she merge with the Iron Beast?" Schlieffen wasn't entirely sure either. "It seems so. I only destroyed a part of that beast's gauntlet. It looks like she detached the rest of it at will, to create her current form." Yuria's whip slammed freely against the ground. At that moment, Raging Gust spoke up again to warn them. "Be careful, outsiders. I've never seen that form before. And that whip, it's no ordinary weapon." Before he could finish his sentence, she attacked him. Caught off guard, Raging Gust stared in shock at the sharp object nearing his eye. A loud crack echoed. He was knocked backward, saved only by Schlieffen catching him. The whip swung toward the other two, but they both dodged it. Raging Gust looked behind him in astonishment. That single strike had nearly pierced through the entire mountain. With a massive boom, the mountain split in two along the crack. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, creating a thick cloud of dust. The heavier chunks plummeted to the ground below. He truly hadn't expected this. In the last battle, she didn't have anywhere near this level of speed or power. Ronan was a little annoyed. Was she hiding her strength? The whip danced wildly in the air. Yuria knew what they were curious about. Those two entities were my limbs. The ones who do my dirty work for me, but at the same time, it's also mobility gear that enhances my power. Though I don't really like wearing it since it's so damn ugly. This is a special item that can amplify my power many times over. And yet, someone still managed to dodge my attack. It's been a while since the Brigia incident. That's right, you really are talented. So that's how it is. She channeled power into her legs and launched herself. I just can't comprehend it. No one expected Yuria to attack at that very moment. They leaned back, dodging each of her sharp attacks, and she couldn't help but feel contempt. You pathetic wretches. Just struggling to survive is exhausting to watch. You insects don't deserve to be on the same level as me. The entire scene descended into chaos, where even a second's delay made it difficult to stay safe. Yuria scoffed outright. So that's the extent of your skills. How could I possibly be expected to understand? Not to mention, that man took an interest in you, saying that, without my blessing, I might actually lose. Why would he make such an insulting assumption? But it's not all bad. In exchange for that humiliation, I received a firm promise that if I defeat you without needing the blessing, I will be recommended to become a Lycopos, a holy sword of the stars. So just stop flailing around and die already. You insects will quickly become a stepping stone for my glorious ascent. Ronan didn't answer, skillfully dodging all of her attacks. He couldn't help but complain to himself, Lycopos this, Lycopos that. I have no idea what she's been rambling on about. But I've figured out a few things. 1. That psycho is going through some kind of trial, and that's why she's trying to defeat us without using her blessing. That means their attacks will definitely work on her. Not to mention, she's so drunk on her own power that she's completely underestimating us. I'm sure she's never truly felt threatened before, since she's always had that blessing to protect her, so it's understandable. Perhaps that's why, just as Yuria's whip was about to clash with a sword, Ronan began his counterattack. Seeing the cold, sharp tip of the blade before her, her eyes widened in shock. What? A single strike sent Yuria's weapon flying. He thought to himself, your technique still lacks sharpness. It was just a guess, but I was right. Compared to the speed and power of your attacks, the refinement of your technique is pathetic. It seems the standard for becoming a high-ranking officer isn't just pure physical strength. No. To be more precise, the types of power that get recognized must be different. Some are acknowledged for their swordsmanship, like Bria, while others are acknowledged for their ability to craft equipment, just like you. Without your equipment, even children could crush you. If that's the case, there's no need to waste any more time probing. Ronan snapped his fingers, and that eerie smile appeared once more. I'm all that's needed. Yuria was so furious that veins bulged on her forehead. She unleashed her full power in a rage. You bastard, how dare you insult me without knowing your place? I'll tear you to shreds. The stream of purple energy was about to hit him, but he stood perfectly still. Suddenly, Ceda's eyes flashed with a ghastly purple light, and a blood-red wall materialized. A blood wall. It instantly repelled Yuria's whip. She couldn't contain herself and screamed, What? Impossible. A vampire's blood magic? How could someone like you possess that kind of power? Ceda confidently displayed her strength. Ronan was just as proud. It's all thanks to my partner. Anyway, let's end this. With those words, the two who had been silent suddenly charged forward. They quickly closed the distance, rushing in without a shred of hesitation. Yuria clenched her fists. Damn it. The blood magic is wrapped around my whip. It won't let go. I have to drop the whip and focus everything on defense. The calm look in her eyes finally vanished. Those insects won't be able to penetrate the armor I've created. Raging Gus and Schlieffen attacked simultaneously, executing a perfect pincer strike. The armor on Yuria's body shattered on the spot. She was stunned in disbelief. You shouldn't have been able to break that. Ronan charged forward without hesitation to finish her off. Yuria coughed up blood, with no chance to fight back. He contemptuously threw her earlier insults back at her. See? Without your equipment, you're absolutely nothing. A deep gash appeared on Yuria's body, but she refused to give up, gritting her teeth. She launched herself up, pouring all her strength into her sharp claws. Die. Ronan was perfectly calm. Fine. You want to end it yourself? Raging Gus suddenly appeared from behind and slammed Yuria's head down. He said angrily, I've been waiting for this moment. She trembled with rage, but she had no more chances to resist. Raging Gus raised the sword in his hand. Yuria tried everything she could. Are you ganging up on me? How dare a savage like you? The blade reflected her struggling figure. For the deaths of my innocent kin. For your crimes, a blood debt must be paid in blood. He stabbed her relentlessly with powerful, sharp thrusts. Her eyes rolled back in her head from the pain. Finally, he delivered a blow that was even more agonizing than the last. The dagger Raging used was stained red with blood. He spoke in a low, serious voice. Let me ask you one last time. Why did you intentionally spare the others? What is your purpose? If you don't want any more pain, answer me now. Yuria's mouth opened slightly as if to say something, but suddenly, as if possessed, her face twisted into a distorted expression. But, I don't want to. Do you really think a high-ranking member of the Star Society would break from this level of pain? More. Come on, do whatever you want. Too bad. I should have ripped your little disciple to shreds. A real shame. Every word reignited the fading embers of Raging Gus's fury. He stopped asking questions and swung his blade with all his might. Die! Yuria smiled with glee at the sight of the blade tip before her eyes, when suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air. The person directly stopped Raging Gus's attack. The space seemed to fall into a dead silence. The newcomer didn't seem worried at all. In fact, he looked quite relaxed. This isn't good at all. At this rate, it'll be hard to heal. This is just as I said it would be. Use when in danger. Schlieffen and Ronan were stunned, speechless. But Raging Gus maintained his complex expression, but the newcomer paid no attention to any of them. Even for you, it would be difficult to defeat them without the star's blessing. Are you satisfied now? Captain Yuria? He couldn't help but feel uneasy. This guy got this close, but I didn't sense him at all. I can't give them another chance. Just as his guard was down, the man suddenly punched Raging Gus hard in the stomach. He had no chance to resist and could only take the hit. Even so, the man only said softly, "My apologies, but please step aside. Warrior of the Great River." Before Ronan's astonished eyes, Raging Gus slammed into the wall behind him. Both of them turned to look at the man. They shouted Gus's name in worry. He fell straight to the ground, seemingly out of strength. The mysterious man spoke again, "But, I can't deny it. Yuria, even though you failed to earn the title of the sharpest guardian sword, you still shine so bright and noble." She whispered, looking over at him. "You knew it would turn out this way, didn't you? Again, I was nothing more than a tool in your experiment." It turned out, the man was Terranin. He gave a chilling smile. "Thank you for all your assistance. Now, you can finally rest." Terranin raised his hand, touching Yuria's forehead. "I hope." His finger slowly pushed deep into the center of her brow. "You rest well among the stars." Yuria gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it, you bastard. This isn't funny at all." As she finished speaking, a spray of blood splattered across the ground. Terranin took out a handkerchief, slowly wiped each of his fingers clean, and then tossed it aside. "Ah, what a coincidence. The positions for my assistant and my branch manager just opened up. Are any of you interested?" The moment he finished speaking, both Ronan and Schlieffen charged. Two different streams of power swung at Terranin in perfect sync. But he just said casually, "This place isn't quite suitable for an interview, is it?" This attitude made his eyes widen in surprise, and even Schlieffen broke out in a nervous sweat. Terranin leaned back, smiling. "Let's take this elsewhere." He pushed off with his legs and shot into the air. First, the two of them were saving people. Terranin quietly finished his sentence. "There's something I want you to see." The figures of all three of them vanished from sight. Every now and then, their silhouettes would reappear, locked in combat. Ronan was being pushed back, unable to gain the upper hand. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, kicking up dust and smoke everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. Exhausted, Ronan used his sword to prop himself up. Damn it. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Schlieffen can't hold out either. He must be from the same cult as that Yuria guy. Be careful, Ronan. He's much stronger than that other one. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Sensing something was wrong, Ronan asked hesitantly, "What is it?" "Schlieffen, what do you see?" Behind the two of them was a bizarre, massive structure, the thing known as the heart. Strange faces on something beneath the heart screamed as if trying to break free, making it look like some kind of horror-themed sofa. Ronan froze at the sight, when suddenly, Terranin's voice rang out again. "I was curious what it would feel like to sit on a truly sturdy chair. So, I made one. My conclusion? It's not half bad. Are you impressed?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Terranin, and I oversee the church's commandments. A bishop, as you would call me." The air suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Terranin feigned ignorance. "What's wrong, everyone? Why do you all look so strange? Is something bothering you?" Across from him, the two men's faces were contorted with rage. He continued in a deceptively friendly tone. "Could it be because of the material this chair is made of? To me, they're no different from livestock, but I can understand why it might make you uncomfortable. However, dwelling on such trivial matters is ultimately pointless. So, why don't we have a more meaningful conversation and spend this precious time together instead? There's enough room for everyone, you know. It may not look like much, but this chair is surprisingly comfortable." Schlieffen could no longer hold back. "In the name of the Grangia family, I swear." A powerful and formidable sword aura burst forth. The technique tore through the air, slashing straight toward him. He roared in fury. "I will use your life to appease their souls." Terranin grimaced. How astonishing. A sword aura condensed with such finesse. Truly worthy of the young master of House Grangia. "Your skill is extraordinary." Schlieffen paid no mind to his words, merely glaring at his opponent with a sharp gaze. Each slash spread across the air, successfully pushing Terranin back a few steps. The spirit behind them was undeniably fierce, and the technique was absolutely flawless. And above all, even with your reason clouded by rage, you still haven't managed to scratch the chair in the slightest. Your mind is truly unshakable, isn't it? With talent of this caliber, you're certainly qualified to become a Sword of the Stars, no? Just then, Ronan closed in on him from behind. He cursed furiously. Stop it, you bastard. Terranin lifted his foot and stomped on Ronan's sword, calmly narrating the attack. You decided to hide your presence and ambush me from behind with a storm of sword aura. Good, very good, he smiled, looking extremely pleased, but it was still within my expectations. Terranin, however, failed to notice the dark look in Ronan's eyes. I would be even more pleased if you could show me more of your worth. And then, he slowly released his grip on the hilt and, with a burst of strength, flung the scabbard forward, catching him completely off guard. Terranin's eyes shot wide as the object hurtled toward his face, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Dust flew everywhere as a blazing red power ripped through the air, carving a long, straight path. Everything in its path was shattered into fragments. He narrowly dodged the attack. I didn't expect you to have a trick like that. Suddenly, Terranin's eyes snapped open as if he'd realized something, and he leaned his body again, completely dodging another powerful strike. Though a small cut now bled on his forehead, Terranin just gave a horrifying smile. What act are you going to pull next? Ronan was annoyed that his opponent had escaped. He tightened his grip on his sword, but in the blink of an eye, Terranin planted a hand on the ground and launched his body forward. The move was a blur, but Ronan managed to raise his weapon to block it. Terranin was completely unfazed. There's no need to hide anything. Feel free to go all out. Ronan's brow furrowed as he struggled to think. What? He only kicked me, so why does it hurt this much? The single blow sent Ronan flying backwards, yet his attacker continued to swing as if he didn't even notice. Schlieffen didn't hesitate and rushed forward to catch him. Even so, the remaining force sent them both stumbling backward. He was the first to speak. Ronan, are you all right? Ronan gritted his teeth, but his reply was still cool. Of course not. This guy's too strong. But I will be. Killing intent began to radiate from Ronan's eyes. I'm going to tear that bastard to shreds. Terranin just kept smiling, as if he didn't notice the rage. He looked at his own finger. I don't even remember the last time I shed my own blood. Now I'm even more certain that our meeting today is truly a blessing from the stars. Just think, to meet not one, but two candidates for Lycophos in a remote place like this. If this isn't destiny, what is? As he finished speaking, a strange power began to emanate from him. Ronan noticed. That crazy woman said the exact same thing. What the hell is this Lycophos that everyone's making such a big deal about? Is it really that great? Terranin's tone suddenly changed. Of course. The Lycophos are swordsmen hand-picked by the leader himself, chosen from the most exceptional talents and carefully vetted from the ranks of our followers. They are an elite order of knights, tasked with eliminating any who would obstruct the advent of the stars. Captain Uria, for example, was a devout believer. Her talents contributed greatly to the southern diocese, but in the end, she failed the trial and returned to the light of the stars. Her sacrifice was regrettable, but at the same time, it was sacred. Her death is clear proof of my wisdom in selecting the two of you as the next offering. Speaking of which, this reminds me of the first moment I sensed our destiny. You two remember Brygia and Baron, don't you? These words startled Ronan. Seeing that reaction, I'm certain you were there. Don't worry, I don't intend to blame you. They were the main force of the southern diocese, after all. Those apostles, who perfectly carried out every difficult mission, were my very hands and feet. So when I heard they had fallen in the line of duty, I was a bit suspicious. Of course, their deaths weren't entirely implausible. Brygia was dispatched to Mount Vadian, the residence of the Grand Mage of Sarte, and Baron went to the Lomera mountain range, where he could have easily encountered the Sword Saint, Ga. Even with the blessing of the stars, facing opponents of that caliber, well, that's certainly a possibility. For them to be unable to summon a divine blessing due to some unexpected incident is unprecedented in the Church's history. I wanted to find the cause, and that search led me to you. From two completely different locations, I discovered the same trace, remnants of mana that belonged neither to Sarante nor to Gi Fa. The moment I saw it, my suspicions uncontrollably expanded to a whole new possibility. Could it just be a coincidence? Could such a coincidence repeat itself so many times? If not, then who is the master of that star-defying mana? Following that trail, investigating time and time again, I finally found you. Did you really think I wouldn't know about your existence? Ronan of the File Academy? Terranin asked calmly, as if he was already certain. Judging by your expression, it seems you didn't know. Did you? Perhaps I unintentionally provoked you to draw your sword. No need to worry. Ronan cut in, annoyed. Cut the crap. Answer me. If you knew about me from the beginning, why did you leave me alone until now? From your perspective, I must be quite the nuisance. Why? He answered nonchalantly, because you weren't worth it. In the eyes of the Church, you weren't even enough to be called an obstacle. That's what I thought, until I faced you in person today. Indeed, seeing you like this, I'm certain that you will one day become a great threat to our Church. But let's put that aside for later. Isn't it fortunate? Within the church, I'm still the only one who knows about you. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Besides, it's been a long time since I've been this interested in someone. So much so that I want you all to myself. So then, let's open up and get to know each other. Allow me to answer your questions first. For instance, the reason why the people of Daiha are still alive. Before coming here, I received an order from the pontiff. Annihilate Daiha. The mission was to erase every existence in this place, which wasn't a difficult task, but in the process, a small ripple of curiosity stirred within me. Why must this place be erased? I was seized by an intense curiosity. Even though it was a matter so important that I had to handle it myself, he still didn't tell me the purpose. Isn't that frustrating? So, while carrying out the holy order, I also wanted to find the answer to that question. And then, I came to understand this place. A place completely separated from the land's primal nature. A place where a peculiar level of technology flickers into view the holy land of the heart. The moment I laid eyes on this place, I had a feeling that the answer definitely lay within this space, especially in the thing resting at its center. It's hidden within the relic. I brought the captured residents here and politely posed my questions, but they said that secret was the destiny of this land, passed down from generation to generation, and not a single one of them would give me an answer. Not the helpless old men, not even the innocent young children, not a single one. I questioned a total of 182 residents in this manner, but unfortunately, all I've gotten for my efforts so far are those 3 sofas. An interrogation that drags on without results is always torture for an investigator like myself. Fortunately, this time, even that tedious wait wasn't too boring, because I could sense that the master of the mana I was so interested in was walking right into this place on their own 2 feet. I've been this frank with you. Surely that proves my good intentions, right? Terranin raised his hand. Then I'll get rid of this too. In a flash, the 3 sofas turned to dust. It seems it's not to your taste anyway. He turned back again, feigning sincerity. Now that the eyesore is gone, let's officially discuss you joining the church. Or perhaps I shouldn't have gotten rid of them? Schlieffen's gaze turned into an ice-cold sword intent. Ronan, beside him, couldn't remain calm either. He suddenly spoke. You know, Ronan, that bishop is different from the woman who controlled the demonic beasts. Those reflexes and that physical prowess can only be obtained when one's martial arts have been honed to the absolute limit. He's clearly a first-class warrior, one who has been through countless battles. We can't hesitate for even a moment. Without turning back, Ronan said, I know. I'll go all out. As soon as they finished speaking, both took their stances, preparing to attack. Their feet pushed off with such force that they shattered the stone floor. Schlieffen and Ronan charged forward together, casting all else aside. Ronan attacked from the left with the same move as before, and once again, Terranin blocked it with a single leg. A treacherous smile played on his lips without a hint of worry, while Ronan's hatred for him reached its peak. The 2 forces collided, threatening to tear the very space apart. Ronan didn't retreat, but held Terranin in place. At that exact moment, Schlieffen descended from above. His sword aura so fierce it seemed capable of splitting anything in 2. Ronan timed his retreat perfectly. In an instant, the stone floor was pulverized beyond recognition. His voice was still strangely composed. What a fierce sword strike. If I hadn't focused my mana into a single point to defend, I would have been split in half. Terranin had stopped the blow with just one hand. Schlieffen frowned, unable to react in time as he was tossed away like a weightless cloud. Ronan tried to catch Schlieffen but was also caught in the impact. Ronan's eyes widened as he watched his opponent's every move. It was as if they were facing a colossal monster that was relentlessly draining their strength. A sudden burst of power struck, and dust once again obscured everything, making the scene blurry. 2 figures gradually emerged from the ashes. Schlieffen and Ronan charged forward once more. This time, they decided to attack simultaneously. Terranin smirked, thinking that compared to their initial encounter, their killing intent had sharpened, and a strange scent of blood was growing stronger. This was the price for eroding one's own life force to drastically amplify their power. For a vampire's blood magic to manifest with such deadly determination at such a young age, it was truly hard to suppress this overwhelming curiosity. Dazzling gemstones. Excellent. Please, show me everything. He readied his stance to receive their attack. Show me all of your radiance. The 3 powers clashed, creating a massive explosion. But in the end, only a strange blue light remained. Shattered rocks were piled high in large heaps. Terranin slowly brushed the dust off his shoulder. His foot was pressing down on Schlieffen's body, and Ronan had collapsed as well. Terranin was the only one left, smiling at the end, wearing that same ghastly grin. You've both worked hard. Ronan, gripping the hilt of his dagger, made a sudden move, aiming straight for Terranin's foot and stabbing down. The force of the attack was so strong that it made the ground tremble violently and crack into long fissures. Terranin exclaimed in a surprised tone. To think you were still looking for a chance to counterattack, while so injured you can barely support yourself. Such an incredible will to fight. If that had been just a little sharper, I might have been the one who got hit. The tip of Ronan's dagger was stuck in the ground, a hair's breadth from his opponent's foot, his other hand desperately clinging to the man's leg. Ronan looked at his struggling form and made an assessment. This should be enough for us to understand each other now. You'd best come with me quietly. Ronan didn't even bother to answer him, instead shouting Ceda's name. Right now. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of purple energy appeared, radiating immense power. The halo of light grew brighter and brighter, creating an incredibly uncomfortable pressure. Ronan froze for a moment, momentarily confused about what was happening. He looked up with curiosity and saw Ceda plummeting down at breakneck speed. Ronan wondered to himself, could that energy be ancient blood magic? Just then, the Dreambird's eyes flashed with a bewitching light. A magic circle formed in midair. He couldn't believe it. How could a mere beast like that be capable of this? A stream of crimson energy shot down from the center of the magic circle, causing a massive tremor. Ronan couldn't hide his shock. Just by looking at the structure of the mana, he could tell it was a supreme tier attack technique among blood magic. He immediately raised his hand, calculating in his mind. For a spell of that magnitude, even preparing to cast it should take a considerable amount of time. Trying to distract my attention by using them as disposable pawns, are you? Ronan launched a powerful strike at Ronan, who quickly raised his arm to block. He felt this kid was far too sharp. Even a slight misjudgment could become an unstable element capable of shaking the very existence of the Order one day. A triumphant glint suddenly appeared in Ronan's eyes. Even so, he was dealing with followers who had become arrogant out of habit. He was certain he was the right person to sound the alarm for them. He suddenly mused aloud, I'm truly curious. What kind of future will you bring about? As the blast of energy was about to hit the ground, Ronan moved instantly. He leaped to the side to dodge the blow, leaving Ronan on the ground. Ronan laughed loudly. Come now, dispel the magic. If you keep it up like that, it will simply vanish without a trace. Isn't that what you were aiming for? Ronan struggled to his feet. The energy blast was now directly above his head, and his pupils suddenly filled with killing intent. Ronan replied coldly, That's just what you think. The mass of power, just as it neared the ground, instantly changed direction by 90 degrees, completely missing its master. He watched it hurtle toward himself. Ronan couldn't hide his astonishment and burst out laughing. It even has a guidance function? You planned for me to dodge from the very beginning, didn't you? Ronan channeled his energy to cast a spell and block the attack. Indeed, if you want to take your opponent's life, preparing a blade this formidable is truly magnificent. He gathered energy in his palms to cast a spell, muttering, Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to use it. A blinding halo of light erupted violently. In an instant, it spread throughout the area. Ronan used his ultimate technique, the Blessing of the Stars, to block the ancient blood magic. With a loud boom, the crimson stream of power struck. The barrier created by the Blessing of the Stars quickly intercepted it. It was like a large sphere being tightly constricted by the blood magic, Ronan said, with a smug laugh. Now, what will you show me, young Ronan? Surely you don't have another move left. Even if you did, things won't go your way. He felt incredibly smug. As long as I don't withdraw this protection, all of your attacks are useless. But the moment he finished speaking, his face suddenly stiffened. The barrier trembled and showed signs of breaking. Seeing a blade pierce through, Ronan cried out in disbelief. What? Ronan was right up against the barrier, relentlessly attacking to break through. A final, powerful slash finally pierced the barrier and left a deep gash on Ronan's chest. Fresh red blood splattered everywhere. He was utterly stunned. My divine protection was cut through? It was then that Ronan realized this must be how Bria and Baron were defeated. Ronan whispered hoarsely, I was hoping to split that mouth of yours in two. Guess I didn't have enough strength. I'll leave the finishing blow. Having said that, his body went limp, and he fell. Down below, Schlieffen struggled to his feet, raised his sword, and spoke slowly. His eyes glowed as he channeled his energy, his voice filled with confidence. Leave it to me. Chain Sword was unleashed in an instant, quickly enveloping the faint, fragile remains of the Blessing of the Stars. Schlieffen poured all his strength into attacking his opponent, his sword moving relentlessly. As the barrier was crushed by immense pressure, Ronan struggled to defend, but finally failed. He was struck directly in the face by a wave of sword energy, his eyes completely devoid of their earlier confidence. Ronan plummeted down like a rock. The Blessing of the Stars barrier shook violently, looking as if it was about to explode. By now, he was completely unable to resist, his body covered in countless slashes from Schlieffen. Even his head was struck, his pupils destroyed. Ronan was in excruciating pain. He probably never expected to be beaten so brutally. The barrier swelled to its maximum limit and was covered in cracks. A world-shaking explosion erupted, and the immense pressure it released sent even Ronan flying. He landed with a thud right in front of Schlieffen. Ronan winced, his face contorted in pain. He pushed himself up slowly as Tyrannon fell from the sky, landing before them. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was completely lifeless. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a thick cloud of dust billowed up. Ceda urgently announced that they had to retreat. Tyrannon lay motionless in a pool of fresh blood. He whispered faintly, "How long has it been since I was pushed this far onto the defensive?" Unconsciously, a bizarre smile spread across Tyrannon's face as his body began to radiate a strange aura. Feathers began to drift down from the air, and he sighed. Truly, a blessed day. A pillar of light suddenly erupted from Tyrannon's body, shaking the very space around them. Seeing the scene before him, Ronan couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed, "This is absurd." Tyrannon stood up, a pair of enormous angel wings appearing on his back. Ronan guessed, those wings, could they be? He looked closer. Who else could possibly possess angel wings? Could they belong to Ao? Ronan still couldn't seem to believe it. He asked himself again. Ao? Tyrannon said in a low voice. Being careless in front of an enemy is the shortest path to death. I always tell my followers that. And yet, the one blinded by the intoxication of arrogance was me. He brought a hand to his face in a cute gesture and flashed a cheerful smile. But my head is still on my shoulders. I suppose that too is a blessing from the stars, isn't it? Tyrannon fluttered his blood-caked eyelids and spoke with confidence, even though his eyes were now blind. But don't worry, both sides began to channel their energy and cast spells, rushing into the next battle. Although both were heavily injured, their attack power hadn't diminished in the slightest. As he launched a counterattack, he declared, I won't let this newly kindled flame of excitement be extinguished. The two blasts of energy collided, creating a deafening, terrifying sound. The light from the explosion was incredibly blinding. Schlieffen and Ronan joined forces, unleashing a continuous assault of powerful sword strikes. He frowned and thought to himself, damn it. Both of his eyes are completely destroyed. Yet he saw their opponent move upwards, effortlessly neutralizing their attack. Ronan exclaimed, he still managed to dodge that? Tyrannon laughed arrogantly. For a martial artist, the eyes are not the only way to see the world. Hearing this, Schlieffen and Ronan froze for a moment. He explained in more detail. If you can push your senses to their absolute limit, the flow of mana alone is enough to perceive the world with perfect clarity. And just as he said, it was true. Tyrannon could indeed perceive their mana with pinpoint accuracy. He declared, both of you possess truly beautiful mana flows. Tyrannon suddenly turned to Schlieffen with praise. Young Duke Rangia, your storm is not only intense and seamless, but also lethal and sharp. So much so that I believe your name should have long been ranked among the #1 preceptors of the order. And Ronan, you are truly astonishing, inspiring not just respect but awe. Your wild, instinctual combat sense alone is enough to stun me. And on top of that, you have the power to sever blessings. Thanks to you, I have confirmed that the deaths of the two warriors, Dree and Baron, were no accident. You two will one day become peerless, resilient warriors. At this, he paused for a beat and gently flapped his angelic wings, which is why I find this regrettable. As a martial artist, I truly wanted to see this battle with you through to the very end, fair and square. With those words, he focused his mana, causing his back to glow brilliantly. An immense surge of power quickly materialized. Tyrannon swung his arm to strike. Punishment of the stars. Schlieffen and Ronan immediately sensed the impending danger. Both of them took a battle stance, their eyes filled with vigilance. A massive vortex of mana shot out from Tyrannon, hurtling straight towards them. The earth and rocks swirled up, obscuring everything. In an instant, Schlieffen and Ronan seemed to be swallowed by the halo of light. A thunderous explosion roared as a blinding light, and thick dust momentarily concealed the vast area. The terrifying force relentlessly tore through the ground. It destroyed everything in its path. A massive, deep trench now scarred the earth. Tyrannon slowly descended. At that moment, Ronan, bruised and covered in soot, was panting heavily. He was slumped on the ground, and beside him, Schlieffen lay sprawled out, apparently severely injured. Tyrannon gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently. It seemed his internal injuries were not light either. Tyrannon spoke slowly. If blessings are a protective shield for the faithful, then the wings granted by a bishop are the means to execute judgment upon heretics. Simply unfurling them is enough to call down the fierce punishment of divine will upon an entire region. Watching the feathers from his angelic wings drift down through the air, he continued, such immense power comes at a proportional cost. A colossal amount of mana and life force are drained away. In my current state, even I can barely maintain this overwhelming power. I never wanted to use this. It is a power that can overturn everything, rendering meaningless the very act of risking one's life in battle. Tyrannon unconsciously clenched his fist, his voice turning bitter. But now, I am a disciple of the stars, no longer one who puts the pride of a martial artist first. I am a bishop, one who must prioritize the execution of orders above all else. Ronan pushed himself up from the ground, clumsily getting to his feet with his sword. Schlieffen also did his best to grip his sword's hilt and stand firm. Ronan suddenly spoke with gravity. Any more attempts to persuade you would just be a blasphemous trick against your noble wills. I will stop with these misguided words. From this moment on, I will fight with my full strength. His angelic wings suddenly transformed. Ronan watched as the feathers floating in the air slowly dissipated into thin vapor and uttered, "Let's end this." Ronan slightly moved his arm. He thought to himself, "Damn it. In this situation, I can't count on Ceda's healing. If I take another brutal hit like that, I'm really done for." Ronan gritted his teeth, trying to control his body, but it wouldn't listen at all. The hand holding his blade trembled uncontrollably. An escape route. I can't find one. What if it just continues like this? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in front of him. He looked up to see Schlieffen standing right before him. He said in a strained voice, "Get up, Ronan. It's humiliating, but I can't beat him alone. I will create an opening for your blade to reach him." Hearing this, Ronan hastily shouted, "What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard? Didn't I just take the brunt of that damn storm by myself? How could you possibly do something like that alone?" Schlieffen channeled his mana into his sword and explained, "It seems you've forgotten. The man standing before you has lived his entire life with storms. Reading the flow of the wind is as natural to me as breathing," he stated with certainty. "Even if my storm cannot swallow his, I can still create an opening. However, there will only be one chance." Schlieffen added a warning. "You must remember that, Ronan, if you still can't finish him this time, then..." He let out a soft smile, and his sea-blue eyes lit up mischievously. "You'd better have 10 sets of photos of Azel ready. Got it?" Hearing this, Ronan froze for a second. Seeing him still sitting there silently, Schlieffen urged, "Get up, Captain of the Punishers. The enemy is right in front of you. How long are you going to sit there?" Suddenly, remembering something, he paused thoughtfully before explaining, "I still cannot acknowledge you as a knight, because the blade I saw you wield contained no pride, only the murderous intent to kill. My judgment on that has not changed. But sadly, on this battlefield, a sword like that is exactly what is needed." Schlieffen looked towards Ronan. "I will create an opening, no matter the cost." Their enemy had completed his transformation. 2 additional wings had sprouted from his back, his power increasing significantly. He took a deep breath. "In this moment, I am betting everything I have on you." Schlieffen smiled confidently and said to Ronan, "Let's go." Ronan still couldn't seem to believe what he had just heard. It felt as if his gaze had frozen solid. Schlieffen strode forward majestically, his mana radiating outwards, forming wisps of energy that swirled in the air. Ronan listened to his comrade's call to arms. "Let's go, swordsman." He suddenly understood. To have someone to advance with, at the moment of life and death. That is a precious thing. Ronan broke into a smile, then called out after him, "I can't just hand something that precious all over to you." The two fought side by side, ready to see this through to the very end. Schlieffen moved his blade with incredible speed, the blue stream of mana flowing from it growing ever stronger. He quickly took an offensive stance and unleashed a powerful storm of blades. The air began to fill with sword energy. Ronan swiftly launched a counterattack. The 2 streams of mana collided, creating a piercing sound. Both sides relentlessly poured more power into their attacks. The pressure from both sides grew immense, and in just an instant, the 2 streams of mana transformed into terrifyingly powerful whirlwinds. Schlieffen struggled to hold his ground. He thought to himself, "Even though I can read the flow of the storm he created and strike its weak points, all I can do is stand firm." At this point, Schlieffen was beginning to tire. Wounds started to appear all over his body. Schlieffen was getting desperate. "At this rate, I'm going to be swallowed whole." He tensed up, gritting his teeth as he told himself this. "Think, what do I need to do to overcome this crisis? I am the sword that protects the Empire. And he must be the strongest of all the enemies I've ever faced. My sword is merely a tool to destroy and punish my enemies. However, what I need right now isn't destructive power. What I need is just a little bit of strength to open a path for my comrades." Schlieffen's body was battered and bruised, but the unwavering determination in his eyes still burned brightly. Suddenly, a strange white light emanated from the tip of his sword, and then the entire blade flashed like a ribbon of light. Schlieffen raised his sword high, the mana radiating from it, seemingly growing denser by the moment. Ronan was completely astonished, guessing, could it be an aura awakening? Schlieffen gripped the hilt of his sword, pushing himself. More. Just a little more. He pulled his sword back, trying to pour every last bit of his strength into this final blow. Just make the blade sharper. The moment had come. Schlieffen gripped his sword tightly and swung forward. A final glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He let out a powerful roar. The vast sky trembled from the force of his mana. The sword energy shot straight towards Terran, an unstoppable, storm-like power. Terran suddenly froze, as if he had sensed something incredibly strange. He couldn't believe it. Even if my power is weakened by my injuries, it's absurd that this brat's aura could break through my attack. This is something that surpasses even aura. It carries a force as powerful as nature itself. Terran tried to focus his mind to analyze it, but this power seemed to be beyond his comprehension. He kept asking himself, what the hell is this? No matter how talented he was, countless streams of sword energy rushed in to surround him with terrifying, destructive force. It wasn't until the blade storm struck him that Terran cried out in his mind. To think he'd enter the aura awakening stage. Schlieffen let out a sigh of relief and whispered softly, I've successfully opened the path. His breathing grew faint. I'll leave the rest to you. As he spoke, Schlieffen collapsed, completely exhausted. Before passing out, he struggled to call out Ronan's name, and in that moment, Ronan seized the opportunity his comrade had created. He immediately leaped into the air, his eyes filled with the determination to win. Up in the air, the blade storm was still distracting the enemy. Terran muttered, You must have planned to obscure my vision with that storm and aim for an opening, but I won't be careless again. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his senses. I can clearly feel your mana rushing aggressively towards me, full of rage. Terran thought Ronan was already right in front of him. He gathered his mana, preparing to launch a punch, feeling completely confident. With his current stamina, there's no way he can withstand this punch. He laughed arrogantly and said, This is a burst of power. But then thwack, a dagger pierced Terran's hand. The blade radiated a dense, crimson bloodlust. The pain shooting up his arm made him freeze. Terran was stunned, thinking to himself, What? Did I mistake the mana infused in that brat's dagger? He couldn't stop questioning it. Everything around me now is the mana of the guardian stars. I have sight, so why can't I sense that brat's energy at all? What the hell is going on? Just as he thought that, a foot stepped inside his protective barrier. As swift as lightning, Ronan pressed his sword against Terran's neck. He remarked, Who would have thought I'd have to use this crappy mana I got from Bazura in this way? Ronan glared at his opponent and pressed the blade down harder. At this point, Terran could no longer fight back. He struck with one decisive blow. It ends here. A final smile appeared on Terran's face. Even in defeat, he showed no fear. The sharp blade in Ronan's hand ended the battle. Terran's head flew to the side, and the metallic scent of blood filled the air. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but he no longer could. In that moment, Ronan thought to himself, What an honor. I never imagined my final study of the sword would come to such a brilliant conclusion. He fell to the ground, collapsing next to Schlieffen. Terran's head hit the dirt and rolled a few times. A thought surfaced in his fading consciousness. I look forward to your brilliant future. A moment later, everything fell silent. Ronan stirred slightly and let out a small grunt. He used his sword to push himself up, panting heavily. Blood trickled non-stop from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Ronan glanced around, surveying the area. He thought to himself, I can't feel his energy anymore. I finished him with that single strike. He lowered his head, recalling the moments before. That was way too close. Ronan smiled faintly. Schlieffen, you really put in a lot of work this time. As promised, I'll give you a picture of my sister. How about that? You're dying for it, aren't you? After saying that, he looked toward the dream bird. Ceda, you were amazing too. Once we get back to the academy, I'll brag to Ophelia about everything you did. So, wake up. Schlieffen and Ceda lay still on the ground, not moving at all. Ronan planted the tip of his sword on the ground with a soft clang. He struggled to his feet, whispering hoarsely, We have to go back. Together, Ronan staggered towards his comrades, calling out weakly, Schlieffen, Ceda. But there was no answer. He called out again, his voice trembling, Come on, answer me. Say anything. Just please. Ronan's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, the veins on it popping out more and more. Suddenly, a powerful, crimson aura erupted from his body. Ronan's eyes went rigid. Damn it, why now? He dropped to his knees, quickly realizing it was a backlash from the blood magic. It felt like something was clawing at him from inside his body. He guessed that this very reaction was what had enhanced his physical abilities. Ronan clenched his fist, telling himself, No, not now. He glanced over at Schlieffen and Ceda, thinking he needed to heal them quickly, but his eyelids felt heavy, and his mind was screaming, No, don't. They still need help. The scene before him began to blur. So helpless. Don't. Ronan cried out internally as his hand, completely drained of strength, finally went limp. Ronan lay collapsed on the ground, everything left to fate. A moment later, someone appeared. It was Thunder, striding forward quickly. The young boy called out in a clear voice, Brother. On Thunder's forehead was a strange mark, completely different from anyone else's. The boy gently touched the large stone on the altar, then looked over at Raging Gust and asked once more, Can we really activate it? He replied in a serious tone. Thunder. This object contains the activation spell, and it can only be placed inside your body. You are the only one in our tribe who can control it. For this very reason, everyone steeled themselves for a massacre and cleared an escape path just for you. Your survival is how we will preserve the essence and continue the legacy of our tribe. Raging Gust looked at the surrounding ruins and lamented, "We failed to protect this place." The heart. Not far away, Ronan lay on the ground, and Schlieffen was also motionless with his eyes shut tight. If it weren't for them, everything would have been over by now. Raging Gust urged him, "Don't hesitate, Thunder. Our tribe is one of loyalty and honor. I will take responsibility for breaking our oath." So the young boy pressed his hand against it, and the large stone immediately began to glow. Raging Gust shouted, "Open it!" In an instant, a strange aura flowed into Thunder. The boy's eyes began to emit a strange light, the same color as the stone. The mark on his forehead started glowing brightly. The altar trembled violently and revealed a complex, ancient formation. The light grew increasingly brilliant, covering the vast space. As the formation took shape, countless ancient runes began to swirl, releasing an unprecedented power. Thunder stood below the altar and looked up, having never witnessed such a miraculous sight. Raging Gust pleaded, "Please, protect them. Oh, spirits of Dinya." With a deafening roar, the entire ancient formation blazed with intense light. Countless shockwaves radiated downwards, accompanied by immense streams of spiritual energy. It all created a massive gravitational pull, drawing Schlieffen, Ronan, and Ceda inside. The magical light quickly woke Ronan. He cracked his eyes open and wondered, "What is this? This warm sensation?" Suddenly, he heard a voice call out, "So you're awake, Ronan. I'm glad I get to say goodbye." He looked down below and exclaimed, "Thunder!" Raging Gust quickly reassured him, "Schlieffen and Ceda will be healed soon too, so don't worry." Ronan was a bit taken aback. "What? Those wounds aren't easy to treat at all." Noticing he was inside a strange, ancient formation, he asked, "What is this immense power?" Raging Gust answered honestly, "I told you, I don't know the origin of this power. All I know is that this shrine, known as the Heart, is part of a mission we were given to prepare for the promised day. This place contains the power needed to activate an ancient machine, to fight against a great threat that will come in the future. Our laws forbid us from using this power before that day comes." He then suddenly broke into a smile of relief. "But I am certain the ancestors of Dinha won't punish us for what we've done today. After all, I am repaying your kindness on behalf of our entire tribe." Hearing Raging Gust's words, Ronan broke out in a cold sweat. They had broken a taboo just to save him. Suddenly, the ancient formation began to shake violently, and the space around them seemed to warp. He continued to explain, "Ronan, to replenish the energy we use today and to protect the shrine from enemies, a sealing barrier that lets no one in or out will now cover Dinha. As a fellow warrior, I'm sure you understand our intentions." A brilliant light began to push them further and further apart. Knowing there wasn't much time left, Raging Gust declared, "And I promise you this, in the future, when we are once again able to step out into the world, if an enemy ever appears to threaten you, no matter who they may be, Dinha will stand by your side." The altar flashed with light and then quickly disappeared, leaving only Raging Gust's voice echoing through the air, "Farewell, my friend." When the dust settled, all that remained was a desolate, empty landscape, where Schlieffen and Ronan stood in silence. It seemed neither had recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Ronan stared blankly into the distance, as the high moon illuminated the vast region. The silence was eerie, broken only by the sound of the wind, whipping sand across the mountaintop. Both of them stared at the rocky cliff before them for a long time, waiting to see if anything else would happen. Finally, Schlieffen spoke, "It seems we can't enter Dinha anymore." A pale blue aura quickly spread out, enveloping the entire mountain. A powerful shield had completely covered the area. "Our perception of Dinha is already fading. It must be a powerful ancient spell, designed to make us forget the place even exists." Ronan sighed. "That's probably what's best for those people." He suddenly thought of the opponents he had faced. You never know when monsters like that will crawl out of the woodwork again. Schlieffen agreed. "That's right, of course." His gaze lingered for a moment as he mulled it over, then he slowly analyzed. That man, Terranine, was incredibly strong. Even though we were prepared to face death, if luck hadn't been on our side, we wouldn't have won. The problem is, the man called himself the Bishop of Southern Diosis, which means there are many more powerful than him. On top of that, there was the Star Sword and the unknown entity called Fen. He suddenly felt anxious. "At this rate, we might not be able to protect the people precious to us anymore," he said in a serious tone. "So listen, Ronan, we're going to get stronger. So strong that we can win easily, even without having to rely on each other." This statement stunned Ronan so much he just froze. Seeing this look on his face, Schlieffen lightly punched his teammate's chest and smiled with satisfaction. That's the solution I came up with, Ronan replied with a cheerful smile. Just like the young master of the Grancia family. All right, try not to get into any trouble this time. He turned and quickly started to leave. Well, shall we head back? We're done here. Before he could finish his sentence, Schlieffen grabbed Ronan by the shoulder and pulled him back. Wait, hold on, what do you mean? His expression was dead serious as he reminded him. I still haven't been paid, he snorted. What's the deal with this? Schlieffen held out his hand and said in a cold voice, 8 photos of Lady Irene. Keep your promise. Hearing that tone, Ronan broke out in a cold sweat and muttered a curse under his breath. That crazy bastard. The high moon cast their shadows on the gravelly ground. After that, the journey back to the imperial capital was relatively peaceful. Of course, Ronan didn't forget to scatter the mana of those scoundrels everywhere, to prevent the church from tracking them. Even Terranin would be fooled by this trick, so they didn't have to worry about anyone following them. Schlieffen was overjoyed to receive the photos of Lady Irene. Seeing his love-struck expression, Ronan felt a surge of rage. He punched Schlieffen so hard it knocked his jaw sideways. Afterwards, everyone got on the carriage and left quickly. Ronan rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window. Luckily, he was able to bring the mana stones of the Great River with him. The purpose of this trip. It was all thanks to Gus for not forgetting his promise. In this situation, he was truly grateful. And somehow, Ronan's group had gotten their hands on the spoils of war, but he intended to use it as a surprise gift. Ronan also happened to remember the perfect person for this gift. While he was lost in his thoughts, Schlieffen was still glued to the pictures of the beautiful lady. On the way back, Schlieffen and Ronan sparred. Perhaps it was because of the helplessness they felt during the battle with the bishop. The training session was even more intense than usual. Both sides struck with great force, hoping to improve each other's combat abilities. Leaves drifted down through the air as the sky gradually darkened. Ronan stopped, wiped away his sweat and said, Schlieffen, when you delivered the finishing blow to that damn bishop, in that moment of enlightenment, do you remember what you experienced? Hearing his question, he fell silent for a moment, his gaze lowering as if reliving that moment. Then he slowly answered, I heard the sound of the wind, not a raging storm of destruction, but the sound of nature, embracing everything in absolute peace. The moment I heard it, I was sure I could land the final blow. But it was only at that moment. It might have just been a fleeting enlightenment born from desperation. I can't hear it anymore now. Schlieffen clenched his fist, his voice filled with confidence. Since I am walking this path, I will make it my own, Ronan gulped. This kid had no idea what his words truly meant. To hold that power in his hands meant unleashing the storms that had covered the earth in his previous life and single-handedly turned the tide of the war. He would become a calamity unto himself. He smiled, his eyes filled with a hope that was perhaps a little ridiculous. But that's right. If it's the Schlieffen of today, he'll surely achieve it soon. Meanwhile, the guy sitting in front of Ronan just kept staring at the pictures, his eyes glazed over, his face flushed, occasionally letting out a squeal of laughter. He gave a wry smile, didn't he? A few days later, Schlieffen and Ronan stopped in front of a large wooden gate. He exclaimed in a refreshed tone, Feels like I'm coming back to my hometown or something. It's been a while. Ronan suggested, Let's part ways here. Schlieffen asked, Are you going there right away? Ronan's eyes shone with confidence as he replied, Yeah, I have to uproot this damn curse. As soon as possible. He quickly walked to a small wooden house in the forest. The inside was brightly lit. The ceiling was quite exquisitely carved. Maria Secret sat with his chin in his hand, smiling warmly. So, you've returned from the desert, Ronan. What about the mana stones? He immediately poured the small bag onto the table. This trip was quite a haul. Seeing the pile of mana stones, he was utterly astonished. Ronan asked, This should be more than enough, right? He laughed heartily and said, Let's get started right away. Professor, break the next curse. Later, inside Professor Maria Secret's house, Ronan was talking with him. So, what you're saying is, this magic circle is the technique for breaking the curse, enhanced by the Great River mana stones. And with that power, this thing was extracted. Is this the true essence of one of the curses? Inside the room, a mysterious power was radiating. Maria Secret was levitating in the air. The stones on the floor were arranged in a specific pattern. Ronan stood below, looking up at the power flowing above him, and said, This looks insane. I can't believe I've been living with something like this my whole life. Maria Secret was also looking up. He remained silent. After observing for a while, Maria Secret finally spoke. Ronan, while you were away getting the mana stones, I considered every possibility and prepared for the worst-case scenario. But seeing it like this now, I can't help but worry. Maria Secret faced Ronan and the power of the mana stones. He then said, Once we begin to break the curse, there's no turning back, and the process could take a week, a month, or even years. Hearing Maria Secret say this, Ronan's gaze remained incredibly firm. Maria Secret levitated in the air, With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at him and said, "You're already an outstanding student at the academy. Even with the curse in your body, you're set to become a swordsman who will go down in history. Do you really have to go through with this, even with such a bright future ahead of you?" Hearing his question, Ronan lowered his head in silence, not answering. He stared down at the ground as his mind began to race. He had already surpassed the growth rate of his past life, which meant he shouldn't have any problem stopping the evil church. But the real danger was the past. With Advent's massive armies, their sheer numbers were already a problem. But on top of that, there were also the 8-winged giants, those with more than 2 pairs of wings than their kin, as well as the mysterious enemy that Bastard mentioned before he died. Time was not on his side. At this, Ronan finally looked up. He walked, step by step, toward Professor Maria Secret. Maria Secret knew he had made his choice. She closed her eyes and said, "It seems you won't change your mind. At the very least, go say goodbye to your loved ones." In the room now were only Ronan and Maria Secret, along with the immense power of the magic stone. Maria Secret reminded him, "You know, this could take a very long time." The scene changes. It is now night. Inside a room, a table was laden with countless dishes. Maria and Aesel were there. Aesel turned to her and asked, "Do you know why we're here today?" Maria tucked her hair back and replied with a smile, "Not sure. I thought we were just hanging out." Also at the table were Adessan and Schlieffen, along with Irene. Everyone was laughing and chatting cheerfully. As Schlieffen savored a bite, he thought to himself that Miss Irene must have cooked it. In addition to them, Brahm and Ophelia de Knight were also there, along with Ceda. Everyone was gathered here. Ronan was sitting in the center seat, and had been silent the whole time. As everyone was still chatting happily, Ronan spoke up, cutting through the noise. "I know this is a bit sudden, after bringing you all here like this, but I think I'm going to be gone for a while. At most, it could be a few years." As soon as he said that, everyone at the table turned to look. Ao was holding food in his hands. His voice trembling slightly, he asked, "Ronan, what are you talking about? If you're planning on going on an expedition somewhere, we can go with you." But before Aesel could even finish, Ronan spoke up, his voice filled with seriousness. "I appreciate that, but you can't." Ronan held out his hand, looking down at it as he spoke. "I'm trying to break one of the remaining curses on my body, and I don't know how long it will take. So when I mentioned it to Io, she prepared this meal so I could say goodbye to everyone here." Hearing her younger brother say this, Io just turned away silently. Schlieffen glanced over as well. Brahm, who was holding his food, also froze. Ronan continued speaking to everyone at the table. "Since this is how things are, let's just enjoy this moment we have together." After hearing this, Maria quietly bowed her head. Ao noticed her expression and looked over. Maria was silent for a long moment, before finally asking, "Is it dangerous?" Seeing Ao staring blankly, Ronan waved a forkful of food in front of his face and said, "The professors always overreact about everything. It'll all go smoothly, so don't worry. Anyway, remember my words. Everyone, keep up the hard work." Ronan then looked over at Brahm and said to him, "Brahm, you're already an outstanding warrior, but sometimes you focus too much on offense and neglect your defense. Work on that, it'll make you stronger." Hearing this, Brahm smiled at Ronan and replied, "Thanks, Ronan." Ronan then turned to Ophelia Den and said to her, "This is a bit embarrassing for me to ask, but Ophelia, please take care of Ceda. He listens to you really well." In response, Ophelia Den just gave a slight smirk and agreed. "Ceda is always welcome." Ronan then looked at Aesel, giving instructions to each person at the table. "Ao, make sure to study that grimoire I gave you. It's incredibly valuable, so don't skip a single line, okay?" Maria was still looking down at the floor. After giving Ao his instructions and noticing Maria hadn't responded, Ronan pointed at her and said teasingly, "But if you only focus on swordsmanship your whole life, you'll never be able to get a date." Hearing that, Maria immediately blushed and shouted, "What does that have to do with you?" Right after, she looked down again. Maria pursed her lips and muttered, "So annoying." Seeing this, Ronan finally cracked a smile. He glanced at the last 2 people at the table and said, "Adessan and Schlieffen, I'm sure you two will do just fine on your own, but if I had to say something, Adessan, please look after everyone's training sessions. With your sharp eyes, you'll be a huge help to everyone. Schlieffen, just keep doing what you've been doing." Speaking of Schlieffen, just then, his sister Io came out from the kitchen carrying more food. After saying everything he wanted to say, Ronan smiled again and said, "All right, everyone got that? I'll be checking up on all of you when I get back, so don't you dare slack off." For the rest of the time, as they listened to Ronan's words, everyone in the room felt a mix of different emotions. Ronan looked down, a faint smile on his lips. Right after that, Ronan continued, "Let's just talk and eat." After they finished the meal, Ronan took out the camera he had borrowed from Didi Khan. He and everyone else in the room took pictures together to commemorate the day. The night felt too short, and there were things left unsaid. but they still parted with smiles. Hopefully, this farewell wouldn't be for too long. Scene change. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ronan returned to Professor Maria Secret's room. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Maria Secret descended to his spot and spoke. "You seem more clear-headed now. I take it the farewell party went well." Hearing him say that, Ronan just smiled and replied, "Even without me, they'll be just fine. To be honest, I was most worried about my sister, but it turns out no one is stronger than she is." After saying that, Ronan looked up at Maria Secret and said, "I just need to take care of myself." Maria Secret floated in the air. He wanted to confirm with Ronan. "You've said your goodbyes to your loved ones, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the magic stone materialized in the room. Maria Secret began controlling the energy, gathering it into an orb. He said, "Let's begin the curse-breaking ritual." The power of the magic stone started to be released. Maria Secret then said to him, "Let's meet again," with a victorious smile. Ronan. Hearing the professor's words, Ronan also smirked in response. Of course, he didn't know at that moment, though he had confidently assured the professor he would be back soon, that it would take much longer to keep that promise. Scene change. It was now daytime. Ronan was lying in bed when the sound of a dog barking right next to his ear jolted him awake. He sat up, staring blankly at the dog on top of him, and said, "What is this? Why is there a dog barking?" Ronan suddenly froze. It took him a few seconds to get his bearings, and then he exclaimed, "Wait a minute. This scruffy look, and these blue eyes. Could it be Ceda?" Ronan wondered, looking at the dog with its black fur and big, round blue eyes staring back at him. Hearing Ronan say its name, the dog let out a happy bark. Cradling Ceda in his arms, Ronan looked around and said, "Isn't this the village where I was captured?" The scene was incredibly familiar from his memory. On the street, people were moving about. Ronan glanced around again and muttered, "This feels awful." Sitting on the street, he watched people pass by and said, "Even if this is an imaginary world, materialized by the curse, why did it have to return to this exact moment?" Ronan then looked over at Ceda beside him and continued, "But it's not all bad. Because of this, I get to see you again. Come to think of it, you really had a rough life." When Ronan first met Ceda on the street, he was inside a box that had been abandoned on the side of the road. He muttered again, "Why did I have to get involved? Why did I have to get tangled up in this dog's miserable fate?" Back then, Ronan had just been chased by a large bear, and he had hastily grabbed Ceda and fled. He'd hidden in the corner of an alley. He had covered Ceda's mouth to keep him from making a sound and said, "I've already suffered enough, haven't I? It's a good thing that in this life, you don't have to be involved with me." "Ceda, huh?" Ronan sat down again. He reached out and stroked Ceda's head, saying, "You must be living well now, well-fed and warm with a much better owner." Ronan's eyes held an emotion he couldn't put into words. Looking at Ceda, sitting obediently on the ground, Ronan said to him, "How about we go for a walk, Ceda? It's been a long time." At his words, Ceda immediately wagged its tail in response. Soon after, Ronan took Ceda for a walk through the streets. As they walked, the dog barked happily. The two figures, one large and one small, strolled through the neighborhood. While walking, Ceda spotted a branch on the ground. It ran over and pawed at it, signaling to Ronan. He understood what it wanted. Ronan immediately picked up the branch and threw it far. Ceda joyfully ran to fetch it. Seeing Ceda so energetic, Ronan sat down. He reached out and pet its head. As he did, Ronan carefully scanned his surroundings. He thought to himself that he had already walked around the entire village but hadn't noticed anything unusual. On the contrary, the place was unnervingly peaceful. If he remembered correctly, the lord ruling this land was a complete scumbag, making it an absolutely terrible place to be. The professor had once told him that this time, the curse would guide him in all sorts of ways. Unlike the last time, Ronan observed his surroundings, still thinking about how it hadn't appeared directly as it did before. It seemed this time, he'd have to find it himself. With that thought, Ronan extended his hand again, a stream of power radiating from it. He spoke again, "Ceda, give me a hand, will you?" Ronan brought his hand close to Ceda and said to it, "Can you find the scent coming from this aura?" Ceda obediently cooperated. It brought its nose up to sniff the aura emanating from Ronan's hand. He thought to himself that Ceda's sense of smell was undeniable. It might just be able to find it. As soon as Ceda caught the scent, it changed instantly, its eyes flying wide open. Immediately after, Ceda spun around and took off, barking non-stop as it dashed forward. Seeing this, Ronan exclaimed, "You found it?" A small smile played on his lips as he said, "Looks like things are going more smoothly than I thought." Ronan quickly chased after the dog, calling out as he ran, "Let's go, Ceda." But unexpectedly, when Ceda led Ronan to the source of the scent, it was drooling with desire. Seeing the scene before him, Ronan said helplessly, "I knew it was going too smoothly," Ronan said as he approached the stall, emitting the delicious aroma. Ronan then looked down at Ceda. He clenched his fist and said, "I told you to find mana, not this junk. What is wrong with you?" Seeing Ronan's reaction, Ceda just stared at him with wide eyes and barked once. Seeing its sincere expression, Ronan could only laugh helplessly. He held up 2 fingers to the vendor and said, 2 sausages, please. Hearing this, the vendor immediately got him the food. Here are your 2 sausages. As Ronan sat in a corner letting Ceda eat, he turned to ask the man at the stall, Excuse me, sir, I'm a little confused. Could you tell me what today's date is? Hearing this, the vendor enthusiastically replied, Of course, that's easy. Today is the 20th day of the 20th month of year 20 of the imperial calendar. Ronan listened intently as he put the remaining sausage in his mouth. After confirming the date, Ronan thought to himself, So, it really is that day. Ceda was still happily enjoying its sausage. Ronan recalled the bloody scene of Ceda's death. At that time, Ronan had been devastated, falling to his knees. Just then, a group of people had come over to mock and laugh at him. Thinking back to that moment, his eyes became bloodshot. He thought about the first time he had ever killed someone. Ronan remembered that he had slaughtered that entire group. The scene changes to a street where a horse-drawn carriage is running wild, the horse out of control. The people seeing this quickly scattered to the sides of the road. A man on the street saw it and shouted, What is this? Who lets a carriage run loose in the market like that? A woman pushed past others who were trying to hold her back. She screamed, No, Camila! On the street, a little girl was crossing, holding a plate of something in her hands. The carriage charged toward her so fast she couldn't react, only able to stand there crying and calling out, Mommy! Ronan remembered, his eyes narrowing as he thought, That's right, this happened back then too. That alcoholic, Baron Dandel, was showing off his carriage driving skills, snatched the reins, and caused this disaster. The same situation was happening now, just as it had back then. And in that moment, Ceda suddenly dropped the half-eaten sausage and ran forward. Ronan looked in the direction Ceda was running and thought, You dashed out just like this back then. As the carriage was about to hit her, Ceda leaped out and pushed Camila aside. In that split second, Ronan managed to react. He ran out, grabbing the little girl, Camila, with one arm and pulling Ceda back with the other. In a flash, the carriage shot past them and crashed. Ronan had saved both Camila and Ceda. That was way too close. After everything had settled, Ronan finally let out a sigh of relief. He stood there, watching the carriage that had now gone far into the distance. Ronan picked Ceda up, looked it straight in the eyes, and said, Don't you ever do that again, you hear me? Hearing his scolding, Ceda seemed happy. It broke into a smile and barked. Just then, a voice spoke up from beside them. Mister. It was Camila. She bowed her head and said, Thank you for saving me. Camila was very friendly. She looked at Ceda, smiled, and continued, You helped me too, didn't you? Thank you. Hearing her words, Ceda barked twice. As Camila spoke, she reached her hand toward Ceda. I have some food for you. But before she could even touch Ceda, Ronan instinctively slapped her hand away. Seeing Ronan act so aggressively, Camila seemed frightened and stammered, Mister, why? Ronan immediately glared at the girl with contempt and said coldly, Can you drop the pointless act? It's making me sick. After hearing those words, Camila's eyes filled with tears. Instantly, Camila's demeanor changed. She wasn't pretending anymore. Her face immediately transformed, becoming the source of the magic stone's power, and it spoke, You've certainly matured. A true son of his. Ronan. At that moment, everyone on the street vanished, leaving only Ronan, Ceda, and the curse that had taken the form of the little girl, Camila. The sky suddenly darkened. The curse asked, When did you figure it out? Ronan stared at it warily and replied, I didn't need to figure anything out. It was painfully obvious. I chose this specific day to prepare for this very moment. Of course I knew you'd be here. You reek of that disgusting aura. Hearing his words, the curse immediately said, I see. As it spoke, Camila pointed toward the vanished carriage and said, But why did they let me go so easily? They were probably the beginning of the cracks that sent your life off course. Hearing this, Ronan just let out a sigh, smiled faintly, and said, What's the point of shattering an illusion? It's useless. You're just trying in vain, and besides, I know, if you keep clinging to the past, you can never move forward. Hearing this, the curse didn't know what to say. Ronan was holding Ceda in his arms, and the dog smiled gently at him. Ronan sat down on the ground and set the dog down, then immediately stood back up. He spoke again, Get straight to the point. This isn't all there is to it, is it, curse? Seeing that he had figured it out, the curse didn't beat around the bush and said, You have finally gained the sharp insight needed to make the right decision. The growth of mortals never ceases to amaze me. The main issue is simple, Ronan. I will show you how to escape this curse. Hearing the curse say this, Ronan was a bit stunned. He couldn't believe what he just heard, and asked again, What? At that moment, the curse extended its hand toward him. The curse then continued to speak to Ronan. But before that, there is one thing you must face, the source of your existence, and the starting point that will determine the fate of this land. Hearing this, Ronan's eyes immediately filled with caution. The curse looked at him and continued. You must decide where you will lead yourself and the world, the final point of this truth. The scene changes. The sky is still bright. In a room, sunlight shines through a window, casting light inside. Inside, someone is writing something down with a pen. A thought flashes through someone's mind. Whose hand is that? Where am I? Why can't I move my body as I wish? Don't tell me. Inside the room, Ronan was now floating in midair. He looked around, observing the man in a robe who was sitting and writing. Ronan couldn't help but wonder, have I possessed this man? What exactly are you trying to show me? Just then, there was a noise from outside. The door to the room opened, and a woman stepped inside and spoke. My lord, have you stayed up all night again, writing for this land? A girl with long, flowing white hair walked in. Seeing that the man didn't answer, she continued. I'm worried that overworking yourself will affect your health. Savior. Hearing this, the man finally put his pen down on the desk and said, Don't worry, Elzia. My hardship is their peace. The man stood up, pushed his chair back, and continued. There is no greater joy than this. Around his neck, he wore a necklace with a strange, glowing pattern. The robed man turned around and said, I guide them and pray for the stars to bless them. Witnessing this moment left Ronan slightly astonished. He watched with wide eyes as the scene changed. Outside, amidst ruined buildings, magically enchanted beasts were repairing the structures. They worked in perfect coordination. Some carried wood, while others transported materials. Everyone seemed surprised. The Savior and Elsia had also come outside. Ronan followed them, witnessing the scene of these beasts at work. The stream of power controlling them was still radiating outward. Elsia, however, didn't seem surprised by this at all. She just watched in silence. At that moment, the Savior spoke up, communicating with dozens of mid-level spirits. Elsia has grown so much. Holding a book in her hands, Elsia looked at it and replied, It's all thanks to you, Savior. The magic book you just completed has been a great help. By the way, have you named the book yet? Hearing her question, the Savior seemed to just now consider it. He turned to look at Elsia and told her, Bazura. Let's call it that. Upon hearing that name, Ronan's jaw dropped. He couldn't help but scream in his mind, What? Bazura? That damned forbidden book? This clean and pristine thing? Looking at the book before him, Ronan couldn't believe it was the same one he possessed. Comparing the appearance of the two books, Ronan was dumbfounded, wondering, how in the world did it turn into that thing? Could there be anything more surprising? I once heard it was written at least 2,000 years ago. So just how ancient is this time period? Just then, not far away, someone who was installing something spoke up. There we go. Now, try moving it. The man, who had just finished attaching an iron leg for a girl, added, You can move it just as powerfully as a real leg. Hearing this, the girl with the newly attached iron leg tried to move it. She immediately cried out in joy. She stood up and tried to walk, her face unable to hide her delight as she exclaimed, I'm really walking. It feels just like my real leg. The man heard this and said, Of course it does. Who do you think made this prosthetic? The Savior then walked over and commented, Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Alabrig saw it was Savior and greeted him cheerfully. Well, if it isn't our Savior. Seeing this man, Ronan put a hand to his chin and thought, Asel. I've seen that name in Rodalin's interrogation report. The one who created all sorts of destructive equipment for the nebula, the cult's best technician. Alabrig was overjoyed. He laughed as he told Savior, It's all thanks to the teachings you gave me. Where did you even learn these things? Hearing this, Savior simply smiled and replied, It's nothing, really. I just have a bit more experience than you do. When Alabrig heard him say that, he laughed again. If I ask where you got that experience, you'll just answer with silence again, won't you? Hearing Alabrig's question, Savior simply remained quiet without saying a word. Seeing this, Alabrig didn't press further. He laughed heartily and said, I knew it. As he threw an arm around the Savior's shoulder, Alabrig added, All right, I won't ask anymore. I just need to know this. You're the strangest person I've ever met. Savior just smiled and said to him, Coming from anyone else, maybe. But I probably shouldn't be hearing those words from you. The two of them were chatting so cheerfully. Who would ever believe that a black dragon was making prosthetic legs for humans in this land? Hearing the Savior's words, Alabrig just rubbed his head and laughed. You've got a point. Listening to their conversation, Ronan was completely shocked. He thought to himself, from Bazura to Alabrig, they were all just trying to help people. Is this the same Savior I know? While the three of them were talking happily, a voice called out from a short distance away, You're here, Savior. All three of them turned to look. The villagers were gathered there. They all clasped their hands in front of their chests, expressing their gratitude as they said in unison, Thank you once again. We thought everything was over because of the demonic beast attack, but you came all this way to this remote place and bestowed your grace upon us. The Savior walked over to the villagers and told them, I only did what had to be done. It was no grand favor. Just focus on rebuilding your village." At that moment, a child sitting on the ground grabbed Savior's hem and asked him, "Savior, what if the monsters that destroyed our village come looking for us again?" Savior immediately turned around, placed a hand on the child's head, and said comfortingly, "It'll be all right. The strongest swordsman in this land has already gone to destroy the monsters." Just then, a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, and everyone saw it and said, "Speak of the devil." A man cloaked from head to toe had returned with the head of a monster. This person stepped forward and spoke, "Savior, I have exterminated the monsters as you commanded. Their numbers were too great, so I couldn't bring all of them back." The villagers were completely shocked when they heard this. The cloaked man continued, "I only took the heads of the leaders. I hope you'll forgive me for that." Hearing him say this, Savior spoke up, "Very well. You've worked hard." Ronan, at that moment, immediately sensed something about this man. Ronan couldn't figure out the cloaked man's name. His gaze became more searching. He thought to himself, "The noise is causing interference. I can't discern his name. This feeling. It's just like that first time in Hai Chao." Ronan still remembered the image of his older sister as a child. She had been so terrified. That image flashed through Ronan's mind once again. He was still thinking that the swordsman was his father. At that thought, Ronan seemed to be affected. He clenched his jaw, his hands tightening into fists as he tried to calm himself. Stay calm. This is just a distant past. An illusion. He had to remain calm in this situation. Just then, Savior stepped forward again and said to the man, "To face so many dragons and not have a single drop of blood on your cloak. Your blade grows sharper and sharper." Hearing this, the man replied, "You praise me too much. It is only thanks to the Savior's teachings." Savior then continued, "The rest of us are enough to handle the reconstruction here. You must be tired. Please, go and get some rest." At that moment, a massive dragon appeared in the sky. As it flew over, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of fire. The dragon's flame shot directly towards where the cloaked man was standing. He sensed it immediately and turned to glare at Alabrig and Elsia with a sharp look in his eyes. Seeing this, he said, "This mana flow." The dragon continued its relentless attack, and at that moment, someone's voice rang out, "Dragon tongue magic." Ronan's father, the cloaked man, drew his sword. In a flash, Ronan's father dashed forward, shouting, "It's dangerous. Get back." From that point on, the villagers who witnessed this scene began to panic. Savior turned his head and saw the fear in everyone's eyes. A man suddenly clutched his head and started running. He screamed in panic, "What is that thing?" Children also clung to their mothers, crying, "Mommy, I'm scared." Just then, Savior spoke again, "You are the salvation I have chosen." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran to stand in front of Ronan's father and said, "There is no option to retreat, only to face the challenge. There is only the mission." As he spoke, Savior raised his hand and began to cast a spell. Glimmering threads began to weave together. Is this the blessing of the stars? Instantly, Savior's power clashed with the dragon's flame. Savior swung his arm, and immediately, the threads of light shot forward. A purple aura of power radiated from around Savior. He suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, the shimmering threads shot out into the air. A brilliant light shone down from above. Seeing this, the villagers clasped their hands to their chests and said, "We've received his grace once again." Elsia saw this and smiled as she looked toward the brilliant light, saying, "As expected of the Savior. He can use dragon magic with such ease." Alabrig, standing behind him, realized something was still wrong. He spoke up, "No, we can't rest easy yet. That's a very troublesome one. The Red Death, Gagaret." In the sky, Gagaret was furious. It spoke, "For a mere human to block my flames. You're not bad." Ronan's father then asked Alabrig, "You know that dragon?" Alabrig lowered his head and replied, "Yes. It has always been incredibly aggressive." He raised a hand to scratch his head and continued, "After all, it is of Navad's lineage." Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but wonder, "What? The dragon lord who roasted one of the 3 giants in my past life? The mother of flames, Navadus?" Savior faced the enormous dragon before him without a trace of fear and said to it, "O noble dragon, would you be willing to hear me out?" Gagaret, seeing the Savior's attitude, looked down and asked, "Are you a transcendent? I can't believe a mere mortal possesses such a profound sense of power and time." At this, Gagaret narrowed its eyes at Savior and said to him, "So you're the one who's been leading these insects in their futile actions recently? In any case, I have no business with you. Hand over the one who slaughtered my subordinate." Savior then turned to look at the dragon head that Ronan's father had just brought back and asked, "Is this monster the subordinate you speak of?" Hearing this, Gagaret replied, "He served me for hundreds of years." At this, Gagaret roared in fury, "You dare slaughter them all the moment I leave my lair. This crime deserves punishment by the eternal flames of hell." In contrast to the dragon's threats, Savior showed no fear whatsoever. He retorted, "What my brothers did was right. because your subordinate trampled upon their lands and slaughtered their families and friends for food. They were only taking revenge. This time, why don't we acknowledge each other's faults and put an end to this?" Hearing what Savior said, the dragon fell silent and said nothing. After a moment, it let out a piercing roar of fury. "The only role you are permitted to have in this land is to be toys for our fleeting amusement." Immediately after, it unleashed its anger by spewing flames to attack. Seeing this, Elsia used her power to block the assault. Gagaret, still enraged, said, "Other than that, you are nothing but worthless chunks of meat. How dare you compare yourselves to my subordinate?" Savior stood below, unmoved by the dragon's wrath. He said to it, "To me, at least, they can be." After hearing Savior's words, the dragon began to gather its power into a ball of dark energy and said, "If you've made up your mind, then you can turn to ash as well. You fool." With that, it unleashed a sphere of its power. Seeing this, Alabrig shouted a warning, "It's dangerous, Savior." This flame was completely different from the last one. A purple sphere began to gather as the dragon roared relentlessly, preparing its breath, the ultimate destructive technique exclusive to dragons. At that moment, Ronan's father slowly drew his sword. Knowing what he intended to do, Savior spoke up. "If you interfere, things will only get more complicated." Savior's arm began to channel magic, and the shimmering threads appeared once again. Savior's power formed into a sword of light as he said, "Let me handle this." The dragon's power was immense, illuminating the entire area. Facing the dragon, Savior remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Then, he raised his sword high. A single slash sent out a blinding flash of light, making it impossible to see anything. Savior's shimmering threads weaved together into countless lines. The dazzling clusters of shimmering threads left the dragon completely stunned. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the threads before it, the dragon thought to itself, "What? Even for a transcendent, it's impossible to overcome the difference in species. And yet, he blocked my breath." While the dragon was lost in thought, Savior unleashed a series of slashes at it. The dragon immediately cried out in pain, coughing up a mouthful of blood as its breathing grew heavy. Savior seized the opportunity. In a flash, he rushed forward to finish the dragon off. Each of his slashes seemed to tear the very sky apart. Seeing Savior charging towards it, the dragon opened its mouth and let out a horrifying shriek. It glared at Savior, its eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Stop!" But it was too late. With every one of Savior's slashes, the dragon was wounded, sending blood flying everywhere. Witnessing this battle, Ronan's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, thinking, "No way. If this were him in the real world, it would be impossible to even follow the movements with the naked eye." It was swordsmanship from a distant realm, but because he was connected to that person, he could feel a strange sense of familiarity. That's right. Even if the dimensions of their attained realms were different, this was clearly it. Just then, Savior landed on the ground. Ronan looked at him and could now confidently confirm it. This was Instructor Naviero's swordsmanship. Ronan's mind was racing. He felt like he'd heard the professor talk about this before. He recalled something Navijasko had told him while they were training on the practice grounds. "My swordsmanship originated from the great jungle in the south. I learned it from a man I met there. That man, along with the first defeat of my life." Navi Rose raised her sword. She gazed at it and continued, "Laid the foundation for my swordsmanship. Of course, my swordsmanship now is still lacking in many ways compared to his." Hearing her say that, Ronan couldn't help but ask curiously, "You hold him in that high regard, Professor? Just how great could that swordsmanship be?" Navi Josko slung her sword over her shoulder, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, "I hope you get the chance to meet him one day. You'll understand just by seeing it." And that brought him back to the present. After witnessing Savior's display, Ronan instantly understood and exclaimed, "The pinnacle of swordsmanship." After being defeated by Savior, Gagaret spread its wings and flew into the sky. As it left, it muttered, "Damn it, just you wait." The dragon was furious at being defeated by a mere mortal. Ronan looked up at the sky, watching the dragon's silhouette disappear as he thought to himself, even a dragon, considered a disaster-class being, was suppressed that easily? Ronan then lowered his gaze. He broke out in a cold sweat, sighed, and continued to think. The professor was right. This man's swordsmanship is on a completely different level, unlike anyone I've ever seen. The townspeople, seeing that the dragon had been defeated, were still staring blankly, unsure how to react. After a moment, everyone finally burst into joyful cheers for Savior's victory. The surrounding crowd roared, celebrating the moment. The Savior has defeated the dragon. At the same time, Savior retracted his power. The sword of light in his hand vanished. Savior pointed to the severed dragon horns on the ground and said, "Make sure to carefully gather the severed horn fragments. They're valuable materials." Hearing this, Elsia bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir. Thank you for your hard work." Alabrig crossed his arms, smiled, and said, "To think you could even take down a dragon. It really makes me wonder if you're even human, Savior." Ronan's father stood to the side, having merely watched without saying a word. As Savior was about to leave, the man spoke up. "I could have handled that myself." Savior simply nodded and replied, "But suppressing it without killing it would have been too much for you, wouldn't it? If Novato came here, enraged at the loss of a clan member, could you bear the consequences?" Hearing this, Ronan's father grew displeased. His gaze sharpened as he retorted, "It may have been too much for me, but surely not for you, the great Savior." Hearing the man's words, Savior turned, his voice laced with a warning. "That's enough." At this, Ronan's father fell silent. He immediately changed his attitude, bowing his head respectfully and saying, "My apologies. I misspoke." Savior turned to leave, leaving behind a few words. "Alabrig, oversee the construction for me for the time being. I'm going to make a trip to the Red Dragon Sanctuary." "Why the sudden trip there?" Alabrig asked. Savior replied, "I plan to apologize to Novatos, even though it was self-defense. The fact is, I harmed one of her clan members. Such impeccable conduct." Hearing him say this, Alabrig stroked his chin and chuckled. Knowing her personality, she probably won't mind. But it's better to be safe. When you pass through the central region, be careful. Not too long ago, a belligerent brat made a nest there, named Oz. He has 2 pairs of distinctive wings. You'll recognize him immediately. Floating in the air, Ronan overheard their entire conversation. When he heard the name Alabrig just mentioned, Ronan gave a strained smile and thought, "Oscar, huh? Things are getting more and more interesting. That's the phantom dragon that the first emperor of the Wang Empire drove to the west after the Great War." "Huh? The phantom dragon from the old fairy tales? That phantom dragon was once called a brat?" Countless questions popped into Ronan's mind, but there was no one there to answer them. Just then, Ronan saw something, and his entire body froze for a moment. The space around Ronan suddenly went pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He spoke out, "What is this? What's happening this time?" In the next moment, Ronan found he could move his hands again. He looked down and muttered, "My senses are back. Am I out of the Savior's body?" Ronan's eyes were filled with caution as he looked toward a source of light and asked, "What kind of trick is this now?" Ronan turned around and saw a giant cube before him, glowing with a jade-green light. Ronan couldn't suppress his curiosity. He stared at the cube and exclaimed, "What in the world is this?" Instantly, through the cube, he saw an image of people outside. At that moment, villagers had gathered in front of Savior. A red-haired girl in a cloak stepped forward and asked, "Are you truly leaving, Savior?" Savior, Elsia, and Asel were all present. Savior looked at the villagers before him and told them, "The reconstruction is finished, and the foundation for growth has been laid. Now, this territory can prosper even without us. It's time for me to leave." The little girl whose leg was injured by a demonic beast long ago, so much so that she needed a prosthetic leg, had now grown into an excellent lord. Time flies so fast. Hearing this, the girl raised a hand and shyly scratched her cheek, replying, "If you put it that way, we can't hold you back any longer." The villagers then clasped their hands in front of their chests and said in unison, "We will all pray that the path the Savior has chosen will always be under the protection of the stars." After bidding farewell to everyone, Savior, Elsia, and Asel turned and departed. Inside the space, after seeing this image, Ronan wondered if this was a scene from the first village he saw, decades in the future. Ronan then turned to look around the dark space and muttered, "I think I'm starting to understand." He looked at the glowing cubes floating in the space. Ronan asked aloud, "Is this a manifestation of that man's life?" When no one answered, Ronan looked up with a weary expression and said, "He lived such a busy life." The scene changes to a barren, rocky desert under the scorching sun. Here, 2 people were leaning against a rock, seemingly exhausted from the burning heat of the sun. Just then, a hand reached out to the white-haired boy. He slowly opened his eyes, and the person he dimly saw told him not to give up on life. It was Asel, Elsia, Ronan's father and savior. He extended his hand to the boy and continued, "The stars are watching over you." In this windswept desert, a city was built. After saving the boy and his companion, Savior and the others helped them build a city. Once it was complete, they left again. They always continued their journey after helping people. The next time, Savior helped cure someone who was gravely ill. After that, the 4 of them moved on to a new land. Upon their arrival, they were ambushed. Afterward, Savior left and went to a forge. The scene changes. On a vast, windy desert, a group of people in white robes appeared. Someone then spoke up. It was Savior with his 3 companions. "I am not the great man you should be following." Standing before this group, Savior told them, "It was the guidance of the stars that saved you. There is no reason for you to worship me. Everyone, return to your homelands. Enjoy the peace and pray to the stars from where you are. That is more than enough to repay me for saving your lives." The man standing with clasped hands before Savior looked up upon hearing this and said, Savior, among the children of this continent, there is not one who doesn't know of your miracles. If we cannot gaze upon the same star, please allow us to follow you. That will be our salvation. The man declared this firmly, but Savior said nothing. Savior was still wearing that strange necklace of his. The scene changes. It was now night, and the four of them stood on a rocky outcrop in the desert, gazing at the starry sky. Someone spoke up, Savior, it seems we need to give our group a proper name. Hearing this, Savior turned to Alebri and asked, Is that really necessary? I know the world already calls us the Nebula Order. At this, Alebri just sighed and said, Isn't that the name the heretics gave us? The group has grown so large, what would it look like without a proper name? Standing to the side, Elsia heard this and added with a smile, I agree. Besides, the title of Order can make people wary. Ronan's father remained silent, saying nothing. Savior was looking into the distance when one of the three spoke again. Savior, what do you think? How about you give us a suitable name? Savior stood in silence. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. To carry the will of the stars and spread their light to the world. Savior. Below them, countless people who revered Savior had followed them. The scene shifts to 1,000 years later, where gray smoke covers everything. A soldier lunged forward, slashing at a young woman. The entire kingdom was being engulfed in a sea of fire. The Savior stood in the distance, silently observing the scene before him. Alibri stood beside him, muttering, Is this a war? How many times has it been? How many times have we seen a nation we helped build collapse like this? Elsia added, I know it's meaningless to count, but even so, it must have been several dozen times by now, at least. Behind them, Ronan, in his spirit form, thought to himself, So this cycle has been repeating for 1,000 years? That must be why the atmosphere around them feels so different. I want to see the Savior's face, but I guess I can't perceive what it looks like. Suddenly, the Savior moved. Let's go. Aesel was shocked. Don't tell me you want us to head toward that burning palace? Elsia spoke up. There's nothing there but a raging inferno and bloodthirsty looters who are madly slaughtering innocent people. What we should be doing is returning to the sanctuary to check on the safety of our followers. The Savior cut her off. Elsia, are flames and bloodlust all you can see in that land? My ears can still hear the craving for survival from those who wish to live, along with the cries of those who are exhausted and in despair from a massacre they never wanted. Salvation is all the more urgent for those on the verge of annihilation. Therefore, it is our duty to answer their call. For the past 1,000 years, I have tried tirelessly. Yet humanity, without exception, has slaughtered one another and pushed themselves down the path of ruin. This tragedy is not some unavoidable misfortune. Ale roared, that is their destiny, something they brought upon themselves. Self-destruction is a part of human nature. Saving them isn't salvation, it's just foolishness. We cannot keep repeating this pointless act forever. Our church must make a choice right now. We must choose to save those who are more worthy. The Savior calmly replied, More worthy people, you say? It seems all of you share this same thought. Elsia and Alebri bowed their heads slightly. The Savior continued, If that's the case, then we shall part ways here. Aesel expressed his shock. Do you mean you're going to abandon us right now? How could you do this to the believers who have placed their complete faith in you? The Savior cut him off. Acting based on judging the worth of others will not lead to true salvation. What you are about to do is a purification of humanity, an act of pure arrogance. Scheming to rearrange the world according to dogmatic standards is not right for anyone. I, on the other hand, believe they can create a brighter future. They just need a little more time. And then they will awaken. I understand your feelings very well, but we cannot walk the same path when we gaze upon different stars. You must find your own paths. Because I will follow the star that guides me. I will pray to the stars to bless and guide you all. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his body. The Savior couldn't help but be shocked by the situation. Alibri's face turned pale. A man's voice rang out. I told you. Right, Elsia Alabrig. He is not the kind of person who can be swayed. I will respect your will, O Savior. However, please leave your power here, for the sake of our salvation. The Savior wondered, What is this sword? The man replied, It is something we prepared specifically for today. A divine weapon forged from materials not of this world. It has the ability to absorb all kinds of power, including yours. The Savior murmured, Centuries have passed, and now I understand our path. It seems we all took different turns a long, long time ago. How shameful that I couldn't even recognize the corruption of those closest to me. The man in black, Ronan's biological father, couldn't help but flinch. At the Savior's words, a blast of purple magic quickly threw him far away. You fools, you will pay the price. Ronan's father's feet slid across the ground, and he immediately braced his sword to stop his body. You are truly impressive, Savior. Elsia roared. What the hell do you think you're doing? Aesel rushed forward. Even if you say you don't share his ideals, I will never accept you harming him. How dare you touch the savior, you bastard. This was never supposed to happen. The two of them were quickly forced to a halt. Elsia couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? The savior's power. The blessing of the stars. Ronan's father had just created a barrier isolating the two of them. Even without having absorbed all the power in this world, how can you possess such an omnipotent power? You have this kind of power, and yet you still make such foolish decisions? It seems I was right. You are not qualified to lead the salvation of this world. The savior murmured, so, that is the path you have chosen? If so, this moment will be the last time we ever meet. Show me. Ronan's father quickly became vigilant and returned to a defensive stance. The savior spoke. This will be the last lesson I teach you. The sky around them quickly changed color from red to black. The savior raised his hand, and a stream of purple and white light shot out. Ronan's father also coldly swung his arm, and a purple flash shone like a powerful star. The two of them began to charge into battle with each other. Ronan thought to himself, so this is the truth I'm seeing here? He looked at the white-haired man with rage. Father! The two swords clashed, creating powerful tremors. The space around them seemed to be torn apart. Ronan's father seized the opportunity to step back and gain momentum. The sword in his hand emitted a light nearly identical to the savior's. The blade turned black, dotted with stars. He threw the sword forcefully towards the savior. The savior calmly caught the incoming blade with his bare hands. Another beam of light shot out, and then the other one shot back. Swords flew like intertwining beams of light. The savior continued to raise his sword, aiming it at the opponent before him. He slowly touched the blade with 2 fingers. Then the savior swiped from the hilt to the tip of the blade. The sword cut through the wind, hurtling toward Ronan's father. Across from him, Ronan's father raised his starlit sword. He met the savior's attack. Powerful purple streaks of light enveloped the surrounding space. Ronan's father remained completely unscathed by the attack. He watched the savior with cautious vigilance, while the savior showed no expression at all. 2 flashes of light suddenly erupted as they charged at each other once more. From above, Ronan could see everything. I knew they were both incredibly skilled, but their swordsmanship, now, it has reached a realm beyond description. I can perceive it through my shared senses with the savior. Within every single clash of their blades, thousands, tens of thousands of sword paths are hidden. It's as if they're weaving an entire starry sky with their swordsmanship. This is the pinnacle of the sword Tao. Ronan's father charged forward again, but the savior remained unshaken. Their swords clashed once more, releasing a shockwave that shattered the space around them. The dark night sky was now turning red. A butterfly gently flapped its delicate wings and flew away. The barrier around Elsia and Assel quickly dissipated. Assel spoke up. In just the brief time since I was trapped in that illusionary blessing, watching this battle, it's become clear they have both been hiding their true power. Ronan's father's voice then rang out slowly. Why? Why won't you just end this? You know it, don't you? That everything between us is already beyond saving. The savior slowly replied to him. He suddenly remembered the times they had supported each other through so much. Those beautiful memories were now like a pane of frosted glass. Suddenly, a sword pierced right through it. Ronan's father muttered, You're still the same, a fool, right to the very end. His sword was enveloped in streams of purple light. That's right, this too. Is this all the guidance of the stars? The savior coughed up a large mouthful of blood in pain. Ronan's father spoke coldly. Rest in peace. I will inherit your work of saving this world. He drew his sword back to strike the savior's body with all his might. However, just as he was about to swing down, something shot in between them. A giant earth golem suddenly appeared. Ronan's father swung his sword, and bright slashes enveloped the golem's body. It quickly shattered, raining down earth and rock. Ronan's father narrowed his eyes warily as a blue and white bird suddenly soared upwards. Elsia rushed to heal the savior's wounds. Ronan's father spoke coldly. Don't you get it yet, Elsia? We will never understand their actions. He then angrily slashed towards them. Get out of my way. Alabrig immediately stepped in to block it, and an arm was sent flying. Ronan's father's eyes widened at the sight. He watched Alabrig's arm thud to the ground. Aesel spoke up. Let them go, brother. Otherwise, come face me. Across from them, Elsia bowed her head over the savior's body, tears streaming down her face. Ronan's father watched them coldly, his thoughts unreadable. Behind him, the flames continued to burn the kingdom of men. Scene change. The primal word asked Ronan, Do you enjoy the birth and decay of the nebula? The time has come for you to give your answer. Ronan, what will you choose? Ronan remained silent, looking at the outstretched hand. I have a question. What happened to the savior in the end? Is he still alive? The primal word smiled. I cannot be certain. If he's lucky, perhaps he's still breathing. Ronan continued. Then allow me to ask one more thing. The swordsman who betrayed the savior, the one who now leads the Classier Nebula, is he my biological father? the other being replied. You would bind yourself to something so trivial? Blood ties are nothing but a shallow bond forged from flesh and blood. Ronan, that is not what you should be concerned with when making your choice. Let me ask you this in return. Do you still see that swordsman, I mean, the pontiff who stabbed the savior in the back, as merely a calamity upon this world? As a great villain? Ronan couldn't help but be shocked by the question. What? The primal word replied. Humans cannot control their own desires. They are never satisfied with what they have, greedily taking everything until they tear the world apart. In the end, they can never escape the path of self-destruction. That is the unchanging nature of humanity, and that is why they turned their backs on the savior. To humans, justice is merely an excuse for those in power. The absurdity, the endless contradictions, the lack of any clear measure to distinguish right from wrong. That is why humanity needs an absolute order to guide them. The savior had power, but he did not understand the human heart. The pontiff, however, was weaker in power, but understood the human heart completely. Thus, a decision was made. For the sake of true salvation, do you truly see this as nothing more than a betrayal? Don't you think it was the only way to sever the fate of humanity, which was bound by its own chains? Answer me now, Ronan. What is good? What is evil? Who is humanity's true savior? Ronan pondered for a moment at the primal words questioning. Perhaps. I can't deny that. Against my own will, under the orders of others, I fought and killed just to survive. I slaughtered everyone, desperately clinging to life. That was the me of the past. If it were me, I wouldn't have had any other choice either. In fact, what's more surprising is that he endured it for so long. To a certain extent, of course. I'm talking about the old me. The primal word was stunned. What? Ronan smiled. It seems that wasn't the answer you were hoping for. The me of today is different. I've met friends I can talk with and laugh with, and even adults who gave me sincere advice because they truly wanted what was best for me. Images of Navos, Professor Secret, and Sarante flashed through his mind. Ronan continued. I also know someone who was willing to lay down his life for this world, time and time again. Even if that seems meaningless in your eyes, that is the potential that humanity possesses. It's not that the savior didn't know how. He simply understood that to speak of control or evolution, while ignoring human potential, is to turn your back on the most important thing of all. So, whether he is that bastard pontiff or my own father, I will still destroy him. The primal word seemed to ponder his resolute declaration. I see. Is that your choice? If so, then I have no other choice either. The primal word quickly snapped its fingers. I shall grant you power, Ronan. Ronan couldn't hide his surprise at what appeared before him. This rock. What is this for? The origin replied. That is the source of the curse. If you shatter this stone, the curse that I currently hold in check will be completely unleashed. Ronan asked warily, What are you scheming? The origin replied, I'm not entirely sure myself. In human terms, let's just call it a love-hate relationship. Ronan muttered, Love? What? The origin replied, You have only just become aware of my existence, but I have watched you for your entire life. From the moment you were born, through your long, wandering journey, and all the suffering you've endured, I watched everything, one by one. And before I realized it, I had developed this feeling for you. I wanted you to find some peace. That's why I once hoped that you would see their strength and abandon your quest for revenge. I had hoped you would stop this meaningless resistance and look for another path, but it seems I cannot make you give up. I suppose I have no other choice but to lend you my power. You can feel it too, can't you? The energy of the curse is imprisoned within you. Shatter this stone and continue on your journey. It will be a long and brutal fight. You will be wounded countless times, and you will fail. But based on what I have seen of you so far, you will surely overcome it all. Ronan's face was a mask of sheer astonishment at those words. Even so, the corner of his mouth quickly curled into a smirk. Ronan raised the sword in his hand, its blade glowing with a red light. Thank you, Origin, for giving me suffering, but also for giving me strength. Ronan quickly charged at the rock in front of him. It still didn't have a single crack. Ronan spoke up. Let's finish this. A sudden red light flashed, and one of the curse's arms abruptly fell from its body. The curse was utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Ronan had just dashed forward and severed the curse's right arm. He smiled and said, What I meant was, thank you so much. The curse's arm dropped to the ground as black smoke swirled around them. The curse cried out, Ronan, what are you doing? I was helping you. Why is this happening? Ronan slashed at the curse's head again. Cut the crap. How tedious. The curse roared with annoyance and a touch of anger. Ronan charged forward again, slashing at the creature before him. Plumes of black smoke rose from what looked like the curse's blood. The curse muttered, Why? Why would you make such a foolish choice? There was a path laid out for all of you, wasn't there? Ronan replied. Professor Secret was right after all. He said this one would be a real cunning bastard. Even now, you're still putting on this act for me? You really plan to see it through to the end, don't you? I almost fell for it. The lie that this rock was the source of the curse. But this rock is incredibly ugly. And the more I looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. The Sarante Shrine. This is the statue of the god Sinyen I saw in the Blood Orb's lair. The statue of the god Sinyen. I have no idea why it's here, but I snapped out of it just in time. This statue must be the final bastion holding back the curses. That's what I figured. It was foolish to blindly trust the words of a so-called curse from the very beginning, right? Seeing you trembling like that, I guess I was right on the money. So you were really planning on using me to destroy this statue? And as for you? You've gone too far. Your imitation was very skillful. Ronan recalled the curse's words. A long and arduous battle will unfold. You will be wounded countless times and suffer great losses. But the you I have seen, I am certain you can do it. Ronan spoke slowly. The message. He remembered Sarante's weary expression. A look of grief flickered across Ronan's face. Sarante had smiled and gripped his hand tightly before he died. Ronan muttered, "It was the last thing Sarante left me. You better prepare yourself. I'll make you understand just what you've done wrong." The curse didn't answer his accusations. Done wrong? That's just your misunderstanding. Everything was arranged for your sake. What you're trying to fight is a transcendent being beyond the scope of human perception, a miraculous existence that mortals can never hope to touch. You should know this yourself. No matter how much you struggle, the only outcome of that war is a gruesome death. Don't try to deny it, Ronan. All you have to do is accept it. As it spoke, the curse's body instantly transformed into a monstrous form. Ronan frowned, carefully observing his opponent. The curse's body grew larger and larger, making him look tiny in comparison. The curse continued, "I will grant you salvation. So, right now, destroy that rock and return my power to me." Ronan gave a slight smile. "You sure talk a good game. All right, now you're finally acting like a real curse. I'm glad you've shown your true colors. Just come at me head on and drop all that nonsensical thinking." The curse charged in a rage. "You stubborn fool, persistent to the very end." Ronan narrowed his eyes, mentally assessing his opponent. Even after being sliced to pieces, it regenerated perfectly. That means my current swordsmanship can't touch its core. In that case, there's only one answer. Ronan remembered the Savior's fighting style, a slash that sent motes of light flying, that defied the laws of physics, and severed the very essence of a being. The Savior's swordsmanship. I need that power. As he thought this, a sudden burst of purple and white light erupted, engulfing the entire space. The curse looked on in utter shock. This power. Impossible. How can this be? He's just a mortal soul. How could he possess such a power? Ronan chuckled softly. Surprised? Didn't you see it while you were inside my body? I'm the kind of guy who can perfectly master something after seeing it just once. The curse roared in fury and lunged at him, screaming, "Ronan!" A faint purple aura emanated from the sword in Ronan's hand. He raised the blade, and a light like a distant star flashed behind him. Ronan calmly swung his sword horizontally, just like the Savior. The curse's body instantly froze in place. The sword in Ronan's hand slowly faded into nothingness. The curse's body seemed completely unable to move. Its grotesque head slowly began to dissipate. "You will regret this. You will despair. In the land sealed by starlight, you will be abandoned in the most miserable state imaginable. That, and only that, is the fate that has been decided for you." Ronan quickly retorted, "That's not set in stone. I have to change it. Just like with my regression, and I'll keep doing it from now on. Right now, only one thing is set in stone. No matter how my destiny ends, you won't be there. Let's never see each other again." White light streamed through the window. Ronan found himself sitting in a spacious room. He slowly got out of bed and walked toward the window. Ronan slowly drew back the curtain. He saw that snow had blanketed everything, creating a vast, white landscape. Across the academy and the surrounding town, there was no trace of spring. Ronan couldn't help but be stunned by the sight. Winter? It took a moment before he slowly realized what was happening.